Section 0 of English Literature, Its History and Its Significance for the Life of the English-Speaking World, by William J. Long, Ph.D., Heidelberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Oliva. Preface. This book, which presents the whole splendid history of English literature from Anglo-Saxon times to the close of the Victorian Era, has three specific aims. The first is to create or to encourage in every student the desire to read the best books and to know literature itself rather than what has been written about literature. The second is to interpret literature both personally and historically. That is, to show how a great book generally reflects not only the author's life and thought, but also the spirit of the age and the ideals of the nation's history. The third aim is to show, by a study of each successive period, how our literature has steadily developed from its first simple songs and stories to its present complexity in prose and poetry. To carry out these aims, we have introduced the following features. 1. A brief, accurate summary of historical events and social conditions in each period, and a consideration of the ideals which stirred the whole nation, as in the days of Elizabeth before they found expression in literature. 2. A study of the various literary epochs in turn, showing what each gained from the epoch preceding, and how each aided in the development of a national literature. 3. A readable biography of every important writer, showing how he lived and worked, how he met success or failure, how he influenced his age, and how his age influenced him. 4. A study and analysis of every author's best works, and of many of the books required for college entrance examinations. 5. Selections enough, especially from earlier writers, and from writers not likely to be found in the home or school library, to indicate the spirit of each author's work, and directions as to the best works to read, and where such works may be found in inexpensive editions. 6. A frank, untechnical discussion of each great writer's work as a whole, and a critical estimate of his relative place and influence in our literature. 7. A series of helps to students and teachers at the end of each chapter, including summaries, selections for reading, bibliographies, a list of suggestive questions, and a chronological table of important events in the history and literature of each period. 8. Throughout this book, we have remembered Roger Ascham's suggestion made over 3 centuries ago, and still pertinent, that "'Tis a poor way to make a child love study, by beginning with the things which he naturally dislikes." We have laid emphasis upon the delights of literature. We have treated books not as mere instruments of research, which is the danger in most of our studies, but rather as instruments of enjoyment and of inspiration. And by making our study as attractive as possible, we have sought to encourage the student to read widely for himself, to choose the best books, and to form his own judgment about what our first Anglo-Saxon writers called the things worthy to be remembered. To those who may use this book in their homes or in their classrooms, the writer ventures to offer 1 or 2 friendly suggestions out of his own experience as a teacher of young people. First, the amount of space here given to different periods and authors is not an index of the relative amount of time to be spent upon the different subjects. Thus, to tell the story of Spenser's life and ideals requires as much space as to tell the story of Tennyson, but the average class will spend its time more pleasantly and profitably with the latter poet than with the former. Second, many authors who are and ought to be included in this history need not be studied in the classroom. A textbook is not a catechism, but a storehouse in which one finds what he wants, and some good things besides. Few classes will find time to study Blake or Newman, for instance, but in nearly every class there will be found one or two students who are attracted by the mysticism of Blake or by the profound spirituality of Newman. Such students should be encouraged to follow their own spirits and to share with their classmates the joy of their discoveries. And they should find in their textbook a material for their own study and reading. A third suggestion relates to the method of teaching literature. And here it might be well to consider the word of a great poet, that if you would know where the ripest cherries are, ask the boys and the blackbirds. It is surprising how much a young person will get out of The Merchant of Venice, and somehow arrive at Shakespeare's opinion of Shylock and Portia, if we do not bother him too much with notes and critical directions as to what he ought to seek and find. Turn a child and a donkey loose in the same field, and the child heads straight for the beautiful spots where brooks are running and birds singing, while the donkey turns as naturally to weeds and thistles. In our study of literature we have perhaps too much sympathy with the latter, and we even insist that the child come back from his own quest of the ideal to join us in our critical companionship. In reading many textbooks of late, and in visiting many classrooms, the writer has received the impression that we lay too much stress on second-hand criticism, passed down from book to book, and we set our pupils to searching for figures of speech and elements of style, as if the great books of the world were subject to chemical analysis. This seems to be a mistake for two reasons. First, the average young person has no natural interest in such matters, and second, he is unable to appreciate them. He feels unconsciously with Chaucer. And as for me, though that my wit be lite, on bookes for to read I me delite. Indeed, many mature persons, including the writer of this history, are often unable to explain at first the charm or the style of an author who pleases them, and the more profound the impression made by a book, the more difficult it is to give expression to our thought and feeling. To read and enjoy good books is with us, as with Chaucer, the main thing. To analyze the author's style or explain our own enjoyment seems of secondary and small importance. However that may be, we state frankly our own conviction that the detailed study and analysis of a few standard works, which is the only literary pabulum given to many young people in our schools, bears the same relation to true literature that theology bears to religion or psychology to friendship. One is a more or less unwelcome mental discipline, the other is the joy of life. The writer ventures to suggest, therefore, that since literature is our subject, we begin and end with good books, and that we stand aside while the great writers speak their own message to our pupils. In studying each successive period, let the student begin by reading the best that the age produced. Let him feel, in his own way, the power and mystery of Beowulf, the broad charity of Shakespeare, the sublimity of Milton, the romantic enthusiasm of Scott, and then, when his own taste is pleased and satisfied, a new one will arise, to know something about the author, the times in which he lived, and finally of criticism, which in its simplicity is the discovery that the men and women of other ages were very much like ourselves, loving as we love, bearing the same burdens, and following the same ideals. Lo, with the ancient roots of man's nature twines the eternal passion of song. Ever love fans it, ever life feeds it. Time cannot age it, death cannot slay. To answer the questions which arise naturally between teacher and pupil concerning the books that they read is one object of this volume. It aims not simply to instruct, but also to inspire, to trace the historical development of English literature, and at the same time to allure its readers to the best books and the best writers. And from beginning to end, it is written upon the assumption that the first virtue of such a work is to be accurate, and the second to be interesting. The author acknowledges with gratitude and appreciation his indebtedness to Professor William Lyon Phelps for the use of his literary map of England, and to the keen critics, teachers of literature and history, who have read the proofs of this book and have improved it by their good suggestions. William J. Long, Stamford, Connecticut. End of section 0. Section 1 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Introduction. The Meaning of Literature. Hold the Hioway, and let thy ghost be led. Chaucer's Truth. On, you noblest English, follow your spirit. Shakespeare's Henry V. The Shell and the Book. A child and a man were one day walking on the seashore, when the child found a little shell and held it to his ear. Suddenly he heard sounds, strange, low, melodious sounds, as if the shell were remembering and repeating to itself the murmurs of its ocean home. The child's face filled with wonder as he listened. Here, in the little shell, apparently, was a voice from another world, and he listened with delight to its mystery and music. Then came the man, explaining that the child heard nothing strange, that the pearly curves of the shell simply caught a multitude of sounds too faint for human ears, and filled the glimmering hollows with the murmur of innumerable echoes. It was not a new world, but only the unnoticed harmony of the old that had aroused the child's wonder. Some such experience as this awaits us when we begin the study of literature, which has always two aspects, one of simple enjoyment and appreciation, the other of analysis and exact description. Let a little song appeal to the ear, or a noble book to the heart, and for the moment at least we discover a new world, a world so different from our own that it seems a place of dreams and magic. To enter and enjoy this new world, to love good books for their own sake, is the chief thing. To analyze and explain them is a less joyous but still an important matter. Behind every book is a man, behind the man is the race, and behind the race are the natural and social environments whose influence is unconsciously reflected. These also we must know if the book is to speak its whole message. In a word, we have now reached a point where we wish to understand as well as to enjoy literature, and the first step, since exact definition is impossible, is to determine some of its essential qualities. Artistic qualities of literature. The first significant thing is the essentially artistic quality of all literature. All art is the expression of life in forms of truth and beauty, or rather it is the reflection of some truth and beauty which are in the world, but which remains unnoticed until brought to our attention by some sensitive human soul, just as the delicate curves of the shell reflect the sounds and harmonies too faint to be otherwise noticed. 100 men may pass a hayfield and see only the sweaty toil and the windrows of dried grass. But here is one who pauses by a Romanian meadow where girls are making hay and singing as they work. He looks deeper, sees truth and beauty where we see only dead grass, and he reflects what he sees in a little poem in which the hay tells its own story. Yesterday's flowers am I, and I have drunk my last sweet draught of dew. Young maidens came and sang me to my death. The moon looks down and sees me in my shroud, the shroud of my last dew. Yesterday's flowers that are yet in me must needs make way for all tomorrow's flowers. The maidens, too, that sang me to my death must even so make way for all the maids that are to come. And as my soul, so too their soul will be laden with fragrance of the days gone by. The maidens that tomorrow come this way will not remember that I once did bloom, for they will only see the new-born flowers. Yet will my perfume-laden soul bring back as a sweet memory to women's hearts their days of maidenhood. And then they will be sorry that they came to sing me to my death, and all the butterflies will mourn for me. I bear away with me the sunshine's dear remembrance, and the low soft murmurs of the spring. My breath is sweet as children's prattle is. I drank in all the whole earth's fruitfulness, to make of it the fragrance of my soul that shall outlive my death. Note from the Bard of the Dimbovitsa, first series. One who reads only that first exquisite line, "Yesterday's flowers am I," can never again see hay without recalling the beauty that was hidden from his eyes until the poet found it. In the same pleasing, surprising way, all artistic work must be a kind of revelation. Thus architecture is probably the oldest of the arts. Yet we still have many builders, but few architects, that is, men whose work in wood or stone suggests some hidden truth and beauty to the human senses. So in literature, which is the art that expresses life in words that appeal to our own sense of the beautiful, we have many writers but few artists. In the broadest sense, perhaps, literature means simply the written records of the race, including all its history and sciences, as well as its poems and novels. In the narrower sense, literature is the artistic record of life, and most of our writing is excluded from it, just as the mass of our buildings, mere shelters from storm and from cold, are excluded from architecture. A history or a work of science may be, and sometimes is, literature, but only as we forget the subject matter and the presentation of facts in the simple beauty of its expression. Suggestive. The second quality of literature is its suggestiveness, its appeal to our emotions and imagination rather than to our intellect. It is not so much what it says as what it awakens in us that constitutes its charm. When Milton makes Satan say, "Myself am hell," he does not state any fact, but rather opens up in these three tremendous words a whole world of speculation and imagination. When Faustus, in the presence of Helen, asks, "Was this the face that launched 1,000 ships?" he does not state a fact or expect an answer. He opens a door through which our imagination enters a new world, a world of music, love, beauty, heroism, the whole splendid world of Greek literature. Such magic is in words. When Shakespeare describes the young Biron as speaking in such apt and gracious words that aged ears play truant at his tales, he has unconsciously given not only an excellent description of himself, but the measure of all literature, which makes us play truant with the present world and run away to live a while in the pleasant realm of fancy. The province of all art is not to instruct, but to delight. And only as literature delights us, causing each reader to build in his own soul that lordly pleasure house of which Tennyson dreamed in his Palace of Art, is it worthy of its name. Permanent. The third characteristic of literature, arising directly from the other two, is its permanence. The world does not live by bread alone. Notwithstanding its hurry and bustle and apparent absorption in material things, it does not willingly let any beautiful thing perish. This is even more true of its songs than of its painting and sculpture. Though permanence is a quality we should hardly expect in the present deluge of books and magazines pouring day and night, and to know him, the man of any age, we must search deeper than his history. History records his deeds, his outward acts largely, but every great act springs from an ideal, and to understand this we must read his literature. where we find his ideals recorded. When we read a history of the Anglo-Saxons, for instance, we learn that they were sea rovers, pirates, explorers, great eaters and drinkers, and we know something of their hovels and habits and the lands which they harried and plundered. All that is interesting, but it does not tell us what most we want to know about these old ancestors of ours. Not only what they did, but what they thought and felt, how they looked on life and death, what they loved, what they feared, and what they reverenced in God and man. Then we turn from history to the literature which they themselves produced, and instantly we become acquainted. These hardy people were not simply fighters and freebooters. They were men like ourselves. Their emotions awaken instant response in the souls of their descendants. At the words of their gleemen, we thrill again to their wild love and freedom and the open sea. We grow tender at their love of home, and patriotic at their deathless loyalty to their chief, whom they chose for themselves, and hoisted on their shields in symbol of his leadership. Once more we grow respectful in the presence of pure womanhood, or melancholy before the sorrows and problems of life, or humbly confident, looking up to the God whom they dared to call the All-Father. All these and many more intensely real emotions pass through our souls as we read the few shining fragments of verses that the jealous ages have left us. It is so with any age or people. To understand them, we must read not simply their history, which records their deeds, but their literature, which records the dreams that made their deeds possible. So Aristotle was profoundly right when he said that poetry is more serious and philosophical than history. And Goethe when he explained literature as the humanization of the whole world. Importance of literature. It is a curious and prevalent opinion that literature, like all art, is a mere play of imagination, pleasing enough, like a new novel, but without any serious or practical importance. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Literature preserves the ideals of a people, and ideals, love, faith, duty, friendship, freedom, reverence, are the part of human life most worthy of preservation. The Greeks were a marvelous people, yet of all their mighty works we cherish only a few ideals, ideals of beauty in perishable stone, and ideals of truth in imperishable prose and poetry. It was simply the ideals of the Greeks and Hebrews and Romans, preserved in their literature, which made them what they were, and which determined their value to future generations. Our democracy, the boast of all English-speaking nations, is a dream, not the doubtful and sometimes disheartening spectacle that presented in our legislative halls, but the lovely and immortal ideal of a free and equal manhood, preserved as a most precious heritage in every great literature, from the Greeks to the Anglo-Saxons. All our arts, our sciences, even our inventions are founded squarely upon ideals, for under every invention is still the dream of Beowulf, that man may overcome the forces of nature. And the foundation of all our sciences and discoveries is the immortal dream that men shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. In a word, our whole civilization, our freedom, our progress, our homes, our religion, rest solidly upon ideals for their foundation. Nothing but an ideal ever endures upon earth. It is therefore impossible to overestimate the practical importance of literature, which preserves these ideals from fathers to sons, while men, cities, governments, civilizations vanish from the face of the earth. It is only when we remember this that we appreciate the action of the devout Mussulman, who picks up and carefully preserves every scrap of paper on which words are written, because the scrap may perchance contain the name of Allah, and the ideal is too enormously important to be neglected or lost. Summary of the subject. We are now ready, if not to define, at least to understand a little more clearly the object of our present study. Literature is the expression of life in words of truth and beauty. It is the written record of man's spirit, of his thoughts, emotions, aspirations. It is the history, and the only history, of the human soul. It is characterized by its artistic, its suggestive, its permanent qualities. Its two tests are its universal interest and its personal style. Its object, aside from the delight it gives us, is to know man, that is, the soul of man, rather than his actions. And since it preserves to the race the ideals upon which all our civilization is founded, it is one of the most important and delightful subjects that can occupy the human mind. End of section 1. Section 2 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Anglo-Saxon or Old English Period, 450 to 1050. 1. Our first poetry. Beowulf. Here is the story of Beowulf, the earliest and the greatest epic or heroic poem in our literature. It begins with the prologue, which is not an essential part of the story, but which we review gladly for the sake of the splendid poetical conception that produced Scyld, king of the Spear Danes. Note: there is a mystery about this old hero which stirs our imagination, but which is never explained. It refers probably to some legend of the Anglo-Saxons, which we have supplied from other sources, aided by some vague suggestions and glimpses of the past in the poem itself. At a time when the Spear Danes were without a king, a ship came sailing into their harbor. It was filled with treasures and weapons of war, and in the midst of these warlike things was a baby sleeping. No man sailed the ship, it came of itself, bringing the child, whose name was Scyld. Now Scyld grew and became a mighty warrior, and led the Spear Danes for many years, and was their king. When his son Beowulf, note, this is not the Beowulf who is hero of the poem, had become strong and wise enough to rule, then weird Fate, who speaks but once to any man, came and stood at hand, and it was time for Scyld to go. This is how they buried him. Then Scyld departed, at word of Weird spoken, the hero to go to the home of the gods. Sadly they bore him to brink of the ocean, comrades still heeding his word of command. There rode in the harbor the prince's ship, ready with prow, curving proudly and shining sails set. Shipward they bore him, their hero beloved. The mighty they laid at the foot of the mast. Treasures were there from far and near gathered, byrnies of battle, armor, and swords. Never a keel sailed out of a harbor so splendidly tricked with the trappings of war. They heaped on his bosom a hoard of bright jewels, to fare with him forth on the flood's great breast. No less gift they gave than the Unknown provided, when alone as a child he came in from the mere. High o'er his head waved a bright golden standard. Now let the waves bear their wealth to the holm. Sad-souled they gave back its gift to the ocean. Mournful their mood as he sailed out to sea. Note: Beowulf 2. Pages 26 to 50. A free rendering to suggest the alliteration of the original. And no man, says the poet, neither counselor nor hero, can tell who received that lading. One of Scyld's descendants was Hrothgar, king of the Danes, and with him the story of our Beowulf begins. Hrothgar in his old age had built near the sea a mead hall called Heorot. the most splendid hall in the whole world, where the king and his thanes gathered nightly to feast and to listen to the songs of his gleemen. One night, as they were all sleeping, a frightful monster, Grendel, broke into the hall, killed 30 of the sleeping warriors, and carried off their bodies to devour them in his lair under the sea. The appalling visit was speedily repeated, and fear and death reigned in the great hall. The warriors fought at first, but fled when they discovered that no weapon could harm the monster. Heorot was left deserted and silent. For 12 winters Grendel's horrible raids continued, and joy was changed to mourning among the Spear Danes. At last the rumor of Grendel crossed over the sea to the land of the Geats, where a young hero dwelt in the house of his uncle, King Hygelac. Beowulf was his name, a man of immense strength and courage, and a mighty swimmer who had developed his powers fighting the knickers, whales, walruses, and seals in the ice-bound northern ocean. When he heard the story, Beowulf was stirred to go and fight the monster and free the Danes, who were his father's friends. With 14 companions he crosses the sea. There is an excellent bit of ocean poetry here, and we get a vivid idea of the hospitality of a brave people, following the poet's description of Beowulf's meeting with King Hrothgar and Queen Wealhtheow, and of the joy and feasting and storytelling of Heorot. The picture of Wealhtheow passing the mead cup to the warriors with her own hand is a noble one, and plainly indicates the reverence paid by these strong men to their wives and mothers. Night comes on. The fear of Grendel is again upon the Danes, and all withdraw after the king has warned Beowulf of the frightful danger of sleeping in the hall. But Beowulf lies down with his warriors, saying proudly that, since weapons will not avail against the monster, he will grapple with him barehanded and trust to a warrior's strength. Forth from the fens, from the misty moorlands, Grendel came gliding, God's wrath. Note, Grendel of the Jotun giant race, the Death Shadow, the Mark Stalker, the Shadow Ganger, is also variously called God's Foe, Fiend of Hell, Cain's Brood, etc. It need hardly be explained that the latter terms are additions to the original poem, made probably by monks who copied the manuscript. A belief in the weird, the mighty power controlling the destinies of men, is the chief religious motive of the epic. In line 1056 we find a curious blending of pagan and Christian belief, where weird is withstood by the wise God. God's wrath he bore, came under clouds, until he saw clearly, glittering with gold plates, the mead hall of men. Down fell the door, though fastened with fire bands. Open it sprang at the stroke of his paw. Swollen with rage, burst in the bale-bringer. Flamed in his eyes a fierce light, likest fire. Note, we have not indicated in our translation, or in quotations from Garnet, Morley, Brooke, etc., where parts of the text are omitted. At the sight of men again sleeping in the hall, Grendel laughs in his heart, thinking of his feast. He seizes the nearest sleeper, crushes his bone case with a bite, tears him limb from limb, and swallows him. Then he creeps to the couch of Beowulf and stretches out a claw, only to find it clutched in a grip of steel. A sudden terror strikes the monster's heart. He roars, struggles, tries to jerk his arm free, but Beowulf leaps to his feet and grapples his enemy barehanded. To and fro they surge, tables are overturned, golden benches ripped from their fastenings. The whole building quakes, and only its iron bands keep it from falling to pieces. Beowulf's companions are on their feet now, hacking vainly at the monster with swords and battle-axes, adding their shouts to the crashing of furniture and the howling war-song of Grendel. Outside, in the town, the Danes stand shivering at the uproar. Slowly the monster struggles to the door, dragging Beowulf, whose fingers crack with the strain, but who never relaxes his first grip. Suddenly a wide wound opens in the monster's side. The sinews snap, the whole arm is wrenched off at the shoulder, and Grendel escapes shrieking across the moor and plunges into the sea to die. Beowulf first exults in his night's work. Then he hangs the huge arm with its terrible claws from the cross-beam over the king's seat, as one would hang up a bearskin after a hunt. At daylight came the Danes, and all day long, in the intervals of singing, storytelling, speech-making, and gift-giving, they returned to wonder at the mighty grip of Grendel and to rejoice in Beowulf's victory. When night falls, a great feast is spread in Heorot, and the Danes sleep once more in the great hall. At midnight comes another monster, a horrible half-human creature. Note: Grendel's mother belongs also to the Jotun giant race. She is called Brimwulf, Sea-wolf, Merwulf, Sea-woman, Grundwürgen, Bottom-master, etc. Mother of Grendel, raging to avenge her offspring, she thunders at the door. The Danes leap up and grasp their weapons, but the monster enters, seizes Aesir, who is friend and adviser to the king, and rushes away with him over the fens. The old scenes of sorrow are reviewed in the morning, but Beowulf says simply, "Sorrow not, wise man. It is better for each that his friend he avenge than that he mourn much. Each of us shall the end await of worldly life. Let him whom may gain honor ere death. That is for a warrior when he is dead, afterwards best. Arise, kingdom's guardian, let us quickly go to view the track of Grendel's kinsman. I promise it thee, he will not escape, nor in earth's bosom, nor in mountain wood, nor in ocean's depth, go where he will." Note from Garnett's Beowulf. Then he girds himself for the new fight and follows the track of the second enemy across the fens. Here is Hrothgar's description of the place where live the monsters, spirits of elsewhere, as he calls them. They inhabit the dim land that gives shelter to the wolf, the windy headlands, perilous fen paths, where under mountain mist the stream flows down and floods the ground. Not far hence, but a mile, the mere stands over which hang death-chill groves. A wood fast rooted overshades the flood. There, every night, a ghastly miracle is seen, fire in the water. No man knows, not the most wise, the bottom of that mere. The firm-horned heath-stalker, the hart, when pressed, wearied by hounds and hunted from afar, will rather die of thirst upon its bank than bend his head to it. It is unholy. Dark to the clouds, its yeasty waves mount up. When wind stirs, hateful tempest, till the air grows dreary, and the heavens pour down tears. Note from Garnett's Beowulf. Beowulf plunges into the horrible place, while his companions wait for him on the shore. For a long time he sinks through the flood. Then, as he reaches bottom, Grendel's mother rushes out upon him and drags him into a cave, where sea monsters swarm at him from behind and gnash his armor with their tusks. The edge of his sword is turned with the mighty blow he deals the mere with, but it harms not the monster. Casting the weapon aside, he grips her and tries to hurl her down, while her claws and teeth clash upon his corselet, but cannot penetrate the steel rings. She throws her bulk upon him, crushes him down, draws a short sword and plunges it at him, but again his splendid byrnie saves him. He is wearied now and oppressed. Suddenly, as his eye sweeps the cave, he catches sight of a magic sword made by the giants long ago, too heavy for warriors to wield. Struggling up, he seizes the weapon, whirls it, and brings down a crashing blow upon the monster's neck. It smashes through the ring bones, the merewif falls, and the fight is won. The cave is full of treasures, but Beowulf heeds them not, for near him lies Grendel, dead from the wound received the previous night. Again Beowulf swings the great sword and strikes off his enemy's head, and lo, as the venomous blood touches the sword's blade, the steel melts like ice before the fire, and only the hilt is left in Beowulf's hand. Taking the hilt and the head, the hero enters the ocean and mounts up to the shore. Only his own faithful band were waiting there, for the Danes, seeing the ocean bubble with fresh blood, thought it was all over with the hero, and had gone home. And there they were, mourning in Heorot, when Beowulf returned with the monstrous head of Grendel, carried on a spear shaft by 4 of his stoutest followers. In the last part of the poem there is another great fight. Beowulf is now an old man. He has reigned for 50 years, beloved by all his people. He has overcome every enemy but one, a fire dragon keeping watch over an enormous treasure hidden among the mountains. One day a wanderer stumbles upon the enchanted cave and, entering, takes a jeweled cup, while the fire drake sleeps heavily. That same night the dragon, in a frightful rage, belching forth fire and smoke, rushes down upon the nearest villages, leaving a trail of death and terror behind him. Again Beowulf goes forth to champion his people. As he approaches the dragon's cave, he has a presentiment that death lurks within. Sat on the headland there the warrior king. "Farewell," he said to hearth companions true, the gold friend of the Geats. His mind was sad, death ready, restless, and Wyrd was drawing nigh, who now must meet and touch the aged man, to seek the treasure that his soul had saved, and separate his body from his life. Note Beowulf, a free rendering. There is a flash of illumination, like that which comes to a dying man, in which his mind runs back over his long life and sees something of profound meaning in the elemental sorrow moving side by side with magnificent courage. Then follows the fight with the fire drake, in which Beowulf, wrapped in fire and smoke, is helped by the heroism of Wiglaf, one of his companions. The dragon is slain, but the fire has entered Beowulf's lungs, and he knows that Wyrd is at hand. This is his thought, while Wiglaf removes his battered armor. "One deep regret I have, that to a son I may not give the armor I have worn, to bear it after me. For 50 years I ruled these people well, and not a king of those who dwell around me dared oppress or meet me with his hosts. At home I waited for the time that Wyrd controls. Mine own I kept, nor quarrels sought, nor ever falsely swore. Now, wounded sore, I wait with joy to come." Note a free rendering. he sends Wiglaf into the Firedrake's cave, who finds it filled with rare treasures, and, most wonderful of all, a golden banner from which light proceeds and illumines all the darkness. But Wiglaf cares little for the treasures. His mind is full of his dying chief. He fills his hands with costly ornaments and hurries to throw them at his hero's feet. The old man looks with sorrow at the gold, thanks the Lord of all that by death he has gained more riches for his people, and tells his faithful thane how his body shall be burned on the whale ness or headland. My life is well paid for this hoard, and now care for the people's needs. I may no more be with them. Bid the warriors raise a barrow after the burning on the ness by the sea, on Hrones ness, which shall rise high and be for a remembrance to my people. Seafarers who from afar over the mists of waters drive foamy keels may call it Beowulf's Mount hereafter. Then the hero from his neck put off a golden collar. To his thane, to the young warrior, gave it with his helm, armlet, and corslet, bade him use them well. Thou art the last Waegmunding of our race, for fate has swept my kinsmen all away. Earls in their strength are to their Maker gone, and I must follow them. Note Morley's version. Beowulf was still living when Wiglaf sent a messenger hurriedly to his people. When they came, they found him dead, and the huge dragon dead on the sand beside him. Then the Goths' people reared a mighty pile, with shields and armor hung, as he had asked, and in the midst the warriors laid their lord, lamenting. Then the warriors on the mound kindled a mighty bale fire. The smoke rose black from the Swedish pine. The sound of flame mingled with sound of weeping, while smoke spread over heaven. Then upon the hill the people of the Weders brought a mound, high, broad, and to be seen far out at sea. In 10 days they had built and walled it in, as the wise thought most worthy, placed in it rings, jewels, other treasures from the hoard. They left the riches, golden joy of earls, in dust for earth to hold, where yet it lies, useless as ever. Then about the mound the warriors rode, and raised a mournful song for the dead king, exalted his brave deeds, holding it fit men honor their liege lord, praise him and love him when his soul is fled. Thus the Geats people, sharers of his hearth, mourned their chief's fall, praised him of kings, of men, the mildest and the kindest, and to all his people gentlest, yearning for their praise. Note Morley's version. One is tempted to linger over the details of the magnificent ending, the unselfish heroism of Beowulf, the great prototype of King Alfred, the generous grief of his people, ignoring gold and jewels in the thought of the greater treasure they had lost, the memorial mound on the low cliff, which would cause every returning mariner to steer a straight course to harbor in the remembrance of his dead hero, and the pure poetry which marks every noble line. But the epic is great enough and simple enough to speak for itself. Search the literatures of the world, and you will find no other such picture of a brave man's death. History and meaning of Beowulf. Concerning the history of Beowulf, a whole library has been written, and scholars still differ too radically for us to express a positive judgment. This much, however, is clear, that there existed, at the time of the poem was composed, various northern legends of Beowa, a half-divine hero, and the monster Grendel. The latter has been interpreted in various ways, sometimes as a bear, and again as the malaria of the marshlands. For those interested in symbols, the simplest interpretation of these myths is to regard Beowulf's successive fights with the three dragons as the overcoming, first, of the overwhelming danger of the sea, which was beaten back by the dikes; second, the conquering of the sea itself, when men learned to sail upon it; and third, the conflict with the hostile forces of nature, which are overcome at last by man's indomitable will and perseverance. All this is purely mythical, but there are historical incidents to reckon with. About the year 520, a certain northern chief, called by the chronicler Cochilaicus, who is generally identified with the Hygelac of the epic, led a huge plundering expedition up the Rhine. After a succession of battles he was overcome by the Franks, and now we enter a legendary region once more, not until a gigantic nephew of Hygelac had performed heroic feats of valor, and had saved the remnants of the host by a marvelous feat of swimming. The majority of scholars now hold that these historical events and personages were celebrated in the epic, but some still assert that the events which gave a foundation for Beowulf occurred wholly on English soil, where the poem itself was undoubtedly written. Poetical form. The rhythm of Beowulf, and indeed of all our earliest poetry, depended upon accent and alliteration, that is, the beginning of two or more words in the same line with the same sound or letter. The lines were made up of two short halves, separated by a pause. No rhyme was used, but a musical effect was produced by giving each half line two strongly accented syllables. Each full line, therefore, had four accents, three of which, i.e., two in the first half and one in the second, usually began with the same sound or letter. The musical effect was heightened by the harp, with which the gleeman accompanied his singing. The poetical form will be seen clearly in the following selection from the wonderfully realistic description of the fens haunted by Grendel. It will need only one or two readings aloud to show that many of these strange-looking words are practically the same as those we still use, though many of the vowel sounds were pronounced differently by our ancestors. Hi adygo lond, wargiath wulfleofu, windigonessas, fretchene fengelad, der firgen stream, under nessa gnipu nether gewitteth, flot under foldan, nis vet fer heonon, mil gemearches, vet se mer standeth, over them hongiath rinde bearvas. They, a darksome land, ward inhabit, wolf cliffs, windy nesses, frightful fen paths, where mountain stream under nesses mists, nether downward wanders, a flood under earth. It is not far hence, by mile measure, that the Mere stands, over which hang rimy groves. Widsith. The poem Widsith, the wide goer or wanderer, is in part, at least, probably the oldest in our language. The author and the date of its composition are unknown, but the personal account of the minstrel's life belongs to the time before the Saxons first came to England. It expresses the wandering life of the gleeman, who goes forth into the world to abide here or there, according as he is rewarded for his singing. From the numerous references to rings and rewards, and from the praise given to generous givers, it would seem that literature as a paying profession began very early in our history, and also that the pay was barely sufficient to hold soul and body together. Of all our modern poets, Goldsmith, wandering over Europe, paying for his lodgings with his songs, is most suggestive of this first recorded singer of our race. His last lines read, "Thus wandering, they who shape songs for men pass over many lands, and tell their need, and speak their thanks, and ever, south or north, meet someone skilled in songs and free in gifts, who would be raised among his friends to fame, and do brave deeds till light and life are gone. He who has thus wrought himself praise shall have a settled glory underneath the stars. Note Morley's version. Deor's Lament. In Deor we have another picture of the Saxon scop or minstrel, not in glad wandering but in manly sorrow. It seems that the scop's living depended entirely upon his power to please his chief, and that at any time he might be supplanted by a better poet. Deor had this experience, and comforts himself in a grim way by recalling various examples of men who have suffered more than himself. The poem is arranged in strophes, with each one telling of some afflicted hero, and ending with the same refrain, "His sorrow passed away, so will mine." Deor is much more poetic than Widsith, and is the one perfect lyric of the Anglo-Saxon period. Wayland for a woman knew too well exile, strong of soul that earl, sorrow sharp he bore, to companionship he had care and weary longing, winter freezing wretchedness, woe he found again, after that Nithhad in a need had laid him, staggering sinew wounds, sorrow smitten man, that he overwent, this also may I. Note first strophe of Brooke's version, History of Early English Literature. The Seafarer. The wonderful poem of The Seafarer seems to be in two distinct parts. The first shows the hardships of ocean life, but stronger than hardships is the subtle call of the sea. The second part is an allegory in which the troubles of the seaman are symbols of the troubles of this life, and the call of the ocean is the call in the soul to be up and away to its true home with God. Whether the last was added by some monk who saw the allegorical possibilities of the first part, or whether some sea-loving Christian scop wrote both, is uncertain. Following are a few selected lines to show the spirit of the poem. The hail flew in showers about me, and there I heard only the roar of the sea, ice-cold waves, and the song of the swan. For pastime the gannet's cry served me, the kittiwake's chatter, for laughter of men, and for mead drink the call of the sea-mews. When storms on the rocky cliffs beat, then the terns, icy-feathered, made answer. Full oft the sea-eagle forebodingly screamed, the eagle with pinions, wave-wet. The shadows of night became darker. It snowed from the north. The world was enchained by the frost. Hail fell upon earth. 'Twas the coldest of grain, yet the thoughts of my heart now are throbbing to test the high streams, the salt waves in tumultuous play. Desire in my heart ever urges my spirit to wander, to seek out the home of the stranger in lands afar off. There is no one that dwells upon earth so exalted in mind, but that he has always a longing, a seafaring passion, for what the Lord God shall bestow, be it honor or death. No heart for the harp has he, nor for acceptance of treasure. No pleasure has he in a wife, no delight in the world, nor in aught save the roll of the billows. But always a longing, a yearning uneasiness hastens him on to the sea. The woodlands are captured by blossoms, the hamlets grow fair, broad meadows are beautiful, earth again bursts into life, and all stir the heart of the wanderer eager to journey. So he meditates going afar on the pathway of tides. The cuckoo, moreover, gives warning with sorrowful note. Summer's harbinger sings and forebodes to the heart bitter sorrow. Now my spirit uneasily turns in the heart's narrow chamber, now wanders forth over the tide, o'er the home of the whale, to the ends of the earth, and comes back to me, eager and greedy. The lone wanderer screams, and resistlessly drives my soul onward, over the whale path, over the tracks of the sea. Note: Seafarer, Part 1, Idding's version, in Translations from Old English Poetry. The Fight at Finnsburg and Waldere. Two other of our oldest poems well deserve mention. The Fight at Finnsburg is a fragment of 50 lines discovered on the inside of a piece of parchment drawn over the wooden covers of a book of homilies. It is a magnificent war song, describing with Homeric power the defense of a hall by Hnæf with 60 warriors against the attack of Finn and his army. At midnight, when Hnæf and his men are sleeping, they are surrounded by an army rushing in with fire and sword. Hnæf springs to his feet at the first alarm and wakens his warriors with a call to action that rings like a bugle blast. This no eastward dawning is, nor is here a dragon flying, nor of this high hall are the horns a-burning, but they rush upon us here. Now the ravens sing, growling is the grey wolf. Grim the war-wood rattles, shield to shaft is answering. Note: Brooke's translation, History of Early English Literature. For another early battle song, see Tennyson's Battle of Brunanburh. The fight lasts 5 days, but the fragment ends before we learn the outcome. The same fight is celebrated by Hrothgar's gleeman at the feast in Heorot after the slaying of Grendel. Waldere is a fragment of 2 leaves, from which we get only a glimpse of the story of Waldere, Walter of Aquitaine, and his betrothed bride, Hildegund, who were hostages at the court of Attila. They escaped with a great treasure, and in crossing the mountains were attacked by Gunther and his warriors, among whom was Walter's former comrade Hagen. Walter fights them all and escapes. The same story was written in Latin in the 10th century and is also part of the old German Nibelungenlied. Though the saga did not originate with the Anglo-Saxons, their version of it is the oldest that has come down to us. The chief significance of these Waldere fragments lies in the evidence they afford that our ancestors were familiar with the legends and poetry of other Germanic peoples. End of section 2. Section 3 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, continued. Part 2, Anglo-Saxon Life. We have now read some of our earliest records, and have been surprised perhaps that men who are generally described in the histories as savage fighters and freebooters could produce such excellent poetry. It is the object of the study of all literature to make us better acquainted with men, not simply with their deeds, which is the function of history, but with the dreams and ideals which underlie all their actions. So a reading of this early Anglo-Saxon poetry not only makes us acquainted, but also leads to a profound respect for the men who were our ancestors. Before we study more of their literature, it is well to glance briefly at their life and language. The name. Originally, the name Anglo-Saxon denotes 2 of the 3 Germanic tribes, Jutes, Angles, and Saxons, who in the middle of the 5th century left their homes on the shores of the North Sea and the Baltic to conquer and colonize distant Britain. Angeln was the home of one tribe, and the name still clings to the spot whence some of our forefathers sailed on their momentous voyage. The old Saxon word angul or ongul means a hook, and the English verb ango is used invariably by Walton and older writers in the sense of fishing. We may still think, therefore, of the first Angles as hookmen, possibly because of their fishing, more probably because the shore where they lived, at the foot of the peninsula of Jutland, was bent in the shape of a fishhook. The name Saxon, from seax, sax, a short sword, means the swordman, and from the name we may judge something of the temper of the hardy fighters who preceded the Angles into Britain. The Angles were the most numerous of the conquering tribes, and from them the new home was called Anglalond. By gradual changes this became first Engelland and then England. More than 500 years after the landing of these tribes, and while they called themselves Englishmen, we find the Latin writers of the Middle Ages speaking of the inhabitants of Britain as Angli-Saxones, that is, Saxons of England, to distinguish them from the Saxons of the continent. In the Latin charters of King Alfred the same name appears, but it is never seen or heard in his native speech. There he always speaks of his beloved Englalond and of his brave English people. In the 16th century, when the old name of Englishmen clung to the new people resulting from the union of Saxon and Norman, the name Anglo-Saxon was first used in the national sense by the scholar Camden in his History of Britain, and since then it has been in general use among English writers. In recent years the name has gained a wider significance until it is now used to denote a spirit rather than a nation, the brave, vigorous, enlarging spirit that characterizes the English-speaking races everywhere, and that has already put a broad belt of English law and English liberty around the whole world. The life. If the literature of a people springs directly out of its life, then the stern, barbarous life of our Saxon forefathers would seem at first glance to promise little of good literature. Outwardly, their life was a constant hardship, a perpetual struggle against savage nature and savage men. Behind them were gloomy forests inhabited by wild beasts, and still wilder men, and peopled in their imagination with dragons and evil shapes. In front of them, thundering at the very dikes for entrance, was the treacherous North Sea, with its fogs and storms and ice, but with that indefinable call of the deep that all men hear who live long beneath its influence. Here they lived, a big, blond, powerful race, and hunted and fought, and sailed and drank and feasted when their labor was done. Almost the first thing we notice about these big, fearless, childish men is that they love the sea, and because they love it, they hear and answer its call. No delight has he in the world, nor in aught save the roll of the billows, but always a longing, a yearning uneasiness hastens him on to the sea. Note from Idding's version of The Seafarer. As might be expected, this love of the ocean finds expression in all their poetry. In Beowulf alone there are 15 names for the sea, from the holm, that is, the horizon sea, the upmounding, to the brim, which is the ocean flinging its welter of sand and creamy foam upon the beach at your feet, and the figures used to describe or glorify it. The swan road, the whale path, the heaving battle plain are almost as numerous. In all their poetry there is a magnificent sense of lordship over the wild sea, even in its hour of tempest and fury. Often it befalls us on the ocean's highways, in the boats our boatmen, when the storm is roaring, leap the billows over on our stallions of the foam. Note from Andreas, a free translation. The whole poem thrills with the old Saxon love of the sea and of ships. The inner life. A man's life is more than his work. His dream is ever greater than his achievement, and literature reflects not so much man's deed as the spirit which animates him, not the poor thing that he does, but rather the splendid thing that he ever hopes to do. In no place is this more evident than in the age we are now studying. Those early sea kings were a marvelous mixture of savagery and sentiment, of rough living and of deep feeling, of splendid courage and the deep melancholy of men who know their limitations and have faced the unanswered problem of death. They were not simply fearless freebooters who harried every coast in their war galleys. If that were all, they would have no more history or literature than the Barbary pirates, of whom the same thing could be said. These strong fathers of ours were men of profound emotions. In all their fighting, the love of an untarnished glory was uppermost, and under the warrior's savage exterior was hidden a great love of home and homely virtues, and a reverence for the one woman to whom he would presently return in triumph. So when the wolf hunt was over, or the desperate fight was won, these mighty men would gather in the banquet hall and lay their weapons aside, where the open fire would flash upon them, and there listen to the songs of scop and gleeman. Men who could put into adequate words the emotions and aspirations that all men feel, but that only a few can ever express. Music and song where the heroes sat, the glee would rang, a song uprose when Hrothgar's scop gave the hall good cheer. Note from Beowulf, a free translation. It is this great and hidden life of the Anglo-Saxons that finds expression in all their literature. Briefly, it is summed up in 5 great principles: their love of personal freedom, their responsiveness to nature, their religion, their reverence for womanhood, and their struggle for glory as a ruling motive in every noble life. Springs of Anglo-Saxon poetry. In reading Anglo-Saxon poetry, it is well to remember these 5 principles, for they are like the little springs at the head of a great river, clear, pure springs of poetry, and out of them the best of our literature has always flowed. Thus when we read, "Blast of the tempest, it aids our oars. Rolling of thunder, it hurts us not. Rush of the hurricane, bending its neck to speed us whither our wills are bent," we realize that these sea rovers had the spirit of kinship with the mighty life of nature, and kinship with nature invariably expresses itself in poetry. Again, when we read, "Now hath the man o'ercome his troubles. No pleasure does he lack, nor steeds, nor jewels, nor the joys of mead, nor any treasure that the earth can give. O royal woman, if he have but thee." Note, translated from The Husband's Message, written on a piece of bark. With wonderful poetic insight, the bark itself is represented as telling its story to the wife, from the time when the birch tree grew beside the sea until the exiled man found it and stripped the bark and carved on its surface a message to the woman he loved. This first of all English love songs deserves to rank with Valentine's description of Sylvia. "Why, man, she is mine own, and I as rich in having such a jewel as 20 seas, if all their sand were pearl, the water nectar, and the rocks pure gold." Two Gentlemen of Verona, Act 2, Scene 4. We know we are dealing with an essentially noble man, not a savage. We are face to face with that profound reverence for womanhood which inspires the greater part of all good poetry, and we begin to honor as well as understand our ancestors. So in the matter of glory or honor, it was apparently not the love of fighting, but rather the love of honor resulting from fighting well, which animated our forefathers in every campaign. He was a man deserving of remembrance, was the highest thing that could be said of a dead warrior, and he is a man deserving of praise was the highest tribute to the living. The whole secret of Beowulf's mighty life is summed up in the last line, ever yearning for his people's praise. So every tribe had its scop, or poet, most important than any warrior, who put the deeds of its heroes into the expressive words that constitute literature, and every banquet hall had its gleeman, who sang the scop's poetry in order that the deed and the man might be remembered. Oriental peoples built monuments to perpetuate the memory of their dead, but our ancestors made poems which should live and stir men's souls long after monuments of brick and stone had crumbled away. It is to this intense love of glory and the desire to be remembered that we are indebted for Anglo-Saxon literature. Our first speech. Our first recorded speech begins with the songs of Widsith and Deor, which the Anglo-Saxons may have brought with them when they first conquered Britain. At first glance, these songs, in their native dress, look strange as a foreign tongue. But when we examine them carefully, we find many words that have been familiar since childhood. We have seen this in Beowulf. But in prose, the resemblance of this old speech to our own is even more striking. Here, for instance, is a fragment of the simple story of the conquest of Britain by our Anglo-Saxon ancestors. Her Hengist and Ask his Suno gefuton with Britas. An vera stoa theis gechweden Kretschkanford. And there offslogen Ferethusenda wera, and tha Britas tha folleton Centlond, and mid Myklum Ege flugon to Lundenburik. At this time Hengist and Ask his son fought against the Britons at a place which is called Crayford, and there slew 4,000 men. And then the Britons forsook Kentland, and with much fear fled to London town. Note from the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, record of the year 457. The reader who utters these words aloud a few times will speedily recognize his own tongue, not simply in the words, but also in the whole structure of the sentences. From such records we see that our speech is Teutonic in its origin, and when we examine any Teutonic language, we learn that it is only a branch of the great Aryan or Indo-European family of languages. In life and language, therefore, we are related first to the Teutonic races, and through them to all the nations of this Indo-European family, which, starting with enormous vigor from their original home, probably in Central Europe. Note, according to Sweet, the original home of the Aryans is placed in Central or Northern Europe rather than in Asia, as was once assumed. See The History of Language, page 103. Spread southward and westward, driving out the native tribes and slowly developing the mighty civilizations of India, Persia, Greece, Rome, and the wilder but more vigorous life of the Celts and Teutons. In all these languages, Sanskrit, Iranian, Greek, Latin, Celtic, Teutonic, we recognize the same root words for father and mother, for God and man, for the common needs and the common relations of life. And since words are windows through which we see the soul of this old people, we find certain ideals of love, home, faith, heroism, liberty, which seem to have been the very life of our forefathers, and which were inherited by them from their old heroic and conquering ancestors. It was on the borders of the North Sea that our fathers halted for unnumbered centuries on their westward journey, and slowly developed the national life and language which we now call Anglo-Saxon. Dual character of our language. It is this old vigorous Anglo-Saxon language which forms the basis of our modern English. If we read a paragraph from any good English book, and then analyze it as we would a flower, to see what it contains, we find two distinct classes of words. The first class, containing simple words expressing the common things of life, makes up the strong framework of our language. These words are like the stem and bare branches of a mighty oak, and if we look them up in the dictionary, we find that almost invariably they come to us from our Anglo-Saxon ancestors. The second and larger class of words is made up of those that give grace, variety, ornament to our speech. They are like the leaves and blossoms of the same tree. And when we examine their history, we find that they come to us from the Celts, Romans, Normans, and other peoples with whom we have been in contact in the long years of our development. The most prominent characteristic of our present language, therefore, is its dual character. Its best qualities, strength, simplicity, directness, come from Anglo-Saxon sources. Its enormous added wealth of expression, its comprehensiveness, its plastic adaptability to new conditions and ideas are largely the result of additions from other languages, and especially of its gradual absorption of the French language after the Norman conquest. It is this dual character, this combination of native and foreign, of innate and exotic elements, which accounts for the wealth of our English language and literature. To see it in concrete form, we should read in succession Beowulf and Paradise Lost, the two great epics which show the root and the flower of our literary development. End of section 3. Section 4 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2 continued. Part 3. Christian writers of the Anglo-Saxon period. The literature of this period falls naturally into two divisions, pagan and Christian. The former represents the poetry which the Anglo-Saxons probably brought with them in the form of oral sagas, the crude material out of which literature was slowly developed on English soil. The latter represents the writings developed under teaching of the monks after the old pagan religion had vanished, but while it still retained its hold on the life and language of the people. In reading our earliest poetry, it is well to remember that all of it was copied by the monks, and seems to have been more or less altered to give it a religious coloring. The coming of Christianity meant not simply a new life and leader for England. It meant also the wealth of a new language. The scop is now replaced by the literary monk, and that monk, though he lives among common people and speaks with the English tongue, has behind him all the culture and literary resources of the Latin language. The effect is seen instantly in our early prose and poetry. Northumbrian literature. In general, two great schools of Christian influence came into England and speedily put an end to the frightful wars that had waged continually among the various petty kingdoms of the Anglo-Saxons. The first of these, under the leadership of Augustine, came from Rome. It spread in the south and center of England, especially in the kingdom of Essex. It founded schools and partially educated the rough people, but it produced no lasting literature. The other, under the leadership of the saintly Aidan, came from Ireland, which country had been for centuries a center of religion and education for all Western Europe. The monks of this school labored chiefly in Northumbria, and to their influence we owe all that is best in Anglo-Saxon literature. It is called the Northumbrian school. Its center was the monasteries and abbeys such as Jarrow and Whitby, and its three greatest names are Bede, Cædmon, and Cynewulf. Bede, 673 to 735. The Venerable Bede, as he is generally called, our first great scholar and the father of our English learning, wrote almost exclusively in Latin. His last work, the translation of the Gospel of John into Anglo-Saxon, having been unfortunately lost. Much to our regret, therefore, his books and the story of his gentle, heroic life must be excluded from this history of our literature. His works, over 40 in number, covered the whole field of human knowledge in his day, and were so admirably written that they were widely copied as textbooks, or rather manuscripts, in nearly all the monastery schools of Europe. The First History of England. The work most important to us is the Ecclesiastical History of the English People. It is a fascinating history to read, even now, with its curious combination of accurate scholarship and immense credulity. In all strictly historical matters, Bede is a model. Every known authority on the subject, from Pliny to Gildas, was carefully considered. Every learned pilgrim to Rome was commissioned by Bede to ransack the archives and to make copies of papal decrees and royal letters. And to these were added the testimony of abbots, who could speak from personal knowledge of events or repeat the traditions of their several monasteries. Side by side with this historical exactness are marvelous stories of saints and missionaries. It was an age of credulity, and miracles were in men's minds continually. The men of whom he wrote lived lives more wonderful than any romance, and their courage and gentleness made a tremendous impression on the rough, warlike people to whom they came with open hands and hearts. It is the natural way of all primitive peoples to magnify the works of their heroes, and so deeds of heroism and kindness, which were part of the daily life of the Irish missionaries, were soon transformed into the miracles of the saints. Bede believed these things as all other men did, and records them with charming simplicity, just as he received them from bishop or abbot. Notwithstanding its errors, we owe to this work nearly all our knowledge of the 8 centuries of our history following the landing of Caesar in Britain. Cædmon, 7th century. Now must we hymn the Master of heaven, the might of the Maker, the deeds of the Father, the thought of his heart. He, Lord everlasting, established of old the source of all wonders, Creator all holy. He hung the bright heaven, a roof high upreared, o'er the children of men. The King of mankind then created for mortals the world in its beauty, the earth spread beneath them. He, Lord, everlasting, omnipotent God. Note Cædmon's hymn, Cook's version, in translations from Old English poetry. If Beowulf and the fragments of our earliest poetry were brought into England, then the hymn given above is the first verse of all native English song that has come down to us, and Cædmon is the first poet to whom we can give a definite name and date. The words were written about 665 A.D. and are found copied at the end of a manuscript of Bede's Ecclesiastical History. Life of Cædmon. What little we know of Cædmon, the Anglo-Saxon Milton, as he is properly called, is taken from Bede's account of the Abbess Hilda and of her monastery at Whitby. Here is a free and condensed translation of Bede's story. There was in the monastery of the Abbess Hilda a brother distinguished by the grace of God, for that he could make poems treating of goodness and religion. Whatever was translated to him, for he could not read, of sacred scripture, he shortly reproduced in poetic form of great sweetness and beauty. None of all the English poets could equal him, for he learned not the art of song from men, nor sang by the arts of men. Rather did he receive all his poetry as a free gift from God, and for this reason he did never compose poetry of a vain or worldly kind. Until of mature age he lived as a layman, and had never learned any poetry. Indeed, so ignorant of singing was he that sometimes at a feast, where it was the custom that for the pleasure of all each guest should sing in turn, he would rise from the table when he saw the harp coming to him, and go home ashamed. Now it happened once that he did this thing at a certain festivity, and went out to the stall to care for the horses, this duty being assigned to him for that night. As he slept at the usual time, one stood by him, saying, "Cædmon, sing me something." "I cannot sing," he answered, "and that is why I came hither from the feast." But he who spake unto him said again, "Cædmon, sing to me." And he said, "What shall I sing?" And he said, "Sing the beginning of created things." Thereupon Cædmon began to sing verses that he had never heard before, of this import: Now should we praise the power and wisdom of the Creator, the works of the Father. This is the sense, but not the form, of the hymn that he sang while sleeping. When he awakened, Cædmon remembered the words of the hymn, and added to them many more. In the morning he went to the steward of the monastery lands, and showed him the gift he had received in sleep. The steward brought him to Hilda, who made him repeat to the monks the hymn he had composed, and all agreed that the grace of God was upon Cædmon. To test him, they expounded to him a bit of scripture from the Latin, and bade him, if he could, to turn it into poetry. He went away humbly, and returned in the morning with an excellent poem. Thereupon Hilda received him and his family into the monastery, made him one of the brethren, and commanded that the whole course of Bible history be expounded to him. He, in turn, reflecting upon what he had heard, transformed it into most delightful poetry, and by echoing it back to the monks in more melodious sounds, made his teachers his listeners. In all this, his aim was to turn men from wickedness, and to help them to the love and practice of well-doing. Then follows a brief record of Cædmon's life, and an exquisite picture of his death amidst the brethren. And so it came to pass, says the simple record, that as he served God while living in purity of mind and serenity of spirit, so by a peaceful death he left the world and went to look upon his face. Cædmon's works. The greatest work attributed to Cædmon is the so-called Paraphrase. It is the story of Genesis, Exodus, and a part of Daniel, told in glowing, poetic language, with a power of insight and imagination which often raises it from paraphrase into the realm of true poetry. Though we have Bede's assurance that Cædmon transformed the whole course of Bible history into most delightful poetry, no work known certainly to have been composed by him has come down to us. In the 17th century, this Anglo-Saxon paraphrase was discovered and attributed to Cædmon, and his name is still associated with it, though it is now almost certain that the paraphrase is the work of more than one writer. Aside from the doubtful question of authorship, even a casual reading of the poem brings us into the presence of a poet rude indeed, but with a genius strongly suggestive at times of the matchless Milton. The book opens with a hymn of praise, and then tells of the fall of Satan and his rebel angels from heaven, which is familiar to us in Milton's Paradise Lost. Then follows the creation of the world, and the paraphrase begins to thrill with the old Anglo-Saxon love of nature. Here first the Eternal Father, guard of all, of heaven and earth, raised up the firmament, the Almighty Lord set firm by his strong power this roomy land, grass greened, not yet the plain, ocean far spread, hid the wan ways in gloom. Then was the Spirit gloriously bright of heaven's keeper borne over the deep swiftly. The life-giver, the angels' Lord, over the ample ground bade come forth light. Quickly the high king's bidding was obeyed. Over the waste there shone light's holy ray. Then parted he, Lord of triumphant might, shadow from shining darkness. From the light, light, by the word of God, was first named day. Note: Genesis 112 to 131. Morley. After recounting the story of Paradise, the Fall, and the Deluge, the paraphrase is continued in the Exodus, of which the poet makes a noble epic, rushing on with the sweep of a Saxon army to battle. A single selection is given here to show how the poet adapted the story to his hearers. Then they saw, forth and forward faring, Pharaoh's war array, gliding on, a grove of spears, glittering the hosts. Fluttered there the banners, there the folk the march trod, onward surged the war, strode the spears along, blickered the broad shields, blew aloud the trumpets, wheeling round the gyres, yelled the fowls of war, of the battle greedy, hoarsely barked the raven, dew upon his feathers, o'er the fallen corpses, swart that chooser of the slain, sang aloud the wolves at eve their horrid song, hoping for the carrion. Note: Exodus 155. Brooke. Besides the paraphrase, we have a few fragments of the same general character which are attributed to the school of Cædmon. The longest of these is Judith, in which the story of an apocryphal book of the Old Testament is done into vigorous poetry. Holofernes is represented as a savage and cruel Viking, reveling in his mead hall, and when the heroic Judith cuts off his head with his own sword and throws it down before the warriors of her people, rousing them to battle and victory, we reach perhaps the most dramatic and brilliant point of Anglo-Saxon literature. Cynewulf, 8th century. Of Cynewulf, greatest of the Anglo-Saxon poets, excepting only the unknown author of Beowulf, we know very little. Indeed, it was not till 1840, more than 1,000 years after his death, that even his name became known. Though he is the only one of our early poets who signed his works, the name was never plainly written, but woven into the verses in the form of secret runes. Note: runes were primitive letters of the old northern alphabet. In a few passages, Cynewulf uses each rune to represent not only a letter, but a word beginning with that letter. Thus, the rune equivalent of C stands for Chene, keen, courageous; Y for Ifil, evil, in the sense of wretched; N for Need, need; W for Ifin, joy; U for hour; L for Lagu, lake; F for Feo, fee, wealth. Using the runes equivalent to these 7 letters, Cynewulf hides and at the same time reveals his name in certain verses of the Christ, for instance. Then the courage-hearted quakes when the King, Lord, he hears speak to those who once on earth but obeyed him weakly, while as yet their yearning fain and their need most easily comfort might discover. Gone is then the winsomeness of the earth's adornments. What to us, as men belonged of the joys of life, was locked long ago in lake flood. All the fey on earth. Note: see Brooke's History of Early English Literature, pages 377 to 379, or The Christ of Cynewulf, edited by Cook, also by Golanez. End of note. Suggesting a modern charade, but more difficult of interpretation until one has found the key to the poet's signature. Works of Cynewulf. The only signed poems of Cynewulf are The Christ, Juliana, The Fates of the Apostles, and Elaine. Unsigned poems attributed to him or his school are Andreas, The Phoenix, The Dream of the Rood, The Descent into Hell, Guthlac, The Wanderer, and some of the riddles. The last are simply literary conundrums in which some well-known object, like the bow or drinking horn, is described in poetic language, and the hearer must guess the name. Some of them, like the swan, note: my robe is noiseless while I tread the earth, or tarry 'neath the banks, or stir the shallows. But when these shining wings, this depth of air, bear me aloft above the bending shores where men abide, and far the welkin strength over the multitudes conveys me, then with rushing whir and clear melodious sound my raiment sings, and like a wandering spirit I float unweariedly o'er flood and field. Brogham's version, in translation from Old English poetry. End of note. And The Storm Spirit are unusually beautiful. The Christ. Of all these works, the most characteristic is undoubtedly The Christ, a didactic poem in 3 parts, the first celebrating the Nativity, the second the Ascension, and the third Doomsday, telling the torments of the wicked and the unending joy of the redeemed. Cynewulf takes his subject matter partly from the church liturgy, but more largely from the homilies of Gregory the Great. The whole is well woven together and contains some hymns of great beauty and many passages of intense dramatic force. Throughout the poem a deep love for Christ and a reverence for the Virgin Mary are manifest. More than any other poem in any language, The Christ reflects the spirit of early Latin Christianity. Here is a fragment comparing life to a sea voyage, a comparison which occurs sooner or later to every thoughtful person, and which finds perfect expression in Tennyson's Crossing the Bar. Now 'tis most like as if we fare in ships on the ocean flood, over the water cold, driving our vessels through the spacious seas with horses of the deep. A perilous way is this of boundless waves, and there are stormy seas on which we toss here in this reeling world o'er the deep paths. Ours was a sorry plight until at last we sailed unto the land over the troubled main. Help came to us that brought us to the haven of salvation, God's Spirit Son, and granted grace to us that we might know e'en from the vessel's deck where we must bind with anchorage secure our ocean steeds, old stallions of the waves. Andreas and Elaine. In the 2 epic poems of Andreas and Elaine, Cynewulf, if he be the author, reaches the very summit of his poetical art. Andreas, an unsigned poem, records the story of St. Andrew, who crosses the sea to rescue his comrade St. Matthew from the cannibals. A young shipmaster who sails the boat turns out to be Christ in disguise. Matthew is set free, and the savages are converted by a miracle. Note: the source of Andreas is an early Greek legend of St. Andrew that found its way to England and was probably known to Cynewulf in some brief Latin form now lost. End of note. It is a spirited poem, full of rush and incident, and the descriptions of the sea are the best in Anglo-Saxon poetry. Elaine has for its subject matter the finding of the true cross. It tells of Constantine's vision of the rood on the eve of battle. After his victory, under the new emblem, he sends his mother Helena, Elaine, to Jerusalem in search of the original cross and the nails. The poem, which is of very uneven quality, might properly be put at the end of Cunewulf's works. He adds to the poem a personal note, signing his name in runes, and if we accept the wonderful Vision of the Rood as Cunewulf's work, we learn how he found the cross at last in his own heart. There is a suggestion here of the future Sir Launfal and the search for the Holy Grail. Decline of Northumbrian literature. The same northern energy which had built up learning and literature so rapidly in Northumbria was instrumental in pulling it down again. Toward the end of the century in which Cunewulf lived, the Danes swept down on the English coasts and overwhelmed Northumbria. Monasteries and schools were destroyed, scholars and teachers alike were put to the sword, and libraries that had been gathered leaf by leaf with the toil of centuries were scattered to the four winds. So all true Northumbrian literature perished, with the exception of a few fragments, and that which we now possess. Note: our two chief sources are the famous Exeter Book in Exeter Cathedral, a collection of Anglo-Saxon poems presented by Bishop Leofric circa 1050, and the Vercelli Book, discovered in the monastery of Vercelli, Italy, in 1822. The only known manuscript of Beowulf was discovered circa 1600 and is now in the Cotton Library of the British Museum. All these are fragmentary copies and show the marks of fire and of hard usage. The Exeter Book contains the Christ, Guthlac, the Phoenix, Juliana, Widsith, the Seafarer, Deor's Lament, the Wife's Complaint, the Lover's Message, 95 riddles, and many short hymns and fragments, an astonishing variety for a single manuscript. End of note. Is largely a translation in the dialect of the West Saxons. This translation was made by Alfred's scholars after he had driven back the Danes in an effort to preserve the ideals and the civilization that had been so hardly won. With the conquest of Northumbria ends the poetic period of Anglo-Saxon literature. With Alfred the Great of Wessex, our prose literature makes a beginning. Alfred, 848 to 901. Every craft and every power soon grows old and is passed over and forgotten, if it be without wisdom. This is now to be said, that whilst I live, I wish to live nobly, and after life to leave to the men who come after me a memory of good works. Note from Alfred's Boethius. End of note. So wrote the great Alfred, looking back over his heroic life. That he lived nobly none can doubt, who reads the history of the greatest of Anglo-Saxon kings, and his good works include, among others, the education of half a country, the salvage of a noble native literature, and the creation of the first English prose. Life and Times of Alfred. For the history of Alfred's times and details of the terrific struggle with the Northmen, the reader must be referred to the histories. The struggle ended with the Treaty of Wedmore in 878. With the establishment of Alfred not only as King of Wessex, but as overlord of the whole northern country. Then the hero laid down his sword and set himself as a little child to learn to read and write Latin, so that he might lead his people in peace as he had led them in war. It is then that Alfred began to be the heroic figure in literature that he had formerly been in the wars against the Northmen. With the same patience and heroism that mark the long struggle for freedom, Alfred set himself to the task of educating his people. First he gave them laws, beginning with the 10 Commandments, and ending with the Golden Rule, and then established courts where laws could be faithfully administered. Safe from the Danes by land, he created a navy, almost the first of the English fleets to drive them from the coast. Then, with peace and justice established within his borders, he sent to Europe for scholars and teachers, and set them over schools that he established. Hitherto all education had been in Latin. Now he set himself the task, first, of teaching every free-born Englishman to read and write his own language, and second, of translating into English the best books for their instruction. Every poor scholar was honored at his court, and was speedily set to work at teaching or translating. Every wanderer, bringing a book or a leaf of manuscript from the pillaged monasteries of Northumbria, was sure of his reward. In this way, the few fragments of native Northumbrian literature which we have been studying were saved to the world. Alfred and his scholars treasured the rare fragments and copied them in the West Saxon dialect. With the exception of Cædmon's hymn, we have hardly a single leaf from the great literature of Northumbria in the dialect in which it was first written. Works of Alfred. Aside from his educational work, Alfred is known chiefly as a translator. After fighting his country's battles, and at a time when most men were content with military honor, he began to learn Latin, that he might translate the works that would be most helpful to his people. His important translations are 4 in number: Orosius's Universal History and Geography, the leading work in general history for several centuries; Bede's History. Note, it is not certain that the translation of Bede is the work of Alfred. End of note. The first great historical work written on English soil. Pope Gregory's Shepherd's Book, intended especially for the clergy, and Boethius's Consolations of Philosophy, the favorite philosophical work of the Middle Ages. The Saxon Chronicle. More important than any translation is the English or Saxon Chronicle. This was probably at first a dry record, especially of important births and deaths in the West Saxon kingdom. Alfred enlarged this scant record, beginning the story with Caesar's conquest. When it touches his own reign, the dry chronicle becomes an interesting and connected story, the oldest history belonging to any modern nation in its own language. The record of Alfred's reign, probably by himself, is a splendid bit of writing and shows clearly his claim to a place in literature as well as in history. The Chronicle was continued after Alfred's death, and is the best monument of early English prose that is left to us. Here and there stirring songs are included in the narrative, like the Battle of Brunanburh and the Battle of Maldon. The last entered 991, 75 years before the Norman conquest, is the swan song of Anglo-Saxon poetry. The Chronicle was continued for a century after the Norman conquest, and is extremely valuable not only as a record of events, but as a literary monument showing the development of our language. Close of the Anglo-Saxon period. After Alfred's death there is little to record except the loss of the two supreme objects of his heroic struggle, namely a national life and a national literature. It was at once the strength and the weakness of the Saxon that he lived apart as a free man and never joined efforts willingly with any large body of his fellows. The tribe was his largest idea of nationality, and with all our admiration we must confess as we first meet him that he has not enough sense of unity to make a great nation, nor enough culture to produce a great literature. A few noble political ideals repeated in a score of petty kingdoms, and a few literary ideals copied but never increased. That is the summary of his literary history. For a full century after Alfred, literature was practically at a standstill, having produced the best of which it was capable, and England waited for the national impulse and for the culture necessary for a new and greater art. Both of these came speedily by way of the sea in the Norman conquest. Summary of Anglo-Saxon period. Our literature begins with songs and stories of a time when our Teutonic ancestors were living on the borders of the North Sea. 3 tribes of these ancestors, the Jutes, Angles, and Saxons, conquered Britain in the latter half of the 5th century and laid the foundation of the English nation. The first landing was probably by a tribe of Jutes under chiefs called by the Chronicle Hengist and Horsa. The date is doubtful, but the year 449 is accepted by most historians. These old ancestors were hardy warriors and sea rovers, yet were capable of profound and noble emotions. Their poetry reflects this double nature. Its subjects were chiefly the sea and the plunging boats, battles, adventure, brave deeds, the glory of warriors, and the love of home. Accent, alliteration, and an abrupt break in the middle of each line gave their poetry a kind of martial rhythm. In general, the poetry is earnest and somber, and pervaded by fatalism and religious feeling. A careful reading of the few remaining fragments of Anglo-Saxon literature reveals 5 striking characteristics: the love of freedom, responsiveness to nature, especially in her sterner moods, strong religious convictions, and a belief in weird or fate, reverence for womanhood, and a devotion to glory as the ruling motive in every warrior's life. In our study we have noted 1. The great epics or heroic poem Beowulf, and a few fragments of our first poetry, such as Widsith, Deor's Lament, and The Seafarer. 2. Characteristics of Anglo-Saxon life, the form of our first speech. 3. The Northumbrian school of writers. Bede, our first historian, belongs to this school, but all his extant works are in Latin. The 2 great poets are Cædmon and Cynewulf. Northumbrian literature flourished between 650 and 850. In the year 867, Northumbria was conquered by the Danes, who destroyed the monasteries and the libraries containing our earliest literature. 4. The beginnings of English prose writing under Alfred, 848 to 901. Our most important prose work of this age is the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which was revised and enlarged by Alfred, and which was continued for more than 2 centuries. It is the oldest historical record known to any European nation in its own tongue. Suggestive questions. Note: the chief object of these questions is not to serve as a review or to prepare for examination, but rather to set the student thinking for himself about what he has read. A few questions of an advanced nature are inserted, which call for special study and research in interesting fields. 1. What is the relation of history and literature? Why should both subjects be studied together? Explain the qualities that characterize all great literature. Has any textbook in history ever appealed to you as a work of literature? What literary qualities have you noticed in standard historical works, such as those of Macaulay, Prescott, Gibbon, Green, Motley, Parkman, and John Fiske? 2. Why did the Anglo-Saxons come to England? What induced them to remain? Did any change occur in their ideals or in their manner of life? Do you know any social or political institutions which they brought and which we still cherish? 3. From the literature you have read, what do you know about our Anglo-Saxon ancestors? What virtues did they admire in men? How was woman regarded? Can you compare the Anglo-Saxon ideal of woman with that of other nations, the Romans, for instance? 4. Tell in your own words the general qualities of Anglo-Saxon poetry. How did it differ in its metrical form from modern poetry? What passages seem to you worth learning and remembering? Can you explain why poetry is more abundant and more interesting than prose in the earliest literature of all nations? 5. Tell the story of Beowulf. What appeals to you most in the poem? Why is it a work for all time? Or, as the Anglo-Saxons would say, why is it worthy to be remembered? Note the permanent quality of literature and the ideals and emotions which are emphasized in Beowulf. Describe the burials of Scyld and of Beowulf. Does the poem teach any moral lesson? Explain the Christian elements in this pagan epic. 6. Name some other of our earliest poems, and describe the one you like best. How does the sea figure in our first poetry? How is nature regarded? What poem reveals the life of the Scot or poet? How do you account for the serious character of Anglo-Saxon poetry? Compare the Saxon and the Celt with regard to the gladsomeness of life as shown in their literature. 7. What useful purpose did poetry serve among our ancestors? What purpose did the harp serve in reciting their poems? Would the harp add anything to our modern poetry? 8. What is meant by Northumbrian literature? Who are the great Northumbrian writers? What besides the Danish conquest caused the decline of Northumbrian literature? 9. For what is Bede worthy to be remembered? Tell the story of Cædmon as recorded in Bede's history. What new element is introduced in Cædmon's poems? What effect did Christianity have upon Anglo-Saxon literature? Can you quote any passages from Cædmon to show that Anglo-Saxon character was not changed but given a new direction? If you have read Milton's Paradise Lost, what resemblances are there between that poem and Cædmon's paraphrase? 10. What are the Cynewulf poems? Describe any that you have read. How do they compare in spirit and in expression with Beowulf, with Cædmon? Read the Phoenix, which is a translation from the Latin, in Brooke's History of Early English Literature, or in Gollance's Exeter book, or Cook's translation from Old English poetry, and tell what elements you find to show that the poem is not of Anglo-Saxon origin. Compare the views of nature in Beowulf and in the Cynewulf poems. 11. Describe the Anglo-Saxon chronicle. What is its value in our language, literature, and history? Give an account of Alfred's life and of his work for literature. How does Anglo-Saxon prose compare in interest with the poetry? Chronology. History. 449, ? Landing of Hengist and Horsa in Britain. Literature left blank. 477. History. Landing of South Saxons. Literature left blank. 547. History. Angles settle Northumbria. Literature. 547. Gilda's History. 597. History. Landing of Augustine and his monks. Conversion of Kent. Literature left blank. 617. Eadwine, king of Northumbria. Literature left blank. 635 to 665. History. Coming of St. Aidan. Conversion of Northumbria. Literature. 664. Cædmon at Whitby. Literature. 673 to 735. Bede. Literature. 750 circa Cynewulf poems. 867. History. Danes conquer Northumbria. Literature left blank. 871. History. Alfred, king of Wessex. Literature. 860. Anglo-Saxon chronicle begun. 878. History. Defeat of Danes. Peace of Wedmore. Literature left blank. 901. History. Death of Alfred. Literature. 991. Last known poem of the Anglo-Saxon period, the Battle of Maldon, otherwise called Byrhtnoth's Death. 1013 to 1042. History. Danish period. Literature blank. 1016. Canute, king. Literature left blank. 1042. History. Edward the Confessor. Saxon period restored. 1049. History. Westminster Abbey begun. 1066. History. Harold, last of Saxon kings. Norman conquest. Literature left blank. End of section 4. End of chapter 2. Section 5 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Anglo-Norman Period, 1066 to 1350. Part 1. Historical Introduction. The Normans. The name Norman, which is a softened form of Northman, tells its own story. The men who bore the name came originally from Scandinavia, bands of big, blond, fearless men cruising after plunder and adventure in their Viking ships, and bringing terror wherever they appeared. It was these same children of Woden who, under the Danes' Raven flag, had blotted out Northumbrian civilization in the 9th century. Later, the same race of men came plundering along the French coast and conquered the whole northern country. But here the results were altogether different. Instead of blotting out a superior civilization, as the Danes had done, they promptly abandoned their own. Their name of Normandy still clings to the new home, but all else that was Norse disappeared as the conquerors intermarried with the native Franks and accepted French ideals and spoke the French language. So rapidly did they adopt and improve the Roman civilization of the natives that from a rude tribe of heathen Vikings they had developed within a single century into the most polished and intellectual people in all Europe. The union of Norse and French, i.e. Roman Gallic blood, had here produced a race having the best qualities of both, the will, power, and energy of the one, the eager curiosity and vivid imagination of the other. When these Norman French people appeared in Anglo-Saxon England, they brought with them three noteworthy things: a lively Celtic disposition, a vigorous and progressive Latin civilization, and a Romance language. Note: a Romance language is one whose basis is Latin, not the classic language of literature, but a vulgar or popular Latin spoken in the military camps and provinces. Thus Italian, Spanish, and French were originally different dialects of the vulgar Latin, slightly modified by the mingling of the Roman soldiers with the natives of the conquered provinces. End of note. We are to think of the conquerors, therefore, as they thought and spoke of themselves in the Domesday Book and all their contemporary literature, not as Normans, but as Franci, that is, Frenchmen. The Conquest. At the Battle of Hastings, 1066, the power of Harold, last of the Saxon kings, was broken, and William, Duke of Normandy, became master of England. Of the completion of that stupendous conquest, which began at Hastings and which changed the civilization of a whole nation, this is not the place to speak. We simply point out three great results of the conquest which have a direct bearing on our literature. First, notwithstanding Caesar's legions and Augustine's monks, the Normans were the first to bring the culture and the practical ideals of Roman civilization home to the English people, and this at a critical time, when England had produced her best, and her own literature and civilization had already begun to decay. Second, they forced upon England the national idea, that is, a strong centralized government to replace the loose authority of a Saxon chief over his tribesmen. And the world's history shows that without a great nationality, a great literature is impossible. Third, they brought to England the wealth of a new language and literature, and our English gradually absorbed both. For 3 centuries after Hastings, French was the language of the upper classes, of courts and schools and literature. Yet so tenaciously did the common people cling to their own strong speech that in the end English absorbed almost the whole body of French words and became the language of the land. It was the welding of Saxon and French into one speech that produced the wealth of our modern English. Naturally, such momentous changes in a nation were not brought about suddenly. At first, Normans and Saxons lived apart in the relation of masters and servants, with more or less contempt on one side and hatred on the other. But in an astonishingly short time, these two races were drawn powerfully together, like two men of different dispositions who are often led into a steadfast friendship by the attraction of opposite qualities, each supplying what the other lacks. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which was continued for a century after Hastings, finds much to praise in the conquerors. On the other hand, the Normans, even before the conquest, had no great love for the French nation. After conquering England, they began to regard it as home, and speedily developed a new sense of nationality. Geoffrey's Popular History, written less than a century after the conquest, made conquerors and conquered alike proud of their country by its story of heroes who, curiously enough, were neither Norman nor Saxon, but creations of the native Celts. Thus does literature, whether in a battle song or a history, often play the chief role in the development of nationality. Note: it is interesting to note that all the chroniclers of the period, whether of English or Norman birth, unite in admiration of the great figures of English history as it was then understood. Brutus, Arthur, Hengist, Horsa, Edward the Confessor, and William of Normandy are all alike set down as English heroes. In a French poem of the 13th century, for instance, we read that, quote, "There is no land in the world where so many good kings and saints have lived as the Isle of the English, such as the strong and brave Arthur, Edmund, and Canute." End quote. This national poem, celebrating the English Edward, was written in French by a Norman monk of Westminster Abbey, and its first heroes are a Celt, a Saxon, and a Dane. See Jusserand, Literary History of the English People. End of note. Once the mutual distrust was overcome, the two races gradually united, and out of this union of Saxons and Normans came the new English life and literature. Literary ideals of the Normans. The change in the life of the conquerors from Norsemen to Normans, from Vikings to Frenchmen, is shown most clearly in the literature which they brought with them to England. The old Norse strength and grandeur, the magnificent sagas telling of the tragic struggles of men and gods, which still stir us profoundly, these have all disappeared. In their place is a bright, varied, talkative literature, which runs to endless verses, and which makes a wonderful romance out of every subject it touches. The theme may be religion, or love, or chivalry, or history, the deeds of Alexander, or the misdeeds of a monk. But the author's purpose never varies. He must tell a romantic story and amuse his audience. And the more wonders and impossibilities he relates, the more surely is he believed. We are reminded in reading of the native Gauls, who would stop every traveler and compel him to tell a story ere he passed on. There was more of the Gaul than of the Norseman in the conquerors, and far more of fancy than of thought or feeling in their literature. If you would see this in concrete form, read the Chanson de Roland, the French national epic, which the Normans first put into literary form, in contrast with Beowulf, which voices the Saxons' thought and feeling before the profound mystery of human life. It is not our purpose to discuss the evident merits or the serious defects of Norman French literature, but only to point out two facts which impress the student, namely, that Anglo-Saxon literature was at one time enormously superior to the French, and that the latter, with its evident inferiority, absolutely replaced the former. The fact is too often ignored, says Professor Schofield. Note: English literature from the Norman conquest to Chaucer. End of note. That before 1066 the Anglo-Saxons had a body of native literature distinctly superior to any which the Normans or French could boast at the time. Their prose, especially, was unparalleled for extent and power in any European vernacular. Why then does this superior literature disappear, and for nearly 3 centuries French remains supreme, so much so that writers on English soil, even when they do not use the French language, still slavishly copy the French models? To understand this curious phenomenon, it is necessary only to remember the relative conditions of the two races who lived side by side in England. On the one hand, the Anglo-Saxons were a conquered people, and without liberty a great literature is impossible. The inroads of the Danes and their own tribal wars had already destroyed much of their writings, and in their new condition of servitude they could hardly preserve what remained. The conquering Normans, on the other hand, represented the civilization of France, which country, during the Middle Ages, was the literary and educational center of all Europe. They came to England at a time when the idea of nationality was dead, when culture had almost vanished, when Englishmen lived apart in narrow isolation, and they brought with them law, culture, the prestige of success, and above all the strong impulse to share in the great world's work and to join in the moving currents of the world's history. Small wonder, then, that the young Anglo-Saxons felt the quickening of this new life and turned naturally to the cultured and progressive Normans as their literary models. End of section 5. Section 6 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, continued. Part 2, Literature of the Norman Period. In the Advocates' Library at Edinburgh there is a beautifully illuminated manuscript written about 1330, which gives us an excellent picture of the literature of the Norman period. In examining it, we are to remember that literature was in the hands of the clergy and nobles, that the common people could not read, and had only a few songs and ballads for their literary portion. We are to remember also that parchments were scarce and very expensive, and that a single manuscript often contained all the reading material of a castle or a village. Hence, this old manuscript is as suggestive as a modern library. It contains over 40 distinct works, the great bulk of them being romances. There are metrical or verse romances of French and Celtic and English heroes like Roland, Arthur, and Tristram, and Bevis of Hampton. There are stories of Alexander, the Greek romance of Floris and Blanchefleur, and a collection of Oriental tales called the Seven Wise Masters. There are legends of the Virgin and the saints, a paraphrase of Scripture, a treatise on the 7 deadly sins, some Bible history, a dispute among birds concerning women, a love song or two, a vision of purgatory, a vulgar story with a Gallic flavor, a chronicle of English kings and Norman barons, and a political satire. There are a few other works similarly incongruous, crowded together in this typical manuscript, which now gives mute testimony to the literary taste of the times. Obviously, it is impossible to classify such a variety. We note simply that it is medieval in spirit and French in style and expression, and that sums up the age. All the scholarly works of the period, like William of Malmesbury's History and Anselm's Deus Homo, note, Anselm was an Italian by birth, but wrote his famous work while holding the See of Canterbury. End of note. And Roger Bacon's Opus Maius, the beginning of modern experimental science, were written in Latin, while nearly all other works were written in French, or else were English copies or translations of French originals. Except for the advanced student, therefore, they hardly belong to the story of English literature. We shall note here only one or two marked literary types, like the rhyming chronicle, or verse history, and the metrical romance, and a few writers whose work has especial significance. Geoffrey of Monmouth. Death 1154. Geoffrey's Historia Regum Britanniae is noteworthy, not as literature, but rather as a source book from which many later writers drew their literary materials. Among the native Celtic tribes, an immense number of legends, many of them of exquisite beauty, had been preserved through 4 successive conquests of Britain. Geoffrey, a Welsh monk, collected some of these legends, and, aided chiefly by his imagination, wrote a complete history of the Britons. His alleged authority was an ancient manuscript in the native Welsh tongue, containing the lives and deeds of all their kings, from Brutus, the alleged founder of Britain, down to the coming of Julius Caesar. Note: during the Roman occupancy of Britain occurred a curious mingling of Celtic and Roman traditions. The Welsh began to associate their national hero, Arthur, with Roman ancestors, hence the story of Brutus, great-grandson of Aeneas, the first king of Britain, as related by Geoffrey and Layamon. End of note. From this, Geoffrey wrote his history down to the death of Cadwallader in 689. The history is a curious medley of pagan and Christian legends, of chronicle, comment, and pure invention, all recorded in minute detail with a gravity which makes it clear that Geoffrey had no conscience or else was a great joker. As history, the whole thing is rubbish, but it was extraordinarily successful at the time, and made all who heard it, whether Normans or Saxons, proud of their own country. It is interesting to us because it gave a new direction to the literature of England by showing the wealth of poetry and romance that lay in its own traditions of Arthur and his knights. Shakespeare's King Lear, Malory's Morte d'Arthur, and Tennyson's Idylls of the King were founded on the work of this monk, who had the genius to put unwritten Celtic tradition in the enduring form of Latin prose. Work of the French writers. The French literature of the Norman period is interesting chiefly because of the avidity with which foreign writers seized upon the native legends and made them popular in England. Until Geoffrey's preposterous chronicle appeared, these legends had not been used to any extent as literary material. Indeed, they were scarcely known in England, though familiar to French and Italian minstrels. Legends of Arthur and his court were probably first taken to Brittany by Welsh immigrants in the 5th and 6th centuries. They became immensely popular wherever they were told, and they were slowly carried by minstrels and storytellers all over Europe. That they had never received literary form or recognition was due to a peculiarity of medieval literature, which required that every tale should have some ancient authority behind it. Geoffrey met this demand by creating an historical manuscript of Welsh history. That was enough for the age. With Geoffrey and his alleged manuscript to rest upon, the Norman French writers were free to use the fascinating stories which had been for centuries in the possession of their wandering minstrels. Geoffrey's Latin history was put into French verse by Gaimard, circa 1150, and by Wace, circa 1155, and from these French versions the work was first translated into English. From about 1200 onward, Arthur and Guinevere and the matchless band of Celtic heroes that we meet later, 1470, in Malory's Morte d'Arthur, became the permanent possession of our literature. Layamon's Brut, circa 1200. This is the most important of the English rhyming chronicles. That is, history related in the form of doggerel verse, probably because poetry is more easily memorized than prose. We give here a free rendering of selected lines at the beginning of the poem, which tell us all we know of Layamon, the first who ever wrote as an Englishman for Englishmen, including in the term all who loved England and called it home, no matter where their ancestors were born. Now there was a priest in the land named Layamon. He was son of Leovenath, may God be gracious unto him. He dwelt at Ernley, at a noble church on Severn's bank. He read many books, and it came to his mind to tell the noble deeds of the English. Then he began to journey far and wide over the land to procure noble books for authority. He took the English book that St. Bede made, another in Latin that St. Alban made, note, probably a Latin copy of Bede, end of note, and a third book that a French clerk made, named Wace. Note, Wace's translation of Geoffrey, end of note. Layamon laid these works before him and turned the leaves. Lovingly he beheld them. Pen he took and wrote on bookskin and made the 3 books into one. The poem begins with the destruction of Troy and the flight of Aeneas the Duke into Italy. Brutus, a great-grandson of Aeneas, gathers his people and sets out to find a new land in the west. Then follows the founding of the Britain kingdom, and the last third of the poem, which is over 30,000 lines in length, is taken up with the history of Arthur and his knights. If the Brut has no merits of its own, it would still interest us, for it marks the first appearance of the Arthurian legends in our own tongue. A single selection is given here from Arthur's dying speech, familiar to us in Tennyson's Morte d'Arthur. The reader will notice here 2 things. First, that though the poem is almost pure Anglo-Saxon, note, only one word in about 350 is of French origin. A century later, Robert Manning uses one French word in 80, while Chaucer has one in 6 or 7. This includes repetitions and is a fair estimate rather than an exact computation. End of note. Our first speech has already dropped many inflections, and is more easily read than Beowulf. Second, that French influence is already at work in Layamon's rhymes and assonances, that is, the harmony resulting from using the same vowel sound in several successive lines. And ich wolle fahren to Avalon, and I will fare to Avalon. To fairest Agamemnon, to fairest of all maidens. To Argante Veraquena, to Arganta the queen. Alfen Swithe Cheona, an elf very beautiful. And Heo Seal mina wunden, and she shall my wounds. Makien alle isunde, make all sound. Al hal me makien, all whole me make, mid halwaye drenchen, with healing drinks, and seotha ich kommen wolle, and again will I come, to mina kjorische, to my kingdom, and wunyan mid Bruten, and dwell with Britons, mid mucilera wunna, with mickle joy. Even than worden, even with these words, there kom of Sewenden, there came from the sea, that was an short but lithen, a short little boat gliding, shelfen mit uthen, shoved by the waves, and 2 women therein, and 2 women therein, wunderliche Edithe, wondrously attired, and Heonomen Arthur anon, and they took Arthur anon, and an Eofste hinne verredden, and bore him hurriedly, and softe hinne adun laden, and softly laid him down, and forth gunnen lithen, and forth gan glide. Metrical romances, love, chivalry, and religion, all pervaded by the spirit of romance, These are the three great literary ideals which find expression in the metrical romances. Read these romances now, with their knights and fair ladies, their perilous adventures and tender love-making, their minstrelsy and tournaments and gorgeous cavalcades, as if humanity were on parade, and life itself were one tumultuous holiday in the open air, and you have an epitome of the whole childish, credulous soul of the Middle Ages. The Normans first brought this type of romance into England, and so popular did it become, so thoroughly did it express the romantic spirit of the time, that it speedily overshadowed all other forms of literary expression. Form. Though the metrical romances varied much in form and subject matter, the general type remains the same, a long rambling poem or series of poems treating of love or knightly adventure, or both. Its hero is a knight, its characters are fair ladies in distress, warriors in armor, giants, dragons, enchanters, and various enemies of church and state, and its emphasis is almost invariably on love, religion, and duty as defined by chivalry. In the French originals of these romances, the lines were a definite length, the meter exact, and rhymes and assonances were both used to give melody. In England this metrical system came in contact with the uneven lines, the strong accent, and alliteration of the native songs, and it is due to the gradual union of the two systems, French and Saxon, that our English became capable of the melody and amazing variety of verse forms which first find expression in Chaucer's poetry. Cycles of romances. In the enormous number of these verse romances, we note three main divisions, according to subject, into the romances, or the so-called matter of France, Rome, and Britain. Note, the matter of Britain refers strictly to the Arthurian, therefore the Welsh romances, and so another division, the matter of England, may be noted. This includes tales of popular English heroes like Bevis of Hampton, Guy of Warwick, Hornchild, etc. End of note. The matter of France deals largely with the exploits of Charlemagne and his peers, and the chief of these Carlovingian cycles is the Chanson de Roland, the national epic, which celebrates the heroism of Roland in his last fight against the Saracens at Roncesvalles. Originally these romances were called Chansons de Geste, and the name is significant as indicating that the poems were originally short songs. Note, according to medieval literary custom, these songs were rarely signed. Later, when many songs were made over into a long poem, the author signed his name to the entire work, without indicating what he had borrowed. End of note. Celebrating the deeds, gesta, of well-known heroes. Later, the various songs concerning one hero were gathered together, and the geste became an epic, like the Chanson de Roland, or a kind of continued ballad story, hardly deserving the name of epic, like the Geste of Robin Hood. Note, an English book in which such romances were written was called a gest, G-E-S-T, or gest, J-E-S-T, book. So, also at the beginning of Cursor Mundi, we read, Menjarnen gestes forte herre, and romanza redde in divers manera. And then follows a summary of the great cycles of romance which we are considering. End of note. The matter of Rome consisted largely of tales from Greek and Roman sources, and the two great cycles of these romances deal with the deeds of Alexander, a favorite hero, and the siege of Troy, with which the Britons thought they had some historic connection. To these were added a large number of tales from Oriental sources, and in the exuberant imagination of the latter we see the influence which the Saracens, those nimble wits who gave us our first modern sciences and who still reveled in the Arabian Nights, had begun to exercise on the literature of Europe. The Matter of Britain. To the English reader, at least, the most interesting of the romances are those which deal with the exploits of Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table, the richest storehouse of romance which our literature has ever found. There were many cycles of Arthurian romance, chief of which are those of Gawain, Lancelot, Merlin, and the Quest of the Holy Grail, and the Death of Arthur. In preceding sections we have seen how these fascinating romances were used by Geoffrey and the French writers, and how through the French they found their way into English, appearing first in our speech in Layamon's Brut. The point to remember is that while the legends are Celtic in origin, their literary form is due to French poets who originated the metrical romance. All our early English romances are either copies or translations of the French, and this is true not only of the Matter of France and Rome, but of Celtic heroes like Arthur, and English heroes like Guy of Warwick and Robin Hood. Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. The most interesting of all Arthurian romances are those of the Gawain cycle. Note, Tennyson goes farther than Malory in making Gawain false and irreverent. That seems to be a mistake, for in all the early romances Gawain is, next to Arthur, the noblest of knights, the most loved and honored of all the heroes of the Round Table. End of note. And of these, the story of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight is best worth reading, for many reasons. First, though the material is taken from French sources, note, there were various French versions of the story, but it came originally from the Irish, where the hero was called Cuchulainn. End of note. The English workmanship is the finest of our early romances. Second, the unknown author of this romance probably wrote also The Pearl, and is the greatest English poet of the Norman period. Third, the poem itself, with its dramatic interest, its vivid descriptions, and its moral purity, is one of the most delightful old romances in any language. In form, Sir Gawain is an interesting combination of French and Saxon elements. It is written in an elaborate stanza combining meter and alliteration. At the end of each stanza is a rhymed refrain called by the French a tail rhyme. We give here a brief outline of the story, but if the reader desires the poem itself, he is advised to begin with a modern version, as the original is in the West Midland dialect and is exceedingly difficult to follow. On New Year's Day, while Arthur and his knights are keeping the Yuletide feast at Camelot, a gigantic knight in green enters the banquet hall on horseback and challenges the bravest knight present to an exchange of blows. That is, he will expose his neck to a blow of his own big battle-axe if any knight will agree to abide a blow in return. After some natural consternation and a fine speech by Arthur, Gawain accepts the challenge, takes the battle-axe, and with one blow sends the giant's head rolling through the hall. The Green Knight, who is evidently a terrible magician, picks up his head and mounts his horse. He holds out his head, and the ghastly lips speak, warning Gawain to be faithful to his promise and to seek through the world till he finds the Green Chapel. There, on next New Year's Day, the Green Knight will meet him and return the blow. The second canto of the poem describes Gawain's long journey through the wilderness on his steed Gringolet, and his adventures with storm and cold, with wild beasts and monsters, as he seeks in vain for the Green Chapel. On Christmas Eve, in the midst of a vast forest, he offers a prayer to Mary, mildest mother so dear, and is rewarded by sight of a great castle. He enters, and is royally entertained by the host, an aged hero, and by his wife, who is the most beautiful woman the knight ever beheld. Gawain learns that he is at last near the Green Chapel, and settles down for a little comfort after his long quest. The next canto shows the life in the castle, and describes a curious compact between the host, who goes hunting daily, and the knight who remains in the castle to entertain the young wife. The compact is that at night each man shall give the other whatever good thing he obtains during the day. While the host is hunting, the young woman tries in vain to induce Gawain to make love to her, and ends by giving him a kiss. When the host returns and gives his guest the game he has killed, Gawain returns the kiss. On the third day, her temptations having twice failed, the lady offers Gawain a ring, which he refuses. But when she offers a magic green girdle that will preserve the wearer from death, Gawain, who remembers the giant's axe so soon to fall on his neck, accepts the girdle as a jewel for the jeopardy, and promises the lady to keep the gift secret. Here, then, are two conflicting compacts. When the host returns and offers his game, Gawain returns the kiss, but says nothing of the green girdle. The last canto brings our knight to the Green Chapel, after he is repeatedly warned to turn back in the face of certain death. The chapel is a terrible place in the midst of desolation, and as Gawain approaches he hears a terrifying sound, the grating of steel on stone, where the giant is sharpening a new battle-axe. The Green Knight appears, and Gawain, true to his compact, offers his neck for the blow. Twice the axe swings harmlessly. The third time it falls on his shoulder and wounds him, whereupon Gawain jumps for his armor, draws his sword, and warns the giant that the compact calls for only one blow, and that if another is offered, he will defend himself. Then the Green Knight explains things. He is lord of the castle where Gawain has been entertained for days past. The first two swings of the axe were harmless because Gawain had been true to his compact and twice returned the kiss. The last blow had wounded him because he concealed the gift of the green girdle, which belongs to the Green Knight, and was woven by his wife. Moreover, the whole thing has been arranged by Morgane, the Fey woman, an enemy of Queen Guinevere, who appears often in the Arthurian romances. Full of shame, Gawain throws back the gift and is ready to atone for his deception. But the Green Knight thinks he has already atoned, and presents the green girdle as a free gift. Gawain returns to Arthur's court, tells the whole story frankly, and ever after that the Knights of the Round Table wear a green girdle in his honor. Note, it is often alleged that in this romance we have a very poetical foundation for the Order of the Garter, which was instituted by Edward III in 1349. But the history of the order makes this extremely doubtful. The reader will be chiefly interested in comparing this romance with Beowulf, for instance, to see what new ideals have taken root in England. The Pearl. In the same manuscript with Sir Gawain are found three other remarkable poems written about 1350, and known to us in order as The Pearl, Cleanness, and Patience. The first is the most beautiful, and received its name from the translator and editor Richard Morris in 1864. Patience is a paraphrase of the book of Jonah. Cleanness moralizes on the basis of Bible stories. But The Pearl is an intensely human and realistic picture of a father's grief for his little daughter Margaret. My precious pearl, withouten spot. It is the saddest of all our early poems. On the grave of his little one, covered over with flowers, the father pours out his love and grief, till, in the summer stillness, he falls asleep. while we hear in the sunshine the drowsy hum of insects and the faraway sound of the reaper's sickles. He dreams there, and the dream grows into a vision beautiful. His body lies still upon the grave, while his spirit goes to a land exquisite beyond all words, where he comes suddenly upon a stream that he cannot cross. As he wanders along the bank, seeking in vain for a ford, a marvel rises before his eyes, a crystal cliff, and seated beneath it a little maiden who raises a happy, shining face, the face of his little Margaret. More than mi liste, mi dread arrows, stod full stille, and dorste not calle, with egen open and mouth full close, stod as hende as hawk in halle. He dares not speak for fear of breaking the spell, but sweet as a lily she comes down the crystal stream's bank to meet and speak with him, and tell him of the happy life of heaven and how to live to be worthy of it. In his joy he listens, forgetting all his grief. Then the heart of the man cries out for its own, and he struggles to cross the stream to join her. In the struggle, the dream vanishes. He wakens to find his eyes wet and his head on the little mound that marks the spot where his heart is buried. From the ideals of these three poems, and from peculiarities of style and meter, it is probable that their author wrote also Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. If so, the unknown author is the one genius of the age, whose poetry of itself has power to interest us, and who stands between Cynewulf and Chaucer as a worthy follower of the one and forerunner of the other. Miscellaneous literature of the Norman period. It is well nigh impossible to classify the remaining literature of this period, and very little of it is now read, except by advanced students. Those interested in the development of transition English will find in the Ancren Riule, i.e., Rule of the Anchoresses, circa 1225, the most beautiful bit of Old English prose ever written. It is a book of excellent religious advice and comfort, written for three ladies who wished to live a religious life, without, however, becoming nuns or entering any religious orders. The author was Bishop Poore of Salisbury, according to Morton, who first edited this old classic in 1853. Orm's Ormulum, written soon after The Brute, is a paraphrase of the gospel lessons for the year, somewhat after the manner of Caedmon's paraphrase, but without any of Caedmon's poetic fire and originality. Cursor Mundi, circa 1320, is a very long poem which makes a kind of metrical romance out of Bible history, and shows the whole dealing of God with man from creation to Domesday. It is interesting as showing a parallel to the cycles of miracle plays, which attempt to cover the same vast ground. They were forming in this age, but we will study them later when we try to understand the rise of the drama in England. Besides these greater works, an enormous number of fables and satires appeared in this age, copied or translated from the French, like the metrical romances. The most famous of these are The Owl and The Nightingale, a long debate between two birds, one representing the gay side of life, the other the sterner side of law and morals, and Land of Cockaigne, i.e., luxury land, a keen satire on monks and monastic religion. Note: originally, Cockaigne, variously spelled, was intended to ridicule the mythical country of Avalon, somewhat as Cervantes' Don Quixote later ridicules the romances of chivalry. In luxury land everything was good to eat. Houses were built of dainties and shingled with cakes. Buttered larks fell instead of rain. The streams ran with good wine, and roast geese passed slowly down the streets, turning themselves as they went. Ballads. While most of the literature of the time was a copy of the French, and was intended only for the upper classes, here and there were singers who made ballads for the common people, and these, next to the metrical romances, are the most interesting and significant of all the works of the Norman period. On account of its obscure origin and its oral transmission, the ballad is always the most difficult of literary subjects. Note, Child's English and Scottish Popular Ballads is the most scholarly and complete collection in our language. Gumer's Old English Ballads is a good short work. Professor Kittredge's introduction to the Cambridge edition of Child's Ballads is the best summary of a very difficult subject. For an extended discussion of the literary character of the ballad, see Gumer's The Popular Ballad. End of note. We make here only 3 suggestions, which may well be borne in mind: that ballads were produced continually in England from Anglo-Saxon times until the 17th century, that for centuries they were the only really popular literature, and that in the ballads alone one is able to understand the common people. Read, for instance, the ballads of the Merry Greenwood men, which gradually collected into the Jest of Robin Hood, and you will understand better, perhaps, than from reading many histories, what the common people of England felt and thought while their lords and masters were busy with impossible metrical romances. In these songs speaks the heart of the English folk. There is lawlessness indeed, but this seems justified by the oppression of the times and by the barbarous severity of the game laws. An intense hatred of shams and injustice lurks in every song, but the hatred is saved from bitterness by the humor with which captives, especially rich churchmen, are solemnly lectured by the bandits, while they squirm at sight of devilish tortures prepared before their eyes in order to make them give up their golden purses. And the scene generally ends in a bit of wild horseplay. There is fighting enough, and ambush and sudden death lurk at every turn of the lonely roads, but there is also a rough, honest chivalry for women, and a generous sharing of plunder with the poor and needy. All literature is but a dream expressed, and Robin Hood is the dream of an ignorant and oppressed but essentially noble people, struggling and determined to be free. Lyrics. Far more poetical than the ballads, and more interesting even than the romances, are the little lyrics of the period, those tears and smiles of long ago that crystallized into poems to tell us that the hearts of men are alike in all ages. Of these, the best known are the Louveron, love rune or letter, of Thomas de Hales, circa 1250, Springtime, circa 1300, beginning Lenten, spring, is come with Louve Teuton, and the melodious love song Alison, written at the end of the 13th century by some unknown poet who heralds the coming of Chaucer. Between March and Avril, when spray beginneth to spring, the little fowl, note little bird, hath here will on here lud, note in her language, to sing. Ich liebe, note I live, in love longing for sem locust, note fairest, of all thing, she me bliss bring. Ich am, note I am, in here boundum, note power, bondage, an handy hap ich aber I had, note a pleasant fate I have attained. Ich ought, note I know, from heaven it is me sent, from all women me love is lent, note gone, En lit, note, lit, alighted, on Alison. Summary of the Norman period. The Normans were originally a hardy race of sea rovers inhabiting Scandinavia. In the 10th century they conquered a part of northern France, which is still called Normandy, and rapidly adopted French civilization and the French language. Their conquest of Anglo-Saxon England under William, Duke of Normandy, began with the Battle of Hastings in 1066. The literature which they brought to England is remarkable for its bright, romantic tales of love and adventure, in marked contrast with the strength and somberness of Anglo-Saxon poetry. During the 3 centuries following Hastings, Normans and Saxons gradually united. The Anglo-Saxon speech simplified itself by dropping most of its Teutonic inflections, absorbed eventually a large part of the French vocabulary, and became our English language. English literature is also a combination of French and Saxon elements. The 3 chief effects of the conquest were: 1. The bringing of Roman civilization to England; 2. The growth of nationality, i.e., a strong centralized government instead of the loose union of Saxon tribes; 3. The new language and literature which were proclaimed in Chaucer. At first, the new literature was remarkably varied, but of small intrinsic worth, and very little of it is now read. In our study we have noted: 1. Geoffrey's History, which is valuable as a source book of literature, since it contains the native Celtic legends of Arthur; 2. The work of the French writers who made the Arthurian legends popular; 3. Rhyming chronicles, i.e., history in doggerel verse, like Layamon's Brut; 4. Metrical romances, or tales in verse. These were numerous and of 4 classes: A. The Matter of France, tales centering about Charlemagne and his peers, chief of which is the Chanson de Roland. B. Matter of Greece and Rome, an endless series of fabulous tales about Alexander and about the fall of Troy. C. Matter of England, stories of Bevis of Hampton, Guy of Warwick, Robin Hood, etc. D. Matter of Britain, tales having for their heroes Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table. The best of these romances is Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. 5. Miscellaneous literature. The Ancren Rule, our best piece of early English prose. Orm's Ormulum, Cursor Mundi, with its suggestive parallels to the miracle plays and ballads like King Horn and the Robin Hood songs, which were the only poetry of the common people. Suggestive questions. 1. What did the Northmen originally have in common with the Anglo-Saxons and the Danes? What brought about the remarkable change from Northmen to Normans? Tell briefly the story of the Norman conquest. How did the conquest affect the life and literature of England? 2. What types of literature were produced after the conquest? How do they compare with Anglo-Saxon literature? What works of this period are considered worthy of a permanent place in our literature? 3. What is meant by the rhyming chronicles? What part did they play in developing the idea of nationality? What led historians of this period to write in verse? Describe Geoffrey's History. What was its most valuable element from the viewpoint of literature? 4. What is Layamon's Brut? Why did Layamon choose this name for his chronicle? What special literary interest attaches to the poem? 5. What were the metrical romances? What reasons led to the great interest in 3 classes of romances, i.e., matters of France, Rome, and Britain? What new and important element enters our literature in this type? Read one of the metrical romances in English and comment freely upon it as to interest, structure, ideas, and literary quality. 6. Tell the story of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. What French and what Saxon elements are found in the poem? Compare it with Beowulf to show the points of inferiority and superiority. Compare Beowulf's fight with Grendel, or the Fire Drake, and Sir Gawain's encounter with the Green Knight, having in mind: 1. The virtues of the hero; 2. The qualities of the enemy; 3. The methods of warfare; 4. The purpose of the struggle. Read selections from The Pearl, and compare with Dear's Lament, What are the personal and the universal interests in each poem? 7. Tell some typical story of the Mabinogion. Where did the Arthurian legends originate, and how did they become known to English readers? What modern writers have used these legends? What fine elements do you find in them that are not found in Anglo-Saxon poetry? 8. What part did Arthur play in the early history of Britain? How long did the struggle between Britons and Saxons last? What Celtic names and elements entered into English language and literature? 9. What is a ballad, and what distinguishes it from other forms of poetry? Describe the ballad which you like best. Why did the ballad, more than any other form of literature, appeal to the common people? What modern poems suggest the old popular ballad? How do these compare in form and subject matter with the Robin Hood ballads? Chronology. History. 912. Northmen settle in Normandy. 1066. Battle of Hastings. William, King of England. Literature. 1086. Domesday Book completed. History. 1087. William Rufus. 1093. Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury. Literature. 1094, circa. Anselm's Cur Deus Homo. History. 1096. First Crusade. 1100. Henry I. Literature. 1110. First recorded miracle play in England. See chapter on the drama. History. 1135. Stephen. Literature. Circa 1137. Geoffrey's History. History. 1147. Second Crusade. 1154. Henry II. 1189. Richard I. Third Crusade. 1199. John. Literature. 1200. Circa. Layamon's Brut. History. 1215. Magna Carta. 1216. Henry III. Literature. 1225. Circa. Ancren Riul. History. 1230. Circa. University of Cambridge. Literature. Chartered. History. 1265. Beginning of House of Commons. Literature. Simon de Montfort. Literature. 1267. Roger Bacon's Opus Maius. History. 1272. Edward I. History. 1295. First complete Parliament. Literature. 1300 to 1400. York and Wakefield. Miracle plays. History. 1307. Edward II. Literature. 1320. Circa. Cusor Mundi. History. 1327. Edward III. 1338. Beginning of 100 Years' War with France. Literature. 1340. Birth of Chaucer. 1350. Circa. Sir Gawain, the Pearl. End of section 6. End of chapter 3. Section 7 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Age of Chaucer, 1350 to 1400. The New National Life and Literature. History of the period. Two great movements may be noted in the complex life of England during the 14th century. The first is political and culminates in the reign of Edward III. It shows the growth of the English national spirit following the victories of Edward and the Black Prince on French soil during the 100 Years' War. In the rush of this great national movement, separating England from the political ties of France, and to a less degree from ecclesiastical bondage to Rome, the mutual distrust and jealousy which had divided nobles and commons were momentarily swept aside by a wave of patriotic enthusiasm. The French language lost its official prestige, and English became the speech not only of the common people, but of courts and parliament as well. The second movement is social. It falls largely within the reign of Edward's successor, Richard II, and marks the growing discontent with the contrast between luxury and poverty, between the idle wealthy classes and the overtaxed peasants. Sometimes this movement is quiet and strong, as when Wycliffe arouses the conscience of England. Again, it has the portentous rumble of an approaching tempest, as when John Ball harangues a multitude of discontented peasants on Blackheath Commons, using the famous text, "When Adam delved and Eva span, who was then the gentleman?" And again it breaks out into the violent rebellion of Wat Tyler. All these things show the same Saxon spirit that had won its freedom in a 1,000 years' struggle against foreign enemies, and that now felt itself oppressed by a social and industrial tyranny in its own midst. Aside from these two movements, the age was one of unusual stir and progress. Chivalry, that medieval institution of mixed good and evil, was in its Indian summer, a sentiment rather than a practical system. Trade and its resultant wealth and luxury were increasing enormously. Following trade, as the Vikings had followed glory, the English began to be a conquering and colonizing people like the Anglo-Saxons. The native shed something of his insularity and became a traveler, going first to view the places where trade had opened the way, and returning with wider interests and a larger horizon. Above all, the first dawn of the Renaissance is heralded in England, as in Spain and Italy, by the appearance of a national literature. 5 writers of the age. The literary movement of the age clearly reflects the stirring life of the times. There is Langland, voicing the social discontent, preaching the equality of men and the dignity of labor. Wycliffe, greatest of English religious reformers, giving the gospel to the people in their own tongue, and the freedom of the gospel in unnumbered tracts and addresses. Gower, the scholar and literary man, criticizing this vigorous life and plainly afraid of its consequences. And Mandeville, the traveler, romancing about the wonders to be seen abroad. Above all, there is Chaucer, scholar, traveler, businessman, courtier, sharing in all the stirring life of his times, and reflecting it in literature as no other but Shakespeare has ever done. Outside of England, the greatest literary influence of the age was that of Dante, Petrarch, and Boccaccio, whose works, then at the summit of their influence in Italy, profoundly affected the literature of all Europe. Chaucer, 1340 to 1400. What man art thou, quod he? Thou lookest as thou woldest find an hare, for ever upon the ground is se the stare. Approach near and look up merrily, he seemeth elvish by his countenance. The host's description of Chaucer. Prologue, Sir Thopas. On reading Chaucer. The difficulties of reading Chaucer are more apparent than real, being due largely to obsolete spelling, and there is small necessity for using any modern versions of the poet's work, which seem to miss the quiet charm and dry humor of the original. If the reader will observe the following general rules, which of necessity ignore many differences in pronunciation of 14th century English, he may in an hour or two learn to read Chaucer almost as easily as Shakespeare. 1. Get the lilt of the lines, and let the meter itself decide how final syllables are to be pronounced. Remember that Chaucer is among the most musical of poets, and that there is melody in nearly every line. If the verse seems rough, it is because we do not read it correctly. 2. Vowels in Chaucer have much the same value as in modern German. Consonants are practically the same as in modern English. 3. Pronounce aloud any strange-looking words. Where the eye fails, the ear will often recognize the meaning. If eye and ear both fail, then consult the glossary found in every good edition of the poet's works. 4. Final E is usually sounded like A in Virginia, except when the following word begins with a vowel or with an H. In the latter case, the final syllable of one word and the first of the word following are run together, as in reading Virgil. At the end of a line, the E, if lightly pronounced, adds melody to the verse. In dealing with Chaucer's masterpiece, the reader is urged to read widely at first, for the simple pleasure of the stories, and to remember that poetry and romance are more interesting and important than Middle English. When we like and appreciate Chaucer, his poetry, his humor, his good stories, his kind heart, it will be time enough to study his language. Life of Chaucer. For our convenience, the life of Chaucer is divided into 3 periods. The first of 30 years includes his youth and early manhood, in which time he was influenced almost exclusively by French literary models. The second period of 15 years covers Chaucer's active life as diplomat and man of affairs, and in this the Italian influence seems stronger than the French. The third of 15 years, generally known as the English period, is the time of Chaucer's richest development. He lives at home, observes life closely but kindly, and while the French influence is still strong, as shown in the Canterbury Tales, he seems to grow more independent of foreign models, and is dominated chiefly by the vigorous life of his own English people. First period. Chaucer's boyhood was spent in London on Thames Street, near the river, where the world's commerce was continually coming and going. There he saw daily the shipman of the Canterbury Tales, just home in his good ship, Magdalene, with the fascination of unknown lands in his clothes and conversation. Of his education we know nothing, except that he was a great reader. His father was a wine merchant, purveyor to the royal household, and from this accidental relation between trade and royalty may have arisen the fact that at 17 years Chaucer was made page to the Princess Elizabeth. This was the beginning of his connection with the brilliant court, which in the next 40 years, under 3 kings, he was to know so intimately. At 19 he went with the king on one of the many expeditions of the 100 Years' War, and here he saw chivalry and all the pageantry of medieval war at the height of their outward splendor. Taken prisoner at the unsuccessful siege of Rheims, he is said to have been ransomed by money out of the royal purse. Returning to England, he became, after a few years, squire of the royal household and personal attendant and confidant of the king. It was during this first period that he married a maid of honor to the queen. This was probably Philippa Roet, sister to the wife of John of Gaunt, the famous Duke of Lancaster. From numerous whimsical references in his early poems, it has been thought that this marriage into a noble family was not a happy one, but this is purely a matter of supposition or of doubtful inference. Second period. In 1370, Chaucer was sent abroad on the first of those diplomatic missions that were to occupy the greater part of the next 15 years. 2 years later he made his first official visit to Italy to arrange a commercial treaty with Genoa, and from this time is noticeable a rapid development in his literary powers and the prominence of Italian literary influences. During the intervals between his different missions, he filled various offices at home, chief of which was Comptroller of Customs at the port of London. An enormous amount of personal labor was involved, but Chaucer seems to have found time to follow his spirit into the new fields of Italian literature. For whan the labor don alles, and hast imad the reckoninges, instead of rest and newer things, thou goest home to the hos anon, and also dumb as any stone, thou sittest at another boke, till fully thusward is the loke, and livest thus as an hermite. Note: House of Fame. The passage is more or less autobiographical. End of note. Third period. In 1386 Chaucer was elected member of Parliament from Kent, and the distinctly English period of his life and work begins. Though exceedingly busy in public affairs and as receiver of customs, his heart was still with his books, from which only nature could win him. And as for me, though that me wit belite, on bookes for to read I me delite, and to him yev I faith and full credence, and in min hert have him in reverence, so heartily that there is game anon, that fro me books maketh me to gon, but hit be seldom on the holy day, save certainly when that the month of May is common, and that I hear the fowls sing, and that the flowers ginnen for to spring. Farewell, me book, and me devotion. Note: Legend of Good Women. Prologue. In the 14th century, politics seems to have been, for honest men, a very uncertain business. Chaucer naturally adhered to the party of John of Gaunt, and his fortunes rose or fell with those of his leader. From this time until his death he is up and down on the political ladder, today with money and good prospects, tomorrow in poverty and neglect, writing his complaint to his empty purse, which he humorously calls his Saviour done in this world here. This poem called the king's attention to the poet's need and increased his pension, but he had but few months to enjoy the effect of this unusual complaint, for he died the next year, 1400, and was buried with honor in Westminster Abbey. The last period of his life, though outwardly most troubled, was the most fruitful of all. His Truth, or Good Counsel, reveals the quiet, beautiful spirit of his life, unspoiled either by the greed of trade or the trickery of politics. Flee fro the press, and dwelle with sothfastnesse. Suffice unto the good, though it be small. For hood, note wealth, hath hatte, and cleaming tickleness. Press, note the crowd, hath envy, and welle, note success. Blent, note blinds, overall. Savour no more than they behove shall. Work, note act, well thyself, that other folk canst redde. And truth shall deliver, hit is no dread. Tempest, note trouble, they knocked al crooked to redress. In trust of here, note, i.e. the goddess Fortune, that turneth as a ball. Great restes stand in little besinesse, and eke beware to sporne, note kick, again an all, note all, awl. Strive nocht as doth the croke with the wall. Daunte, note judge, thyself that dauntest others dead, and truth shall deliver, hit is no dread, that they is sent receive in buxumness, the wrestling for this world axeth a fall. Hernis non home, hernis but wilderness. Forth, pilgrim, forth, forth best out of the stall. Know the contrary, look up, thank God of all, hold the he way, and let the ghost they led, and truth shall deliver, hit is no dread. Works of Chaucer, first period. The works of Chaucer are roughly divided into three classes, corresponding to the three periods of his life. It should be remembered, however, that it is impossible to fix exact dates for most of his works. Some of his Canterbury Tales were written earlier than the English period, and were only grouped with the others in his final arrangement. The best known, though not the best, poem of the first period is the Roman of the Rose, a translation from the French Roman de la Rose, the most popular poem of the Middle Ages, a graceful but exceedingly tiresome allegory of the whole course of love. The rose growing in its mystic garden is typical of the Lady Beauty. Gathering the rose represents the lover's attempt to win his lady's favor, and the different feelings aroused, love, hate, envy, jealousy, idleness, sweet looks, are the allegorical persons of the poet's drama. Chaucer translated this universal favorite, putting in some original English touches, but of the present Romaunt only the first 1,700 lines are believed to be Chaucer's own work. Perhaps the best poem of this period is The Death of Blanche, the Duchess, better known as The Book of the Duchess, a poem of considerable dramatic and emotional power, written after the death of Blanche, wife of Chaucer's patron, John of Gaunt. Additional poems are the Complainte to Pite, a graceful love poem, the ABC, a prayer to the Virgin, translated from the French of a Cistercian monk, its verses beginning with the successive letters of the alphabet, and a number of what Chaucer calls ballads, roundels, and virelays, with which, says his friend Gower, the land was filled. The latter were imitations of the prevailing French love ditties. Second period. The chief work of the second or Italian period is Troilus and Criseyde, a poem of 8,000 lines. The original story was a favorite of many authors during the Middle Ages, and Shakespeare makes use of it in his Troilus and Cressida. The immediate source of Chaucer's poem is Boccaccio's Il Filostrato, the love-smitten one. But he uses his material very freely to reflect the ideals of his own age and society, and so gives the whole story a dramatic force and beauty which it had never known before. The Hus of Fame is one of Chaucer's unfinished poems, having the rare combination of lofty thought and simple homely language, showing the influence of the great Italian master. In the poem, the author is carried away in a dream by a great eagle from the brittle temple of Venus in a sandy wilderness up to the hall of fame. To this house come all rumors of earth, as the sparks fly upward. The house stands on a rock of ice, written full of names of folk that hadden great fames. Many of these have disappeared as the ice melted, but the older names are clear as when first written. For many of his ideas Chaucer is indebted to Dante, Ovid, and Virgil, but the unusual conception and the splendid workmanship are all his own. The third great poem of the period is the Legende of Godewemen. As he is resting in the fields among the daisies, he falls asleep, and a gay procession draws near. First comes the love god, leading by the hand Alcestis, model of all wifely virtues, whose emblem is the daisy. And behind them follow a troop of glorious women, all of whom have been faithful in love. They gather about the poet. The god upbraids him for having translated the Romance of the Rose, and for his early poems reflecting on the vanity and fickleness of women. Alcestis intercedes for him and offers pardon if he will atone for his errors by writing a glorious legend of good women. Chaucer promises, and as soon as he awakes sets himself to the task. 9 legends were written, of which Thisbe is perhaps the best, It is probable that Chaucer intended to make this his masterpiece, devoting many years to stories of famous women who were true to love. But either because he wearied of his theme, or because the plan of the Canterbury Tales was growing in his mind, he abandoned the task in the middle of his 9th legend. Fortunately, perhaps, for the reader will find the prologue more interesting than any of the legends. Third period. Chaucer's masterpiece, The Canterbury Tales, one of the most famous works in all literature, fills the third or English period of his life. The plan of the work is magnificent, to represent the wide sweep of English life by gathering a motley company together and letting each class of society tell its own favorite stories. Though the great work was never finished, Chaucer succeeded in his purpose so well that in the Canterbury Tales he has given us a picture of contemporary English life, its work and play, its deeds and dreams, its fun and sympathy and hearty joy of living, such as no other single work of literature has ever equaled. Plan of the Canterbury Tales. Opposite old London, at the southern end of London Bridge, once stood the Tabard Inn of Southwark, a quarter made famous not only by the Canterbury Tales, but also by the first playhouses where Shakespeare had his training. This Southwark was the point of departure of all travel to the south of England, especially of those medieval pilgrimages to the shrine of Thomas à Becket in Canterbury. On a spring evening, at the inspiring time of the year, when longen folk to gon on pilgrimages, Chaucer alights at the Tabard Inn and finds it occupied by a various company of people bent on a pilgrimage. Chance alone had brought them together, for it was the custom of pilgrims to wait at some friendly inn until a sufficient company were gathered to make the journey pleasant and safe from robbers that might be encountered on the way. Chaucer joins this company, which includes all classes of English society, from the Oxford scholar to the drunken miller, and accepts gladly their invitation to go with them on the morrow. At supper, the jovial host of the Tabard Inn suggests that to enliven the journey, each of the company shall tell 4 tales, 2 going and 2 coming, on whatever subject shall suit him best. The host will travel with them as master of ceremonies, and whoever tells the best story shall be given a fine supper at the general expense when they all come back again. A shrewd bit of business and a fine idea, as the pilgrims all agree. When they draw lots for the first story, the chance falls to the knight, who tells one of the best of the Canterbury Tales, the chivalric story of Palamon and Arcite. Then the tales follow rapidly, each with its prologue and epilogue, telling how the story came about and its effects on the merry company. Interruptions are numerous. The narrative is full of life and movement, as when the miller gets drunk and insists on telling his tale out of season, or when they stop at a friendly inn for the night, or when the poet with sly humor starts his story of Sir Topas in dreary imitation of the metrical romances of the day, and is roared at by the host for his drasty rhyming. With Chaucer we laugh at his own expense and are ready for the next tale. From the number of persons in the company, 32 in all, it is evident that Chaucer meditated an immense work of 128 tales, which should cover the whole life of England. Only 24 were written. Some of these are incomplete, and others are taken from his earlier work to fill out the general plan of the Canterbury Tales. Incomplete as they are, they cover a wide range, including stories of love and chivalry, of saints and legends, legends, travels, adventures, animal fables, allegory, satires, and the coarse humor of the common people. Though all but two are written in verse and abound in exquisite poetical touches, they are stories as well as poems, and Chaucer is to be regarded as our first short storyteller as well as our first modern poet. The work ends with a kindly farewell from the poet to his reader, and so Here taketh the maker of this book his leave. Prologue to the Canterbury Tales. In the famous prologue, the poet makes us acquainted with the various characters of his drama. Until Chaucer's day, popular literature had been busy chiefly with the gods and heroes of a golden age. It had been essentially romantic, and so had never attempted to study men and women as they are, or to describe them so that the reader recognizes them not as ideal heroes, but as his own neighbors. Chaucer not only attempted this new realistic task, but accomplished it so well that his characters were instantly recognized as true to life, and they have since become the permanent possession of our literature. Beowulf and Roland are ideal heroes, essentially creatures of the imagination. But the merry host of the Tabard Inn, Madame Eglantine, the fat monk, the parish priest, the kindly plowman, the poor scholar with his bookus black and red, all seem more like personal acquaintances than characters in a book. Says Dryden, I see all the pilgrims, their humors, their features, and their very dress, as distinctly as if I had supped with them at the Tabard in Southwark. Chaucer is the first English writer to bring the atmosphere of romantic interest about the men and women and the daily work of one's own world, which is the aim of nearly all modern literature. The historian of our literature is tempted to linger over this prologue and to quote from it passage after passage, to show how keenly and yet kindly our first modern poet observed his fellow men. The characters, too, attract one like a good play. The vere parfit gentil knicht and his manly son, the modest prioress, model of sweet piety and society manners, the sporting monk, the fat friar, the discreet man of law, the well-fed country squire, the sailor just home from the sea, the canny doctor, the lovable parish priest, who taught true religion to his flock, but first he followed it himself, the coarse but good-hearted whiff of Bath, the thieving miller leading the pilgrims to the music of his bagpipe. All these and many others from every walk of English life, and all described with a quiet, kindly humor which seeks instinctively the best in human nature, and which has an ample garment of charity to cover even its faults and failings. Here, indeed, as Dryden says, is God's plenty. Probably no keener or kinder critic ever described his fellows, and in this immortal prologue Chaucer is a model for all those who would put our human life into writing. The student should read it entire, as an introduction not only to the poet, but to all our modern literature. The Knight's Tale. As a story, Palamon and Arcite is, in many respects, the best of the Canterbury Tales, reflecting as it does the ideals of the time in regard to romantic love and knightly duty. Though its dialogues and descriptions are somewhat too long and interrupt the story, yet it shows Chaucer at his best in his dramatic power, his exquisite appreciation of nature, and his tender yet profound philosophy of living, which could overlook much of the human frailty in the thought that infinite ben the sorrows and the terrors of olde folk and folk of tendre years. The idea of the story was borrowed from Boccaccio, but parts of the original tale were much older and belonged to the common literary stock of the Middle Ages. Like Shakespeare, Chaucer took the material for his poems wherever he found it, and his originality consists in giving to an old story some present human interest, making it express the life and ideals of his own age. In this respect, The Knight's Tale is remarkable. Its names are those of an ancient civilization, but its characters are men and women of the English nobility as Chaucer knew them. In consequence, the story has many anachronisms, such as the medieval tournament before the temple of Mars, but the reader scarcely notices these things, being absorbed in the dramatic interest of the narrative. Briefly, The Knight's Tale is the story of two young men, fast friends, who are found wounded on the battlefield and taken prisoners to Athens. There, from their dungeon window, they behold the fair maid Emily. Both fall desperately in love with her, and their friendship turns to strenuous rivalry. One is pardoned, the other escapes. And then knights, empires, nature, the whole universe follows their desperate efforts to win one small maiden, who prays meanwhile to be delivered from both her bothersome suitors. As the best of the Canterbury Tales are now easily accessible, we omit here all quotations. The story must be read entire, with the Prioress' Tale of Hugh of Lincoln, the Clerk's Tale of Patient Griselda, and the Nun's Priest's merry tale of Chanticleer and the Fox, if the reader would appreciate the variety and charm of our first modern poet and storyteller. Form of Chaucer's poetry. There are three principal meters to be found in Chaucer's verse. In the Canterbury Tales he uses lines of 10 syllables and 5 accents each, and the lines run in couplets. His eyen twinkled in his head aricht, as dawn the stars in the frosty night. The same musical measure arranged in 7-line stanzas, but with a different rhyme, called the rhyme royal, is found in its most perfect form in Troilus. O blissful licht, of which the beamus clara adorneth all the thridde heavene faire. O sonus lef, O Jovis doctor dere, pleasance of love, O goodly debonere, in gentle hertes I ready to repere. O very cause of hell and of gladness, I herid be thee micht and thee goodness, in heaven and helle, in earth and salte see. Is felt thee micht, if that I well discerne, as man brid best fish, herb and grain treya, they felle intimus with vapor eterne. God loveth, and to love wol nocht werne, and in this world no lives creature, with uten love is worth or may endure. Note Troilus and Cressida. The third meter is the 8-syllable line with 4 accents, the line rhyming in couplets, as in The Boke of the Duchess. That o she could so well playa, when that her list, that I dar saya, that she was like to torche bricht, that every man may tak of licht, enough, and hit hath nevertheless. Besides these principal meters, Chaucer in his short poems used many other poetical forms, modeled after the French, who in the 14th century were cunning workers in every form of verse. Chief among these are the difficult but exquisite rondel. Now welcome summer with this sonne softe, which closes the Parliament of Fowls, and the ballad Flee fro the press, which has been already quoted. In The Monk's Tale there is a melodious measure, which may have furnished the model for Spenser's famous stanza. Chaucer's poetry is extremely musical, and must be judged by the ear rather than by the eye. To the modern reader the lines appear broken and uneven, but if one reads them over a few times he soon catches the perfect swing of the measure, and finds that he is in the hands of a master whose ear is delicately sensitive to the smallest accent. There is a lilt in all his lines which is marvelous when we consider that he is the first first to show us the poetic possibilities of the language. His claim upon our gratitude is twofold: first, for discovering the music that is in our English speech, and second, for his influence on fixing the Midland dialect as the literary language of England. End of section 7. Section 8 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, continued. Chaucer's Contemporaries. William Langland, 1332 to ? Life. Very little is known of Langland. He was born probably near Malvern in Worcestershire, the son of a poor freeman, and in his early life lived in the fields as a shepherd. Later he went to London with his wife and children, getting a hungry living as clerk in the church. His real life, meanwhile, was that of a seer, a prophet, after Isaiah's own heart, if we may judge by the prophecy which soon found a voice in Piers Plowman. In 1399, after the success of his great work, he was possibly writing another poem called Richard the Redulous, a protest against Richard II. But we are not certain of the authorship of this poem, which was left unfinished by the assassination of the king. After 1399, Langland disappears utterly, and the date of his death is unknown. Piers Plowman. The voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, might well be written at the beginning of this remarkable poem. Truth, sincerity, a direct and practical appeal to conscience, and a vision of right triumphant over wrong. These are the elements of all prophecy, and it was undoubtedly these elements in Piers Plowman that produced such an impression on the people of England. For centuries literature had been busy in pleasing the upper classes chiefly, but here at last was a great poem which appealed directly to the common people, and its success was enormous. The whole poem is traditionally attributed to Langland, but it is now known to be the work of several different writers. It first appeared in 1362 as a poem of 1,800 lines, and this may have been Langland's work. In the next 30 years, during the desperate social conditions which led to Tyler's rebellion, it was repeatedly revised and enlarged by different hands till it reached its final form of about 15,000 lines. The poem, as we read it now, is in two distinct parts. The first containing the vision of Piers, the second a series of visions called The Search for Do Well, Do Bet, Do Best. Do well, better, best. The entire poem is in strongly accented alliterative lines, something like Beowulf, and its immense popularity shows that the common people still cherish this easily memorized form of Saxon poetry. Its tremendous appeal to justice and common honesty, its clarion call to every man, whether king, priest, noble, or laborer, to do his Christian duty, takes from it any trace of prejudice or bigotry with which such works usually abound. Its loyalty to the Church, while denouncing abuses that had crept into it in that period, was one of the great influences which led to the Reformation in England. Its two great principles, the equality of men before God and the dignity of honest labor, roused a whole nation of freemen. Altogether, it is one of the world's great works, partly because of its national influence, partly because it is the very best picture we possess of the social life of the 14th century. Briefly, Piers Plowman is an allegory of life. In the first vision, that of the field full of folk, the poet lies down on the Malvern Hills on a May morning, and a vision comes to him in sleep. On the plain beneath him gather a multitude of folk, a vast crowd expressing the varied life of the world. All classes and conditions are there. Working men are toiling, that others may seize all the first fruits of their labor and live high on the proceeds. And the genius of the throng is Lady Bribery, a powerfully drawn figure expressing the corrupt social life of the times. The next visions are those of the 7 deadly sins, allegorical figures, but powerful as those of Pilgrim's Progress, making the allegories of the Romaunt of the Rose seem like shadows in comparison. These all came to Piers, asking the way to truth. But Piers is plowing his half-acre and refuses to leave his work and lead them. He sets them all to honest toil as the best possible remedy for their vices, and preaches the gospel of work as a preparation for salvation. Throughout the poem, Piers bears strong resemblance to John Baptist, preaching to the crowds in the wilderness. The later visions are proclamations of the moral and spiritual life of man. The poem grows dramatic in its intensity, rising to its highest power in Piers' triumph over death, and then the poet wakes from his vision with the sound of Easter bells ringing in his ears. Here are a few lines to illustrate the style and language, but the whole poem must be read if one is to understand its crude strength and prophetic spirit. In a summer season, one softer was the sunne. I shop, note clad, me into a shroud, as I a shape were, in habit as an hermit, unholy of workes. Went weed in this world wondrous to here, but in a Maius morning on Malvern Hulus. Me befell a fairly, note wonder, of fairy me thokte. I was weary, forwondred, and went me to rest under a broad banke, be a burne, note brook, seed. And as I lie, and leaned, and looked on the waters, I slumbered in a sleeping, hit swede, note sounded, so murie. John Wycliffe, 1324, (1384). Wycliffe, as a man, is by far the most powerful English figure of the 14th century. The immense influence of his preaching in the native tongue and the power of his Lollards to stir the souls of the common folk are too well known historically to need repetition. Though a university man and a profound scholar, he sides with Langland, and his interests are with the people rather than with the privileged classes, for whom Chaucer writes. His great work, which earned him his title of Father of English Prose, is the translation of the Bible. Wycliffe himself translated the Gospels and much more of the New Testament. The rest was finished by his followers, especially by Nicholas of Hereford. These translations were made from the Latin Vulgate, not from the original Greek and Hebrew, and the whole work was revised in 1388 by John Purvey, a disciple of Wycliffe. It is impossible to overestimate the influence of this work, both on our English prose and on the lives of the English people. Though Wycliffe's works are now unread, except by occasional scholars, he still occupies a very high place in our literature. His translation of the Bible was slowly copied all over England, and so fixed a national standard of English prose to replace the various dialects. Portions of this translation, in the form of favorite passages from Scripture, were copied by thousands, and for the first time in our history a standard of pure English was established in the homes of the common people. As a suggestion of the language of that day, we quote a few familiar sentences from the Sermon on the Mount, as given in the later version of Wycliffe's Gospel. And he opened his mouth, and talked to him, and said, Blessed ben poor men in spirit, for the kingdom of heaven is herne. Note theirs. Blessed ben milde men, for they shullen welde, note, rule, the earth. Blessed ben they that mournen, for they shullen be comforted. Blessed ben they that hungren and thristen, richt wisnesse, note, righteousness, for they shullen be fulfilled. Blessed ben merciful men, for they shullen get a mercy. Blessed ben they that ben of kleine herte, for they shullen say God. Blessed ben paisible men, for they shullen be cleped, note, called, Goddess children. Blessed ben they that suffren persecution for richtfulnesse, for the kingdom of heavens is herne, note, theirs. Eft son ye han heard that it was said to elde men, Thou shalt not forswear, but thou shalt yielde, note, yield, then oaths to the Lord. But I say, note, say, to you that ye swear not for anything, but be your word, ihe, nay, nay, and that is more than this is of evil. Ye han heard that it was said, Thou shalt love thy neighbor, and hate thine enemy. But I say to you, love ye your enemies, do ye well to him, note, them, that hated, note, hate, you, and pray ye for him that pursuen, note, persecute, and schaundren, note, slander, you, that ye be the sons of your Father that is in heavenes, that maketh his sun to rise upon good and evil men, and reigneth, note, reigns on just men and unjust. Therefore be ye perfect, as your heavenly Father is perfect. John Mandeville. Mandeville's Travels. About the year 1356, there appeared in England an extraordinary book called The Voyage and Travail of Sir John Mandeville, written in excellent style in the Midland dialect, which was then becoming the literary language of England. For years this interesting work and its unknown author were subjects of endless dispute, but it is now fairly certain that this collection of travelers' tales is simply a compilation from Odoric, Marco Polo, and various other sources. The original work was probably in French, which was speedily translated into Latin, then into English and other languages, and wherever it appeared it became extremely popular, its marvelous stories of foreign lands being exactly suited to the credulous spirit of the age. Note: in its English form, the alleged Mandeville describes the lands and customs he has seen, and brings in all the wonders he has heard about. Many things he has seen himself, he tells us, and these are certainly true, but others he has heard in his travels, and of these the reader must judge for himself. Then he incidentally mentions a desert where he saw devils as thick as grasshoppers. As for things that he has been told by devout travelers, here are the dog-faced men, the birds that carry off elephants, and giants 28 feet tall, and dangerous women who have bright jewels in their heads instead of eyes. And if they behold any man in wrath, they slay him with a look, as doth the basilisk. Here also are the folk of Ethiopia, who have only one leg, but who hop about with extraordinary rapidity. Their one foot is so big that, when they lie in the sun, they raise it to shade their bodies. In rainy weather it is as good as an umbrella. At the close of this interesting book of travel, which is a guide for pilgrims, the author promises to all those who say a prayer for him a share in whatever heavenly grace he may himself obtain for all his holy pilgrimages. End of note. At the present time there are said to be 300 copied manuscripts of Mandeville in various languages, more probably than any other work save the Gospels. In the prologue of the English version, the author calls himself John Mandeville, and gives an outline of his wide travels during 30 years, but the name is probably a blind, the prologue more or less spurious, and the real compiler is still to be discovered. The modern reader may spend an hour or two very pleasantly in this old wonderland. On its literary side, the book is remarkable, though a translation, as being the first prose work in modern English, having a distinctly literary style and flavor. Otherwise, it is a most interesting commentary on the general culture and credulity of the 14th century. Summary of the Age of Chaucer. The 14th century is remarkable historically for the decline of feudalism, organized by the Normans, for the growth of the English national spirit during the wars with France, for the prominence of the House of Commons, and for the growing power of the laboring classes, who had heretofore been in a condition hardly above that of slavery. The age produced 5 writers of note, one of whom, Geoffrey Chaucer, is one of the greatest of English writers. His poetry is remarkable for its variety, its story interest, and its wonderful melody. Chaucer's work and Wyclif's translation of the Bible developed the Midland dialect into the national language of England. In our study we have noted 1. Chaucer, his life and work, his early or French period in which he translated the Romance of the Rose, and wrote many minor poems. His middle or Italian period, of which the chief poems are Troilus and Cressida, and the Legend of Good Women. His late or English period, in which he worked at his masterpiece, the famous Canterbury Tales. 2. Langland, the poet and prophet of social reforms. His chief work is Piers Plowman. 3. Wyclif, the religious reformer who first translated the Gospels into English, and by his translation fixed a common standard of English speech. 4. Mandeville, the alleged traveler, who represents the new English interest in distant lands following the development of foreign trade. He is famous for Mandeville's Travels, a book which romances about the wonders to be seen abroad. The 5th writer of the age is Gower, who wrote in 3 languages, French, Latin, and English. His chief English work is the Confessio Amantis, a long poem containing 112 tales. Of these only The Knight Florent and 2 or 3 others are interesting to a modern reader. Suggestive questions. 1. What are the chief historical events of the 14th century? What social movement is noticeable? What writers reflect political and social conditions? 2. Tell briefly the story of Chaucer's life. What foreign influences are noticeable? Name a few poems illustrating his 3 periods of work. What qualities have you noticed in his poetry? Why is he called our first national poet? 3. Give the plan of the Canterbury Tales. For what is the prologue remarkable? What light does it throw upon English life of the 14th century? Quote or read some passages that have impressed you. Which character do you like best? Are any of the characters like certain men and women whom you know? What classes of society are introduced? Is Chaucer's attitude sympathetic or merely critical? 4. Tell in your own words the tale you like best. Which tale seems truest to life as you know it? Mention any other poets who tell stories in verse. 5. Quote or read passages which show Chaucer's keenness of observation, his humor, his kindness in judgment, his delight in nature. What side of human nature does he emphasize? Make a little comparison between Chaucer and Shakespeare, having in mind 1. The characters described by both poets, 2. Their knowledge of human nature, 3. The sources of their plots, 4. The interest of their works. 6. Describe briefly Piers Plowman and its author. Why is the poem called The Gospel of the Poor? What message does it contain for daily labor? Does it apply to any modern conditions? Note any resemblance in ideas between Piers Plowman and such modern works as Carlyle's Past and Present, Kingsley's Alton Locke, Morris's Dream of John Ball, etc. 7. For what is Wycliffe remarkable in literature? How did his work affect our language? Note resemblances and differences between Wycliffe and the Puritans. 8. What is Mandeville's Travels? What light does it throw on the mental condition of the age? What essential difference do you note between this book and Gulliver's Travels? Chronology, 14th century. History. 1327. Edward III. 1338. Beginning of 100 Years' War with France. 1347. Capture of Calais. 1348 to 1349. Black Death. 1373. Winchester College, first great public school. 1377. Richard II. Wycliffe and the Lollards begin Reformation in England. 1381. Peasant Rebellion, Wat Tyler. 1399. Deposition of Richard II. Henry IV chosen by Parliament. Literature. 1340 ? Birth of Chaucer. 1356. Mandeville's Travels. 1359. Chaucer in French War. 1360 to 1370. Chaucer's early or French period. 1370 to 1385. Chaucer's middle or Italian period. 1362 to 1395. Piers Plowman. 1385 to 1400. Canterbury Tales. 1382. First complete Bible in English. 1400. Death of Chaucer. In parentheses, Dante's Divina Commedia, circa 1310, Petrarch's Sonnets and Poems, 1325 through 1374, Boccaccio's Tales, circa 1350. End of section 8. End of chapter 4. Section 9 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Revival of Learning, 1400 to 1550. Part 1. History of the period. Political changes. The century and a half following the death of Chaucer, 1400 to 1550, is the most volcanic period of English history. The land is swept by vast changes, inseparable from the rapid accumulation of national power. But since power is the most dangerous of gifts, until men have learned to control it, these changes seem at first to have no specific aim or direction. Henry V, whose erratic yet vigorous life, as depicted by Shakespeare, was typical of the life of his times. First, let Europe feel the might of the new national spirit. To divert that growing and unruly spirit from rebellion at home, Henry led his army abroad, in the apparently impossible attempt to gain for himself three things: a French wife, a French revenue, and the French crown itself. The Battle of Agincourt was fought in 1415, and 5 years later, by the Treaty of Troyes, France acknowledged his right to all his outrageous demands. The uselessness of the terrific struggle on French soil is shown by the rapidity with which all its results were swept away. When Henry died in 1422, leaving his son heir to the crowns of France and England, a magnificent recumbent statue with head of pure silver was placed in Westminster Abbey to commemorate his victories. The silver head was presently stolen, and the loss is typical of all that he had struggled for. His son, Henry VI, was but the shadow of a king, a puppet in the hands of powerful nobles who seized the power of England and turned it to self-destruction. Meanwhile, all his foreign possessions were won back by the French under the magic leadership of Joan of Arc. Cade's Rebellion, 1450, and the Bloody Wars of the Roses, 1455-1485, are names to show how the energy of England was violently destroying itself. Like a great engine that has lost its balance wheel, The frightful reign of Richard III followed, which had, however, this redeeming quality, that it marked the end of civil wars and the self-destruction of feudalism, and made possible a new growth of English national sentiment under the popular Tudors. In the long reign of Henry VIII, the changes are less violent, but have more purpose and significance. His age is marked by a steady increase in the national power at home and abroad, by the entrance of the Reformation, by a side door, and by the final separation of England from all ecclesiastical bondage in Parliament's famous Act of Supremacy. In previous reigns, chivalry and the old feudal system had practically been banished. Now monasticism, the third medieval institution with its mixed evil and good, received its death blow in the wholesale suppression of the monasteries and the removal of abbots from the House of Lords. Notwithstanding the evil character of the king and the hypocrisy of proclaiming such a creature the head of any church or the defender of any faith, we acquiesce silently in Stubbs' declaration, note Constitutional History of England, that the world owes some of its greatest debts to men from whose memory the world recoils. While England during this period was in constant political strife, yet rising slowly, like the spiral flight of an eagle, to heights of national greatness, intellectually it moved forward with bewildering rapidity. Printing was brought to England by Caxton, circa 1476, and for the first time in history it was possible for a book or an idea to reach the whole nation. Schools and universities were established in place of the old monasteries. Greek ideas and Greek culture came to England in the Renaissance, and man's spiritual freedom was proclaimed in the Reformation. The great names of the period are numerous and significant, but literature is strangely silent. Probably the very turmoil of the age prevented any literary development, for literature is one of the arts of peace. It requires quiet and meditation rather than activity, and the stirring life of the Renaissance had first to be lived before it could express itself in the new literature of the Elizabethan period. The revival of learning. The revival of learning denotes, in its broadest sense, that gradual enlightenment of the human mind after the darkness of the Middle Ages. The names Renaissance and Humanism, which are often applied to the same movement, have properly a narrower significance. The term Renaissance, though used by many writers to denote the whole transition from the Middle Ages to the modern world, is more correctly applied to the revival of art resulting from the discovery and imitation of classic models in the 14th and 15th centuries. Humanism applies to the revival of classic literature, and was so called by its leaders following the example of Petrarch, because they held that the study of the classics, literae humaniores, i.e., the more human writings, rather than the old theology, was the best means of promoting the largest human interests. We use the term revival of learning to cover the whole movement, whose essence was, according to Lamartine, that man discovered himself and the universe, and according to Taine, that man so long blinded had suddenly opened his eyes and seen the world. We shall understand this better if we remember that in the Middle Ages man's whole world consisted of the narrow Mediterranean and the nations that clustered about it, and that this little world seemed bounded by impassable barriers, as if God had said to their sailors, "Hitherto shalt thou come, but no farther." Man's mind also was bounded by the same narrow lines. His culture, as measured by the great deductive system of scholasticism, consisted not in discovery, but rather in accepting certain principles and traditions established by divine and ecclesiastical authority as the basis of all truth. These were his pillars of Hercules, his mental and spiritual bounds that he must not pass, and within these, like a child playing with lettered blocks, he proceeded to build his intellectual system. Only as we remember their limitations can we appreciate the heroism of these toilers of the Middle Ages. Giants in intellect, yet playing with children's toys, ignorant of the laws and forces of the universe, while debating the essence and locomotion of angels, eager to learn, yet forbidden to enter fresh fields in the right of free exploration and the joy of individual discovery. The revival stirred these men as the voyages of Da Gama and Columbus stirred the mariners of the Mediterranean. First came the sciences and inventions of the Arabs, making their way slowly against the prejudice of the authorities, and opening men's eyes to the unexplored realms of nature. Then came the flood of Greek literature, which the new art of printing carried swiftly to every school in Europe, revealing a new world of poetry and philosophy. Scholars flocked to the universities as adventurers to the New World of America, and there the old authority received a death blow. Truth only was authority. To search for truth everywhere as men sought for new lands and gold and the fountain of youth, that was the new spirit which awoke in Europe with the revival of learning. Part II. Literature of the Revival. The 150 years of the Revival period are singularly destitute of good literature. Men's minds were too much occupied with religious and political changes, and with the rapid enlargement of the mental horizon, to find time for that peace and leisure which are essential for literary results. Perhaps also the floods of newly discovered classics, which occupied scholars and the new printing presses alike, were by their very power and abundance a discouragement of native talent. Roger Ascham, 1515 to 1568, a famous classical scholar who published a book called Toxophilus, School of Shooting, in 1545, expresses in his preface, or apology, a very widespread dissatisfaction over the neglect of native literature, which he says, "And as for ye Latin or Greek tongue, everything is so excellently done in them that none can do better. In the English tongue, contrary, everything in a manner so meanly, both for the matter and handling, that no man can do worse." On the Continent also, this new interest in the classics served to check the growth of native literatures. In Italy especially, for a full century after the brilliant age of Dante and Petrarch, no great literature was produced, and the Italian language itself seemed to go backward. The truth is that these great writers were, like Chaucer, far in advance of their age, and that the medieval mind was too narrow, too scantily furnished with ideas, to produce a varied literature. The 15th century was an age of preparation, of learning the beginnings of science, and of getting acquainted with the great ideals. The stern law, the profound philosophy, the suggestive mythology, and the noble poetry of the Greeks and Romans. So the mind was furnished with ideas for a new literature. With the exception of Malory's Morte d'Arthur, which is still medieval in spirit, the student will find little of interest in the literature of this period. We give here a brief summary of the men and the books most worthy of remembrance, but for the real literature of the Renaissance one must go forward a century and a half to the age of Elizabeth. Praise of Folly. The two greatest books which appeared in England during this period are undoubtedly Erasmus's Praise of Folly (Encomium Moriae). Note: Erasmus, the greatest scholar of the Renaissance, was not an Englishman, but seems to belong to every nation. He was born at Rotterdam, circa 1466, but lived the greater part of his life in France, Switzerland, England, and Italy. His Encomium Moriae was sketched on a journey from Italy, 1509, and written while he was the guest of Sir Thomas More in London. End of note. And More's Utopia, the famous Kingdom of Nowhere. Both were written in Latin, but were speedily translated into all European languages. The Praise of Folly is like a song of victory for the new learning, which had driven away vice, ignorance, and superstition, the three foes of humanity. It was published in 1511, after the accession of Henry VIII. Folly is represented as donning cap and bells and mounting a pulpit, where the vice and cruelty of kings, the selfishness and ignorance of the clergy, and the foolish standards of education are satirized without mercy. Utopia. More's Utopia, published in 1516, is a powerful and original study of social conditions, unlike anything which had ever appeared in any literature. Note, unless perchance the reader finds some points of resemblance in Plato's Republic. End of note. In our own day, we have seen its influence in Bellamy's Looking Backward, an enormously successful book, which recently set people to thinking of the unnecessary cruelty of modern social conditions. More learns from a sailor, one of Amerigo Vespucci's companions, of a wonderful kingdom of nowhere, in which all questions of labor, government, society, and religion have been easily settled by simple justice and common sense. In this utopia we find for the first time, as the foundations of civilized society, the three great words, liberty, fraternity, equality, which retained their inspiration through all the violence of the French Revolution, and which are still the unrealized ideal of every free government. As he hears of this wonderful country, More wonders why, after 15 centuries of Christianity, his own land is so little civilized. And as we read the book today, we ask ourselves the same question. The splendid dream is still far from being realized. Yet it seems as if any nation could become utopia in a single generation, so simple and just are the requirements. Tyndale's New Testament. Greater than either of these books in its influence upon the common people is Tyndale's translation of the New Testament, 1525, which fixed a standard of good English, and at the same time brought that standard not only to scholars, but to the homes of the common people. Tyndale made his translation from the original Greek, and later translated parts of the Old Testament from the Hebrew. Much of Tyndale's work was included in Cranmer's Bible, known also as the Great Bible, in 1539. It was read in every parish church in England. It was the foundation for the Authorized Version, which appeared nearly a century later and became the standard for the whole English-speaking race. Wyatt and Surrey. In 1557 appeared probably the first printed collection of miscellaneous English poems, known as Total's Miscellany. It contained the work of the so-called courtly makers, or poets, which had hitherto circulated in manuscript form for the benefit of the court. About half of these poems were the work of Sir Thomas Wyatt, 1503 to 1542, and of Henry Howard, Earl of Surrey, 1517 to 1547. Both together wrote amorous sonnets modeled after the Italians, introducing a new verse form which, although very difficult, has been a favorite ever since with our English poets. Note, see Wordsworth's sonnet on the sonnet. For a detailed study of this most perfect verse form, see Tomlinson's The Sonnet, Its Origin, Structure, and Place in Poetry. End of note. Surrey is noted not for any especial worth or originality of his own poems, but rather for his translation of 2 books of Virgil in strange meter. The strange meter was the blank verse, which had never before appeared in English. The chief literary work of these two men, therefore, is to introduce the sonnet and the blank verse, one the most dainty, the other the most flexible and characteristic form of English poetry, which in the hands of Shakespeare and Milton were used to make the world's masterpieces. Malory's Morte d'Arthur. The greatest English work of this period, measured by its effect on subsequent literature, is undoubtedly the Morte d'Arthur, a collection of Arthurian romances told in simple and vivid prose. Of Sir Thomas Malory, the author Caxton, note William Caxton, circa 1422 to 1491, was the first English printer. He learned the art abroad, probably at Cologne or Bruges, and about the year 1476 set up the first wooden printing press in England. His influence in fixing a national language to supersede the various dialects, and in preparing the way for the literary renaissance of the Elizabethan age, is beyond calculation. End of note. In his introduction says that he was a knight, and completed his work in 1470, 15 years before Caxton printed it. The record adds that he was the servant of Jesu, both by day and night. Beyond that we know little. Note, Malory has in our own day been identified with an English country gentleman and soldier who was member of Parliament for Warwickshire in 1445. End of note, except what may be inferred from the splendid work itself. Malory groups the legends about the central idea of the search for the Holy Grail. Though many of the stories, like Tristram and Isolde, are purely pagan, Malory treats them all in such a way as to preserve the whole spirit of medieval Christianity, as it has been preserved in no other work. It was to Malory, rather than to Layamon or to the early French writers, that Shakespeare and his contemporaries turned for their material. And in our own age he has supplied Tennyson and Matthew Arnold and Swinburne and Morris with the inspiration for the Idylls of the King and the Death of Tristram and the other exquisite poems which center about Arthur and the knights of his Round Table. In subject matter, the book belongs to the medieval age, but Malory himself, with his desire to preserve the literary monuments of the past, belongs to the Renaissance, and he deserves our lasting gratitude for attempting to preserve the legends and poetry of Britain at a time when scholars were chiefly busy with the classics of Greece and Rome. As the Arthurian legends are one of the great recurring motives of English literature, Malory's work should be better known. His stories may be and should be told to every child as part of his literary inheritance. Then Malory may be read for his style and his English prose and his expression of the medieval spirit. And then the stories may be read again in Tennyson's Idylls to show how those exquisite old fancies appeal to the minds of our modern poets. Summary of the Revival of Learning period. This transition period is at first one of decline from the age of Chaucer, and then of intellectual preparation for the age of Elizabeth. For a century and a half after Chaucer, not a single great English work appeared, and the general standard of literature was very low. There are three chief causes to account for this. One, the long war with France and the Civil War of the Roses distracted attention from books and poetry, and destroyed or ruined many noble English families who had been friends and patrons of literature. Two, the Reformation, in the latter part of the period, filled men's minds with religious questions. Three, the revival of learning set scholars and literary men to an eager study of the classics, rather than to the creation of native literature. Historically, the age is noticeable for its intellectual progress, for the introduction of printing, for the discovery of America, for the beginning of the Reformation, and for the growth of political power among the common people. In our study we have noted 1. The revival of learning, what it was, and the significance of the terms humanism and Renaissance. 2. 3 influential literary works, Erasmus's Praise of Folly, More's Utopia, and Tyndale's translation of the New Testament. 3. Wyatt and Surrey, and the so-called courtly makers or poets. 4. Malory's Morte d'Arthur, a collection of the Arthurian legends in English prose. The miracle and mystery plays were the most popular form of entertainment in this age, but we have reserved them for special study in connection with the rise of the drama in the following chapter. Suggestive questions. 1. The 15th century in English literature is sometimes called the Age of Arrest. Can you explain why? What causes account for the lack of great literature in this period? Why should the ruin of noble families at this time seriously affect our literature? Can you recall anything from the Anglo-Saxon period to justify your opinion? 2. What is meant by humanism? What was the first effect of the study of Greek and Latin classics upon our literature? What excellent literary purposes did the classics serve in later periods? 3. What are the chief benefits to literature of the discovery of printing? What effect on civilization has the multiplication of books? 4. Describe More's Utopia. Do you know any modern books like it? Why should any impractical scheme of progress be still called utopian? 5. What work of this period had the greatest effect on the English language? Explain why. 6. What was the chief literary influence exerted by Wyatt and Surrey? Do you know any later poets who made use of the verse forms which they introduced? 7. Which of Malory's stories do you like best? Where did these stories originate? Have they any historical foundation? What two great elements did Malory combine in his work? What is the importance of his book to later English literature? Compare Tennyson's Idylls of the King and Malory's stories with regard to material expression and interest. Note the marked resemblances and differences between the Morte d'Arthur and the Nibelungenlied. Chronology. History. 1413, Henry V. 1415, Battle of Agincourt. 1422, Henry VI. 1428, Siege of Orleans, Joan of Arc. 1453, End of 100 Years' War. 1455 to 1485, War of Roses. 1461, Edward IV. 1483, Richard III. 1485, Henry VII. 1492, Columbus discovers America. 1509, Henry VIII. 1534, Act of Supremacy, the Reformation accomplished. 1547, Edward VI. 1553, Mary. 1558, Elizabeth. Literature. 1470, Malory's Morte d'Arthur. 1474, circa, Caxton at Bruges prints the first book in English, the Recueil of the Histories of Troyes. 1477, first book printed in England. 1485, Morte d'Arthur, printed by Caxton. 1499, Collet, Erasmus, and More bring the new learning to Oxford. 1509, Erasmus's Praise of Folly. 1516, More's Utopia. 1525, Tyndale's New Testament. 1530, Introduction of the Sonnet and Blank Verse by Wyatt and Surrey. 1539, The Great Bible. 1557, Total's Miscellany. End of section 9. End of chapter 5. Section 10 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Age of Elizabeth, 1550 to 1620. Part 1. History of the Period. Political summary. In the Age of Elizabeth, all doubt seems to vanish from English history. After the reigns of Edward and Mary, with defeat and humiliation abroad and persecutions and rebellion at home, the accession of a popular sovereign was like the sunrise after a long night, and in Milton's words, we suddenly see England, a noble and puissant nation, rousing herself like a strong man after sleep, and shaking her invincible locks. With the Queen's character, a strange mingling of frivolity and strength, which reminds one of that iron image with feet of clay, we have nothing whatever to do. It is the national life that concerns the literary student, since even a beginner must notice that any great development of the national life is invariably associated with the development of the national literature. It is enough for our purposes, therefore, to point out two facts: that Elizabeth, with all her vanity and inconsistency, steadily loved England and England's greatness, and that she inspired all her people with the unbounded patriotism which exults in Shakespeare, and with the personal devotion which finds a voice in the Faery Queen. Under her administration, the English national life progressed by gigantic leaps rather than by slow historical process, and English literature reached the very highest point of its development. It is possible to indicate only a few general characteristics of this great age which had a direct bearing upon its literature. Religious toleration. Characteristics of the Elizabethan Age. The most characteristic feature of the age was the comparative religious tolerance, which was due largely to the Queen's influence. The frightful excesses of the religious war, known as the 30 Years' War, on the Continent, found no parallel in England. Upon her accession, Elizabeth found the whole kingdom divided against itself. The north was largely Catholic, while the southern counties were as strongly Protestant. Scotland had followed the Reformation in its own intense way, while Ireland remained true to its old religious traditions, and both countries were openly rebellious. The court, made up of both parties, witnessed the rival intrigues of those who sought to gain the royal favor. It was due partly to the intense absorption of men's minds in religious questions that the preceding century, though an age of advancing learning, produced scarcely any literature worthy of the name. Elizabeth favored both religious parties, and presently the world saw with amazement Catholics and Protestants acting together as trusted counselors of a great sovereign. The defeat of the Spanish Armada established the Reformation as a fact in England, and at the same time united all Englishmen in a magnificent national enthusiasm. For the first time since the Reformation began, the fundamental question of religious toleration seemed to be settled, and the mind of man, freed from religious fears and persecutions, turned with a great creative impulse to other forms of activity. It is partly from this new freedom of the mind that the Age of Elizabeth received its great literary stimulus. Social contentment. 2. It was an age of comparative social contentment, in strong contrast with the days of Langland. The rapid increase of manufacturing towns gave employment to thousands who had before been idle and discontented. Increasing trade brought enormous wealth to England, and this wealth was shared to this extent, at least, that for the first time some systematic care for the needy was attempted. Parishes were made responsible for their own poor, and the wealthy were taxed to support them or give them employment. The increase of wealth, the improvement in living, the opportunities for labor, the new social content, these also are factors which help to account for the new literary activity. Enthusiasm. 3. It is an age of dreams, of adventure, of unbounded enthusiasm springing from the new lands of fabulous riches revealed by English explorers. Drake sails around the world, shaping the mighty course which English colonizers shall follow through the centuries. and presently the young philosopher Bacon is saying confidently, "I have taken all knowledge for my province." The mind must search farther than the eye. With new, rich lands open to the sight, the imagination must create new forms to people the new worlds. Hakluyt's famous collection of voyages and Purchas, his pilgrimage, were even more stimulating to the English imagination than to the English acquisitiveness. While her explorers search the New World for the fountain of youth, her poets are creating literary works that are young forever. Marston writes, note, Eastward Ho, a play given in Blackfriars Theatre about 1603. The play was written by Marston and two collaborators. End of note. Why, man, all their dripping pans are pure gold. The prisoners they take are fettered in gold. And as for rubies and diamonds, they go forth on holidays and gather him by seashore to hang on their children's coats. This comes nearer to being a description of Shakespeare's poetry than of the Indians in Virginia. Prospero in The Tempest, with his control over the mighty powers and harmonies of nature, is only the literary dream of that science which had just begun to grapple with the forces of the universe. Cabot, Drake, Frobisher, Gilbert, Raleigh, Willoughby, Hawkins, a score of explorers, reveal a new earth to men's eyes, and instantly literature creates a new heaven to match it. So dreams and deeds increase side by side, and the dream is ever greater than the deed. That is the meaning of literature. The drama. 4. To sum up, the Age of Elizabeth was a time of intellectual liberty, of growing intelligence and comfort among all classes, of unbounded patriotism, and of peace at home and abroad. For a parallel we must go back to the age of Pericles in Athens, or of Augustus in Rome, or go forward a little to the magnificent court of Louis XIV, when Corneille, Racine, and Molière brought the drama in France to the point where Marlowe, Shakespeare, and Jonson had left it in England half a century earlier. Such an age of great thought and great action, appealing to the eyes as well as to the imagination and intellect, finds but one adequate literary expression. Neither poetry nor the story can express the whole man, his thought, feeling, action, and the resulting character. Hence, in the Age of Elizabeth, literature turned instinctively to the drama and brought it rapidly to the highest stage of its development. End of section 10. Section 11 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Continued. Part 2. The Non-Dramatic Poets of the Elizabethan Age. Edmund Spenser, 1552-1599. Cuddie. Peers, I have piped ere so long with pain, that all mine oaten reeds been rent and wore, and my poor muse hath spent her spared store, yet little good hath got, and much less gain. Such pleasance makes the grasshopper so poor, and liggeth so laid, note, lie so faint, when winter doth her strain. The dapper ditties that I wont devise to feed youth's fancy, and the flocking fry delighten much. What I the bet for thigh, they han the pleasure, I a slender prize. I beat the bush, the birds to them do fly. What good thereof to Cuddie can arise? Peers, Cuddie, the praise is better than the prize, the glory eke much greater than the gain. Shepherd's Calendar, October. In these words, with their sorrowful suggestion of Deor, Spenser reveals his own heart, unconsciously perhaps, as no biographer could possibly do. His life and work seem to center about three great influences, summed up in three names: Cambridge, where he grew acquainted with the classics and the Italian poets; London, where he experienced the glamour and the disappointment of court life; and Ireland, which steeped him in the beauty and imagery of old Celtic poetry, and first gave him leisure to write his masterpiece. Life. Of Spenser's early life and parentage we know little, except that he was born in East Smithfield, near the Tower of London, and was poor. His education began at the Merchant Taylors' School in London, and was continued in Cambridge, where as a poor sizar and fag for wealthy students he earned a scant living. Here, in the glorious world that only a poor scholar knows how to create for himself, he read the classics, made acquaintance with the great Italian poets, and wrote numberless little poems of his own. Though Chaucer was his beloved master, his ambition was not to rival the Canterbury Tales, but rather to express the dream of English chivalry, much as Ariosto had done for Italy in Orlando Furioso. After leaving Cambridge, 1576, Spenser went to the north of England on some unknown work or quest. Here his chief occupation was to fall in love, and to record his melancholy over the lost Rosalind in the Shepherd's Calendar. Upon his friend Harvey's advice he came to London, bringing his poems, and here he met Leicester, then at the height of royal favor, and the latter took him to live at Leicester House. Here he finished the Shepherd's Calendar, and here he met Sidney and all the Queen's favorites. The court was full of intrigues, lying, and flattery, and Spenser's opinion of his own uncomfortable position is best expressed in a few lines from Mother Hubbard's tale. Full little knowest thou, that has not tried, what hell it is, ensuing long to bide, to lose good days that might be better spent, to waste long nights in pensive discontent, to fret thy soul with crosses and with cares, to eat thy heart through comfortless despairs, to fawn, to crouch, to wait, to ride, to run, to spend, to give, to want, to be undone. In 1580, through Leicester's influence, Spenser, who was utterly weary of his dependent position, was made secretary to Lord Grey, the Queen's deputy in Ireland, and the third period of his life began. He accompanied his chief through one campaign of savage brutality in putting down an Irish rebellion, and was given an immense estate with the castle of Kilcolman in Munster, which had been confiscated from Earl Desmond, one of the Irish leaders. His life here, where according to the terms of his grant he must reside as an English settler, he regarded as lonely exile. My luckless lot, that banished had myself like wight forlore into that waste where I was quite forgot. It is interesting to note here a gentle poet's view of the unhappy island. After nearly 16 years' residence, he wrote his View of the State of Ireland, 1596. Note: the View was not published till 1633. His only prose work, in which he submits a plan for pacifying the oppressed and rebellious people. This was to bring a huge force of cavalry and infantry into the country, give the Irish a brief time to submit, and after that to hunt them down like wild beasts. He calculated that cold, famine, and sickness would help the work of the sword, and that after the rebels had been well hounded for 2 winters, the following summer would find the country peaceful. This plan, from the poet of harmony and beauty, was somewhat milder than the usual treatment of a brave people whose offense was that they loved liberty and religion. Strange as it may seem, the View was considered most statesmanlike and was excellently well received in England. In Kilcolman, surrounded by great natural beauty, Spenser finished the first 3 books of The Faery Queen, In 1589, Raleigh visited him, heard the poem with enthusiasm, hurried the poet off to London, and presented him to Elizabeth. The first 3 books met with instant success when published, and were acclaimed as the greatest work in the English language. A yearly pension of £50 was conferred by Elizabeth, but rarely paid, and the poet turned back to exile, that is, to Ireland again. Soon after his return, Spenser fell in love with his beautiful Elizabeth, an Irish girl, wrote his amoretti, or sonnets, in her honor, and afterwards represented her in The Faery Queen as the beautiful woman dancing among the graces. In 1594 he married Elizabeth, celebrating his wedding with his Epithalamion, one of the most beautiful wedding hymns in any language. Spenser's next visit to London was in 1595, when he published Astrophel, an elegy on the death of his friend Sidney, and 3 more books of The Faery Queen. On this visit he lived again at Leicester House, now occupied by the new favorite Essex, where he probably met Shakespeare and the other literary lights of the Elizabethan age. Soon after his return to Ireland, Spenser was appointed Sheriff of Cork, a queer office for a poet, which probably brought about his undoing. The same year Tyrone's rebellion broke out in Munster, Kilcolman. The ancient house of Desmond was one of the first places attacked by the rebels, and Spenser barely escaped with his wife and 2 children. It is supposed that some unfinished parts of The Faery Queen were burned in the castle. From the shock of this frightful experience, Spenser never recovered. He returned to England heartbroken, and in the following year, 1599, he died in an inn at Westminster. According to Ben Jonson, he died for want of bread, but whether that is a poetic way of saying that he had lost his property, or that he actually died of destitution, will probably never be known. He was buried beside his master, Chaucer, in Westminster Abbey, the poets of that age thronging to his funeral, and, according to Camden, casting their elegies and the pens that had written them into his tomb. Spenser's works. The Faery Queen is the great work upon which the poet's fame chiefly rests. The original plan of the poem included 24 books, each of which was to recount the adventure and triumph of a knight who represented a moral virtue. Spenser's purpose, as indicated in a letter to Raleigh, which introduces the poem, is as follows. To portrait in Arthur, before he was king, the image of a brave knight, perfected in the 12 private moral virtues, as Aristotle hath devised, which is the purpose of these first 12 books, which if I find to be well accepted, I may be perhaps encouraged to frame the other part of politic virtues in his person, after that he came to be king. Each of the virtues appears as a knight fighting his opposing vice, and the poem tells the story of the conflicts. It is therefore purely allegorical, not only in its personified virtues, but also in its representation of life as a struggle between good and evil. In its strong moral element, the poem differs radically from Orlando Furioso, upon which it was modeled. Spenser completed only 6 books, celebrating holiness, temperance, chastity, friendship, justice, and courtesy. We have also a fragment of the 7th, treating of constancy, but the rest of this book was not written, or else was lost in the fire at Kilcolman. The first 3 books are by far the best, and judging by the way that the interest lags and the allegory grows incomprehensible, it is perhaps as well for Spenser's reputation that the other 18 books remained a dream. Argument of the Faery Queen. From the introductory letter we learn that the hero visits the queen's court in Fairyland, where she is holding a 12 days festival. On each day some distressed person appears unexpectedly, tells a woeful story of dragons, of enchantresses, or of distressed beauty or virtue, and asks for a champion to right the wrong and to let the oppressed go free. Sometimes a knight volunteers or begs for the dangerous mission. Again, the duty is assigned by the queen, and the journeys and adventures of these knights are the subjects of the several books. The first recounts the adventures of the Red Cross Knight, representing holiness, and the Lady Una, representing religion. Their contests are symbolical of the worldwide struggle between virtue and faith on the one hand, and sin and heresy on the other. The second book tells the story of Sir Guyon, or temperance; the third of Britomartis, representing chastity; the fourth, fifth, and sixth of Campbell and Triamond, friendship; Artegal, justice; and Sir Calidore, courtesy. Spenser's plan was a very elastic one, and he filled up the measure of his narrative with everything that caught his fancy, historical events and personages under allegorical masks, beautiful ladies, chivalrous knights, giants, monsters, dragons, sirens, enchanters, and adventures enough to stock a library of fiction. If you read Homer or Virgil, you know his subject in the first strong line. If you read Cædmon's paraphrase or Milton's epic, the introduction gives you the theme. But Spenser's great poem, with the exception of a single line in the prologue, "Fierce wars and faithful love shall moralize my song," gives hardly a hint of what is coming. As to the meaning of the allegorical figures, one is generally in doubt. In the first three books, the shadowy fairy queen sometimes represents the glory of God, and sometimes Elizabeth, who was naturally flattered by the parallel. Britomartis is also Elizabeth. The Red Cross Knight is Sidney, the model Englishman. Arthur, who always appears to rescue the oppressed, is Leicester, which is another outrageous flattery. Una is sometimes religion, and sometimes the Protestant Church, while Duessa represents Mary, Queen of Scots, or general Catholicism. In the last three books, Elizabeth appears again as Mercilla, Henry IV of France as Bourbon, the war in the Netherlands as the story of Lady Belge, Raleigh as Timaeus, the Earls of Northumberland and Westmoreland, lovers of Mary or Duessa, as Blandamour and Paradelle. And so through the wide range of contemporary characters and events, till the allegory becomes as difficult to follow as the second part of Goethe's Faust. Poetical form. For the Fairy Queen, Spenser invented a new verse form, which has been called since his day the Spenserian stanza. Because of its rare beauty, it has been much used by nearly all our poets in their best work. The new stanza was an improved form of Ariosto's ottava rima, i.e., 8-line stanza, and bears a close resemblance to one of Chaucer's most musical verse forms in The Monk's Tale. Spenser's stanza is in 9 lines, 8 of 5 feet each, and the last of 6 feet, rhyming A, B, B, C, B, C, C. A few selections from the first book, which is best worth reading, are reproduced here to show the style and melody of the verse. A gentle knight was pricking on the plain, clad in mighty arms and silver shield, wherein old dents of deep wounds did remain, the cruel marks of many a bloody field. Yet arms still that time did he never wield, his angry steed did chide his foaming bit, as much disdaining to the curb to yield. Full yolly, handsome, knight he seemed, and fair did sit, as one for knightly justs, jousts, tournaments, and fierce encounters fit. And on his breast a bloody cross he bore, the dear remembrance of his dying Lord, for whose sweet sake that glorious badge he wore, and dead as living ever him adored. Upon his shield the like was also scored, for sovereign hope which in his help he had. Right faithful true he was in deed and word, but of his cheer countenance did seem too solemn sad. Yet nothing did he dread, but ever was Idrad dreaded. This sleepy bit from the dwelling of Morpheus invites us to linger. And more to lull him in his slumber soft, a trickling stream from high rock tumbling down, and ever drizzling rain upon the loft, mixed with a murmuring wind, much like the son of swarming bees, did cast him in a swoon. Nor the noise nor people's troublous cries, as still are wont to annoy the walled town, might there be heard, but careless quiet lies wrapped in eternal silence, far from enemies. The description of Una shows the poet's sense of ideal beauty. One day, nigh weary of the irksome way, from her unhasty beast she did alight, and on the grass her dainty limbs did lay, in secret shadow, far from all men's sight. From her fair head her fillet she undight, took off, and laid her stole aside, her angel's face, as the great eye of heaven, shined bright, and made a sunshine in the shady place. Did never mortal eye behold such heavenly grace? It fortuned out of the thickest wood a ramping lion rushed suddenly, hunting full greedy after salvage blood. Soon as the royal virgin he did spy, with gaping mouth at her ran greedily, to have at once devoured her tender corse. But to the prey, whenas he drew more nigh, his bloody rage assuaged with remorse, pity, and with the sight amazed, forgot his furious force. Instead thereof he kissed her weary feet, and licked her lily hands with fawning tongue, as he her wronged innocence did weet. No. Oh, how can beauty master the most strong, and simple truth subdue avenging wrong? Minor poems. Next to his masterpiece, The Shepherd's Calendar, 1579, is the best known of Spenser's poems, though, as his first work, it is below many others in melody. It consists of 12 pastoral poems, or eclogues, one for each month of the year. The themes are generally rural life, nature, love in the fields, and the speakers are shepherds and shepherdesses. To increase the rustic effect, Spenser uses strange forms of speech and obsolete words to such an extent that Johnson complained his works are not English or any other language. Some are melancholy poems on his lost Rosalind. Some are satires on the clergy. One, The Briar and the Oak, is an allegory. One flatters Elizabeth, and others are pure fables touched with the Puritan spirit. They are written in various styles and meters, and show plainly that Spenser was practicing and preparing himself for greater work. Other noteworthy poems are Mother Hubbard's Tale, a satire on society; Astrophel, an elegy on the death of Sidney; Amoretti, or sonnets to his Elizabeth; The Marriage Hymn, epithalamion; and 4 hymns on love, beauty, heavenly love, and heavenly beauty. There are numerous other poems and collections of poems, but these show the scope of his work and are best worth reading. Importance of the Shepherd's Calendar. The publication of this work in 1579 by an unknown writer who signed himself modestly Immerito marks an important epoch in our literature. We shall appreciate this better if we remember the long years during which England had been without a great poet. Chaucer and Spenser are often studied together as poets of the Renaissance period, and the idea prevails that they were almost contemporary. In fact, nearly 2 centuries passed after Chaucer's death, years of enormous political and intellectual development, and not only did Chaucer have no successor, but our language had changed so rapidly that English men had lost the ability to read his lines correctly. Note: in the 19th century, men learned again to appreciate Chaucer. This first published work of Spenser is noteworthy in at least 4 respects. First, it marks the appearance of the first national poet in 2 centuries. Second, it shows again the variety and melody of English verse, which had been largely a tradition since Chaucer. Third, it was our first pastoral, the beginning of a long series of English pastoral compositions modeled on Spenser, and as such exerted a strong influence on subsequent literature. And fourth, it marks the real beginning of the outburst of great Elizabethan poetry. Characteristics of Spenser's poetry. The 5 main qualities of Spenser's poetry are: 1, a perfect melody; 2, a rare sense of beauty; 3, a splendid imagination, which could gather into one poem heroes, knights, ladies, dwarfs, demons, and dragons, classic mythology, stories of chivalry, and the thronging ideals of the Renaissance, all passing in gorgeous procession across an ever-changing and ever-beautiful landscape. 4, a lofty moral purity and seriousness. 5, a delicate idealism, which could make all nature and every common thing beautiful. In contrast with these excellent qualities, the reader will probably note the strange appearance of his lines, due to his fondness for obsolete words, like ein, eyes, and shend, shame, and his tendency to coin others, like mercify, to suit his own purposes. It is Spenser's idealism, his love of beauty, and his exquisite melody which have caused him to be known as the poet's poet. Nearly all our subsequent singers acknowledge their delight in him and their indebtedness. Macaulay alone among critics voices a fault which all who are not poets quickly feel, namely that, with all Spenser's excellences, he is difficult to read. The modern man loses himself in the confused allegory of the Faery Queen, skips all but the marked passages, and softly closes the book in a gentle weariness. Even the best of his longer poems, while of exquisite workmanship and delightfully melodious, generally fail to hold the reader's attention. The movement is languid. There is little dramatic interest, and only a suggestion of humor. The very melody of his verses sometimes grows monotonous, like a Strauss waltz, too long continued. We shall best appreciate Spenser by reading at first only a few well-chosen selections from the Faery Queen and the Shepherd's Calendar, and a few of the minor poems which exemplify his wonderful melody. Comparison between Chaucer and Spenser. At the outset, it is well to remember that, though Spenser regarded Chaucer as his master, 2 centuries intervene between them, and that their writings have almost nothing in common. We shall appreciate this better by a brief comparison between our first 2 modern poets. Chaucer was a combined poet and man of affairs, with the latter predominating. Though dealing largely with ancient or medieval material, he has a curiously modern way of looking at life. Indeed, he is our only author preceding Shakespeare with whom we feel thoroughly at home. He threw aside the outgrown metrical romance, which was practically the only form of narrative in his day, invented the art of storytelling in verse, and brought it to a degree of perfection which has probably never since been equaled. Though a student of the classics, he lived wholly in the present, studied the men and women of his own time, painted them as they were, but added always a touch of kindly humor or romance to make them more interesting. So his mission appears to be simply to amuse himself and his readers. His mastery of various and melodious verse was marvelous, and has never been surpassed in our language. But the English of his day was changing rapidly, and in a very few years men were unable to appreciate his art, so that even to Spenser and Dryden, for example, he seemed deficient in metrical skill. On this account, his influence on our literature has been much less than we should expect from the quality of his work, and from his position as one of the greatest of English poets. Like Chaucer, Spenser was a busy man of affairs, but in him the poet and the scholar always predominates. He writes as the idealist, describing men not as they are, but as he thinks they should be. He has no humor, and his mission is not to amuse, but to reform. Like Chaucer, he studies the classics and contemporary French and Italian writers, but instead of adapting his material to present-day conditions, he makes poetry, as in his eclogues, for instance, more artificial even than his foreign models. Where Chaucer looks about him and describes life as he sees it, Spenser always looks backward for his inspiration. He lives dreamily in the past, in a realm of purely imaginary emotions and adventures. His first quality is imagination, not observation, and he is the first of our poets to create a world of dreams, fancies, and illusions. His second quality is a wonderful sensitiveness to beauty, which shows itself not only in his subject matter, but also in the manner of his poetry. Like Chaucer, he is an almost perfect workman, but in reading Chaucer we think chiefly of his natural characters or his ideas, while in reading Spenser we think of the beauty of expression. The exquisite Spenserian stanza and the rich melody of Spenser's verse have made him the model of all our modern poets. Minor poets. Though Spenser is the one great non-dramatic poet of the Elizabethan age, a multitude of minor poets demand attention of the student who would understand the tremendous literary activity of the period. One needs only to read The Paradise of Dainty Devices, 1576, or A Gorgeous Gallery of Gallant Inventions, 1578, or any other of the miscellaneous collections, to find hundreds of songs, many of them of exquisite workmanship, by poets whose names now awaken no response. A glance is enough to assure one that over all England the sweet spirit of song had arisen, like the first chirping of birds after a storm. Nearly 200 poets are recorded in the short period from 1558 to 1625, and many of them were prolific writers. In a work like this, we can hardly do more than mention a few of the best-known writers, and spend a moment at least with the works that suggest Marlowe's description of infinite riches in a little room. The reader will note for himself the interesting union of action and thought in these men, so characteristic of the Elizabethan age. For most of them were engaged chiefly in business or war or politics, and literature was to them a pleasant recreation rather than an absorbing profession. Thomas Sackville, 1536-1608. Sir Thomas Sackville, Earl of Dorset and Lord High Treasurer of England, is generally classed with Wyatt and Surrey among the predecessors of the Elizabethan age. In imitation of Dante's Inferno, Sackville formed the design of a great poem called The Mirror for Magistrates. Under guidance of an allegorical personage called Sorrow, he meets the spirits of all the important actors in English history. The idea was to follow Lydgate's Fall of Princes, and let each character tell his own story, so that the poem would be a mirror in which present rulers might see themselves and read this warning: "Who reckless rules, right soon may hope to rue." Sackville finished only the Induction and the Complaint of the Duke of Buckingham. These are written in the rhyme royal and are marked by strong poetic feeling and expression. Unfortunately, Sackville turned from poetry to politics, and the poem was carried on by two inferior poets, William Baldwin and George Ferrers. Sackville wrote also in connection with Thomas Norton the first English tragedy, Ferrex and Porrex, called also Gorboduc, which will be considered in the following section on the rise of the drama. Philip Sidney, 1554-1586. Sidney, the ideal gentleman, the Sir Calidore of Spenser's Legend of Courtesy, is vastly more interesting as a man than as a writer, and the student is recommended to read his biography rather than his books. His life expresses, better than any single literary work, the two ideals of the age, personal honor and national greatness. As a writer, he is known by three principal works, all published after his death, showing how little importance he attached to his own writing, even while he was encouraging Spenser. The Arcadia is a pastoral romance interspersed with eclogues, in which shepherds and shepherdesses sing of the delights of rural life. Though the work was taken up idly as a summer's pastime, it became immensely popular and was imitated by 100 poets. The Apology for Poetry, 1595, generally called The Defense of Poesy, appeared in answer to a pamphlet by Stephen Gosson called The School of Abuse, 1579, in which the poetry of the age and its unbridled pleasure were denounced with Puritan thoroughness and conviction. The Apology is one of the first critical essays in English, and though its style now seems labored and unnatural, the pernicious result of Euphues and his school, it is still one of the best expressions of the place and meaning of poetry in any language. Astrophel and Stella is a collection of songs and sonnets addressed to Lady Penelope Devereux, to whom Sidney had once been betrothed. They abound in exquisite lines and passages containing more poetic feeling and expression than the songs of any other minor writer of the age. George Chapman, 1559?1634. Chapman spent his long, quiet life among the dramatists and wrote chiefly for the stage. His plays, which were for the most part merely poems in dialogue, fell far below the high dramatic standard of his time and are now almost unread. His most famous work is the metrical translation of the Iliad, 1611, and of the Odyssey, 1614. Chapman's Homer, though lacking the simplicity and dignity of the original, has a force and rapidity of movement which makes it superior in many respects to Pope's more familiar translation. Chapman is remembered also as the finisher of Marlowe's Hero and Leander, in which, apart from the drama, the Renaissance movement is seen at perhaps its highest point in English poetry. Out of scores of long poems of the period, Hero and Leander and The Faery Queen are the only two which are even slightly known to modern readers. Michael Drayton, 1563-1631. Drayton is the most voluminous and, to antiquarians at least, the most interesting of the minor poets. He is the Laomon of the Elizabethan age, and vastly more scholarly than his predecessor. His chief work is Polyolbion, an enormous poem of many thousand couplets, describing the towns, mountains, and rivers of Britain, with the interesting legends connected with each. It is an extremely valuable work, and represents a lifetime of study and research. Two other long works are The Barons' Wars and The Heroic Epistle of England, and besides these were many minor poems. One of the best of these is the Battle of Agincourt, a ballad written in the lively meter which Tennyson used, with some variations, in The Charge of the Light Brigade, and which shows the old English love of brave deeds and of the songs that stir a people's heart in memory of noble ancestors. End of section 11. Section 12 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 continued. Part 3. The First English Dramatists. The origin of the drama. First the deed, then the story, then the play. That seems to be the natural development of the drama in its simplest form. The great deeds of a people are treasured in its literature, and later generations represent in play or pantomime certain parts of the story which appeal most powerfully to the imagination. Among primitive races, the deeds of their gods and heroes are often represented at the yearly festivals, and among children whose instincts are not yet blunted by artificial habits, one sees the story that was heard at bedtime repeated next day in vigorous action when our boys turn scouts and our girls princesses, precisely as our first dramatists turned to the old legends and heroes of Britain for their first stage productions. To act a part seems as natural to humanity as to tell a story, and originally the drama is but an old story retold to the eye, a story put into action by living performers who, for the moment, make believe or imagine themselves to be the old heroes. To illustrate the matter simply, there was a great life lived by him who was called the Christ. Inevitably, the life found its way into literature, and we have the Gospels. Around the life and literature sprang up a great religion. Its worship was at first simple, the common prayer, the evening meal together, the remembered words of the Master, and the closing hymn. Gradually a ritual was established, which grew more elaborate and impressive as the centuries went by. Scenes from the Master's life began to be represented in the churches, especially at Christmas time, when the story of Christ's birth was made more effective to the eyes of a people who could not read, by a babe in a manger, surrounded by magi and shepherds, with a choir of angels chanting the Gloria in excelsis. Note: the most dramatic part of the early ritual centered about Christ's death and resurrection on Good Fridays and Easter days. An exquisite account of this most impressive service is preserved in St. Ethelwold's Latin Manual of Church Services, written about 965. The Latin and English versions are found in Chambers' Medieval Stage, Volume 2. For a brief, interesting description, see Gailey, Plays of Our Forefathers. End of note. Other impressive scenes from the Gospel followed. Then the Old Testament was called upon, until a complete cycle of plays from the creation to the final judgment was established, and we have the mysteries and miracle plays of the Middle Ages. Out of these came directly the drama of the Elizabethan Age. Periods in the development of the drama. 1. The religious period. In Europe, as in Greece, the drama had a distinctly religious origin. Note how much we are indebted to the Norman love of pageantry for the development of the drama in England is an unanswered question. During the Middle Ages it was customary, in welcoming a monarch or in celebrating a royal wedding, to represent allegorical and mythological scenes, like the combat of St. George and the dragon, for instance, on a stage constructed for the purpose. These pageants were popular all over Europe and developed during the Renaissance into the dramatic form known as the masque. Though the drama was of religious origin, we must not overlook these secular pageants as an important factor in the development of dramatic art. End of note. The first characters were drawn from the New Testament, and the object of the first plays was to make the church service more impressive or to emphasize moral lessons by showing the reward of the good and the punishment of the evildoer. In the latter days of the Roman Empire, the church found the stage possessed by frightful plays, which debased the morals of a people already fallen too low. Reform seemed impossible. The corrupt drama was driven from the stage, and plays of every kind were forbidden. But mankind loves a spectacle, and soon the Church itself provided a substitute for the forbidden plays in the famous Mysteries and Miracles. Miracle and Mystery Plays. In France, the name miracle was given to any play representing the lives of the saints, while the mystère represented scenes from the life of Christ or stories from the Old Testament associated with the coming of Messiah. In England, this distinction was almost unknown. The name miracle was used indiscriminately for all plays having their origin in the Bible or in the lives of the saints, and the name mystery to distinguish a certain class of play was not used until long after the religious drama had passed away. The earliest miracle of which we have any record in England is Ludus de Sancta Catarina, which was performed in Dunstable about the year 1110. Note, miracles were acted on the Continent earlier than this. The Normans undoubtedly brought religious plays with them, but it is probable that they began in England before the Conquest, 1066. See Manley, Specimens of the Pre-Shakespearean Drama. End of note. It is not known who wrote the original play of St. Catherine, but our first version was prepared by Geoffrey of St. Albans, a French school-teacher of Dunstable. Whether or not the play was given in English is not known, but it was customary in the earliest plays for the chief actors to speak in Latin or French to show their importance, while minor or comic parts of the same play were given in English. For 4 centuries after this first recorded play, the miracles increased steadily in number and popularity in England. They were given first very simply and impressively in the churches. Then, as the actors increased in number and the plays in liveliness, they overflowed to the churchyards. But when fun and hilarity began to predominate, even in the most sacred representations, the scandalized priests forbade plays altogether on church grounds. By the year 1300, the miracles were out of ecclesiastical hands and adopted eagerly by the town guilds. And in the following 2 centuries, we find the Church preaching against the abuse of the religious drama which it had itself introduced, and which at first had served a purely religious purpose. Note, see Jusserand, A Literary History of the English People. For our earliest plays and their authors, see Gailey, Plays of Our Forefathers. End of note. By this time the miracles had taken strong hold upon the English people, and they continued to be immensely popular until in the 16th century they were replaced by the Elizabethan drama. Cycles of plays. The early miracle plays of England were divided into 2 classes. The first, given at Christmas, included all plays connected with the birth of Christ. The second, at Easter, included the plays relating to his death and triumph. By the beginning of the 14th century, all these plays were, in various localities, united in single cycles, beginning with the creation and ending with the final judgment. The complete cycle was presented every spring, beginning on Corpus Christi Day, and as the presentation of so many plays meant a continuous outdoor festival of a week or more, this day was looked forward to as the happiest of the whole year. Probably every important town in England had its own cycle of plays for its own guild to perform, but nearly all have been lost. At the present day only 4 cycles exist, except in the most fragmentary condition, and these, though they furnish an interesting commentary on the times, add very little to our literature. The 4 cycles are the Chester and York plays, so called from the towns in which they were given; the Townley or Wakefield plays, named for the Townley family, which for a long time owned the manuscript; and the Coventry plays, which on doubtful evidence have been associated with the Grey Friars, Franciscans of Coventry. The Chester cycle has 25 plays, the Wakefield 30, the Coventry 42, and the York 48. It is impossible to fix either the date or the authorship of any of these plays. We only know certainly that they were in great favor from the 12th to the 16th century. The York plays are generally considered to be the best, but those of Wakefield show more humor and variety and better workmanship. The former cycle especially shows a certain unity resulting from its aim to represent the whole of man's life from birth to death. The same thing is noticeable in Cursor Mundi, which, with the York and Wakefield cycles, belongs to the 14th century. The stage and the actors. At first the actors, as well as the authors of the miracles, were the priests and their chosen assistants. Later, when the town guilds took up the plays, and each guild became responsible for one or more of the series, the actors were carefully selected and trained. By 4 o'clock on the morning of Corpus Christi, all the players had to be in their places in the movable theaters, which were scattered throughout the town in the squares and open places. Each of these theaters consisted of a 2-story platform set on wheels. The lower story was a dressing room for the actors. The upper story was the stage proper, and was reached by a trap door from below. When the play was over, the platform was dragged away, and the next play in the cycle took its place. So, in a single square, several plays would be presented in rapid sequence to the same audience. Meanwhile, the first play moved on to another square, where another audience was waiting to hear it. Though the plays were distinctly religious in character, there is hardly one without its humorous element. In the play of Noah, for instance, Noah's shrewish wife makes fun for the audience by wrangling with her husband. In the Crucifixion play, Herod is a prankish kind of tyrant who leaves the stage to rant among the audience, so that to out-Herod Herod became a common proverb. In all the plays, the devil is a favorite character and the butt of every joke. He also leaves the stage to play pranks or frighten the wondering children. On the side of the stage was often seen a huge dragon's head with gaping red jaws, belching forth fire and smoke, out of which poured a tumultuous troop of devils with clubs and pitchforks and gridirons to punish the wicked characters and to drag them away at last, howling and shrieking, into hell mouth, as the dragon's head was called. So the fear of hell was ingrained into an ignorant people for 4 centuries. Alternating with these horrors were bits of rough horseplay and domestic scenes of peace and kindliness, representing the life of the English fields and homes. With these were songs and carols, like that of the Nativity, for instance. As I outrode this endless last night, of 3 jolly shepherds I saw a sight, and all about their fold a star shone bright. They sang terli terlo, so merrily the shepherds their pipes can blow. Down from heaven so high, of angels there came a great company. With mirth and joy and great solemnity they sang terli terlo, so merrily the shepherds their pipes can blow. Such songs were taken home by the audience and sung for a season, as a popular tune is now caught from the stage and sung on the streets, and at times the whole audience would very likely join in the chorus. After these plays were written, according to the general outline of the Bible stories, no change was tolerated, the audience insisting, like children at Punch and Judy, upon seeing the same things year after year. No originality in plot or treatment was possible, therefore. The only variety was in new songs and jokes, and in the pranks of the devil. Childish as such plays seem to us, they are part of the religious development of all uneducated people. Even now the Persian play of The Martyrdom of Ali is celebrated yearly, and the famous Passion play, A True Miracle, is given every 10 years at Oberammergau. 2. The moral period of the drama. Note: these three periods are not historically accurate. The author uses them to emphasize three different views of our earliest plays, rather than to suggest that there was any orderly or chronological development from miracle to morality, and thence to the interludes. The latter is a prevalent opinion, but it seems hardly warranted by the facts. Thus, though the miracles precede the moralities by 2 centuries, the first known morality, the play of the Lord's Prayer mentioned by Wycliffe, was given probably about 1375. Some of the best-known moralities, like Pride of Life, precede many of the later York miracles. And the term interlude, which is often used as symbolical of the transition from the moral to the artistic period of the drama, was occasionally used in England, 14th century, as synonymous with miracle, and again, 16th century, as synonymous with comedy. That the drama had these three stages seems reasonably certain, but it is impossible to fix the limits of any one of them, and all three are sometimes seen together in one of the later miracles of the Wakefield cycle. End of note. The second, or moral period of the drama, is shown by the increasing prevalence of the morality plays. In these, the characters were allegorical personages: life, death, repentance, goodness, love, greed, and other virtues and vices. The moralities may be regarded, therefore, as the dramatic counterpart of the once popular allegorical poetry exemplified by the Romance of the Rose. It did not occur to our first unknown dramatists to portray men and women as they are until they had first made characters of abstract human qualities. Nevertheless, the morality marks a distinct advance over the miracle in that it gave free scope to the imagination for new plots and incidents. In Spain and Portugal, these plays, under the name auto, were wonderfully developed by the genius of Calderon and Gil Vicente. But in England, the morality was a dreary kind of performance, like the allegorical poetry which preceded it. To enliven the audience, the devil of the miracle plays was introduced, and another lively personage called the Vice was the predecessor of our modern clown and jester. His business was to torment the virtues by mischievous pranks, and especially to make the devil's life a burden by beating him with a bladder or a wooden sword at every opportunity. The morality generally ended in the triumph of virtue, the devil leaping into hell mouth with Vice on his back. The best known of the moralities is Everyman, which has recently been revived in England and America. The subject of the play is the summoning of every man by death. The moral is that nothing can take away the terror of the inevitable summons but an honest life and the comforts of religion. In its dramatic unity it suggests the pure Greek drama. There is no change of time or scene, and the stage is never empty from the beginning to the end of the performance. Other well-known moralities are the Pride of Life, Hiccup's Corner, and Castell of Perseverance. In the latter, man is represented as shut up in a castle, garrisoned by the virtues and besieged by the vices. Like the miracle plays, most of the old moralities are of unknown date and origin. Of the known authors of moralities, two of the best are John Skelton, who wrote Magnificence, and probably also The Necromancer, and Sir David Lindsay, 1490 to 1555, the poet of the Scotch Reformation, whose religious business it was to make rulers uncomfortable by telling them unpleasant truths in the form of poetry. With these men, a new element enters into the moralities. They satirize or denounce abuses of church and state, and introduce living personages thinly disguised as allegories, so that the stage first becomes a power in shaping events and correcting abuses. The interludes. It is impossible to draw any accurate line of distinction between the moralities and interludes. In general, we may think of the latter as dramatic scenes, sometimes given by themselves, usually with music and singing, at banquets and entertainments where a little fun was wanted, and again slipped into a miracle play to enliven the audience after a solemn scene. Thus, on the margin of a page of one of the old Chester plays we read, "The boy and pig, when the kings are gone." Certainly this was no part of the original scene between Herod and the three kings. So also the quarrel between Noah and his wife is probably a late addition to the old play. The interludes originated undoubtedly in a sense of humor, and to John Heywood (1497 1580 a favorite retainer and jester at the court of Mary, is due the credit for raising the interlude to the distinct dramatic form known as comedy. Heywood's interludes were written between 1520 and 1540. His most famous is The Four P's, a contest of wit between a pardoner, a palmer, a peddler, and a potticary. The characters here strongly suggest those of Chaucer. Note, in fact, Heywood cribbed from Chaucer's tales in another interlude called The Pardoner and the Frere. End of note. Another interesting interlude is called The Play of the Weather. In this, Jupiter and the gods assemble to listen to complaints about the weather and to reform abuses. Naturally, everybody wants his own kind of weather. The climax is reached by a boy who announces that a boy's pleasure consists in two things, catching birds and throwing snowballs, and begs for the weather to be such that he can always do both. Jupiter decides that he will do just as he pleases about the weather, and everybody goes home satisfied. All these early plays were written, for the most part, in a mingling of prose and wretched doggerel, and add nothing to our literature. Their great work was to train actors, to keep alive the dramatic spirit, and to prepare the way for the true drama. End of section 12. Section 13 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 continued. 3. The artistic period of the drama. The artistic is the final stage in the development of the English drama. It differs radically from the other two in that its chief purpose is not to point a moral, but to represent human life as it is. The artistic drama may have purpose, no less than the miracle play, but the motive is always subordinate to the chief end of representing life itself. The first comedy. The first true play in English, with a regular plot, divided into acts and scenes, is probably the comedy Ralph Royster Doyster. It was written by Nicholas Udall, master of Eton, and later of Westminster School, and was first acted by his schoolboys some time before 1556. The story is that of a conceited fop in love with a widow who is already engaged to another man. The play is an adaptation of the Miles Gloriosus, a classic comedy by Plautus, and the English characters are more or less artificial, but as furnishing a model of a clear plot and natural dialogue. The influence of this first comedy, with its mixture of classic and English elements, can hardly be overestimated. The next play, Gammer Gurton's Needle, circa 1562, is a domestic comedy, a true bit of English realism representing the life of the peasant class. Gammer Gurton is patching the leather breeches of her man Hodge when Gib, the cat, gets into the milk pan. While Gammer chases the cat, the family needle is lost, a veritable calamity in those days. The whole household is turned upside down, and the neighbors are dragged into the affair. Various comical situations are brought about by Deacon, a thieving vagabond, who tells Gammer that her neighbor, Dame Chat, has taken her needle and who then hurries to tell Dame Chat that she is accused by Gammer of stealing a favorite rooster. Naturally, there is a terrible row when the two irate old women meet and misunderstand each other. Deacon also drags Dr. Rat, the curate, into the quarrel by telling him that if he will but creep into Dame Chat's cottage by a hidden way, he will find her using the stolen needle. Then Deacon secretly warns Dame Chat that Gammer Gurton's man Hodge is coming to steal her chickens, and the old woman hides in the dark passage and cudgels the curate soundly with the door bar. All the parties are finally brought before the justice, when Hodge suddenly and painfully finds the lost needle, which is all the while stuck in his leather breeches, and the scene ends uproariously for both audience and actors. This first wholly English comedy is full of fun and coarse humor, and is wonderfully true to the life it represents. It was long attributed to John Still, afterwards Bishop of Bath, but the authorship is now definitely assigned to William Stevenson. Note: Schelling, Elizabethan Drama. End of note. Our earliest edition of the play was printed in 1575, but a similar play called Deacon of Bedlam was licensed in 1552, 12 years before Shakespeare's birth. To show the spirit and the metrical form of the play, we give a fragment of the boy's description of the dullard Hodge trying to light a fire in the hearth from the cat's eyes, and another fragment of the old drinking song at the beginning of the second act. At last, in a dark corner, two sparks he thought he sees, which were indeed naught else but Gib our cat's two eyes. Poof! quoth Hodge, thinking thereby to have fire without doubt. With that Gib shut our two eyes, and so the fire was out. And by them opened, even as they were before, and with that the sparks appeared, even as they had done of yore. And even as Hodge blew the fire, as he did think, Gib, as she felt the blast, straightway began to wink, till Hodge fell swearing, as he came best to his turn, the fire was sure bewitched, and therefore would not burn. At last Gib up the stairs, among the old posts and pins, and Hodge, he hied him after till broke were both his shins. Cursing and swearing of us were never of his making, that Gib would fire the house if that she were not taken. First a song. Back and side go bar, both foot and hand go cold. But belly, God send thee good ale enough, whether it be new or old. I cannot eat but little meat, my stomach is not good. But sure I think that I can drink with him that wears a hood. Though I go bar, take ye no care, I am nothing cold. I stuff my skin so full within of jolly good ale and old. Back and side go bear, etc. The first tragedy. Our first tragedy, Gorboduc, was written by Thomas Sackville and Thomas Norton. It was acted in 1562, only 2 years before the birth of Shakespeare. It is remarkable not only as our first tragedy, but as the first play to be written in blank verse, the latter being most significant, since it started the drama into the style of verse best suited to the genius of English playwrights. The story of Gorboduc is taken from the early annals of Britain and recalls the story used by Shakespeare in King Lear. Gorboduc, king of Britain, divides his kingdom between his sons Ferrex and Porrex. The sons quarrel, and Porrex the younger slays his brother, who is the queen's favorite, Vidina. The queen slays Porrex in revenge. The people rebel and slay Vidina and Gorboduc. Then the nobles kill the rebels, and in turn fall to fighting each other, the line of Brutus being extinct with the death of Gorboduc. The country falls into anarchy, with rebels, nobles, and a Scottish invader all fighting for the right of succession. The curtain falls upon a scene of bloodshed and utter confusion. The artistic finish of this first tragedy is marred by the author's evident purpose to persuade Elizabeth to marry. It aims to show the danger to which England is exposed by the uncertainty of succession. Otherwise, the plan of the play follows the classic rule of Seneca. There is very little action on the stage. Bloodshed and battle are announced by a messenger, and the chorus of Four Old Men of Britain sums up the situation with a few moral observations at the end of each of the first four acts. Classical influence upon the drama. The revival of Latin literature had a decided influence upon the English drama as it developed from the miracle plays. In the 15th century, English teachers, in order to increase the interest in Latin, began to let their boys act the plays which they had read as literature, precisely as our colleges now present Greek or German plays at the yearly festivals. Seneca was the favorite Latin author, and all his tragedies were translated into English between 1559 and 1581. This was the exact period in which the first English playwrights were shaping their own ideas, but the severe simplicity of the classical drama seemed at first only to hamper the exuberant English spirit. To understand this, one has only to compare a tragedy of Seneca or of Euripides with one of Shakespeare, and see how widely the two masters differ in methods. Dramatic unities. In the classic play, the so-called dramatic unities of time, place, and action were strictly observed. Time and place must remain the same. The play could represent a period of only a few hours, and whatever action was introduced must take place at the spot where the play began. The characters, therefore, must remain unchanged throughout. There was no possibility of the child becoming a man, or of the man's growth with changing circumstances. As the play was within doors, all vigorous action was deemed out of place on the stage, and battles and important events were simply announced by a messenger. The classic drama also drew a sharp line between tragedy and comedy, all fun being rigorously excluded from serious representations. The English drama, on the other hand, strove to represent the whole sweep of life in a single play. The scene changed rapidly. The same actors appeared now at home, now at court, now on the battlefield, and vigorous action filled the stage before the eyes of the spectators. The child of one act appeared as a man of the next, and the imagination of the spectator was called upon to bridge the gaps from place to place, from year to year. So the dramatist had free scope to present all life in a single place and a single hour. Moreover, since the world is always laughing and always crying at the same moment, tragedy and comedy were presented side by side, as they are in life itself. As Hamlet sings after the play that amused the court but struck the king with deadly fear, "Why let the stricken deer go weep, the heart ungalled play? For some must watch while some must sleep, so runs the world away." Two schools of drama. Naturally, with these two ideals struggling to master the English drama, two schools of writers arose. The university two schools wits, as men of learning were called generally of drama, upheld the classical ideal and ridiculed the crudeness of the new English plays. Sackville and Norton were of this class, and Gorboduc was classic in its construction. In the defense of poesy, Sidney upholds the classics and ridicules the too ambitious scope of the English drama. Against these were the popular playwrights Lyly, Peele, Greene, Marlowe, and many others who recognized the English love of action and disregarded the dramatic unities in their endeavor to present life as it is. In the end, the native drama prevailed, aided by the popular taste which had been trained by 4 centuries of miracles. Our first plays, especially of the romantic type, were extremely crude and often led to ridiculously extravagant scenes, and here is where the classic drama exercised an immense influence for good by insisting upon beauty of form and definiteness of structure at a time when the tendency was to satisfy a taste for stage spectacles without regard to either. The theater. In the year 1574, a royal permit to Lord Leicester's actors allowed them to give plays anywhere throughout our realm of England, and this must be regarded as the beginning of the regular drama. 2 years later, the first playhouse, known as the Theatre, was built for these actors by James Burbage in Finsbury Fields, just north of London. It was in this theatre that Shakespeare probably found employment when he first came to the city. The success of this venture was immediate, and the next 30 years saw a score of theatrical companies, at least 7 regular theaters, and a dozen or more inn-yards permanently fitted for the giving of plays, all established in the city and its immediate suburbs. The growth seems all the more remarkable when we remember that the London of those days would now be considered a small city, having in 1600 only about 100,000 inhabitants. A Dutch traveler, Johannes de Witt, who visited London in 1596, has given us the only contemporary drawing we possess of the interior of one of these theaters. They were built of stone and wood, round or octagonal in shape, and without a roof, being simply an enclosed courtyard. At one side was the stage, and before it on the bare ground or pit stood that large part of the audience who could afford to pay only an admission fee. The players and these groundlings were exposed to the weather. Those that paid for seats were in galleries sheltered by a narrow porch roof projecting inwards from the encircling walls, while the young nobles and gallants who came to be seen and who could afford the extra fee took seats on the stage itself and smoked and chaffed the actors and threw nuts at the groundlings. Note that these gallants were an unmitigated nuisance, and had frequently to be silenced by the common people who came to enjoy the play, seems certain. Decker's Gull's Hornbook, 1609, has an interesting chapter on how a gallant should behave himself in a playhouse. End of note. The whole idea of these first theaters, according to de Witt, was like that of the Roman amphitheater, and the resemblance was heightened by the fact that when no play was on the boards, the stage might be taken away and the pit given over to bull and bear baiting. The stage. In all these theaters, probably, the stage consisted of a bare platform, with a curtain or traverse across the middle, separating the front from the rear stage. On the latter, unexpected scenes or characters were discovered by simply drawing the curtain aside. At first, little or no scenery was used, a gilded sign being the only announcement of a change of scene. And this very lack of scenery led to better acting, since the actors must be realistic enough to make the audience forget its shabby surroundings. By Shakespeare's day, however, painted scenery had appeared first at university plays and then in the regular theaters. Note: Schelling, Elizabethan Drama. End of note. In all our first plays, female parts were taken by boy actors, who evidently were more distressing than the crude scenery, for contemporary literature has many satirical references to their acting. Note: Baker, in his Development of Shakespeare as a Dramatist, takes a different view and shows how carefully many of the boy actors were trained. It would require, however, a vigorous use of the imagination to be satisfied with a boy's presentation of Portia, Juliet, Cordelia, Rosalind, or any other of Shakespeare's wonderful women. End of note. And even the tolerant Shakespeare writes, "Some squeaking Cleopatra boy, my greatness." However that may be, the stage was deemed unfit for women, and actresses were unknown in England until after the Restoration. End of section 13. Section 14 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, continued. Shakespeare's predecessors in the drama. The English drama, as it developed from the Miracle plays, has an interesting history. It began with schoolmasters like Udall, who translated and adapted Latin plays for their boys to act, and who were naturally guided by classic ideals. It was continued by the choir masters of St. Paul and the Royal and the Queen's Chapel, whose companies of choir boy actors were famous in London and rivaled the players of the regular theaters. Note: these choir masters had royal permits to take boys of good voice wherever found, and train them as singers and actors. The boys were taken from their parents, and were often half-starved and most brutally treated. The abuse of this unnatural privilege led to the final withdrawal of all such permits. End of note. These choir masters were our first stage managers. They began with masques and interludes, and the dramatic presentation of classic myths modeled after the Italians. But some of them, like Richard Edwards, choir master of the Queen's Chapel in 1561, soon added farces from English country life and dramatized some of Chaucer's stories. Finally, the regular playwrights, Kidd, Nash, Lilly, Peele, Greene, and Marlowe, brought the English drama to the point where Shakespeare began to experiment upon it. Each of these playwrights added or emphasized some essential element of the drama, which appeared later in the work of Shakespeare. Thus, John Lilly (1554?) who is now known chiefly as having developed the pernicious literary style called Euphuism, note, so called from Euphues, the hero of Lilly's two prose works, Euphues, The Anatomy of Wit, 1579, and Euphues and His England, 1580. The style is affected and over-elegant, abounds in odd conceits, and uses hopelessly involved sentences. It is found in nearly all Elizabethan prose writers, and partially accounts for their general tendency to artificiality. Shakespeare satirizes Euphuism in the character of Don Adriano of Love's Labour's Lost, but is himself tiresomely euphuistic at times, especially in his early or Lillian comedies. Lilly, by the way, did not invent the style, but did more than any other to diffuse it. End of note. Is one of the most influential of the early dramatists. His court comedies are remarkable for their witty dialogue and for being our first plays to aim definitely at unity and artistic finish. Thomas Kyd's Spanish tragedy, circa 1585, first gives us the drama, or rather the melodrama, of passion, copied by Marlowe and Shakespeare. This was the most popular of the early Elizabethan plays. It was revised again and again, and Ben Jonson is said to have written one version and to have acted the chief part of Hieronimo. Note, see Schelling. End of note. And Robert Greene, 1558?1592, plays the chief part in the early development of romantic comedy, and gives us some excellent scenes of English country life in plays like Friar Bacon and Friar Bungay. Methods of the early dramatists. Even a brief glance at the life and work of these first playwrights shows three noteworthy things which have a bearing on Shakespeare's career. 1. These men were usually actors as well as dramatists. They knew the stage and the audience, and in writing their plays they remembered not only the actor's part, but also the audience's love for stories and brave spectacles. Will it act well, and will it please our audience, were the questions of chief concern to our early dramatists. 2. Their training began as actors. Then they revised old plays, and finally became independent writers. In this their work shows an exact parallel with that of Shakespeare. 3. They often worked together, probably as Shakespeare worked with Marlowe and Fletcher. either in revising old plays or in creating new ones. They had a common store of material from which they derived their stories and characters, hence their frequent repetition of names, and they often produced 2 or more plays on the same subject. Much of Shakespeare's work depends, as we shall see, on previous plays, and even his Hamlet uses the material of an earlier play of the same name, probably by Kidd, which was well known to the London stage in 1589, some 12 years before Shakespeare's great work was written. All these things are significant if we are to understand the Elizabethan drama and the man who brought it to perfection. Shakespeare was not simply a great genius, he was also a great worker, and he developed in exactly the same way as did all his fellow craftsmen. And contrary to the prevalent opinion, the Elizabethan drama is not a Minerva-like creation springing full-grown from the head of one man. It is rather an orderly, though rapid development, in which many men bore a part. All our early dramatists are worthy of study for the part they played in the development of the drama, but we can here consider only one, the most typical of all, whose best work is often ranked with that of Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, 1564-1593. Marlowe is one of the most suggestive figures of the English Renaissance, and the greatest of Shakespeare's predecessors. The glory of the Elizabethan drama dates from his Tamburlaine, 1587, wherein the whole restless temper of the age finds expression. Nature that framed us of 4 elements, warring within our breasts for regiment, doth teach us all to have aspiring minds. Our souls, whose faculties can comprehend the wondrous architecture of the world, and measure every wandering planet's course, still climbing after knowledge infinite, and always moving as the restless spheres, will us to wear ourselves and never rest. Tamburlaine, Part I, Act II, Scene 7. Life. Marlowe was born in Canterbury, only a few months before Shakespeare. He was the son of a poor shoemaker, but through the kindness of a patron was educated at the town grammar school and then at Cambridge. When he came to London, circa 1584, his soul was surging with the ideals of the Renaissance, which later found expression in Faustus. The scholar longing for unlimited knowledge and for power to grasp the universe. Unfortunately, Marlowe had also the unbridled passions which mark the early, or pagan, Renaissance, as Taine calls it, and the conceit of a young man just entering the realms of knowledge. He became an actor and lived in a low tavern atmosphere of excess and wretchedness. In 1587, when but 23 years old, he produced Tamburlaine, which brought him instant recognition. Thereafter, notwithstanding his wretched life, he holds steadily to a high literary purpose. Though all his plays abound in violence, no doubt reflecting many of the violent scenes in which he lived, he develops his mighty line and depicts great scenes in magnificent bursts of poetry such as the stage had never heard before. In 5 years, while Shakespeare was serving his apprenticeship, Marlowe produced all his great work. Then he was stabbed in a drunken brawl and died wretchedly as he had lived. The epilogue of Faustus might be written across his tombstone. Cut is the branch that might have grown full straight, and burned is Apollo's laurel bough that sometimes grew within this learned man. Marlowe's works, in addition to the poem Hero and Leander, to which we have referred, Marlowe is famous for 4 dramas, now known as the Marlowesque, or one-man type of tragedy, each revolving about one central personality who is consumed by the lust of power. The first of these is Tamburlaine, the story of Timur the Tartar. Timur begins as a shepherd chief who first rebels and then triumphs over the Persian king. Intoxicated by his success, Timur rushes like a tempest over the whole East, seated on his chariot drawn by captive kings, with a caged emperor before him. He boasts of his power which overrides all things. Then, afflicted with a disease, he raves against the gods and would overthrow them as he has overthrown earthly rulers. Tamburlaine is an epic rather than a drama, but one can understand its instant success with a people only half civilized, fond of military glory, and the instant adoption of its mighty line as the instrument of all dramatic expression. Faustus. Faustus, the second play, is one of the best of Marlowe's works. Note, in 1587, the first history of Johann Faust, a half-legendary German necromancer, appeared in Frankfurt, where Marlowe found the story is unknown, but he used it, as Goethe did 2 centuries later, for the basis of his great tragedy. The story is that of a scholar who longs for infinite knowledge, and who turns from theology, philosophy, medicine, and law, the 4 sciences of the time, to the study of magic, much as a child might turn from jewels to tinsel and colored paper. In order to learn magic, he sells himself to the devil, on condition that he shall have 24 years of absolute power and knowledge. The play is the story of those 24 years. Like Tamburlaine, it is lacking in dramatic construction. Note, we must remember, however, that our present version of Faustus is very much mutilated and does not preserve the play as Marlowe wrote it. End of note. But has an unusual number of passages of rare poetic beauty. Milton's Satan suggests strongly that the author of Paradise Lost had access to Faustus and used it, as he may also have used Tamburlaine, for the magnificent panorama displayed by Satan in Paradise Regained, for instance, more than 50 years before Milton's hero says, "Which way I turn is hell, myself am hell." Marlowe had written, Faust. How comes it then that thou art out of hell? Mephisto. Why, this is hell, nor am I out of it. Hell hath no limits, nor is circumscribed in one self-place. For where we are is hell, and where hell is, there must we ever be. Marlowe's third play is The Jew of Malta, a study of the lust for wealth which centers about Barabbas, a terrible old money-lender, strongly suggestive of Shylock in The Merchant of Venice. The first part of the play is well constructed, showing a decided advance, but the last part is an accumulation of melodramatic horrors. Barabbas is checked in his murderous career by falling into a boiling cauldron which he had prepared for another, and dies blaspheming, his only regret being that he has not done more evil in his life. Marlowe's last play is Edward II, a tragic study of a king's weakness and misery. In point of style and dramatic construction, it is by far the best of Marlowe's plays, and is a worthy predecessor of Shakespeare's historical drama. Marlowe and Shakespeare. Marlowe is the only dramatist of the time who is ever compared with Shakespeare. Note, the 2 dramatists may have worked together in such doubtful plays as Richard III, the hero of which is like Timur in An English Dress, and Titus Andronicus, with its violence and horror. In many strong scenes in Shakespeare's works, Marlowe's influence is manifest. End of note. When we remember that he died at 29, probably before Shakespeare had produced a single great play, we must wonder what he might have done had he outlived his wretched youth and become a man. Here and there his work is remarkable for its splendid imagination, for the stateliness of its verse, and for its rare bits of poetic beauty. But in dramatic instinct, in wide knowledge of human life, in humor, in delineation of woman's character, and in the delicate fancy which presents an Ariel as perfectly as a Macbeth, in a word, in all that makes a dramatic genius, Shakespeare stands alone. Marlowe simply prepared the way for the master who was to follow. Variety of the early drama. The 30 years between our first regular English plays and Shakespeare's first comedy (note, Gammer Gurton's Needle appeared circa 1562, Love's Labour's Lost circa 1591), end of note, witnessed a development of the drama which astonishes us both by its rapidity and variety. We shall better appreciate Shakespeare's work if we glance for a moment at the plays that preceded him, and note how he covers the whole field and writes almost every form and variety of the drama known to his age. Types of drama. First in importance, or at least in popular interest, are the new chronicle plays, founded upon historical events and characters. They show the strong national spirit of the Elizabethan age, and their popularity was due largely to the fact that audiences came to the theaters partly to gratify their awakened national spirit and to get their first knowledge of national history. Some of the moralities, like Bayle's King Johann, 1538, are crude chronicle plays, and the early Robin Hood plays and the first tragedy, Gorboduc, show the same awakened popular interest in English history. During the reign of Elizabeth, the popular chronicle plays increased till we have the record of over 220, half of which are still extant, dealing with almost every important character, real or legendary, in English history. Of Shakespeare's 37 dramas, 10 are true chronicle plays of English kings, 3 are from the legendary annals of Britain, and 3 more are from the history of other nations. Other types of the early drama are less clearly defined, but we may sum them up under a few general heads. 1. The domestic drama began with crude home scenes introduced into the Miracles and developed in a score of different ways, from the coarse humor of Gammer Gurton's Needle to the comedy of manners of Jonson and the later dramatists. Shakespeare's Taming of the Shrew, The Merry Wives of Windsor, belong to this class. 2. The so-called court comedy is the opposite of the former in that it represented a different kind of life and was intended for a different audience. It was marked by elaborate dialogue, by jests, retorts, and endless plays on words, rather than by action. It was made popular by Lyly's success, and was imitated in Shakespeare's first or Lillian comedies, such as Love's Labour's Lost and the complicated Two Gentlemen of Verona. 3. Romantic comedy and romantic tragedy suggest the most artistic and finished types of the drama, which were experimented upon by Peele, Greene, and Marlowe, and were brought to perfection in The Merchant of Venice, Romeo and Juliet, and The Tempest. 4. In addition to the above types were several others, the classical plays modeled upon Seneca and favored by cultivated audiences, the melodrama, favorite of the groundlings, which depended not on plot or characters, but upon a variety of striking scenes and incidents, and the tragedy of blood, always more or less melodramatic, like Kidd's Spanish tragedy, which grew more blood and thundery in Marlowe and reached a climax of horrors in Shakespeare's Titus Andronicus. It is noteworthy that Hamlet, Lear, and Macbeth all belong to this class, but the developed genius of the author raised them to a height such as the tragedy of blood had never known before. These varied types are quite enough to show with what doubtful and unguided experiments our first dramatists were engaged, like men first setting out in rafts and dugouts on an unknown sea. They are the more interesting when we remember that Shakespeare tried them all, that he is the only dramatist whose plays cover the whole range of the drama from its beginning to its decline. From the stage spectacle he developed the drama of human life, and instead of the doggerel and bombast of our first plays, he gives us the poetry of Romeo and Juliet and Midsummer Night's Dream. In a word, Shakespeare brought order out of dramatic chaos. In a few short years he raised the drama from a blundering experiment to a perfection of form and expression which has never since been rivaled. End of section 14. Section 15 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 continued. Part 4, Shakespeare. The Wonder of Shakespeare. One who reads a few of Shakespeare's great plays, and then the meager story of his life, is generally filled with a vague wonder. Here is an unknown country boy, poor and poorly educated according to the standards of his age, who arrives at the great city of London and goes to work at odd jobs in a theater. In a year or two he is associated with scholars and dramatists, the masters of their age, writing plays of kings and clowns, of gentlemen and heroes and noble women, all of whose lives he seems to know by intimate association. In a few years more he leads all that brilliant group of poets and dramatists who have given undying glory to the Age of Elizabeth. Play after play runs from his pen, mighty dramas of human life and character following one another so rapidly that good work seems impossible, yet they stand the test of time, and their poetry is still unrivaled in any language. For all this great work the author apparently cares little, since he makes no attempt to collect or preserve his writings. 1,000 scholars have ever since been busy collecting, identifying, classifying the works which this magnificent workman tossed aside so carelessly when he abandoned the drama and retired to his native village. He has a marvelously imaginative and creative mind, but he invents few, if any, new plots or stories. He simply takes an old play or an old poem and makes it over quickly, and lo, this old familiar material glows with the deepest thoughts and the tenderest feelings that ennoble our humanity. And each new generation of men finds it more wonderful than the last. How did he do it? That is still an unanswered question, and the source of our wonder. Genius or training? There are in general two theories to account for Shakespeare. The Romantic school of writers have always held that in him all came from within, that his genius was his sufficient guide, and that to the overmastering power of his genius alone we owe all his great works. Practical, unimaginative men, on the other hand, assert that in Shakespeare all came from without, and that we must study his environment rather than his genius if we are to understand him. He lived in a play-loving age. He studied the crowds, gave them what they wanted, and simply reflected their own thoughts and feelings. In reflecting the English crowd about him, he unconsciously reflected all crowds, which are alike in all ages, hence his continued popularity. And in being guided by public sentiment, he was not singular, but followed the plain path that every good dramatist has always followed to success. Probably the truth of the matter is to be found somewhere between these two extremes. Of his great genius there can be no question, but there are other things to consider. As we have already noticed, Shakespeare was trained, like his fellow workmen, first as an actor, second as a reviser of old plays, and last as an independent dramatist. He worked with other playwrights and learned their secret. Like them, he studied and followed the public taste, and his work indicates at least 3 stages, from his first somewhat crude experiments to his finished masterpieces. So it would seem that in Shakespeare we have the result of hard work and of orderly human development quite as much as of transcendent genius. Life, 1564-1616. 2 outward influences were powerful in developing the genius of Shakespeare. The little village of Stratford, center of the most beautiful and romantic district in rural England, and the great city of London, the center of the world's political activity. In one, he learned to know the natural man in his natural environment. In the other, the social, the artificial man in the most unnatural of surroundings. From the register of the little parish church at Stratford-on-Avon, we learn that William Shakespeare was baptized there on the 26th of April, 1564, Old Style. As it was customary to baptize children on the third day after birth, the 23rd of April, May 3rd, according to our present calendar, is generally accepted as the poet's birthday. His father, John Shakespeare, was a farmer's son from the neighboring village of Snitterfield, who came to Stratford about 1551 and began to prosper as a trader in corn, meat, leather, and other agricultural products. His mother, Mary Arden, was the daughter of a prosperous farmer, descended from an old Warwickshire family of mixed Anglo-Saxon and Norman blood. In 1559 this married couple sold a piece of land, and the document is signed "The Mark of John Shackspere," "The Mark of Mary Shackspere." And from this it has been generally inferred that, like the vast majority of their countrymen, neither of the poet's parents could read or write. This was probably true of his mother, but the evidence from Stratford documents now indicates that his father could write, and that he also audited the town accounts, though in attesting documents he sometimes made a mark, leaving his name to be filled in by the one who drew up the document. Of Shakespeare's education we know little, except that for a few years he probably attended the endowed grammar school at Stratford, where he picked up the small Latin and less Greek to which his learned friend Ben Jonson refers. His real teachers, meanwhile, were the men and women and the natural influences which surrounded him. Stratford is a charming little village in beautiful Warwickshire, and near at hand were the Forest of Arden, the old castles of Warwick and Kenilworth, and the old Roman camps and military roads, to appeal powerfully to the boy's lively imagination. Every phase of the natural beauty of this exquisite region is reflected in Shakespeare's poetry, just as his characters reflect the nobility and the littleness, the gossip, vices, emotions, prejudices, and traditions of the people about him. I saw a smith stand with his hammer thus, the whilst his iron did on the anvil cool, with open mouth swallowing a tailor's news, who, with his shears and measure in his hand, standing on slippers which his nimble haste had falsely thrust upon contrary feet, told of a many thousand warlike French that were embattled and ranked in Kent. Note King John, Act 4, Scene 2. Such passages suggest not only genius, but also a keen, sympathetic observer, whose eyes see every significant detail. So with the nurse in Romeo and Juliet, whose endless gossip and vulgarity cannot quite hide a kind heart. She is simply the reflection of some forgotten nurse with whom Shakespeare had talked by the wayside. Not only the gossip, but also the dreams, the unconscious poetry that sleeps in the heart of the common people, appeal tremendously to Shakespeare's imagination and are reflected in his greatest plays. Othello tries to tell a curt soldier story of his love, but the account is like a bit of Mandeville's famous Travels, teeming with the fancies that filled men's heads when the great round world was first brought to their attention by daring explorers. Here is a bit of folklore, touched by Shakespeare's exquisite fancy, which shows what one boy listened to before the fire at Halloween. She comes in shape no bigger than an agate stone, on the forefinger of an alderman, drawn with a team of little atomies athwart men's noses as they lie asleep, her wagon spokes made of long spinner's legs, the cover of the wings of grasshoppers, the traces of the smaller spider's web, the collars of the moonshine's watery beams, her whip of cricket's bone, the lash of film, her wagoner a small gray-coated gnat. Her chariot is an empty hazelnut, made by the joiner squirrel, or old grub, time out o' mind the fairies' coachmakers, and in this state she gallops night by night through lovers' brains, and then they dream of love, or lawyers' fingers who straight dream on fees, or ladies' lips who straight on kisses dream. Note Queen Mab in Romeo and Juliet. So with Shakespeare's education at the hands of nature, which came from keeping his heart as well as his eyes wide open to the beauty of the world, he speaks of a horse, and we know the fine points of a thoroughbred. He mentions the Duke's hounds, and we hear them clamoring on a fox trail, their voices matched like bells in the frosty air. He stops for an instant in the sweep of a tragedy to notice a flower, a star, a moonlit bank, a hilltop touched by the sunrise, and instantly we know what our own hearts felt, but could not quite express when we saw the same thing. Because he notes and remembers every significant thing in the changing panorama of earth and sky, no other writer has ever approached him in the perfect natural setting of his characters. When Shakespeare was about 14 years old, his father lost his little property and fell into debt, and the boy probably left school to help support the family of younger children. What occupation he followed for the next 8 years is a matter of conjecture. From evidence found in his plays, it is alleged with some show of authority that he was a country schoolmaster and a lawyer's clerk, the character of Holofernes in Love's Labour's Lost being the warrant for one, and Shakespeare's knowledge of law terms for the other. But if we take such evidence, then Shakespeare must have been a botanist because of his knowledge of wild flowers, a sailor because he knows the ropes, a courtier because of his extraordinary facility in quips and compliments and courtly language, a clown because none other is so dull and foolish, a king because Richard and Henry are true to life, a woman because he has sounded the depths of a woman's feelings, and surely a Roman because in Coriolanus and Julius Caesar he has shown us the Roman spirit better than have the Roman writers themselves. He was everything in his imagination, and it is impossible from a study of his scenes and characters to form a definite opinion as to his early occupation. In 1582 Shakespeare was married to Anne Hathaway, the daughter of a peasant family of Shottery, who was 8 years older than her boy husband. From numerous sarcastic references to marriage made by the characters in his plays, and from the fact that he soon left his wife and family and went to London, it is generally alleged that the marriage was a hasty and unhappy one. But here again the evidence is entirely untrustworthy. In many miracles, as well as in later plays, it was customary to depict the seamy side of domestic life for the amusement of the crowd, and Shakespeare may have followed the public taste in this as he did in other things. The references to love and home and quiet joys in Shakespeare's plays are enough, if we take such evidence, to establish firmly the opposite supposition that his love was a very happy one, and the fact that, after his enormous success in London, he retired to Stratford to live quietly with his wife and daughters tends to the same conclusion. About the year 1587, Shakespeare left his family and went to London, and joined himself to Burbage's company of players. A persistent tradition says that he had incurred the anger of Sir Thomas Lucy, first by poaching deer in that nobleman's park, and then, when haled before a magistrate, by writing a scurrilous ballad about Sir Thomas, which so aroused the old gentleman's ire that Shakespeare was obliged to flee the country. An old record, note by Archdeacon Davies in the 17th century, end of note, says that the poet was given to all unluckiness in stealing venison and rabbits, the unluckiness probably consisting in getting caught himself, and not in any lack of luck in catching the rabbits. The ridicule heaped upon the Lucy family in Henry IV and the Merry Wives of Windsor gives some weight to this tradition. Nicholas Rowe, who published the first life of Shakespeare, note in 1709, nearly a century after the poet's death, end of note, is the authority for this story. But there is some reason to doubt whether, at the time when Shakespeare is said to have poached in the deer park of Sir Thomas Lucy at Charlescote, there were any deer or park at the place referred to. The subject is worthy of some scant attention, if only to show how worthless is the attempt to construct out of rumor the story of a great life, which, fortunately perhaps, had no contemporary biographer. Of his life in London from 1587 to 1611, the period of his greatest literary activity, we know nothing definitely. We can judge only from his plays, and from these it is evident that he entered into the stirring life of England's capital with the same perfect sympathy and understanding that marked him among the plain people of his native Warwickshire. The first authentic reference to him is in 1592, when Green's note, Robert Greene, one of the popular playwrights of the time, who attacked Shakespeare in a pamphlet called A Groat's Worth of Wit, Bought with $1,000,000 of Repentance. The pamphlet, aside from its jealousy of Shakespeare, is a sad picture of a man of genius dying of dissipation, and contains a warning to other playwrights of the time, whose lives were apparently almost as bad as that of Greene. End of note. Bitter Attack appeared, showing plainly that Shakespeare had in 5 years assumed an important position among playwrights. Then appeared the apology of the publishers of Greene's pamphlet, with their tribute to the poet's sterling character and occasional literary references which show that he was known among his fellows as the gentle Shakespeare. Ben Jonson says of him, "I love the man and do honor his memory, on this side idolatry, as much as any. He was indeed honest, and of an open and free nature." To judge from only 3 of his earliest plays, it would seem reasonably evident that in the first 5 years of his London life he had gained entrance to the society of gentlemen and scholars, had caught their characteristic mannerisms and expressions, and so was ready by knowledge and observation, as well as by genius, to weave into his dramas the whole stirring life of the English people. The plays themselves, with the testimony of contemporaries and his business success, are strong evidence against the tradition that his life in London was wild and dissolute, like that of the typical actor and playwright of his time. End of section 15. Section 16 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 continued. Shakespeare's first work may well have been that of a general helper, an odd-job man about the theater, but he soon became an actor, and the records of the old London theaters show that in the next 10 years he gained a prominent place, though there is little reason to believe that he was counted among the stars. Within 2 years he was at work on plays, and his course here was exactly like that of other playwrights of his time. He worked with other men, and he revised old plays before writing his own, and so gained a practical knowledge of his art. Henry VI, circa 1590-1591, is an example of this tinkering work, in which, however, his native power is unmistakably manifest. The 3 parts of Henry VI and Richard III, which belongs with them, are a succession of scenes from English chronicle history, strung together very loosely, and only in the last is there any definite attempt at unity. That he soon fell under Marlowe's influence is evident from the atrocities and bombast of Titus Andronicus and Richard III. The former may have been written by both playwrights in collaboration, or may be one of Marlowe's horrors left unfinished by his early death and brought to an end by Shakespeare. He soon broke away from this apprentice work, and then appeared in rapid succession Love's Labour's Lost, Comedy of Errors, Two Gentlemen of Verona, the first English Chronicle plays, A Midsummer Night's Dream, and Romeo and Juliet. This order is more or less conjectural, but the wide variety of these plays, as well as their unevenness and frequent crudities, marks the first or experimental stage of Shakespeare's work. It is as if the author were trying his power, or more likely trying the temper of his audience. For it must be remembered that to please his audience was probably the ruling motive of Shakespeare, as of the other early dramatists, during the most vigorous and prolific period of his career. Shakespeare's poems, rather than his dramatic work, mark the beginning of his success. Venus and Adonis became immensely popular in London, and its dedication to the Earl of Southampton brought, according to tradition, a substantial money gift, which may have laid the foundation for Shakespeare's business success. He appears to have shrewdly invested his money, and soon became part owner of the Globe and Blackfriars theaters, in which his plays were presented by his own companies. His success and popularity grew amazingly. Within a decade of his unnoticed arrival in London, he was one of the most famous actors and literary men in England. Following his experimental work, there came a succession of wonderful plays: Merchant of Venice, As You Like It, Twelfth Night, Julius Caesar, Hamlet, Macbeth, Othello, King Lear, Antony and Cleopatra. The great tragedies of this period are associated with a period of gloom and sorrow in the poet's life, but of its cause we have no knowledge. It may have been this unknown sorrow which turned his thoughts back to Stratford, and caused, apparently, a dissatisfaction with his work and profession. But the latter is generally attributed to other causes. Actors and playwrights were in his day generally looked upon with suspicion or contempt, and Shakespeare, even in the midst of success, seems to have looked forward to the time when he could retire to Stratford to live the life of a farmer and country gentleman. His own and his father's families were first released from debt. Then in 1597 he bought New Place, the finest house in Stratford, and soon added a tract of farming land to complete his estate. His profession may have prevented his acquiring the title of gentleman, or he may have only followed a custom of the time. Note: see Lee's Life of William Shakespeare. End of note. When he applied for and obtained a coat of arms for his father, and so indirectly secured the title by inheritance. His home visits grew more and more frequent till, about the year 1611, he left London and retired permanently to Stratford. Though still in the prime of life, Shakespeare soon abandoned his dramatic work for the comfortable life of a country gentleman. Of his later plays, Coriolanus, Cymbeline, Winter's Tale, and Pericles show a decided falling off from his previous work, and indicate another period of experimentation, this time not to test his own powers, but to catch the fickle humor of the public. As is usually the case with the theater-going people, they soon turned from serious drama to sentimental or more questionable spectacles. And with Fletcher, who worked with Shakespeare and succeeded him as the first playwright of London, the decline of the drama had already begun. In 1609, however, occurred an event which gave Shakespeare his chance for a farewell to the public. An English ship disappeared, and all on board were given up for lost. A year later the sailors returned home, and their arrival created intense excitement. They had been wrecked on the unknown Bermudas, and had lived there for 10 months, terrified by mysterious noises, which they thought came from spirits and devils. 5 different accounts of this fascinating shipwreck were published, and the Bermudas became known as the Isle of Divels. Shakespeare took this story, which caused as much popular interest as that later shipwreck which gave us Robinson Crusoe, and wove it into The Tempest. In the same year, 1611, he probably sold his interest in the Globe and Blackfriars theaters, and his dramatic work was ended. A few plays were probably left unfinished, note, like Henry VIII, and possibly The Lost Cardenio, end of note, and were turned over to Fletcher and other dramatists. That Shakespeare thought little of his success, and had no idea that his dramas were the greatest that the world had ever produced, seems evident from the fact that he made no attempt to collect or publish his works, or even to save his manuscripts, which were carelessly left to stage managers of the theaters, and so found their way ultimately to the ragman. After a few years of quiet life, of which we have less record than of hundreds of simple country gentlemen of the time, Shakespeare died on the probable anniversary of his birth, April 23, 1616. He was given a tomb in the chancel of the parish church, not because of his preeminence in literature, but because of his interest in the affairs of a country village. And in the sad irony of fate, the broad stone that covered his tomb, now an object of veneration to the thousands that yearly visit the little church, was inscribed as follows: "Good friend, for Jesus' sake forbear to dig the dust enclosed hair. Blessed be the man that spares these stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones." This wretched doggerel over the world's greatest poet was intended, no doubt, as a warning to some stupid sexton, lest he should empty the grave and give the honored place to some amiable gentleman who had given more tithes to the parish. Works of Shakespeare. At the time of Shakespeare's death, 21 plays existed in manuscripts in the various theaters. A few others had already been printed in quarto form, and the latter are the only publications that could possibly have met with the poet's own approval. More probably they were taken down in shorthand by some listener at the play, and then pirated by some publisher for his own profit. The first printed collection of his plays, now called the First Folio, 1623, was made by 2 actors, Hemming and Condell, who asserted that they had access to the papers of the poet and had made a perfect edition, in order to keep the memory of so worthy a friend and fellow alive. This contains 36 of the 37 plays, generally attributed to Shakespeare, Pericles being omitted. This celebrated First Folio was printed from playhouse manuscripts and from printed quartos containing many notes and changes by individual actors and stage managers. Moreover, it was full of typographical errors, though the editors alleged great care and accuracy. And so, though it is the only authoritative edition we have, it is of little value in determining the dates or the classification of the plays as they existed in Shakespeare's mind. 4 periods. Notwithstanding this uncertainty, a careful reading of the plays and poems leaves us with an impression of 4 different periods of work, probably corresponding with the growth and experience of the poet's life. These are: 1, a period of early experimentation. It is marked by youthfulness and exuberance of imagination, by extravagance of language, and by the frequent use of rhymed couplets with his blank verse. The period dates from his arrival in London to 1595. Typical works of this first period are his early poems, Love's Labour's Lost, Two Gentlemen of Verona, and Richard III. 2. a period of rapid growth and development, from 1595 to 1600. Such plays as The Merchant of Venice, Midsummer Night's Dream, As You Like It, and Henry IV, all written in this period, show more careful and artistic work, better plots, and a marked increase in knowledge of human nature. 3. A period of gloom and depression, from 1600 to 1607, which marks the full maturity of his powers. What caused this evident sadness is unknown, but it is generally attributed to some personal experience, coupled with the political misfortunes of his friends, Essex and Southampton. The sonnets, with their note of personal disappointment, Twelfth Night, which is Shakespeare's farewell to mirth, and his great tragedies, Hamlet, Lear, Macbeth, Othello, and Julius Caesar, belong to this period. 4. A period of restored serenity, of calm after storm, which marked the last years of the poet's literary work. The Winter's Tale and The Tempest are the best of his later plays, but they all show a falling off from his previous work and indicate a second period of experimentation with the taste of a fickle public. To read in succession 4 plays, taking a typical work from each of the above periods, is one of the very best ways of getting quickly at the real life and mind of Shakespeare. Following is a complete list with the approximate dates of his works, classified according to the above 4 periods. First period, Early Experiment, Venus and Adonis, Rape of Lucrece, 1594. Titus Andronicus, Henry VI, 3 parts, 1590-1591. Love's Labour's Lost, 1590. Comedy of Errors, Two Gentlemen of Verona, 1591-1592. Richard III, 1593. Richard II, King John, 1594-1595. Second period, Development. Romeo and Juliet, Midsummer Night's Dream, 1595. Merchant of Venice, Henry IV, first part, 1596. Henry IV, second part. Merry Wives of Windsor, 1597. Much Ado About Nothing, 1598. As You Like It, Henry V, 1599. Third period, Maturity and Gloom. Sonnets, 1600 to ? Twelfth Night, 1600. Taming of the Shrew, Julius Caesar, Hamlet, Troilus and Cressida, 1601-1602. All's Well That Ends Well, Measure for Measure, 1603. Othello, 1604. King Lear, 1605. Macbeth, 1606. Antony and Cleopatra, Timon of Athens, 1607. Fourth period, Late Experiment. Coriolanus, Pericles, 1608. Cymbeline, 1609. Winter's Tale, 1610-1611. The Tempest, 1611. Henry VIII, unfinished. Classification according to source. In history, legend, and story, Shakespeare found the material for nearly all his dramas, and so they are often divided into 3 classes, called historical plays, like Richard III and Henry V, legendary or partly historical plays, like Macbeth, King Lear, and Julius Caesar, and fictional plays, like Romeo and Juliet and The Merchant of Venice. Shakespeare invented few, if any, of the plots or stories upon which his dramas are founded, but borrowed them freely, after the custom of his age, wherever he found them. For his legendary and historical material he depended largely on Holinshed's Chronicles of England, Scotland, and Ireland, and on North's translation of Plutarch's famous Lives. A full half of his plays are fictional, and in these he used the most popular romances of the day, seeming to depend most on the Italian storytellers. Only 2 or 3 of his plots, as in Love's Labour's Lost and Merry Wives of Windsor, are said to be original, and even these are doubtful. Occasionally Shakespeare made over an older play, as in Henry VI, Comedy of Errors, and Hamlet; and in one instance, at least, he seized upon an incident of shipwreck in which London was greatly interested, and made out of it the original and fascinating play of The Tempest, in much the same spirit which leads our modern playwrights when they dramatize a popular novel or a war story to catch the public fancy. Classification according to dramatic type. Shakespeare's dramas are usually divided into three classes, called tragedies, comedies, and historical plays. Strictly speaking, the drama has but two divisions, tragedy and comedy, in which are included the many subordinate forms of tragicomedy, melodrama, lyric drama, opera, farce, etc. A tragedy is a drama in which the principal characters are involved in desperate circumstances or led by overwhelming passions. It is invariably serious and dignified. The movement is always stately, but grows more and more rapid as it approaches the climax. And the end is always calamitous, resulting in death or dire misfortune to the principals. As Chaucer's monk says, before he begins to bewaile in manner of tragedie, tragedie is to saying a certain story of him that stod in great prosperity, and is he fallen out of high degree into misery, and endeth wretchedly. A comedy, on the other hand, is a drama in which the characters are placed in more or less humorous situations. The movement is light and often mirthful, and the play ends in general goodwill and happiness. The historical drama aims to present some historical age or character, and may be either a comedy or a tragedy. The following list includes the best of Shakespeare's plays in each of the three classes, but the order indicates merely the author's personal opinion of the relative merits of the plays in each class. Thus, Merchant of Venice would be the first of the comedies for the beginner to read, and Julius Caesar is an excellent introduction to the historical plays and the tragedies. Comedies: Merchant of Venice, Midsummer Night's Dream, As You Like It, Winter's Tale, The Tempest, Twelfth Night. Tragedies: Romeo and Juliet, Macbeth, Hamlet, King Lear, Othello. Historical plays: Julius Caesar, Richard III, Henry IV, Henry V, Coriolanus, Antony and Cleopatra. Doubtful plays. It is reasonably certain that some of the plays generally attributed to Shakespeare are partly the work of other dramatists. The first of these doubtful plays, often called the pre-Shakespearean group, are Titus Andronicus and the first part of Henry VI. Shakespeare probably worked with Marlowe in the two last parts of Henry VI and in Richard III. The three plays, Taming of the Shrew, Timon, and Pericles, are only partly Shakespeare's work, but the other authors are unknown. Henry VIII is the work of Fletcher and Shakespeare, opinion being divided as to whether Shakespeare helped Fletcher, or whether it was an unfinished work of Shakespeare which was put into Fletcher's hands for completion. Two Noble Kinsmen is a play not ordinarily found in editions of Shakespeare, but it is often placed among his doubtful works. The greater part of the play is undoubtedly by Fletcher. Edward III is one of several crude plays published at first anonymously and later attributed to Shakespeare by publishers who desired to sell their wares. It contains a few passages that strongly suggest Shakespeare, but the external evidence is all against his authorship. Shakespeare's poems. It is generally asserted that if Shakespeare had written no plays, his poems alone would have given him a commanding place in the Elizabethan age. Nevertheless, in the various histories of our literature, there is apparent a desire to praise and pass over all but the sonnets as rapidly as possible, and the reason may be stated frankly. His two long poems, Venus and Adonis, and The Rape of Lucrece contain much poetic fancy, but it must be said of both that the subjects are unpleasant, and that they are dragged out to unnecessary length in order to show the play of youthful imagination. They were extremely popular in Shakespeare's day, but in comparison with his great dramatic works, these poems are now of minor importance. Shakespeare's sonnets, 154 in number, are the only direct expression of the poet's own feelings that we possess. For his plays are the most impersonal of all literature. They were published together in 1609, but if they had any unity in Shakespeare's mind, their plan and purpose are hard to discover. By some critics they are regarded as mere literary exercises, by others as the expression of some personal grief during the third period of the poet's literary career. Still others, taking a hint from the sonnet beginning, "Two loves I have, of comfort and despair," divide them all into two classes, addressed to a man who was Shakespeare's friend, and to a woman who disdained his love. The reader may well avoid such classifications and read a few sonnets, like the 29th, for instance, and let them speak their own message. A few are trivial and artificial enough, suggesting the elaborate exercises of a piano player, but the majority are remarkable for their subtle thought and exquisite expression. Here and there is one like that beginning, "When to the sessions of sweet silent thought I summon up remembrance of things past," which will haunt the reader long afterwards, like the remembrance of an old German melody. Shakespeare's place and influence. Shakespeare holds by general acclamation the foremost place in the world's literature, and his overwhelming greatness renders it difficult to criticize or even to praise him. Two poets only, Homer and Dante, have been named with him, but each of these wrote within narrow limits, while Shakespeare's genius included all the world of nature and of men. In a word, he is the universal poet. To study nature in his works is like exploring a new and beautiful country. To study man in his works is like going into a great city, viewing the motley crowd as one views a great masquerade in which past and present mingle freely and familiarly, as if the dead were all living again. And the marvelous thing in this masquerade of all sorts and conditions of men is that Shakespeare lifts the mask from every face, lets us see the man as he is in his own soul, and shows us in each one some germ of good, some soul of goodness, even in things evil. For Shakespeare strikes no uncertain note, and raises no doubts to add to the burden of your own. Good always overcomes evil in the long run, and love, faith, work, and duty are the four elements that in all ages make the world right. To criticize or praise the genius that creates these men and women is to criticize or praise humanity itself. Of his influence in literature, it is equally difficult to speak. Goethe expresses the common literary judgment when he says, "I do not remember that any book or person or event in my life has ever made so great an impression upon me as the plays of Shakespeare." His influence upon our own language and thought is beyond calculation. Shakespeare and the King James Bible are the two great conservators of the English speech, and one who habitually reads them finds himself possessed of a style and vocabulary that are beyond criticism. Even those who read no Shakespeare are still unconsciously guided by him, for his thought and expression have so pervaded our life and literature that it is impossible, so long as one speaks the English language, to escape his influence. His life was gentle, and the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, "This was a man." End of section 16. Section 17 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 continued. Part 5. Shakespeare's contemporaries and successors in the drama. Decline of the drama. It was inevitable that the drama should decline after Shakespeare, for the simple reason that there was no other great enough to fill his place. Aside from this, other causes were at work, and the chief of these was at the very source of the Elizabethan dramas. It must be remembered that our first playwrights wrote to please their audiences, that the drama rose in England because of the desire of a patriotic people to see something of the stirring life of the times reflected on the stage, for there were no papers or magazines in those days, and people came to theaters not only to be amused, but to be informed. Like children, they wanted to see a story acted, and like men, they wanted to know what it meant. Shakespeare fulfilled their desire. He gave them their story, and his genius was great enough to show in every play not only their own life and passions, but something of the meaning of all life, and of that eternal justice which uses the war of human passions for its own great ends. Thus good and evil mingle freely in his dramas. But the evil is never attractive, and the good triumphs as inevitably as fate. Though his language is sometimes coarse, we are to remember that it was the custom of his age to speak somewhat coarsely, and that in language, as in thought and feeling, Shakespeare is far above most of his contemporaries. With his successors all this was changed. The audience itself had gradually changed, and in place of plain people eager for a story and for information, we see a larger and larger proportion of those who went to the play because they had nothing else to do. They wanted amusement only, and since they had blunted by idleness the desire for simple and wholesome amusement, they called for something more sensational. Shakespeare's successors catered to the depraved tastes of this new audience. They lacked not only Shakespeare's genius, but his broad charity, his moral insight into life. With the exception of Ben Jonson, they neglected the simple fact that man in his deepest nature is a moral being, and that only a play which satisfies the whole nature of man by showing the triumph of the moral law can ever wholly satisfy an audience or a people. Beaumont and Fletcher, forgetting the deep meaning of life, strove for effect by increasing the sensationalism of their plays. Webster reveled in tragedies of blood and thunder. Massinger and Ford made another step downward, producing evil and licentious scenes for their own sake, making characters and situations more immoral, till, notwithstanding these dramatists' ability, the stage had become insincere, frivolous, and bad. Ben Jonson's ode, "Come, Leave the Loathed Stage," is the judgment of a large and honest nature grown weary of the plays and the players of the time. We read with a sense of relief that in 1642, only 26 years after Shakespeare's death, both houses of Parliament voted to close the theaters as breeders of lies and immorality. Ben Jonson, 1573 (1637). Personally, Jonson is the most commanding literary figure among the Elizabethans. For 25 years he was the literary dictator of London, the chief of all the wits that gathered nightly at the Old Devil Tavern. With his great learning, his ability, and his commanding position as poet laureate, he set himself squarely against his contemporaries and the romantic tendency of the age. For two things he fought bravely: to restore the classic form of the drama, and to keep the stage from its downward course. Apparently he failed. The romantic school fixed its hold more strongly than ever. The stage went swiftly to an end, as sad as that of the early dramatists. Nevertheless, his influence lived and grew more powerful till, aided largely by French influence, it resulted in the so-called classicism of the 18th century. Life. Jonson was born at Westminster about the year 1573. His father, an educated gentleman, had his property confiscated and was himself thrown into prison by Queen Mary. So we infer the family was of some prominence. From his mother he received certain strong characteristics, and by a single short reference in Johnson's works we are led to see the kind of woman she was. It is while Johnson is telling Drummond of the occasion when he was thrown into prison because some passages in the comedy of Eastward Ho! Gave offense to King James, and he was in danger of a horrible death after having his ears and nose cut off. He tells us how, after his pardon, he was banqueting with his friends, when his old mother came in and showed a paper full of lusty, strong poison, which she intended to mix with his drink just before the execution. And to show that she was no churl, she intended first to drink of the poison herself. The incident is all the more suggestive from the fact that Chapman and Marston, one his friend and the other his enemy, were first cast into prison as the authors of Eastward Ho! And rough Ben Jonson at once declared that he, too, had had a small hand in the writing, and went to join them in prison. Johnson's father came out of prison, having given up his estate, and became a minister. He died just before the son's birth, and 2 years later the mother married a bricklayer of London. The boy was sent to a private school, and later made his own way to Westminster School, where the sub-master Camden, struck by the boy's ability, taught and largely supported him. For a short time he may have studied at the university in Cambridge, but his stepfather soon set him to learning the bricklayer's trade. He ran away from this, and went with the English army to fight Spaniards in the Low Countries. His best known exploit there was to fight a duel between the lines with one of the enemy's soldiers, while both armies looked on. Johnson killed his man and took his arms, and made his way back to his own lines, in a way to delight the old Norman troubadours. He soon returned to England and married precipitately when only 19 or 20 years old. 5 years later we find him employed, like Shakespeare, as actor and reviser of old plays in the theater. Thereafter his life is a varied and stormy one. He killed an actor in a duel, and only escaped hanging by pleading benefit of clergy. But he lost all his poor goods and was branded for life on his left thumb. In his first great play, Every Man in His Humor, 1598, Shakespeare acted one of the parts, and that may have been the beginning of their long friendship. Other plays followed rapidly. Upon the accession of James, Jonson's masques won him royal favor, and he was made poet laureate. He now became undoubted leader of the literary men of his time. Though his rough honesty and his hatred of the literary tendencies of the age made him quarrel with nearly all of them. In 1616, soon after Shakespeare's retirement, he stopped writing for the stage and gave himself up to study and serious work. In 1618 he traveled on foot to Scotland, where he visited Drummond, from whom we have the scant records of his varied life. His impressions of this journey, called Foot Pilgrimage, were lost in a fire before publication. Thereafter he produced less, and his work declined in vigor. But in spite of growing poverty and infirmity, we notice in his later work, especially in the unfinished Sad Shepherd, a certain mellowness and tender human sympathy which were lacking in his earlier productions. He died poverty-stricken in 1637. Unlike Shakespeare's, his death was mourned as a national calamity, and he was buried with all honor in Westminster Abbey. On his grave was laid a marble slab, on which the words, "O rare Ben Jonson," were his sufficient epitaph. Works of Ben Jonson. Jonson's work is in strong contrast with that of Shakespeare and of the later Elizabethan dramatists. Alone he fought against the romantic tendency of the age, and to restore the classic standards. Thus the whole action of his drama usually covers only a few hours or a single day. He never takes liberties with historical facts, as Shakespeare does, but is accurate to the smallest detail. His dramas abound in classic classical learning, are carefully and logically constructed, and comedy and tragedy are kept apart, instead of crowding each other as they do in Shakespeare and in life. In one respect his comedies are worthy of careful reading. They are intensely realistic, presenting men and women of the time exactly as they were. From a few of Jonson's scenes we can understand, better than from all the plays of Shakespeare, how men talked and acted during the Age of Elizabeth. Every Man in His Humor. Jonson's first comedy, Every Man in His Humor, is a key to all his dramas. The word humor in his age stood for some characteristic whim or quality of society. Jonson gives to his leading character some prominent humor, exaggerates it as the cartoonist enlarges the most characteristic feature of a face, and so holds it before our attention that all other qualities are lost sight of, which is the method that Dickens used later in many of his novels. Every Man in His Humor was the first of three satires. Its special aim was to ridicule the humors of the city. The second, Cynthia's Revels, satirizes the humors of the court, while the third, The Poet Taster, the result of a quarrel with his contemporaries, was leveled at the false standards of the poets of the age. The three best known of Jonson's comedies are Volpone, or The Fox, The Alchemist, and Epicoene, or The Silent Woman. Volpone is a keen and merciless analysis of a man governed by an overwhelming love of money for its own sake. The first words in the first scene are a key to the whole comedy. Volpone: good morning to the day, and next my gold. Open the shrine that I may see my saint. Mosca withdraws a curtain and discovers piles of gold, plate, jewels, etc. Hail the world's soul and mine! Volpone's method of increasing his wealth is to play upon the avarice of men. He pretends to be at the point of death, and his suitors, who know his love of gain and that he has no heirs, endeavor hypocritically to sweeten his last moments by giving him rich presents, so that he will leave them all his wealth. The intrigues of these suitors furnish the story of the play, and show to what infamous depths avarice will lead a man. The Alchemist is a study of quackery on one side and of gullibility on the other, founded on the medieval idea of the philosopher's stone. Note: a similar story of quackery is found in Chaucer, the canon's Yeoman's Tale. End of note. And applies as well to the patent medicines and get-rich-quick schemes of our day as to the peculiar forms of quackery with which Jonson was more familiar. In plot and artistic construction, The Alchemist is an almost perfect specimen of the best English drama. It has some remarkably good passages, and is the most readable of Jonson's plays. Epicoene, or The Silent Woman, is a prose comedy exceedingly well constructed, full of life, abounding in fun and unexpected situations. Here is a brief outline from which the reader may see of what materials Jonson made up his comedies. The Silent Woman. The chief character is Morose, a rich old codger whose humor is a horror of noise. He lives in a street so narrow that it will admit no carriages. He pads the doors, plugs the keyhole, puts mattresses on the stairs. He dismisses a servant who wears squeaky boots, makes all the rest go about in thick stockings, and they must answer him by signs, since he cannot bear to hear anybody but himself talk. He disinherits his poor nephew, Eugenie, and to make sure that the latter will not get any money out of him, resolves to marry. His confidant in this delicate matter is Cutbeard, the barber, who, unlike his kind, never speaks unless spoken to, and does not even nick his scissors as he works. Cutbeard, who is secretly in league with the nephew, tells him of Epicoene, a rare silent woman, and Morose is so delighted with her silence that he resolves to marry her on the spot. Cutbeard produces a parson with a bad cold, who can speak only in a whisper, to marry them, and when the parson coughs after the ceremony, Morose demands back 5 shillings of the fee. To save it, the parson coughs more and is hurriedly bundled out of the house. The silent woman finds her voice immediately after the marriage, begins to talk loudly, and to make reforms in the household, driving Morose to distraction. A noisy dinner party from a neighboring house, with drums and trumpets, and a quarreling man and wife, is skillfully guided in at this moment to celebrate the wedding. Morose flees for his life, and is found perched like a monkey on a crossbeam in the attic, with all his nightcaps tied over his ears. He seeks a divorce, but is driven frantic by the loud arguments of a lawyer and a divine, who are no other than Cutbeard and a sea captain disguised. When Morose is past all hope, the nephew offers to release him from his wife and her noisy friends if he will allow him £500 a year. Morose offers him anything, everything, to escape his torment, and signs a deed to that effect. Then comes the surprise of the play, when Eugenie whips the wig from Epicoene and shows a boy in disguise. It will be seen that The Silent Woman, with its rapid action and its unexpected situations, offers an excellent opportunity for the actors, but the reading of the play, as most of Jonson's comedies, is marred by low intrigues, showing a sad state of morals among the upper classes. Besides these and many other less-known comedies, Jonson wrote 2 great tragedies, Sejanus, 1603, and Catiline, 1611, upon severe classic lines. After ceasing his work for the stage, Jonson wrote many masques in honor of James I and of Queen Anne, to be played amid elaborate scenery by the gentlemen of the court. The best of these are the Satyr, the Penates, Masque of Blackness, Masque of Beauty, Hue and Cry after Cupid, and The Masque of Queens. In all his plays, Jonson showed a strong lyric gift, and some of his little poems and songs, like The Triumph of Charis, Drink to Me Only with Thine Eyes, and To the Memory of My Beloved Mother, are now better known than his great dramatic works. A single volume of prose called Timber, or Discoveries Made Upon Men and Matter, is an interesting collection of short essays which are more like Bacon's than any other work of the age. End of section 17. Section 18 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 continued. Beaumont and Fletcher. The work of these 2 men is so closely interwoven that, though Fletcher outlived Beaumont by 9 years, and the latter had no hand in some 40 of the plays that bear their joint names, we still class them together, and only scholars attempt to separate their works so as to give each writer his due share. Unlike most of the Elizabethan dramatists, they both came from noble and cultured families and were university trained. Their work, in strong contrast with Jonson's, is intensely romantic, and in it all, however coarse or brutal the scene, there is still, as Emerson pointed out, the subtle recognition of gentility. Beaumont, 1584-1616, was the brother of Sir John Beaumont of Leicestershire. From Oxford he came to London to study law, but soon gave it up to write for the stage. Fletcher, 1579-1625, was the son of the Bishop of London, and shows in all his work the influence of his high social position and of his Cambridge education. The two dramatists met at the Mermaid Tavern under Ben Jonson's leadership and soon became inseparable friends, living and working together. Tradition has it that Beaumont supplied the judgment and the solid work of the play, while Fletcher furnished the high-colored sentiment and the lyric poetry, without which an Elizabethan play would have been incomplete. Of their joint plays, the two best known are Philaster, whose old theme, like that of Cymbeline and Griselda, is the jealousy of a lover and the faithfulness of a girl, and The Maid's Tragedy. Concerning Fletcher's work, the most interesting literary question is how much did he write of Shakespeare's Henry VIII, and how much did Shakespeare help him in The Two Noble Kinsmen? John Webster. Of Webster's personal history we know nothing except that he was well known as a dramatist under James I. His extraordinary powers of expression rank him with Shakespeare, but his talent seems to have been largely devoted to the blood and thunder play begun by Marlowe. His two best-known plays are The White Devil, published 1612, and The Duchess of Malfi, published 1623. The latter, spite of its horrors, ranks him as one of the greatest masters of English tragedy. It must be remembered that he sought in this play to reproduce the Italian life of the 16th century, and for this no imaginary horrors are needed. The history of any Italian court or city in this period furnishes more vice and violence and dishonor than even the gloomy imagination of Webster could conceive. All the so-called blood tragedies of the Elizabethan period, from Thomas Kyd's Spanish tragedy down, however much they may condemn the brutal taste of the English audiences, are still only so many searchlights thrown upon a history of horrible darkness. Thomas Middleton, 1570 (1627). Middleton is best known by two great plays. The Changeling. Note: in this and in A Fair Quarrel, Middleton collaborated with William Rowley, of whom little is known except that he was an actor from circa 1607 to 1627. End of note. And Women Beware Women. In poetry and diction they are almost worthy at times to rank with Shakespeare's plays. Otherwise, in their sensationalism and unnaturalness, they do violence to the moral sense and are repulsive to the modern reader. Two earlier plays, A Trick to Catch the Old One, his best comedy, and A Fair Quarrel, his earliest tragedy, are less mature in thought and expression, but more readable, because they seem to express Middleton's own idea of the drama rather than that of the corrupt court and playwrights of his later age. Thomas Heywood, 1580 (?1650?). Heywood's life, of which we know little in detail, covers the whole period of the Elizabethan drama. To the glory of that drama he contributed, according to his own statement, the greater part, at least, of nearly 220 plays. It was an enormous amount of work, but he seems to have been animated by the modern literary spirit of following the best market and striking while the financial iron is hot. Naturally, good work was impossible, even to genius, under such circumstances, and few of his plays are now known. The two best, if the reader would obtain his own idea of Heywood's undoubted ability, are A Woman Killed with Kindness, a pathetic story of domestic life, and The Fair Maid of the West, a melodrama with plenty of fighting of the popular kind. Thomas Dekker, 1570 to ? Dekker is in pleasing contrast with most of the dramatists of the time. All we know of him must be inferred from his works, which show a happy and sunny nature, pleasant and good to meet. The reader will find the best expression of Dekker's personality and erratic genius in The Shoemaker's Holiday, a humorous study of plain working people; and Old Fortunatus, a fairy drama of the wishing hat and no end of money. Whether intended for children or not, it had the effect of charming the elders far more than the young people, and the play became immensely popular. Massinger, Ford, Shirley. These three men mark the end of the Elizabethan drama. Their work, done largely while the struggle was on between the actors and the corrupt court on one side and the Puritans on the other, shows a deliberate turning away not only from Puritan standards, but from the high ideals of their own art to pander to the corrupt taste of the upper classes. Philip Massinger, 1584-1640, was a dramatic poet of great natural ability, but his plot and situations are usually so strained and artificial that the modern reader finds no interest in them. In his best comedy, A New Way to Pay Old Debts, he achieved great popularity and gave us one figure, Sir Giles Overreach, which is one of the typical characters of the English stage. His best plays are The Great Duke of Florence, The Virgin Martyr, and The Maid of Honor. John Ford, 1586-1642, and James Shirley, 1596-1666, have left us little of permanent literary value, and their works are read only by those who wish to understand the whole rise and fall of the drama. An occasional scene in Ford's plays is as strong as anything that the Elizabethan age produced, but as a whole the plays are unnatural and tiresome. Probably his best play is The Broken Heart, 1633. Shirley was given to imitation of his predecessors, and his very imitation is characteristic of an age which had lost its inspiration. A single play, Hyde Park, with its frivolous, realistic dialogue, is sometimes read for its reflection of the fashionable, gossipy talk of the day. Long before Shirley's death, the actors said, "Farewell, Othello's occupation is gone." Parliament voted to close the theaters, thereby saving the drama from a more inglorious death by dissipation. Note: the reader will find wholesome criticism of these writers and selections from their works in Charles Lamb's Specimens of English Dramatic Poets, an excellent book which helps us to a better knowledge and appreciation of the lesser Elizabethan dramatists. End of section 18. Section 19 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, continued. Part 6. The Prose Writers. Francis Bacon, 1561-1626. In Bacon we see one of those complex and contradictory natures which are the despair of the biographer. If the writer be an admirer of Bacon, he finds too much that he must excuse or pass over in silence. If he takes his stand on the law to condemn the avarice and dishonesty of his subject, he finds enough moral courage and nobility to make him question the justice of his own judgment. On the one hand is rugged Ben Jonson's tribute to his power and ability, and on the other Hallam's summary that he was a man who, being entrusted with the highest gifts of heaven, habitually abused them for the poorest purposes of earth, hired them out for guineas, places, and titles in the service of injustice, covetousness, and oppression. Laying aside the opinions of others, and relying only upon the facts of Bacon's life, we find on the one side the politician, cold, calculating, selfish, and on the other the literary and scientific man, with an impressive devotion to truth for its own great sake. Here a man using questionable means to advance his own interests, and there a man seeking with zeal and endless labor to penetrate the secret ways of nature, with no other object than to advance the interests of his fellow men. So, in our ignorance of the secret motives and springs of the man's life, judgment is necessarily suspended. Bacon was apparently one of those double natures that only God is competent to judge, because of the strange mixture of intellectual strength and moral weakness that is in them. Life. Bacon was the son of Sir Nicholas Bacon, Lord Keeper of the Seal, and of the learned Anne Cook, sister-in-law to Lord Burleigh, greatest of the Queen's statesmen. From these connections, as well as from native gifts, he was attracted to the court, and as a child was called by Elizabeth her little Lord Keeper. At 12 he went to Cambridge, but left the university after 2 years, declaring the whole plan of education to be radically wrong, and the system of Aristotle, which was the basis of all philosophy in those days, to be a childish delusion, since in the course of centuries it had produced no fruit, but only a jungle of dry and useless branches. Strange, even for a sophomore of 14, thus to condemn the whole system of the universities, but such was the boy and the system. Next year, in order to continue his education, he accompanied the English ambassador to France, where he is said to have busied himself chiefly with the practical studies of statistics and diplomacy. 2 years later he was recalled to London by the death of his father. Without money, and naturally with expensive tastes, he applied to his uncle Burleigh for a lucrative position. It was in this application that he used the expression so characteristic of the Elizabethan age, that he had taken all knowledge for his province. Burleigh, who misjudged him as a dreamer and self-seeker, not only refused to help him at the court, but successfully opposed his advancement by Elizabeth. Bacon then took up the study of law, and was admitted to the bar in 1582. That he had not lost his philosophy in the mazes of the law is shown by his tract, written about this time, On the Greatest Birth of Time, which was a plea for his inductive system of philosophy, reasoning from many facts to one law, rather than from an assumed law to particular facts, which was the deductive method that had been used for centuries. In his famous plea for progress, Bacon demanded 3 things: the free investigation of nature, the discovery of facts instead of theories, and the verification of results by experiment rather than by argument. In our day, these are the ABC of science, but in Bacon's time they seemed revolutionary. As a lawyer, he became immediately successful. His knowledge and power of pleading became widely known, and it was almost at the beginning of his career that Johnson wrote, "The fear of every one that heard him speak was that he should make an end." The publication of his essays added greatly to his fame. But Bacon was not content. His head was buzzing with huge schemes: the pacification of unhappy Ireland, the simplification of English law, the reform of the Church, the study of nature, the establishment of a new philosophy. Meanwhile, sad to say, he played the game of politics for his personal advantage. He devoted himself to Essex, the young and dangerous favorite of the Queen, won his friendship, and then used him skillfully to better his own position. When the Earl was tried for treason, it was partly, at least through Bacon's efforts, that he was convicted and beheaded. And though Bacon claims to have been actuated by a high sense of justice, we are not convinced that he understood either justice or friendship in appearing as Queen's counsel against the man who had befriended him. His cold-bloodedness and lack of moral sensitiveness appear even in his essays on love and friendship. Indeed, we can understand his life only upon the theory that his intellectuality left him cold and dead to higher sentiments of our humanity. During Elizabeth's reign, Bacon had sought repeatedly for high office, but had been blocked by Burleigh, and perhaps also by the Queen's own shrewdness in judging men. With the advent of James I, 1603, Bacon devoted himself to the new ruler and rose rapidly in favor. He was knighted, and soon afterwards attained another object of his ambition in marrying a rich wife. The appearance of his great work, The Advancement of Learning, in 1605, was largely the result of the mental stimulus produced by his change in fortune. In 1613 he was made Attorney General, and speedily made enemies by using the office to increase his personal ends. He justified himself in his course by his devotion to the king's cause, and by the belief that the higher his position and the more ample his means, the more he could do for science. It was in this year that Bacon wrote his series of State Papers, which show a marvelous grasp of the political tendencies of his age. Had his advice been followed, it would have certainly averted the struggle between king and parliament that followed speedily. In 1617 he was appointed to his father's office, Lord Keeper of the Seal, and the next year to the high office of Lord Chancellor. With this office he received the title of Baron Verulam, and later of Viscount St. Alban, which he affixed with some vanity to his literary work. 2 years later appeared his greatest work, the Novum Organum, called after Aristotle's famous Organon. Bacon did not long enjoy his political honors. The storm which had been long gathering against James's government broke suddenly upon Bacon's head. When Parliament assembled in 1621, it vented its distrust of James and his favorite Villiers by striking unexpectedly at their chief adviser. Bacon was sternly accused of accepting bribes, and the evidence was so great that he confessed that there was much political corruption abroad in the land, that he was personally guilty of some of it, and he threw himself upon the mercy of his judges. Parliament at that time was in no mood for mercy. Bacon was deprived of his office, and was sentenced to pay the enormous fine of £40,000, to be imprisoned during the king's pleasure, and thereafter to be banished forever from Parliament and court. Though the imprisonment lasted only a few days, and the fine was largely remitted, Bacon's hopes and schemes for political honors were ended. And it is at this point of appalling adversity that the nobility in the man's nature asserts itself strongly. If the reader be interested to apply a great man's philosophy to his own life, he will find the essay Of Great Place most interesting in this connection. Bacon now withdrew permanently from public life, and devoted his splendid ability to literary and scientific work. He completed the Essays, experimented largely, wrote history, scientific articles, and one scientific novel, and made additions to his Instauratio Magna, the great philosophical work which was never finished. In the spring of 1626, while driving in a snowstorm, it occurred to him that snow might be used as a preservative instead of salt. True to his own method of arriving at truth, he stopped at the first house, bought a fowl, and proceeded to test his theory. The experiment chilled him, and he died soon after from the effects of his exposure. As Macaulay wrote, the great apostle of experimental philosophy was destined to be its martyr. Works of Bacon. Bacon's philosophic works, The Advancement of Learning and the Novum Organum, will be best understood in connection with the Instauratio Magna, or the great institution of true philosophy, of which they were parts. The Instauratio was never completed, but the very idea of the work was magnificent. to sweep away the involved philosophy of the schoolmen and the educational systems of the universities, to substitute a single great work which should be a complete education, a rich storehouse for the glory of the Creator and for the relief of man's estate. The object of this education was to bring practical results to all the people, instead of a little selfish culture and much useless speculation, which he conceived were the only products of the universities. The Instauratio Magna. This was the most ambitious, though it is not the best known, of Bacon's works. For the insight it gives us into the author's mind, we note here a brief outline of his subject. It was divided into 6 parts as follows. 1. Partitiones scientiarum. This was to be a classification and summary of all human knowledge. Philosophy and all speculation must be cast out, and the natural sciences established as the basis of all education. The only part completed was the advancement of learning, which served as an introduction. 2. Novum organum, or the new instrument, that is, the use of reason and experiment instead of the old Aristotelian logic. To find truth, one must do 2 things. A. Get rid of all prejudices, or idols, as Bacon called them. These idols are 4. Idols of the tribe, that is, prejudices due to common methods of thought among all races. Idols of the cave or den, that is, personal peculiarities and prejudices. Idols of the marketplace, due to errors of language. And idols of the theater, which are the unreliable traditions of men. B. After discarding the above idols, we must interrogate nature, must collect facts by means of numerous experiments, arrange them in order, and then determine the law that underlies them. It will be seen at a glance that the above is the most important of Bacon's works. The Organum was to be in several books, only 2 of which he completed, and these he wrote and rewrote 12 times until they satisfied him. 3. Historic Naturalis et Experimentalis. The study of all the phenomena of nature. Of 4 parts of this work which he completed, one of them at least, the Silva Silvarum, is decidedly at variance with his own ideas of fact and experiment. It abounds in fanciful explanations, more worthy of the poetic than of the scientific mind. Nature is seen to be full of desires and instincts. The air thirsts for light and fragrance. Bodies rise or sink because they have an appetite for height or depth. The qualities of bodies are the result of an essence, so that when we discover the essences of gold and silver and diamonds, it will be a simple matter to create as much of them as we may need. 4. Scala intellectus, or ladder of the mind, is the rational application of the organum to all problems. By it the mind should ascend step by step from particular facts and instances to general laws and abstract principles. 5. Prodromi, prophecies or anticipations, is a list of discoveries that men shall make when they have applied Bacon's methods of study and experimentation. 6. Philosophia secunda, which was to be a record of practical results of the new philosophy when the succeeding ages should have applied it faithfully. It is impossible to regard even the outline of such a vast work without an involuntary thrill of admiration for the bold and original mind which conceived it. We may, said Bacon, make no despicable beginnings. The destinies of the human race must complete the work, for upon this will depend not only a speculative good, but all the fortunes of mankind and all their power. There is the unconscious expression of one of the great minds of the world. Bacon was like one of the architects of the Middle Ages, who drew his plans for a mighty cathedral, perfect in every detail, from the deep foundation stone to the cross on the highest spire, and who gave over his plans to the builders, knowing that in his own lifetime only one tiny chapel would be completed, but knowing also that the very beauty of his plans would appeal to others, and that succeeding ages would finish the work which he dared to begin. The Essays. Bacon's famous Essays is the one work which will interest all students of our literature. His Instauratio was in Latin, written mostly by paid helpers from short English abstracts. He regarded Latin as the only language worthy of a great work, but the world neglected his Latin to seize upon his English. Marvelous English, terse, pithy, packed with thought, in an age that used endless circumlocutions. The first 10 essays, published in 1597, were brief notebook jottings of Bacon's observations. Their success astonished the author, but not till 15 years later were they republished and enlarged. Their charm grew upon Bacon himself, and during his retirement he gave more thought to the wonderful language which he had at first despised as much as Aristotle's philosophy. In 1612 appeared a second edition containing 38 essays, and in 1625, the year before his death, he republished the essays in their present form, polishing and enlarging the original 10 to 58, covering a wide variety of subjects suggested by the life of men around him. Concerning the best of these essays, there are as many opinions as there are readers, and what one gets out of them depends largely upon his own thought and intelligence. In this respect they are like that nature to which Bacon directed men's thoughts. The whole volume may be read through in an evening, but after one has read them a dozen times, he still finds as many places to pause and reflect as at the first reading. If one must choose out of such a storehouse, we would suggest Studies, Goodness, Riches, Atheism, Unity in Religion, Adversity, Friendship, and Great Place, as an introduction to Bacon's worldly-wise philosophy. Miscellaneous works. Other works of Bacon are interesting as a revelation of the Elizabethan mind, rather than because of any literary value. The New Atlantis is a kind of scientific novel, describing another utopia as seen by Bacon. The inhabitants of Atlantis have banished philosophy and applied Bacon's method of investigating nature, using the results to better their own condition. They have a wonderful civilization, in which many of our later discoveries, academies of the sciences, observatories, balloons, submarines, the modification of species, and several others, were foreshadowed with a strange mixture of cold reason and poetic intuition. De Sapientia Veterum is a fanciful attempt to show the deep meaning underlying ancient myths, a meaning which would have astonished the myth-makers themselves. The History of Henry VII is a calm, dispassionate, and remarkably accurate history, which makes us regret that Bacon did not do more historical work. Besides these are metrical versions of certain psalms, which are valuable in view of the controversy anent Shakespeare's plays, for showing Bacon's utter inability to write poetry, and a large number of letters and state papers showing the range and power of his intellect. Bacon's place and work. Although Bacon was for the greater part of his life a busy man of affairs, one cannot read his work without becoming conscious of two things: a perennial freshness, which the world insists upon in all literature that is to endure, and an intellectual power which marks him as one of the great minds of the world. Of late the general tendency is to give less and less prominence to his work in science and philosophy, but criticism of his Instauratio, in view of his lofty aim, is of small consequence. It is true that his science today seems woefully inadequate, true also that though he sought to discover truth, he thought perhaps to monopolize it, and so looked with the same suspicion upon Copernicus as upon the philosophers. The practical man who despises philosophy has simply misunderstood the things he despises. In being practical and experimental in a romantic age, he was not unique, as is often alleged, but only expressed the tendency of the English mind in all ages. 3 centuries earlier, the monk Roger Bacon did more practical experimenting than the Elizabethan sage, and the latter's famous Idylls are strongly suggestive of the former's 4 sources of human ignorance. Although Bacon did not make any of the scientific discoveries at which he aimed, yet the whole spirit of his work, especially of the Organum, has strongly influenced science in the direction of accurate observation and of carefully testing every theory by practical experiment. "He that regardeth the clouds shall not sow," said a wise writer of old, and Bacon turned men's thoughts from the heavens above, with which they had been too busy, to the earth beneath, which they had too much neglected. In an age when men were busy with romance and philosophy, he insisted that the first object of education is to make a man familiar with his natural environment. From books he turned to men, from theory to fact, from philosophy to nature, and that is perhaps his greatest contribution to life and literature. Like Moses upon Pisgah, he stood high enough above his fellows to look out over a promised land, which his people would inherit, but into which he himself might never enter. End of section 19. Section 20 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, continued. Richard Hooker, 1554 (1600). In strong contrast with Bacon is Richard Hooker, one of the greatest prose writers of the Elizabethan age. One must read the story of his life, an obscure and lowly life animated by a great spirit, as told by Izaak Walton, to appreciate the full force of this contrast. Bacon took all knowledge for his province, but mastered no single part of it. Hooker, taking a single theme, the law and practice of the English Church, so handled it that no scholar, even of the present day, would dream of superseding it or of building upon any other foundation than that which Hooker laid down. His one great work is The Laws of Ecclesiastical Polity. Note: the first 5 books were published 1594-1597, and are as Hooker wrote them. The last 3 books, published after his death, are of doubtful authorship, but they are thought to have been completed from Hooker's notes. End of note. A theological and argumentative book, but entirely apart from its subject, it will be read wherever men desire to hear the power and stateliness of the English language. Here is a single sentence, remarkable not only for its perfect form, but also for its expression of the reverence for law, which lies at the heart of Anglo-Saxon civilization. Of law there can be no less acknowledged than that her seat is the bosom of God, her voice the harmony of the world. All things in heaven and earth do her homage, the very least as feeling her care, and the greatest as not exempted from her power. Both angels and men and creatures of what condition soever, though each in different sort and manner, yet all with uniform consent admiring her as the mother of their peace and joy. Sidney and Raleigh. Among the prose writers of this wonderful literary age, there are many others that deserve passing notice, though they fall far below the standard of Bacon and Hooker. Sir Philip Sidney, 1554-1586, who has already been considered as a poet, is quite as well known by his prose works. Arcadia, a pastoral romance, and The Defense of Poesy, one of our earliest literary essays. Sidney, whom the poet Shelley has eulogized, represents the whole romantic tendency of his age, while Sir Walter Raleigh (1552?) represents its adventurous spirit and activity. The life of Raleigh is an almost incomprehensible mixture of the poet, scholar, and adventurer, now helping the Huguenots or the struggling Dutch in Europe, and now leading an expedition into the unmapped wilds of the New World, busy here with court intrigues, and there with piratical attempts to capture the gold-laden Spanish galleons, one moment sailing the high seas in utter freedom, and the next writing history and poetry to solace his imprisonment. Such a life, in itself, is a volume far more interesting than anything that he wrote. He is the restless spirit of the Elizabethan age personified. Raleigh's chief prose works are The Discovery of Guiana, a work which would certainly have been interesting enough had he told simply what he saw, but which was filled with colonization schemes and visions of an El Dorado to fill the eyes and ears of the credulous, and The History of the World, written to occupy his prison hours. The history is a wholly untrustworthy account of events from creation to the downfall of the Macedonian Empire. It is interesting chiefly for its style, which is simple and dignified, and for the flashes of wit and poetry that break into the fantastic combination of miracles, traditions, hearsay, and state records which he called history. In the conclusion is the famous apostrophe to death, which suggests what Raleigh might have done had he lived less strenuously and written more carefully. O eloquent, just, and mighty death, whom none could advise, thou hast persuaded. What none hath dared, thou hast done, and whom all the world hath flattered, thou only hast cast out of the world and despised. Thou hast drawn together all the star-stretched greatness, all the pride, cruelty, and ambition of man, and covered it all over with those two narrow words, hic jacet. John Foxe, 1516–1587. Foxe will be remembered always for his famous Book of Martyrs, a book that our elders gave to us on Sundays when we were young, thinking it good discipline for us to afflict our souls when we wanted to be roaming the sunlit fields, or when in our enforced idleness we would, if our own taste in the matter had been consulted, have made good shift to be quiet and happy with Robinson Crusoe. So we have a gloomy memory of Foxe, and something of a grievance, which prevent a just appreciation of his worth. Foxe had been driven out of England by the Marian persecutions, and in a wandering but diligent life on the Continent he conceived the idea of writing a history of the persecutions of the Church from the earliest days to his own. The part relating to England and Scotland was published in Latin in 1559 under a title as sonorous and impressive as the Roman office for the dead. Rerum in ecclesia gestarum maximarumque per Europam persecutionum commentarii. On his return to England, Foxe translated this work, calling it the Acts and Monuments, but it soon became known as the Book of Martyrs, and so it will always be called. Foxe's own bitter experience causes him to write with more heat and indignation than his saintly theme would warrant, and the holy tone sometimes spoils a narrative that would be impressive in its bare simplicity. Nevertheless, the book has made for itself a secure place in our literature. It is strongest in its record of humble men like Rowland Taylor and Thomas Hawks, whose sublime heroism, but for this narrative, would have been lost amid the great names and the great events that fill the Elizabethan age. Camden and Knox. Two historians, William Camden and John Knox, stand out prominently among the numerous historical writers of the age. Camden's Britannia, 1586, is a monumental work which marks the beginning of true antiquarian research in the field of history, and his Annals of Queen Elizabeth is worthy of a far higher place than has thus far been given it. John Knox, the Reformer, in his History of the Reformation in Scotland, has some very vivid portraits of his helpers and enemies. The personal and aggressive elements enter too strongly for a work of history, but the autobiographical parts show rare literary power. His account of his famous interview with Mary, Queen of Scots, is clear-cut as a cameo, and shows the man's extraordinary power better than a whole volume of biography. Such scenes make one wish that more of his time had been given to literary work, rather than to the disputes and troubles of his own Scotch kirk. Hakluyt and Purchas. Two editors of this age have made for themselves an enviable place in our literature. They are Richard Hakluyt, 1552 (1616), and Samuel Purchas, 1575 (1626). Hakluyt was a clergyman who, in the midst of his little parish, set himself to achieve two great patriotic ends: to promote the wealth and commerce of his country, and to preserve the memory of all his countrymen who added to the glory of the realm by their travels and explorations. To further the first object, he concerned himself deeply with the commercial interests of the East India Company, with Raleigh's colonizing plans in Virginia, and with a translation of De Soto's Travels in America. To further the second, he made himself familiar with books of voyages in all foreign languages, and with the brief reports of explorations of his own countrymen. His Principal Navigations, Voyages, and Discoveries of the English Nation, in 3 volumes, appeared first in 1589, and a second edition followed in 1598 to 1600. The first volume tells of voyages to the north, the second to India and the East, the third, which is as large as the other two, to the New World. With the exception of the very first voyage, that of King Arthur to Iceland in 517, which is founded on a myth, all the voyages are authentic accounts of the explorers themselves, and are immensely interesting reading even at the present day. No other book of travels has so well expressed the spirit and energy of the English race, or better deserves a place in our literature. Samuel Purchas, who was also a clergyman, continued the work of Hakluyt, using many of the latter's unpublished manuscripts and condensing the records of numerous other voyages. His first famous book, Purchas, His Pilgrimage, appeared in 1613, and was followed by Hakluytus Posthumus, or Purchas His Pilgrims, in 1625. The very name inclines one to open the book with pleasure, and when one follows his inclination, which is, after all, one of the best guides in literature, he is rarely disappointed. Though it falls far below the standard of Hakluyt, both in accuracy and literary finish, there is still plenty to make one glad that the book was written, and that he can now comfortably follow Purchas on his pilgrimage. Thomas North. Among the translators of the Elizabethan age, Sir Thomas North, 1535 (1601 ?), is most deserving of notice because of his version of Plutarch's Lives, 1579, from which Shakespeare took the characters and many of the incidents for 3 great Roman plays. Thus in North we read, Caesar also had Cassius in great jealousy, and suspected him much. Whereupon he said on a time to his friends, What will Cassius do, think ye? I like not his pale looks. Another time, when Caesar's friends warned him of Antonius and Dolabella, he answered them again, I never reckon of them, but these pale-visaged and carrion lean people, I fear them most," meaning Brutus and Cassius. Shakespeare merely touches such a scene with the magic of his genius, and his Caesar speaks, "Let me have men about me that are fat, sleek-headed men, and such as sleep o' nights. Yon Cassius hath a lean and hungry look. He thinks too much. Such men are dangerous." A careful reading of North's Plutarch, and then of the famous Roman plays, shows to how great an extent Shakespeare was dependent upon his obscure contemporary. North's translation, to which we owe so many heroic models in our literature, was probably made not from Plutarch, but from Amyot's excellent French translation. Nevertheless, he reproduces the spirit of the original, and notwithstanding our modern and more accurate translations, he remains the most inspiring interpreter of the great biographer, whom Emerson calls the historian of heroism. Summary of the Age of Elizabeth. This period is generally regarded as the greatest in the history of our literature. Historically, we note in this age the tremendous impetus received from the Renaissance, from the Reformation, and from the exploration of the New World. It was marked by a strong national spirit, by patriotism, by religious tolerance, by social content, by intellectual progress, and by unbounded enthusiasm. Such an age of thought, feeling, and vigorous action finds its best expression in the drama, and the wonderful development of the drama, culminating in Shakespeare, is the most significant characteristic of the Elizabethan period. Though the age produced some excellent prose works, it is essentially an age of poetry, and the poetry is remarkable for its variety, its freshness, its youthful and romantic feeling. Both the poetry and the drama were permeated by Italian influence, which was dominant in English literature from Chaucer to the Restoration. The literature of this age is often called the literature of the Renaissance, though, as we have seen, the Renaissance itself began much earlier, and for a century and a half added very little to our literary possessions. In our study of this great age, we have noted one, the non-dramatic poets, that is, poets who did not write for the stage. The center of this group is Edmund Spenser, whose Shepherd's Calendar, 1579, marked the appearance of the first national poet since Chaucer's death in 1400. His most famous work is The Faery Queen. Associated with Spenser are the minor poets, Thomas Sackville, Michael Drayton, George Chapman, and Philip Sidney. Chapman is noted for his completion of Marlowe's poem, Hero and Leander, and for his translation of Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. Sidney, besides his poetry, wrote his prose romance, Arcadia and the Defense of Poesy, one of our earliest critical essays. 2. The rise of the drama in England. The miracle plays, moralities, and interludes. Our first play, Ralph Royster Doyster. The first true English comedy, Gammer Gurton's Needle. And the first tragedy, Gorboduc. The conflict between classic and native ideals in the English drama. 3. Shakespeare's predecessors, Lyly, Kidd, Nash, Peele, Greene, Marlowe. The types of drama with which they experimented, the Marloesque one-man type, or tragedy of passion, the popular chronicle plays, the domestic drama, the court or Lillian comedy, romantic comedy and tragedy, classical plays, and the melodrama. Marlowe is the greatest of Shakespeare's predecessors. His 4 plays are Tamburlaine, Faustus, The Jew of Malta, and Edward II. 4. Shakespeare, his life, work, and influence. 5. Shakespeare's successors, Ben Jonson, Beaumont and Fletcher, Webster, Middleton, Heywood, Dekker, and the rapid decline of the drama. Ben Jonson is the greatest of this group. His chief comedies are Every Man in His Humor, The Silent Woman, and The Alchemist. His 2 extant tragedies are Sejanus and Catiline. 6. The prose writers, of whom Bacon is the most notable. His chief philosophical work is the Instauratio Magna, incomplete, which includes The Advancement of Learning and the Novum Organum, but he is known to literary readers by his famous Essays. Minor prose writers are Richard Hooker, John Fox, the historians Camden and Knox, the editors Hakluyt and Purchas, who gave us the stirring records of exploration, and Thomas North, the translator of Plutarch's Lives. Suggestive questions. 1. What historical conditions help to account for the great literature of the Elizabethan age? What are the general characteristics of Elizabethan literature? What type of literature prevailed and why? What work seems to you to express most perfectly the Elizabethan spirit? 2. Tell briefly the story of Spenser's life. What is the story or argument of the Faery Queen? What is meant by the Spenserian stanza? Read and comment upon Spenser's Epithalamion. Why does the Shepherd's Calendar mark a literary epoch? What are the main qualities of Spenser's poetry? Can you quote or refer to any passages which illustrate these qualities? Why is he called the poet's poet? 3. For what is Sackville noted? What is the most significant thing about his Gorboduc? Name other minor poets and tell what they wrote. 4. Give an outline of the origin and rise of the drama in England. What is meant by miracle and mystery plays? What purposes did they serve among the common people? How did they help the drama? What is meant by cycles of miracle plays? How did the moralities differ from the miracles? What was the chief purpose of the interludes? What type of drama did they develop? Read a typical play like Noah's Flood or Everyman, and write a brief analysis of it. 5. What were our first plays in the modern sense? What influence did the classics exert on the English drama? What is meant by the dramatic unities? In what important respect did the English differ from the classic drama? 6. Name some of Shakespeare's predecessors in the drama. What types of drama did they develop? Name some plays of each type. Are any of these plays still presented on the stage? 7. What are Marlowe's chief plays? What is the central motive in each? Why are they called one-man plays? What is meant by Marlowe's mighty line? What is the story of Faustus? Compare Faustus and Goethe's Faust, having in mind the story, the dramatic interest, and the literary value of each play. 8. Tell briefly the story of Shakespeare's life. What fact in his life most impressed you? How does Shakespeare sum up the work of all his predecessors? What are the 4 periods of his work, and the chief plays of each? Where did he find his plots? What are his romantic plays, his chronicle or historical plays? What is the difference between a tragedy and a comedy? Name some of Shakespeare's best tragedies, comedies, and historical plays. Which play of Shakespeare's seems to you to give the best picture of human life? Why is he called the myriad-minded Shakespeare? For what reasons is he considered the greatest of writers? Can you explain why Shakespeare's plays are still acted, while other plays of his age are rarely seen? If you have seen any of Shakespeare's plays on the stage, how do they compare in interest with a modern play? 9. What are Ben Jonson's chief plays? In what important respects did they differ from those of Shakespeare? Tell the story of the alchemist or the silent woman. Name other contemporaries and successors of Shakespeare. Give some reasons for the preeminence of the Elizabethan drama. What causes led to its decline? 10. Tell briefly the story of Bacon's life. What is his chief literary work? His chief educational work? Why is he called a pioneer of modern science? Can you explain what is meant by the inductive method of learning? What subjects are considered in Bacon's essays? What is the central idea of the essay you like best? What are the literary qualities of these essays? Do they appeal to the intellect or the emotions? What is meant by the word essay, and how does Bacon illustrate the definition? Make a comparison between Bacon's essays and those of some more recent writer, such as Addison, Lamb, Carlyle, Emerson, or Stevenson, having in mind the subjects, style, and interest of both essayists. 11. Who are the minor prose writers of the Elizabethan age? What did they write? Comment upon any work of theirs which you have read. What is the literary value of North's Plutarch? What is the chief defect in Elizabethan prose as a whole? What is meant by euphuism? Explain why Elizabethan poetry is superior to the prose. Chronology. Last half of the 16th and first half of the 17th centuries. History. 1558. Elizabeth. Death 1603. 1571. Rise of English Puritans. 1577. Drake's voyage around the world. 1588. Defeat of the Armada. 1603. James I. Death 1625. 1604. Divine right of kings proclaimed. 1607. Settlement at Jamestown, Virginia. 1620. Pilgrim Fathers at Plymouth. 1625. Charles I. Literature. 1559. John Knox in Edinburgh. 1562 ? Gammer Gurton's Needle. Gorboduc. 1564. Birth of Shakespeare. 1576. First Theater. 1579. Spenser's Shepherd's Calendar. Lilly's Euphues. North's Plutarch. 1587. Shakespeare in London. Marlowe's Tamburlaine. 1590. Spenser's Faery Queen. Sidney's Arcadia. 1590 to 1595. Shakespeare's early plays. 1597 to 1625. Bacon's Essays. 1598 to 1614. Chapman's Homer. 1598. Ben Jonson's Every Man in His Humor. 1600 to 1607. Shakespeare's Tragedies. 1605. Bacon's Advancement of Learning. 1608. Birth of Milton. 1611. Translation, King James Version of Bible. 1614. Raleigh's History. 1616. Death of Shakespeare. 1620. 1642. Shakespeare's Successors. End of Drama. 1620. Bacon's Novum Organum. 1622. First regular newspaper, The Weekly News. 1626. Death of Bacon. End of section 20. End of chapter 6. Section 21 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Puritan Age, 1620–1660. Part 1. Historical Summary. The Puritan Movement. In its broadest sense, the Puritan movement may be regarded as a second and greater Renaissance, a rebirth of the moral nature of man following the intellectual awakening of Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries. In Italy, whose influence had been uppermost in Elizabethan literature, the Renaissance had been essentially pagan and sensuous. It had hardly touched the moral nature of man, and it brought little relief from the despotism of rulers. One can hardly read the horrible records of the Medici or the Borgias, or the political observations of Machiavelli, without marveling at the moral and political degradation of a cultured nation. In the North, especially among the German and English peoples, the Renaissance was accompanied by a moral awakening, and it is precisely that awakening in England, that greatest moral and political reform which ever swept over a nation in the short space of half a century, which is meant by the Puritan movement. We shall understand it better if we remember that it had two chief objects. The first was personal righteousness. The second was civil and religious liberty. In other words, it aimed to make men honest and to make them free. Wrong ideas of the Puritans. Such a movement should be cleared of all the misconceptions which have clung to it since the Restoration, when the very name of Puritan was made ridiculous by the jeers of the gay courtiers of Charles II. Though the spirit of the movement was profoundly religious, the Puritans were not a religious sect. Neither was the Puritan a narrow-minded and gloomy dogmatist, as he is still pictured even in the histories. Pym and Hampden and Eliot and Milton were Puritans, and in the long struggle for human liberty there are few names more honored by freemen everywhere. Cromwell and Thomas Hooker were Puritans, yet Cromwell stood like a rock for religious tolerance, and Thomas Hooker, in Connecticut, gave to the world the first written constitution in which free men, before electing their officers, laid down the strict limits of the offices to which they were elected. That is a Puritan document, and it marks one of the greatest achievements in the history of government. From a religious viewpoint, Puritanism included all shades of belief. The name was first given to those who advocated certain changes in the form of worship of the Reformed English Church under Elizabeth. But as the ideal of liberty rose in men's minds, and opposed to it were the king and his evil counselors, and the band of intolerant churchmen, of whom Laud is the great example, then Puritanism became a great national movement. It included English churchmen as well as extreme separatists, Calvinists, Covenanters, Catholic noblemen, all bound together in resistance to despotism in church and state, and with a passion for liberty and righteousness such as the world has never since seen. Naturally, such a movement had its extremes and excesses, and it is from a few zealots and fanatics that most of our misconceptions about the Puritans arise. Life was stern in those days, too stern perhaps, and the intensity of the struggle against despotism made men narrow and hard. In the triumph of Puritanism under Cromwell, severe laws were passed. Many simple pleasures were forbidden, and an austere standard of living was forced upon an unwilling people. So the criticism is made that the wild outbreak of immorality which followed the Restoration of Charles was partly due to the unnatural restrictions of the Puritan era. The criticism is just, but we must not forget the whole spirit of the movement. That the Puritan prohibited maypole dancing and horse racing is of small consequence, beside the fact that he fought for liberty and justice, that he overthrew despotism and made a man's life and property safe from the tyranny of rulers. A great river is not judged by the foam on its surface, and certain austere laws and doctrines which we have ridiculed are but froth on the surface of the mighty Puritan current that has flowed steadily like a river of life through English and American history since the Age of Elizabeth. Changing ideals. The political upheaval of the period is summed up in the terrible struggle between the king and Parliament, which resulted in the death of Charles at the block and the establishment of the Commonwealth under Cromwell. For centuries, the English people had been wonderfully loyal to their sovereigns, but deeper than their loyalty to kings was the old Saxon love for personal liberty. At times, as in the days of Alfred and Elizabeth, the two ideals went hand in hand, but more often they were in open strife, and a final struggle for supremacy was inevitable. The crisis came when James I, who had received the right of royalty from an act of Parliament, began by the assumption of divine right to ignore the Parliament which had created him. Of the civil war which followed in the reign of Charles I, and of the triumph of English freedom, it is unnecessary to write here. The blasphemy of a man's divine right to rule his fellow men was ended. Modern England began with the charge of Cromwell's brigade of Puritans at Naseby. Religious ideals. Religiously, the age was one of even greater ferment than that which marked the beginning of the Reformation. A great ideal, the ideal of a national church, was pounding to pieces like a ship in the breakers, and in the confusion of such an hour the action of the various sects was like that of frantic passengers, each striving to save his possessions from the wreck. The Catholic Church, as its name implies, has always held true to the ideal of a united church, a church which, like the great Roman government of the early centuries, can bring the splendor and authority of Rome to bear upon the humblest village church to the farthest ends of the earth. For a time that mighty ideal dazzled the German and English reformers, but the possibility of a united Protestant church perished with Elizabeth. Then, instead of the world-wide church, which was the ideal of Catholicism, came the ideal of a purely national Protestantism. This was the ideal of Laud and the reactionary bishops, no less than of the scholarly Richard Hooker, of the rugged Scotch Covenanters, and of the Puritans of Massachusetts Bay. It is intensely interesting to note that Charles called Irish rebels and Scotch Highlanders to his aid by promising to restore their national religions, and that the English Puritans, turning to Scotland for help, entered into the solemn covenant of 1643, establishing a national Presbyterianism, whose object was to bring the churches of God in the three kingdoms to uniformity in religion and government, to preserve the rights of Parliament and the liberties of the kingdom, that we and our posterity may, as brethren, live in faith and love, and the Lord may delight to live in the midst of us. In this famous covenant we see the national, the ecclesiastical, and the personal dream of Puritanism side by side in all their grandeur and simplicity. Years passed, years of bitter struggle and heartache, before the impossibility of uniting the various Protestant sects was generally recognized. The ideal of a national church died hard, and to its death is due all the religious unrest of the period. Only as we remember the national ideal and the struggle which it caused can we understand the amazing life and work of Bunyan, or appreciate the heroic spirit of the American colonists who left home for a wilderness in order to give the new ideal of a free church in a free state its practical demonstration. Literary characteristics. In literature also, the Puritan age was one of confusion, due to the breaking up of old ideals. Medieval standards of chivalry, the impossible loves and romances of which Spenser furnished the types, perished no less surely than the ideal of a national church. And in the absence of any fixed standard of literary criticism, there was nothing to prevent the exaggeration of the metaphysical poets, who are the literary parallels to religious sects like the Anabaptists. Poetry took new and startling forms in Donne and Herbert, and prose became as somber as Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. The spiritual gloom which sooner or later fastens upon all writers of this age, and which is unjustly attributed to Puritan influence, is due to the breaking up of accepted standards in government and religion. No people, from the Greeks to those of our own day, have suffered the loss of old ideals without causing its writers to cry, "Ichabod, the glory has departed." That is the unconscious tendency of literary men in all times, who look backward for their golden age. And it need not concern the student of literature, who, even in the break-up of cherished institutions, looks for some foregleams of a better light which is to break upon the world. This so-called gloomy age produced some minor poems of exquisite workmanship, and one great master of verse whose work would glorify any age or people, John Milton, in whom the indomitable Puritan spirit finds its noblest expression. Puritan and Elizabethan literature. There are three main characteristics in which Puritan literature differs from that of the preceding age. 1. Elizabethan literature, with all its diversity, had a marked unity in spirit, resulting from the patriotism of all classes and their devotion to a queen who, with all her faults, sought first the nation's welfare. Under the Stuarts, all this was changed. The kings were the open enemies of the people. The country was divided by the struggle for political and religious liberty, and the literature was as divided in spirit as were the struggling parties. 2. Elizabethan literature is generally inspiring. It throbs with youth and hope and vitality. That which follows speaks of age and sadness. Even its brightest hours are followed by gloom and by the pessimism inseparable from the passing of old standards. 3. Elizabethan literature is intensely romantic. The romance springs from the heart of youth, and believes all things, even the impossible. The great schoolman's credo, "I believe because it is impossible," is a better expression of Elizabethan literature than of medieval theology. In the literature of the Puritan period, one looks in vain for romantic ardor. Even in the lyrics and love poems, a critical, intellectual spirit takes its place, and whatever romance asserts itself is in form rather than in feeling, a fantastic and artificial adornment of speech rather than the natural utterance of a heart, in which sentiment is so strong and true that poetry is its only expression. Part 2. Literature of the Puritan period. The transition poets. When one attempts to classify the literature of the first half of the 17th century, from the death of Elizabeth, 1603, to the Restoration, 1660, he realizes the impossibility of grouping poets by any accurate standard. The classifications attempted here have small dependence upon dates or sovereigns, and are suggestive rather than accurate. Thus Shakespeare and Bacon wrote largely in the reign of James I, but their work is Elizabethan in spirit, and Bunyan is no less a Puritan because he happened to write after the Restoration. The name metaphysical poets, given by Dr. Johnson, is somewhat suggestive but not descriptive of the followers of Donne. The name Caroline or Cavalier poets brings to mind the careless temper of the royalists who followed King Charles with a devotion of which he was unworthy, and the name Spenserian poets recalls the little band of dreamers who clung to Spenser's ideal, even while his romantic medieval castle was battered down by science at the one gate and Puritanism at the other. At the beginning of this bewildering confusion of ideals expressed in literature, we note a few writers who are generally known as Jacobean poets, but whom we have called the transition poets because, With the later dramatists, they show clearly the changing standards of the age. Samuel Daniel, 1562-1619. Daniel, who is often classed with the first metaphysical poets, is interesting to us for two reasons: for his use of the artificial sonnet, and for his literary desertion of Spenser as a model for poets. His Delia, a cycle of sonnets modeled perhaps after Sidney's Astrophel and Stella, helped to fix the custom of celebrating love or friendship by a series of sonnets to which some pastoral pseudonym was affixed. In his sonnets, many of which rank with Shakespeare's, and in his later poetry, especially the beautiful Complaint of Rosamund and his Civil Wars, he aimed solely at grace of expression, and became influential in giving to English poetry a greater individuality and independence than it had ever known. In matter he set himself squarely against the medieval tendency. Let others sing of kings and paladins, in aged accents and untimely words, paint shadows in imaginary lines. This fling at Spenser and his followers marks the beginning of the modern and realistic school, which sees in life as it is enough poetic material without the invention of allegories and impossible heroines. Daniel's poetry, which was forgotten soon after his death, has received probably more homage than it deserves in the praises of Wordsworth, Southey, Lamb, and Coleridge. The latter says, "Read Daniel, the admirable Daniel. The style and language are just as any pure and manly writer of the present day would use. It seems quite modern in comparison with the style of Shakespeare." The songwriters. In strong contrast with the above are two distinct groups, the songwriters and the Spenserian poets. The close of the reign of Elizabeth was marked by an outburst of English songs as remarkable in its sudden development as the rise of the drama. Two causes contributed to this result: the increasing influence of French instead of Italian verse, and the rapid development of music as an art at the close of the 16th century. The two songwriters best worth studying are Thomas Campion, 1567 (1619), and Nicholas Breton, 1545 (1626). Like all the lyric poets of the age, they are a curious mixture of the Elizabethan and the Puritan standards. They sing of sacred and profane love with the same zest, and a careless love song is often found on the same page with a plea for divine grace. The Spenserian poets. Of the Spenserian poets, Giles Fletcher and Wither are best worth studying. Giles Fletcher, 1588 (1623), has at times a strong suggestion of Milton, who was also a follower of Spenser in his early years, in the noble simplicity and majesty of his lines. His best known work, Christ's Victory and Triumph, 1610, was the greatest religious poem that had appeared in England since Piers Plowman, and is not an unworthy predecessor of Paradise Lost. The life of George Wither, 1588-1667, covers the whole period of English history from Elizabeth to the Restoration, and the enormous volume of his work covers every phase of the literature of two great ages. His life was a varied one, now as a royalist leader against the Covenanters, and again announcing his Puritan convictions, and suffering in prison for his faith. At his best, Wither is a lyric poet of great originality, rising at times to positive genius, but the bulk of his poetry is intolerably dull. Students of this period find him interesting as an epitome of the whole age in which he lived. But the average reader is more inclined to note with interest that he published in 1623 Hymns and Songs of the Church, the first hymn book that ever appeared in the English language. The metaphysical poets. This name, which was given by Dr. Johnson in derision, because of the fantastic form of Donne's poetry, is often applied to all minor poets of the Puritan age. We use the term here in a narrower sense, excluding the followers of Daniel and that later group known as the Cavalier poets. It includes Donne, Herbert, Waller, Denham, Cowley, Vaughan, Davenant, Marvell, and Crashaw. The advanced student finds them all worthy of study, not only for their occasional excellent poetry, but because of their influence on later literature. Thus, Richard Crashaw, 1613 1649, the Catholic mystic, is interesting because his troubled life is singularly like Donne's, and his poetry is at times like Herbert's set on fire. Note, see, for instance, the Hymn to Saint Teresa and the Flaming Heart. Abraham Cowley, 1618-1667, who blossomed young and who at 25 was proclaimed the greatest poet in England, is now scarcely known even by name, but his Pindaric odes, note, so called from Pindar, the greatest lyric poet of Greece, end of note, set an example which influenced English poetry throughout the 18th century. Henry Vaughan, 1622-1695, is worthy of study because he is in some respects the forerunner of Wordsworth. Note, see, for instance, Childhood, The Retreat, Corruption, The Bird, The Hidden Flower, for Vaughan's mystic interpretation of childhood and nature. End of note. And Andrew Marvell, 1621-1678, because of his loyal friendship with Milton and because his poetry shows the conflict between the two schools of Spenser and Donne. Edmund Waller, 1606-1687, stands between the Puritan age and the Restoration. He was the first to use consistently the closed couplet, which dominated our poetry for the next century. By this, and especially by his influence over Dryden, the greatest figure of the Restoration, he occupies a larger place in our literature than a reading of his rather tiresome poetry would seem to warrant. Of all these poets, each of whom has his special claim, we can consider here only Donne and Herbert, who in different ways are the types of revolt against earlier forms and standards of poetry. In feeling and imagery both are poets of a high order, but in style and expression they are the leaders of the fantastic school whose influence largely dominated poetry during the half-century of the Puritan period. John Donne, 1573-1631. Life. The briefest outline of Donne's life shows its intense human interest. He was born in London, the son of a rich iron merchant, at the time when the merchants of England were creating a new and higher kind of princes. On his father's side, he came from an old Welsh family, and on his mother's side from the Heywoods and Sir Thomas More's family. Both families were Catholic, and in his early life persecution was brought near, for his brother died in prison for harboring a proscribed priest, and his own education could not be continued in Oxford and Cambridge because of his religion. Such an experience generally sets a man's religious standards for life. But presently Donne, as he studied law at Lincoln's Inn, was investigating the philosophic grounds of all faith. Gradually he left the church in which he was born, renounced all denominations, and called himself simply Christian. Meanwhile he wrote poetry and shared his wealth with the needy Catholic relatives. He joined the expedition of Essex for Cadiz in 1596 and for the Azores in 1597, and on sea and in camp found time to write poetry. Two of his best poems, The Storm and The Calm, belong to this period. Next, he traveled in Europe for 3 years, but occupied himself with study and poetry. Returning home, he became secretary to Lord Egerton, fell in love with the latter's young niece, Anne More, and married her, for which cause Donne was cast into prison. Strangely enough, his poetical work at this time is not a song of youthful romance, but The Progress of the Soul, a study of transmigration. Years of wandering and poverty followed, until Sir George More forgave the young lovers and made an allowance to his daughter. Instead of enjoying his new comforts, Donne grew more ascetic and intellectual in his tastes. He refused also the nattering offer of entering the Church of England and receiving a comfortable living. By his pseudo-martyr he attracted the favor of James I, who persuaded him to be ordained, yet left him without any place or employment. When his wife died, her allowance ceased, and Donne was left with 7 children in extreme poverty. Then he became a preacher, rose rapidly by sheer intellectual force and genius, and in 4 years was the greatest of English preachers and dean of St. Paul's Cathedral in London. There he carried some to heaven in holy raptures and led others to amend their lives, and as he leans over the pulpit with intense earnestness is likened by Isaac Walton to an angel leaning from a cloud. Here is variety enough to epitomize his age, and yet in all his life, stronger than any impression of outward weal or woe, is the sense of mystery that surrounds Donne. In all his work one finds a mystery, a hiding of some deep thing which the world would gladly know and share, and which is suggested in his haunting little poem, The Undertaking. I have done one braver thing than all the worthies did, and yet a braver thence doth spring, which is to keep that hid. Donne's poetry. Donne's poetry is so uneven, at times so startling and fantastic, that few critics would care to recommend it to others. Only a few will read his works, and they must be left to their own browsing to find what pleases them, like deer which, in the midst of plenty, take a bite here and there, and wander on, tasting 20 varieties of food in an hour's feeding. One who reads much will probably bewail Donne's lack of any consistent style or literary standard. For instance, Chaucer and Milton are as different as two poets could well be, yet the work of each is marked by a distinct and consistent style, and it is the style as much as the matter which makes the Tales or the Paradise Lost a work for all time. Donne threw style and all literary standards to the winds, and precisely for this reason he is forgotten, though his great intellect and his genius had marked him as one of those who should do things worthy to be remembered. While the tendency of literature is to exalt style at the expense of thought, the world has many men and women who exalt feeling and thought above expression, and to these Donne is good reading. Browning is of the same school, and compels attention. While Donne played havoc with Elizabethan style, he nevertheless influenced our literature in the way of boldness and originality, and the present tendency is to give him a larger place, nearer to the few great poets than he has occupied since Ben Jonson declared that he was the first poet of the world in some things, but likely to perish for not being understood. For to much of his poetry we must apply his own satiric verses on another's crudities. Infinite work which doth so far extend that none can study it to any end. George Herbert, 1593–1633. O day most calm, most bright, sang George Herbert, and we may safely take that single line as expressive of the whole spirit of his writings. Professor Palmer, whose scholarly edition of this poet's works is a model for critics and editors, calls Herbert the first in English poetry who spoke face to face with God. That may be true, but it is interesting to note that not a poet of the first half of the 17th century, not even the gayest of the Cavaliers, but has written some noble verse of prayer or aspiration which expresses the underlying Puritan spirit of his age. Herbert is the greatest, the most consistent of them all. In all the others, the Puritan struggles against the Cavalier, or the Cavalier breaks loose from the restraining Puritan. But in Herbert, the struggle is past, and peace has come. That his life was not all calm, that the Puritan in him had struggled desperately before it subdued the pride and idleness of the Cavalier, is evident to one who reads between his lines. I struck the board and cried, no more, I will abroad. What? Shall I ever sigh and pine? My lines and life are free, free as the road, loose as the wind. There speaks the Cavalier of the university and the court, and as one reads to the end of the little poem, which he calls by the suggestive name of The Collar, he may know that he is reading condensed biography. Those who seek for faults, for strained imagery and fantastic verse forms in Herbert's poetry will find them in abundance, but it will better repay the reader to look for the deep thought and fine feeling that are hidden in these wonderful religious lyrics, even in those that appear most artificial. The fact that Herbert's reputation was greater at times than Milton's, and that his poems, when published after his death, had a large sale and influence, shows certainly that he appealed to the men of his age. And his poems will probably be read and appreciated, if only by the few, just so long as men are strong enough to understand the Puritan's spiritual convictions. Life. Herbert's life is so quiet and uneventful that to relate a few biographical facts can be of little advantage. Only as one reads the whole story by Izaak Walton can he share the gentle spirit of Herbert's poetry. He was born at Montgomery Castle. Note: there is some doubt as to whether he was born at the castle or at Blackhall. Recent opinion inclines to the latter view. End of note. Wales, 1593, of a noble Welsh family. His university course was brilliant, and after graduation he waited long years in the vain hope of preferment at court. All his life he had to battle against disease, and this is undoubtedly the cause of the long delay before each new step in his course. Not till he was 37 was he ordained and placed over the little church of Bemerton. How he lived here, among plain people, in this happy corner of the Lord's field, hoping all things and blessing all people, asking his own way to Zion and showing others the way, should be read in Walton. It is a brief life, less than 3 years of work, before being cut off by consumption, but remarkable for the single great purpose and the glorious spiritual strength that shine through physical weakness. Just before his death he gave some manuscripts to a friend, and his message is worthy of John Bunyan. Deliver this little book to my dear brother Farrar, and tell him he shall find in it a picture of the many spiritual conflicts that have passed betwixt God and my soul before I could subject mine to the will of Jesus my Master, in whose service I have now found perfect freedom. Desire him to read it, and then, if he can think it may turn to the advantage of any dejected poor soul, let it be made public. If not, let him burn it, for I and it are less than the least of God's mercies. Herbert's poems. Herbert's chief work, The Temple, consists of over 150 short poems suggested by the Church, her holidays and ceremonials, and the experiences of the Christian life. The first poem, The Church Porch, is the longest, and though polished with a care that foreshadows the classic school, the least poetical. It is a wonderful collection of condensed sermons, wise precepts, and moral lessons, suggesting Chaucer's Good Counsel, Pope's Essay on Man, and Polonius's Advice to Laertes in Hamlet. Only it is more packed with thought than any of these. Of truth-speaking, he says, "Dare to be true. Nothing can need a lie. A fault which needs it most grows two thereby. And of calmness in argument, calmness is great advantage. He that lets another chafe may warm him at his fire." Among the remaining poems of The Temple, one of the most suggestive is The Pilgrimage. Here, in 6 short stanzas, every line close packed with thought, we have the whole of Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. The poem was written probably before Bunyan was born, but remembering the wide influence of Herbert's poetry, it is an interesting question whether Bunyan received the idea of his immortal work from this pilgrimage. Probably the best known of all his poems is the one called The Pulley, which generally appears, however, under the name Rest, or The Gifts of God. When God at first made man, having a glass of blessings standing by, "Let us," said he, "pour on him all we can. Let the world's riches, which dispersed lie, contract into a span." So strength first made a way, then beauty flowed, then wisdom, honor, pleasure. When almost all was out, God made a stay, perceiving that, alone of all his treasure, rest in the bottom lay. "For if I should," said he, "bestow this jewel also on my creature, he would adore my gifts instead of me, and rest in nature, not the God of nature. So both should losers be. Yet let him keep the rest, but keep them with repining restlessness. Let him be rich and weary, that at least, if goodness lead him not, yet weariness may toss him to my breast." Among the poems, which may be read as curiosities of versification, and which arouse the wrath of the critics against the whole metaphysical school, are those like Easter Wings and The Altar, which suggest in the printed form of the poem the thing of which the poet sings. More ingenious is the poem in which rhyme is made by cutting off the first letter of a preceding word, as in the 5 stanzas of Paradise. "I bless thee, Lord, because I grow among thy trees which in a row to thee both fruit and order owe." And more ingenious still are odd conceits like the poem Heaven, in which Echo, by repeating the last syllable of each line, gives an answer to the poet's questions. The Cavalier Poets. In the literature of any age there are generally found 2 distinct tendencies. The first expresses the dominant spirit of the times, the second a secret or an open rebellion. So in this age, side by side with the serious and rational Puritan, lives the gallant and trivial Cavalier. The Puritan finds expression in the best poetry of the period, from Donne to Milton, and in the prose of Baxter and Bunyan. The Cavalier in a small group of poets, Herrick, Lovelace, Suckling, and Carew, who writes songs generally in lighter vein, gay, trivial, often licentious, but who cannot altogether escape the tremendous seriousness of Puritanism. Thomas Carew, 1598 (?), 1639 (?). Carew may be called the inventor of Cavalier love poetry, and to him more than any other is due the peculiar combination of the sensual and the religious which marked most of the minor poets of the 17th century. His poetry is the Spenserian pastoral, stripped of its refinement of feeling and made direct, coarse, vigorous. His poems, published in 1640, are generally like his life, trivial or sensual. But here and there is found one, like the following, which indicates that with the metaphysical and Cavalier poets a new and stimulating force had entered English literature. Ask me no more where Jove bestows, when June is past, the fading rose. For in your beauty's orient deep these flowers, as in their causes, sleep. Ask me no more where those stars light that downwards fall in dead of night, for in your eyes they sit, and there fixed become as in their sphere. Ask me no more if east or west the phoenix builds her spicy nest, for unto you at last she flies, and in your fragrant bosom dies. Robert Herrick, 1591 1674. Herrick is the true Cavalier, gay, devil-may-care in disposition, but by some freak of fate a clergyman of Dean Prior in South Devon, a country made famous by him and Blackmore. Here, in a country parish, he lived discontentedly, longing for the joys of London and the Mermaid Tavern, his bachelor establishment consisting of an old housekeeper, a cat, a dog, a goose, a tame lamb, one hen, for which he thanked God in poetry because she laid an egg every day, and a pet pig that drank beer with Herrick out of a tankard. With admirable good nature, Herrick made the best of these uncongenial surroundings. He watched with sympathy the country life about him, and caught its spirit in many lyrics, a few of which, like Corinna's Maying, "Gather ye rosebuds while ye may," and "To Daffodils," are among the best known in our language. His poems cover a wide range, from trivial love songs, pagan in spirit, to hymns of deep religious feeling. Only the best of his poems should be read, and these are remarkable for their exquisite sentiment and their graceful, melodious expression. The rest, since they reflect something of the coarseness of his audience, may be passed over in silence. Late in life, Herrick published his one book, Hesperides and Noble Numbers, 1648. The latter half contains his religious poems, and one has only to read there the remarkable litany to see how the religious terror that finds expression in Bunyan's Grace Abounding could master even the most careless of Cavalier singers. Suckling and Lovelace. Sir John Suckling, 1609–1642, was one of the most brilliant wits of the court of Charles I, who wrote poetry as he exercised a horse or fought a duel, because it was considered a gentleman's accomplishment in those days. His poems, struck from his wild life like sparks from his rapier, are utterly trivial, and even in his best-known Ballad Upon a Wedding rarely rise above mere doggerel. It is only the romance of his life, his rich, brilliant, careless youth, and his poverty and suicide in Paris, whither he fled because of his devotion to the Stuarts, that keeps his name alive in our literature. In his life and poetry, Sir Richard Lovelace, 1618–1658, offers a remarkable parallel to Suckling, and the two are often classed together as perfect representatives of the followers of King Charles. Lovelace's Lucasta, a volume of love lyrics, is generally on a higher plane than Suckling's work, and a few of the poems, like To Lucasta and To Althea from Prison, deserve the secure place they have won. In the latter occur the oft-quoted lines, Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Minds innocent and quiet take that for an hermitage. If I have freedom in my love, and in my soul am free, angels alone that soar above enjoy such liberty. End of section 21. Section 22 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, continued. John Milton, 1608-1674. Thy soul was like a star and dwelt apart. Thou hadst a voice whose sound was like the sea, pure as the naked heavens, majestic, free. So didst thou travel on life's common way in cheerful godliness, and yet thy heart the lowliest duties on herself did lay. From Wordsworth's Sonnet on Milton. Shakespeare and Milton are the two figures that tower conspicuously above the goodly fellowship of men who have made our literature famous. Each is a representation of the age that produced him, and together they form a suggestive commentary upon the two forces that rule our humanity, the forces of impulse and the force of a fixed purpose. Shakespeare is the poet of impulse, of the loves, hates, fears, jealousies, and ambitions that swayed men of his age. Milton is the poet of steadfast will and purpose, who moves like a god amid the fears and hopes and changing impulses of the world, regarding them as trivial and momentary things that can never swerve a great soul from its course. It is well to have some such comparison in mind while studying the literature of the Elizabethan and the Puritan Age. While Shakespeare and Ben Jonson and their unequaled company of wits make merry at the Mermaid Tavern, there is already growing up on the same London street a poet who shall bring a new force into literature, who shall add to the Renaissance culture and love of beauty the tremendous moral earnestness of the Puritan. Such a poet must begin, as the Puritan always began, with his own soul, to discipline and enlighten it before expressing its beauty in literature. He that would hope to write well hereafter in laudable things, says Milton, ought himself to be a true poem. That is, a composition and pattern of the best and most honorable things. Here is a new proposition in art which suggests the lofty ideal of Fra Angelico, that before one can write literature which is the expression of the ideal, he must first develop in himself the ideal man. Because Milton is human, he must know the best in humanity. Therefore he studies, giving his days to music, art, and literature, his nights to profound research and meditation. But because he knows that man is more than mortal, he also prays, depending, as he tells us, on devout prayer to that eternal Spirit who can enrich with all utterance and knowledge. Such a poet is already in spirit far beyond the Renaissance, though he lives in the autumn of its glory and associates with its literary masters. There is a spirit in man, says the old Hebrew poet, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth him understanding. Here, in a word, is the secret of Milton's life and writing. Hence his long silences, years passing without a word. And when he speaks, it is like the voice of a prophet who begins with the sublime announcement, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me." Hence his style, producing an impression of sublimity which has been marked for wonder by every historian of our literature. His style was unconsciously sublime because he lived and thought consciously in a sublime atmosphere. Life of Milton. Milton is like an ideal in the soul, like a lofty mountain on the horizon. We never attain the ideal, we never climb the mountain, but life would be inexpressibly poorer were either to be taken away. From childhood, Milton's parents set him apart for the attainment of noble ends, and so left nothing to chance in the matter of training. His father, John Milton, is said to have turned Puritan while a student at Oxford, and to have been disinherited by his family, whereupon he settled in London and prospered greatly as a scrivener, that is, a kind of notary. In character, the elder Milton was a rare combination of scholar and businessman, a radical Puritan in politics and religion, yet a musician, whose hymn tunes are still sung, and a lover of art and literature. The poet's mother was a woman of refinement and social grace, with a deep interest in religion and in local charities. So the boy grew up in a home which combined the culture of the Renaissance with the piety and moral strength of early Puritanism. He begins, therefore, as the heir of one great age and the prophet of another. Apparently, the elder Milton shared Bacon's dislike for the educational methods of the time, and so took charge of his son's training, encouraging his natural tastes, teaching him music, and seeking out a tutor who helped the boy to what he sought most eagerly, not the grammar and mechanism of Greek and Latin, but rather the stories, the ideals, the poetry that hide in their incomparable literatures. At 12 years, we find the boy already a scholar in spirit, unable to rest till after midnight because of the joy with which his study was rewarded. From boyhood, two great principles seem to govern Milton's career. One, the love of beauty, of music, art, literature, and indeed of every form of human culture. The other, a steadfast devotion to duty as the highest object in human life. A brief course at the famous St. Paul's School in London was the prelude to Milton's entrance to Christ's College, Cambridge. Here again he followed his natural bent, and, like Bacon, found himself often in opposition to the authorities. Aside from some Latin poems, the most noteworthy song of this period of Milton's life is his splendid ode On the Morning of Christ's Nativity, which was begun on Christmas Day, 1629. Milton, while deep in the classics, had yet a greater love for his native literature. Spenser was for years his master. In his verse we find every evidence of his loving study of Shakespeare, and his last great poems show clearly how he had been influenced by Fletcher's Christ's Victory and Triumph. But it is significant that this first ode rises higher than anything of the kind produced in the famous Age of Elizabeth. While at Cambridge, it was the desire of his parents that Milton should take orders in the Church of England, but the intense love of mental liberty which stamped the Puritan was too strong within him, and he refused to consider the oath of servitude, as he called it, which would mark his ordination. Throughout his life, Milton, though profoundly religious, held aloof from the strife of sects. In belief, he belonged to the extreme Puritans, called Separatists, Independents, Congregationalists, of which our Pilgrim Fathers are the great examples. But he refused to be bound by any creed or church discipline. As ever in my great taskmaster's eye. In this last line of one of his sonnets, note, on his being arrived to the age of 23, end of note, is found Milton's rejection of every form of outward religious authority in face of the supreme Puritan principle, the liberty of the individual soul before God. A long period of retirement followed Milton's withdrawal from the university in 1632. At his father's country home in Horton, he gave himself up for 6 years to solitary reading and study, roaming over the wide fields of Greek, Latin, Hebrew, Spanish, French, Italian, and English literatures, and studying hard at mathematics, science, theology, and music, a curious combination. To his love of music we owe the melody of all his poetry, and we note it in the rhythm and balance which makes even his mighty prose arguments harmonious. In Lycidas, l'Allegro, il Penseroso, Arcades, Comus, and a few sonnets, we have the poetic results of this retirement at Horton. Few indeed, but the most perfect of their kind that our literature has recorded. Out of solitude, where his talent was perfected, Milton entered the busy world, where his character was to be proved to the utmost. From Horton he traveled abroad, through France, Switzerland, and Italy, everywhere received with admiration for his learning and courtesy, winning the friendship of the exiled Dutch scholar Grotius in Paris, and of Galileo in his sad imprisonment in Florence. Note, "It is remarkable," says Lamartine, "how often in the libraries of Italian princes and in the correspondence of great Italian writers of this period you find mention of the name and fame of this young Englishman." End of note. He was on his way to Greece when news reached him of the break between king and Parliament. With a practical insight which never deserted him, Milton saw clearly the meaning of the news. His cordial reception in Italy, so chary of praise to anything not Italian, had reawakened in Milton the old desire to write an epic which England would not willingly let die. But at thought of the conflict for human freedom, all his dreams were flung to the winds. He gave up his travels and literary ambitions and hurried to England. "For I thought it base," he says, "to be traveling at my ease for intellectual culture, while my fellow countrymen at home were fighting for liberty." Then, for nearly 20 years, the poet of great achievement and still greater promise disappears. We hear no more songs, but only the prose denunciations and arguments, which are as remarkable as his poetry. In all our literature there is nothing more worthy of the Puritan spirit than this laying aside of personal ambitions in order to join in the struggle for human liberty. In his best-known sonnet on his blindness, which reflects his grief not at darkness, but at his abandoned dreams, we catch the sublime spirit of this renunciation. Milton's opportunity to serve came in the crisis of 1649. The king had been sent to the scaffold, paying the penalty of his own treachery, and England sat shivering at its own deed, like a child or a Russian peasant who in sudden passion resists unbearable brutality and is then afraid of the consequences. 2 weeks of anxiety, of terror and silence followed. Then appeared Milton's Tenure of Kings and Magistrates. To England it was like the coming of a strong man, not only to protect the child, but to justify his blow for liberty. Kings, no less than people, are subject to the eternal principle of law, the divine right of a people to defend and to protect themselves. That was the mighty argument which calmed a people's dread and proclaimed that a new man and a new principle had arisen in England. Milton was called to be Secretary for Foreign Tongues in the new government, and for the next few years, until the end of the Commonwealth, there were 2 leaders in England, Cromwell the man of action, Milton the man of thought. It is doubtful to which of the 2 humanity owes most for its emancipation from the tyranny of kings and prelates. 2 things of personal interest deserve mention in this period of Milton's life: his marriage and his blindness. In 1643 he married Mary Powell, a shallow, pleasure-loving girl, the daughter of a royalist, and that was the beginning of sorrows. After a month tiring of the austere life of a Puritan household, she abandoned her husband, who, with the same radical reasoning with which he dealt with affairs of state, promptly repudiated the marriage. His Doctrine and Discipline of Divorce and his Tetrachordon are the arguments to justify his position. But they aroused a storm of protest in England, and they suggest to a modern reader that Milton was perhaps as much to blame as his wife, and that he had scant understanding of a woman's nature. When his wife, fearing for her position, appeared before him in tears, all his ponderous arguments were swept aside by a generous impulse. And though the marriage was never a happy one, Milton never again mentioned his wife's desertion. The scene in Paradise Lost, where Eve comes weeping to Adam, seeking peace and pardon, is probably a reflection of a scene in Milton's own household. His wife died in 1653, and a few years later he married another, whom we remember for the sonnet, "Methought I saw my late espoused saint," in which she is celebrated. She died after 15 months, and in 1663 he married a third wife, who helped the blind old man to manage his poor household. From boyhood, the strain on the poet's eyes had grown more and more severe. But even when his sight was threatened, he held steadily to his purpose of using his pen in the service of his country. During the king's imprisonment, a book appeared called Eikon Basilicae, Royal Image, giving a rosy picture of the king's piety and condemning the Puritans. The book speedily became famous and was the source of all royalist arguments against the Commonwealth. In 1649 appeared Milton's Iconoclastes, Image Breaker, which demolished the flimsy arguments of the Eikon Basilicae, as a charge of Cromwell's Ironsides had overwhelmed the king's followers. After the execution of the king appeared another famous attack upon the Puritans, Defensio Regia pro Carlo Primus, instigated by Charles II, who was then living in exile. It was written in Latin by Salmasius, a Dutch professor at Leyden, and was hailed by the Royalists as an invincible argument. By order of the Council of State, Milton prepared a reply. His eyesight had sadly failed, and he was warned that any further strain would be disastrous. His reply was characteristic of the man and the Puritan. As he had once sacrificed his poetry, so he was now ready, he said, to sacrifice his eyes also on the altar of English liberty. His magnificent Defensio pro Populo Anglicano is one of the most masterly controversial works in literature. The power of the press was already strongly felt in England, and the new Commonwealth owed its standing partly to Milton's prose and partly to Cromwell's policy. The Defensio was the last work that Milton saw. Blindness fell upon him ere it was finished, and from 1652 until his death he labored in total darkness. The last part of Milton's life is a picture of solitary grandeur unequaled in literary history. With the Restoration, all his labors and sacrifices for humanity were apparently wasted. From his retirement he could hear the bells and the shouts that welcomed back a vicious monarch, whose first act was to set his foot upon his people's neck. Milton was immediately marked for persecution. He remained for months in hiding. He was reduced to poverty, and his books were burned by the public hangman. His daughters, upon whom he depended in his blindness, rebelled at the task of reading to him and recording his thoughts. In the midst of all these sorrows, we understand in Samson the cry of the blind champion of Israel. Now blind, disheartened, shamed, dishonored, quelled, to what can I be useful, wherein serve my nation, and the work from heaven imposed? But to sit idle on the household hearth, a burdenous drone, to visitants a gaze or pitied object. Milton's answer is worthy of his own great life. Without envy or bitterness, he goes back to the early dream of an immortal poem, and begins with superb consciousness of power to dictate his great epic. Paradise Lost was finished in 1665, after 7 years' labor in darkness. With great difficulty he found a publisher, and for the great work, now the most honored poem in our literature, he received less than certain verse-makers of our day receive for a little song in one of our popular magazines. Its success was immediate, though, like all his work, it met with venomous criticism. Dryden summed up the impression made on thoughtful minds of his time when he said, "This man cuts us all out, and the ancients too." Thereafter a bit of sunshine came into his darkened home, for the work stamped him as one of the world's great writers, and from England and the Continent pilgrims came in increasing numbers to speak their gratitude. The next year Milton began his Paradise Regained. In 1671 appeared his last important work, Samson Agonistes, the most powerful dramatic poem on the Greek model which our language possesses. The picture of Israel's mighty champion, blind, alone, afflicted by thoughtless enemies, but preserving a noble ideal to the end, is a fitting close to the life work of the poet himself. For years he was silent, dreaming who shall say what dreams in his darkness, and saying cheerfully to his friends, "Still guides the heavenly vision." He died peacefully in 1674, the most sublime and the most lonely figure in our literature. End of section 22. Section 23 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, continued. Milton's Early Poetry. Note: in Milton's work we see plainly the progressive influence of the Puritan age. Thus his Horton poems are joyous, almost Elizabethan in character. His prose is stern, militant, unyielding, like the Puritan in his struggle for liberty. His later poetry, following the apparent failure of Puritanism in the Restoration, has a note of sadness, yet proclaims the eternal principles of liberty and justice for which he had lived. End of note. In his early work, Milton appears as the inheritor of all that was best in Elizabethan literature, and his first work, the ode On the Morning of Christ's Nativity, approaches the high water-mark of lyric poetry in England. In the next 6 years, from 1631 to 1637, he wrote but little, scarcely more than 2,000 lines, but these are among the most exquisite and the most perfectly finished in our language. L'Allegro. L'Allegro and Il Penseroso are twin poems, containing many lines and short descriptive passages which linger in the mind like strains of music, and which are known and loved wherever English is spoken. L'Allegro, the joyous or happy man, is like an excursion into the English fields at sunrise. The air is sweet, birds are singing, a multitude of sights, sounds, fragrances fill all the senses, and to this appeal of nature the soul of man responds by being happy, seeing in every flower and hearing in every harmony some exquisite symbol of human life. Il Penseroso takes us over the same ground at twilight and at moonrise. The air is still fresh and fragrant. The symbolism is, if possible, more tenderly beautiful than before, but the gay mood is gone, though its memory lingers in the afterglow of the sunset. A quiet thoughtfulness takes the place of the pure joyous sensation of the morning, a thoughtfulness which is not sad, though, like all quiet moods, it is akin to sadness, and which sounds the deeps of human emotion in the presence of nature. To quote scattered lines of either poem is to do injustice to both. They should be read in their entirety the same day, one at morning, the other at eventide, if one is to appreciate their beauty and suggestiveness. Comus. The Masque of Comus is in many respects the most perfect of Milton's poems. It was written in 1634 to be performed at Ludlow Castle before the Earl of Bridgewater and his friends. There is a tradition that the Earl's 3 children had been lost in the woods, and whether true or not, Milton takes the simple theme of a person lost, calls in an attendant spirit to protect the wanderer, and out of this, with its natural action and melodious songs, makes the most exquisite pastoral drama that we possess. In form it is a masque, like those gorgeous products of the Elizabethan age of which Ben Jonson was the master. England had borrowed the idea of the masque from Italy, and had used it as the chief entertainment of all festivals until it had become to the nobles of England what the miracle play had been to the common people of a previous generation. Milton, with his strong Puritan spirit, could not be content with the mere entertainment of an idle hour. Comus has the gorgeous scenic effects, the music and dancing of other masques, but its moral purpose and its ideal teachings are unmistakable. The Triumph of Virtue would be a better name for this perfect little masque, for its theme is that virtue and innocence can walk through any peril of this world without permanent harm. This eternal triumph of good over evil is proclaimed by the attendant spirit, who has protected the innocent in this life, and who now disappears from mortal sight to resume its life of joy. Mortals that would follow me love virtue. She alone is free. She can teach ye how to climb higher than the sphery chime. Or, if virtue feeble were, heaven itself would stoop to her. While there are undoubted traces of Johnson and John Fletcher in Milton's Comus, the poem far surpasses its predecessors in the airy beauty and melody of its verses. Lycidas. In the next poem, Lycidas, a pastoral elegy written in 1637, and the last of his Horton poems, Milton is no longer the inheritor of the old age, but the prophet of a new. A college friend, Edward King, had been drowned in the Irish Sea, and Milton follows the poetic custom of his age by representing both his friend and himself in the guise of shepherds leading the pastoral life. Milton also uses all the symbolism of his predecessors, introducing fauns, satyrs, and sea-nymphs. But again, the Puritan is not content with heathen symbolism, and so introduces a new symbol of the Christian shepherd, responsible for the souls of men, whom he likens to hungry sheep that look up and are not fed. The Puritans and Royalists at this time were drifting rapidly apart, and Milton uses his new symbolism to denounce the abuses that had crept into the Church. In any other poet this moral teaching would hinder the free use of the imagination, but Milton seems equal to the task of combining high moral purpose with the noblest poetry. In its exquisite finish and exhaustless imagery, Lycidas surpasses most of the poetry of what is often called the pagan Renaissance. Sonnets. Besides these well-known poems, Milton wrote in this early period a fragmentary masque called Arcades, several Latin poems which, like his English, are exquisitely finished, and his famous sonnets, which brought this Italian form of verse nearly to the point of perfection. In them he seldom wrote of love, the usual subject with his predecessors, but of patriotism, duty, music, and subjects of political interest, suggested by the struggle into which England was drifting. Among these sonnets each reader must find his own favorites. Those best known and most frequently quoted are On His Deceased Wife, To the Nightingale, On Reaching the Age of 23, The Massacre in Piedmont, and the two On His Blindness. Milton's prose. Of Milton's prose works there are many divergent opinions, ranging from Macaulay's unbounded praise to the condemnation of some of our modern critics. From a literary viewpoint, Milton's prose would be stronger if less violent, and a modern writer would hardly be excused for using his language or his methods. But we must remember the times and the methods of his opponents. In his fiery zeal against injustice, the poet is suddenly dominated by the soldier's spirit. He first musters his facts in battalions, and charges upon the enemy to crush and overpower without mercy. For Milton hates injustice, and because it is an enemy of his people, he cannot and will not spare it. When the victory is won, he exults in a paean of victory, as soul-stirring as the Song of Deborah. He is the poet again, spite of himself, and his mind fills with magnificent images, even with a subject so dull, so barren of the bare possibilities of poetry, as his animadversions upon the Remonstrance Defense. He breaks out into an invocation. O thou that sittest in light and glory unapproachable, parent of angels and men, which is like a chapter from the Apocalypse. In such passages, Milton's prose is, as Taine suggests, an outpouring of splendors, which suggests the noblest poetry. Areopagitica. On account of their controversial character, these prose works are seldom read, and it is probable that Milton never thought of them as worthy of a place in literature. Of them all, Areopagitica has perhaps the most permanent interest, and is best worth reading. In Milton's time, there was a law forbidding the publication of books until they were endorsed by the official censor. Needless to say, the censor, holding his office and salary by favor, was naturally more concerned with the divine right of kings and bishops than with the delights of literature, and many books were suppressed for no better reason than that they were displeasing to the authorities. Milton protested against this, as against every other form of tyranny, and his Areopagitica, so called from the Areopagus, or Forum of Athens, the place of public appeal, and the Mars Hill of St. Paul's address, is the most famous plea in English for the freedom of the press. End of section 23. Section 24 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, continued. Milton's later poetry. Undoubtedly the noblest of Milton's works, written when he was blind and suffering, are Paradise Lost, Paradise Regained, and Samson Agonistes. The first is the greatest, indeed the only generally acknowledged epic in our literature since Beowulf. The last is the most perfect specimen of a drama after the Greek method in our language. Paradise Lost. Of the history of the great epic we have some interesting glimpses. In Cambridge there is preserved a notebook of Milton's containing a list of nearly 100 subjects. Note: of these, 60 were taken from the Bible, 33 from English, and 5 from Scotch history. End of note. For a great poem, selected while he was a boy at the university. King Arthur attracted him at first, but his choice finally settled upon the fall of man, and we have 4 separate outlines showing Milton's proposed treatment of the subject. These outlines indicate that he contemplated a mighty drama or miracle play. But whether because of Puritan antipathy to plays and players, or because of the wretched dramatic treatment of religious subjects which Milton had witnessed in Italy, he abandoned the idea of a play and settled on the form of an epic poem. Most fortunately, it must be conceded, for Milton had not the knowledge of men necessary for a drama. As a study of character, Paradise Lost would be a grievous failure. Adam, the central character, is something of a prig, while Satan looms up a magnificent figure, entirely different from the devil of the miracle plays, and completely overshadowing the hero, both in interest and in manliness. The other characters, the Almighty, the Son, Raphael, Michael, the angels, and fallen spirits, are merely mouthpieces for Milton's declamations, without any personal or human interest. Regarded as a drama, therefore, Paradise Lost could never have been a success. But as poetry, with its sublime imagery, its harmonious verse, its titanic background of heaven, hell, and the illimitable void that lies between, It is unsurpassed in any literature. In 1658, Milton in his darkness sat down to dictate the work which he had planned 30 years before. In order to understand the mighty sweep of the poem, it is necessary to sum up the argument of the 12 books as follows. Argument of Paradise. Lost Book 1 opens with a statement of the subject, the fall of man, and a noble invocation for light and divine guidance. Then begins the account of Satan and the rebel angels, their banishment from heaven, and their plot to oppose the design of the Almighty by dragging down his children, our first parents, from their state of innocence. The book closes with a description of the land of fire and endless pain where the fallen spirits abide, and the erection of Pandemonium, the palace of Satan. Book 2 is a description of the council of evil spirits, of Satan's consent to undertake the temptation of Adam and Eve, and his journey to the gates of hell, which are guarded by sin and death. Book 3 transports us to heaven again. God, foreseeing the fall, sends Raphael to warn Adam and Eve, so that their disobedience shall be upon their own heads. Then the Son offers himself a sacrifice to take away the sin of the coming disobedience of man. At the end of this book, Satan appears in a different scene, meets Uriel, the angel of the sun, inquires from him the way to earth, and takes his journey thither disguised as an angel of light. Book 4 shows us paradise and the innocent state of man. An angel guard is set over Eden, and Satan is arrested while tempting Eve in a dream, but is curiously allowed to go free again. Book 5 shows us Eve relating her dream to Adam, and then the morning prayer and the daily employment of our first parents. Raphael visits them, is entertained by a banquet, which Eve proposes in order to show him that all God's gifts are not kept in heaven, and tells them of the revolt of the fallen spirits. His story is continued in Book 6. In Book 7, we read the story of the creation of the world as Raphael tells it to Adam and Eve. In Book 8, Adam tells Raphael the story of his own life and of his meeting with Eve. Book 9 is the story of the temptation by Satan, following the account in Genesis. Book 10 records the divine judgment upon Adam and Eve, shows the construction of sin and death, of a highway through chaos to the earth, and Satan's return to Pandemonium. Adam and Eve repent of their disobedience, and Satan and his angels are turned into serpents. In Book 11, the Almighty accepts Adam's repentance, but condemns him to be banished from paradise, and the archangel Michael is sent to execute the sentence. At the end of the book, after Eve's feminine grief at the loss of paradise, Michael begins a prophetic vision of the destiny of man. Book 12 continues Michael's vision. Adam and Eve are comforted by hearing of the future redemption of their race. The poem ends as they wander forth out of paradise, and the door closes behind them. It will be seen that this is a colossal epic, not of a man or a hero, but of the whole race of men, and that Milton's characters are such as no human hand could adequately portray. But the scenes, the splendors of heaven, the horrors of hell, the serene beauty of paradise, the sun and planets suspended between celestial light and gross darkness, are pictured with an imagination that is almost superhuman. The abiding interest of the poem is in these colossal pictures, and in the lofty thought and the marvelous melody with which they are impressed on our minds. The poem is in blank verse, and not until Milton used it did we learn the infinite variety and harmony of which it is capable. He played with it, changing its melody and movement on every page. as an organist out of a single theme develops an unending variety of harmony. Lamartine has described Paradise Lost as the dream of a Puritan fallen asleep over his Bible, and this suggestive description leads us to the curious fact that it is the dream, not the theology or the descriptions of Bible scenes, that chiefly interests us. Thus Milton describes the separation of earth and water, and there is little or nothing added to the simplicity and strength of Genesis. But the sunset which follows is Milton's own dream, and instantly we are transported to a land of beauty and poetry. Now came still evening on, and twilight gray had in her sober livery all things clad. Silence accompanied, for beast and bird, they to their grassy couch, these to their nests, were slunk, all but the wakeful nightingale. She all night long her amorous descant sung. Silence was pleased. Now glowed the firmament with living sapphires. Hesperus, that led the starry host, rode brightest, till the moon, rising in clouded majesty, at length, apparent queen, unveiled her peerless light, and o'er the dark her silver mantle threw. So also Milton's Almighty, considered purely as a literary character, is unfortunately tinged with the narrow and literal theology of the time. He is a being enormously egotistic, the despot rather than the servant of the universe, seated upon a throne with a chorus of angels about him, eternally singing his praises and ministering to a kind of divine vanity. It is not necessary to search heaven for such a character. The type is too common upon the earth. But in Satan, Milton breaks away from crude medieval conceptions. He follows the dream again, and gives us a character to admire and understand. Is this the region, this the soil, the clime? Said then the lost archangel. This the seat that we must change for heaven? This mournful gloom for that celestial light? Be it so, since he, who now is sovereign, can dispose and bid what shall be right. Farthest from him is best, whom reason hath equalled, force hath made supreme above his equals. Farewell, happy fields, where joy forever dwells. Hail, horrors! Hail, infernal world! And thou, profoundest hell, receive thy new possessor, one who brings a mind not to be changed by place or time. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. What matter where, if I be still the same, and what I should be, all but less than he whom thunder hath made greater? Here at least we shall be free. The Almighty hath not built here for his envy, will not drive us hence. Here we may reign secure, and, in my choice, to reign is worth ambition, though in hell. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. In this magnificent heroism, Milton has unconsciously immortalized the Puritan spirit, the same unconquerable spirit that set men to writing poems and allegories when in prison for the faith, and that sent them over the stormy sea in a cockle-shell to found a free commonwealth in the wilds of America. For a modern reader, the understanding of Paradise Lost presupposes two things: a knowledge of the first chapters of the Scriptures, and of the general principles of Calvinistic theology. But it is a pity to use the poem, as has so often been done, to teach a literal acceptance of one or the other. Of the theology of Paradise Lost, the least said the better. But to the splendor of the Puritan dream and the glorious melody of its expression, no words can do justice. Even a slight acquaintance will make the reader understand why it ranks with the Divina Commedia of Dante, and why it is generally accepted by critics as the greatest single poem in our literature. Paradise Regained. Soon after the completion of Paradise Lost, Thomas Ellwood, a friend of Milton, asked one day after reading the Paradise manuscript, "But what hast thou to say of Paradise Found?" It was in response to this suggestion that Milton wrote the second part of the great epic, known to us as Paradise Regained. The first tells how mankind, in the person of Adam, fell at the first temptation by Satan and became an outcast from paradise and from divine grace. The second shows how mankind, in the person of Christ, withstands the tempter and is established once more in the divine favor. Christ's temptation in the wilderness is the theme, and Milton follows the account in the 4th chapter of Matthew's Gospel. Though Paradise Regained was Milton's favorite, and though it has many passages of noble thought and splendid imagery equal to the best of Paradise Lost, the poem as a whole falls below the level of the first, and is less interesting to read. Samson. In Samson Agonistes, Milton turns to a more vital and personal theme, and his genius transfigures the story of Samson, the mighty champion of Israel, now blind and scorned, working as a slave among the Philistines. The poet's aim was to present in English a pure tragedy, with all the passion and restraint which marked the old Greek dramas. That he succeeded where others failed is due to two causes. First, Milton himself suggests the hero of one of the Greek tragedies. His sorrow and affliction give to his noble nature that touch of melancholy and calm dignity which is in perfect keeping with his subject. Second, Milton is telling his own story. Like Samson, he had struggled mightily against the enemies of his race. He had taken a wife from the Philistines and had paid the penalty. He was blind, alone, scorned by his vain and thoughtless masters. To the essential action of the tragedy Milton could add, therefore, that touch of intense yet restrained personal feeling which carries more conviction than any argument. Samson is in many respects the most convincing of his works. Entirely apart from the interest of its subject and treatment, one may obtain from it a better idea of what great tragedy was among the Greeks than from any other work in our language. Nothing is here for tears, nothing to wail or knock the breast, no weakness, no contempt, dispraise, or blame, nothing but well and fair, and what may quiet us in a death so noble. End of section 24. Section 25 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7 continued. Part 3. Prose writers of the Puritan period. John Bunyan, 1628-1688. As there is but one poet great enough to express the Puritan spirit, so there is but one commanding prose writer, John Bunyan. Milton was the child of the Renaissance, inheritor of all its culture, and the most profoundly educated man of his age. Bunyan was a poor, uneducated tinker. From the Renaissance he inherited nothing, but from the Reformation he received an excess of that spiritual independence which had caused the Puritan struggle for liberty. These two men, representing the extremes of English life in the 17th century, wrote two works that stand today for the mighty Puritan spirit. One gave us the only epic since Beowulf. The other gave us our only great allegory, which has been read more than any other book in our language save the Bible. Life of Bunyan. Bunyan is an extraordinary figure. We must study him as well as his books. Fortunately, we have his life story in his own words, written with the same lovable modesty and sincerity that marked all his work. Reading that story now, in Grace Abounding, we see two great influences at work in his life. One, from within, was his own vivid imagination, which saw visions, allegories, parables, revelations in every common event. The other, from without, was the spiritual ferment of the age, the multiplication of strange sects, Quakers, Free Willers, Ranters, Anabaptists, Millenarians, and the untempered zeal of all classes, like an engine without a balance wheel, when men were breaking away from authority and setting up their own religious standards. Bunyan's life is an epitome of that astonishing religious individualism which marked the close of the English Reformation. He was born in the little village of Elstow, near Bedford, in 1628, the son of a poor tinker. For a little while the boy was sent to school, where he learned to read and write after a fashion. But he was soon busy in his father's shop, where, amid the glowing pots and the fire and smoke of his little forge, he saw vivid pictures of hell and the devils, which haunted him all his life. When he was 16 years old, his father married the second time, whereupon Bunyan ran away and became a soldier in the Parliamentary army. The religious ferment of the age made a tremendous impression on Bunyan's sensitive imagination. He went to church occasionally, only to find himself wrapped in terrors and torments by some fiery itinerant preacher, and then he would rush violently away from church to forget his fears by joining in Sunday sports on the village green. As night came on, the sports were forgotten, but the terrors returned, multiplied like the evil spirits of the parable. Visions of hell and the demons swarmed in his brain. He would groan aloud in his remorse, and even years afterwards he bemoans the sins of his early life. When we look for them fearfully, expecting some shocking crimes and misdemeanors, we find that they consisted of playing ball on Sunday and swearing. The latter sin, sad to say, was begun by listening to his father cursing some obstinate kettle which refused to be tinkered, and it was perfected in the Parliamentary army. One day his terrible swearing scared a woman, a very loose and ungodly wretch, as he tells us, who reprimanded him for his profanity. The reproach of the poor woman went straight home, like the voice of a prophet. All his profanity left him. He hung down his head with shame. "I wished with all my heart," he says, "that I might be a little child again, that my father might learn me to speak without this wicked way of swearing." With characteristic vehemence, Bunyan hurls himself upon a promise of Scripture, and instantly the Reformation begins to work in his soul. He casts out the habit, root and branch, and finds to his astonishment that he can speak more freely and vigorously than before. Nothing is more characteristic of the man than this sudden seizing upon a text, which he had doubtless heard many times before, and being suddenly raised up or cast down by its influence. With Bunyan's marriage to a good woman, the real reformation in his life began. While still in his teens, he married a girl as poor as himself. "We came together," he says, "as poor as might be, having not so much household stuff as a dish or spoon between us both." The only dowry which the girl brought to her new home was 2 old threadbare books, The Plain Man's Pathway to Heaven and The Practice of Piety. Note: the latter was by Lewis Bailey, Bishop of Bangor. It is interesting to note that this book, whose very title is unfamiliar to us, was speedily translated into 5 different languages. It had an enormous sale and ran through 50 editions soon after publication. End of note. Bunyan read these books, which instantly gave fire to his imagination. He saw new visions and dreamed terrible new dreams of lost souls. His attendance at church grew exemplary. He began slowly and painfully to read the Bible for himself, but because of his own ignorance on the contradictory interpretations of Scripture, which he heard on every side, he was tossed about like a feather by all the winds of doctrine. The record of the next few years is like a nightmare, so terrible is Bunyan's spiritual struggle. One day he feels himself an outcast, the next the companion of angels, the third he tries experiments with the Almighty in order to put his salvation to the proof. As he goes along the road to Bedford, he thinks he will work a miracle like Gideon with his fleece. He will say to the little puddles of water in the horses' tracks, "Be ye dry," and to all the dry tracks he will say, "Be ye puddles." As he is about to perform the miracle, a thought occurs to him. "But go first under yonder hedge and pray that the Lord will make you able to perform a miracle." He goes promptly and prays. Then he is afraid of the test, and goes on his way more troubled than before. After years of such struggle, chased about between heaven and hell, Bunyan at last emerges into a saner atmosphere, even as Pilgrim came out of the horrible valley of the shadow. Soon, led by his intense feelings, he becomes an open-air preacher, and crowds of laborers gather about him on the village green. They listen in silence to his words. They end in groans and tears. Scores of them amend their sinful lives. For the Anglo-Saxon people are remarkable for this, that however deeply they are engaged in business or pleasure, they are still sensitive as barometers to any true spiritual influence, whether of priest or peasant. They recognize what Emerson calls the accent of the Holy Ghost, and in this recognition of spiritual leadership lies the secret of their democracy. So this village tinker, with his strength and sincerity, is presently the acknowledged leader of an immense congregation, and his influence is felt throughout England. It is a tribute to his power that, after the return of Charles II, Bunyan was the first to be prohibited from holding public meetings. Concerning Bunyan's imprisonment in Bedford jail, which followed his refusal to obey the law prohibiting religious meetings without the authority of the established church, there is a difference of opinion. That the law was unjust goes without saying, but there was no religious persecution as we understand the term. Bunyan was allowed to worship when and how he pleased. He was simply forbidden to hold public meetings, which frequently became fierce denunciations of the established church and government. His judges pleaded with Bunyan to conform with the law. He refused, saying that when the Spirit was upon him he must go up and down the land, calling on men everywhere to repent. In his refusal we see much heroism, a little obstinacy, and perhaps something of that desire for martyrdom which tempts every spiritual leader. That his final sentence to indefinite imprisonment was a hard blow to Bunyan is beyond question. He groaned aloud at the thought of his poor family, and especially at the thought of leaving his little blind daughter. "I found myself a man encompassed with infirmities. The parting was like pulling the flesh from my bones. Oh, the thoughts of the hardship I thought my poor blind one might go under would break my heart to pieces. Poor child, thought I, what sorrow thou art like to have for thy portion in this world. Thou must be beaten, must beg, suffer hunger, cold, nakedness, and 1,000 calamities, though I cannot now endure that the wind should blow upon thee." And then, because he thinks always in parables and seeks out most curious texts of Scripture, he speaks of the 2 milk kine that were to carry the ark of God into another country and leave their calves behind them. Poor cows, poor Bunyan! Such is the mind of this extraordinary man. With characteristic diligence, Bunyan set to work in prison making shoelaces, and so earned a living for his family. His imprisonment lasted for nearly 12 years, but he saw his family frequently and was for some time a regular preacher in the Baptist church in Bedford. Occasionally he even went about late at night, holding the proscribed meetings and increasing his hold upon the common people. The best result of this imprisonment was that it gave Bunyan long hours for the working of his peculiar mind and for study of his two only books, the King James Bible and Fox's Book of Martyrs. The result of his study and meditation was Pilgrim's Progress, which was probably written in prison, but which for some reason he did not publish till long after his release. The years which followed are the most interesting part of Bunyan's strange career. The publication of Pilgrim's Progress in 1678 made him the most popular writer, as he was already the most popular preacher in England. Books, tracts, sermons, nearly 60 works in all, came from his pen. And when one remembers his ignorance, his painfully slow writing, and his activity as an itinerant preacher, one can only marvel. His evangelistic journeys carried him often as far as London, and wherever he went, crowds thronged to hear him. Scholars, bishops, statesmen went in secret to listen among the laborers, and came away wondering and silent. At Southwark, the largest building could not contain the multitude of his hearers, and when he preached in London, thousands would gather in the cold dusk of the winter morning before work began, and listen until he had made an end of speaking. Bishop Bunyan he was soon called on account of his missionary journeys and his enormous influence. What we most admire in the midst of all this activity is his perfect mental balance, his charity and humor in the strife of many sects. He was badgered for years by petty enemies, and he arouses our enthusiasm by his tolerance, his self-control, and especially by his sincerity. To the very end he retained that simple modesty which no success could spoil. Once, when he had preached with unusual power, some of his friends waited after the service to congratulate him, telling him what a sweet sermon he had delivered. "Aye," said Bunyan, "you need not remind me. The devil told me that before I was out of the pulpit." For 16 years this wonderful activity continued without interruption. Then one day, when riding through a cold storm on a labor of love, to reconcile a stubborn man with his own stubborn son, he caught a severe cold and appeared, ill and suffering, but rejoicing in his success, at the house of a friend in Reading. He died there a few days later, and was laid away in Bunhill Fields burial ground, London, which has been ever since a Campo Santo to the faithful. Works of Bunyan. The world's literature has 3 great allegories: Spenser's Faery Queen, Dante's Divina Commedia, and Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. The first appeals to poets, the second to scholars, the third to people of every age and condition. Here is a brief outline of the famous work. Argument of Pilgrim's Progress. As I walked through the wilderness of this world, I lighted on a certain place where there was a den, Bedford Jail, and laid me down in that place to sleep. And as I slept, I dreamed a dream. So the story begins. He sees a man called Christian setting out with a book in his hand and a great load on his back from the city of destruction. Christian has 2 objects: to get rid of his burden, which holds the sins and fears of his life, and to make his way to the holy city. At the outset, Evangelist finds him weeping because he knows not where to go, and points him to a wicket gate on a hill far away. As Christian goes forward, his neighbors, friends, wife, and children call to him to come back. But he puts his fingers in his ears, crying out, "Life, life, eternal life," and so rushes across the plain. Then begins a journey in 10 stages, which is a vivid picture of the difficulties and triumphs of the Christian life. Every trial, every difficulty, every experience of joy or sorrow, of peace or temptation, is put into the form and discourse of a living character. Other allegorists write in poetry, and their characters are shadowy and unreal. But Bunyan speaks in terse, idiomatic prose, and his characters are living men and women. There are Mr. Worldly Wiseman, a self-satisfied and dogmatic kind of man; youthful Ignorance; sweet Piety; courteous Demas; garrulous Talkative; honest Faithful; and a score of others who are not at all the bloodless creatures of the Romance of the Rose, but men real enough to stop you on the road and to hold your attention. Scene after scene follows, in which are pictured many of our own spiritual experiences. There is the Slough of Despond, into which we all have fallen, out of which Pliable scrambles on the hither side and goes back grumbling, but through which Christian struggles mightily till Helpful stretches him a hand and drags him out on solid ground and bids him go on his way. Then come Interpreter's House, the Palace Beautiful, the Lions in the Way, the Valley of Humiliation, the hard fight with the demon Apollyon, the more terrible Valley of the Shadow, Vanity Fair, and the Trial of Faithful. The latter is condemned to death by a jury made up of Mr. Blind Man, Mr. No Good, Mr. Heady, Mr. Live Loose, Mr. Hate Light, and others of their kind, to whom questions of justice are committed by the jury system. Most famous is Doubting Castle, where Christian and Hopeful are thrown into a dungeon by giant Despair, and then at last the Delectable Mountains of Youth, the deep river that Christian must cross, and the city of all delight, and the glorious company of angels that come singing down the streets. At the very end, when in sight of the city, and while he can hear the welcome with which Christian is greeted, Ignorance is snatched away to go to his own place, and Bunyan quaintly observes, "Then I saw that there was a way to hell, even from the gates of heaven as well as from the city of destruction. So I awoke, and behold, it was a dream." Such, in brief, is the story, the great epic of a Puritan's individual experience in a rough world, just as Paradise Lost was the epic of mankind as dreamed by the great Puritan who had fallen asleep over his Bible. Success of Pilgrim's Progress. The chief fact which confronts the student of literature as he pauses before this great allegory is that it has been translated into 75 languages and dialects, and has been read more than any other book save one in the English language. As for the secret of its popularity, Taine says, next to the Bible, the book most widely read in England is The Pilgrim's Progress. Protestantism is the doctrine of salvation by grace, and no writer has equaled Bunyan in making this doctrine understood. And this opinion is echoed by the majority of our literary historians. It is perhaps sufficient answer to quote the simple fact that Pilgrim's Progress is not exclusively a Protestant study. It appeals to Christians of every name, and to Mohammedans and Buddhists in precisely the same way that it appeals to Christians. When it was translated into the languages of Catholic countries, like France and Portugal, only one or two incidents were omitted, and the story was almost as popular there as with English readers. The secret of its success is probably simple. It is, first of all, not a procession of shadows repeating the author's declamations, but a real story, the first extended story in our language. Our Puritan fathers may have read the story for religious instruction, but all classes of men have read it because they found in it a true personal experience told with strength, interest, humor. In a word, with all the qualities that such a story should possess. Young people have read it, first for its intrinsic worth, because the dramatic interest of the story lured them on to the very end, and second, because it was their introduction to true allegory. The child with his imaginative mind, the man also, who has preserved his simplicity, naturally personifies objects, and takes pleasure in giving them powers of thinking and speaking like himself. Bunyan was the first writer to appeal to this pleasant and natural inclination in a way that all could understand. Add to this the fact that Pilgrim's Progress was the only book having any story interest in the great majority of English and American homes for a full century, and we have found the real reason for its wide reading. Other works of Bunyan. The Holy War, published in 1665, is the first important work of Bunyan. It is a prose Paradise Lost, and would undoubtedly be known as a remarkable allegory, were it not overshadowed by its great rival. Grace Abounding to the Chief of Sinners, published in 1666, 12 years before Pilgrim's Progress, is the work from which we obtain the clearest insight into Bunyan's remarkable life, and to a man with historical or antiquarian tastes it is still excellent reading. In 1682 appeared The Life and Death of Mr. Badman, a realistic character study which is a precursor of the modern novel. And in 1684 the second part of Pilgrim's Progress, showing the journey of Christiana and her children to the city of all delight. Besides these, Bunyan published a multitude of treatises and sermons, all in the same style, direct, simple, convincing, expressing every thought and emotion perfectly in words that even a child can understand. Many of these are masterpieces, admired by working men and scholars alike for their thought and expression. Take, for instance, The Heavenly Footman. Put it side by side with the best work of Latimer, and the resemblance in style is startling. It is difficult to realize that one work came from an ignorant tinker and the other from a great scholar, both engaged in the same general work. As Bunyan's one book was the Bible, we have here a suggestion of its influence in all our prose literature. End of section 25. Section 26 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, continued. Minor prose writers. The Puritan period is generally regarded as one destitute of literary interest, but that was certainly not the result of any lack of books or writers. Says Burton in his Anatomy of Melancholy, "I have new books every day, pamphlets, curantos, stories, whole catalogues of volumes of all sorts, new paradoxes, opinions, schisms, heresies, controversies in philosophy and religion. Now come tidings of weddings, maskings, entertainments, jubilees, embassies, sports, plays. Then again, as in a new ship scene, treasons, cheatings, tricks, robberies, enormous villainies in all kinds, funerals, deaths, new discoveries, expeditions, now comical, then tragical matters." So the record continues, till one rubs his eyes and thinks he must have picked up by mistake the last literary magazine, and for all these kaleidoscopic events there were waiting a multitude of writers ready to seize the abundant material and turn it to literary account for a tract, an article, a volume, or an encyclopedia. 3 good books. If one were to recommend certain of these books as expressive of this age of outward storm and inward calm, there are 3 that deserve more than a passing notice, namely the Religio Medici, Holy Living, and the Complete Angler. The first was written by a busy physician, a supposedly scientific man at that time, the second by the most learned of English churchmen, and the third by a simple merchant and fisherman. Strangely enough, these three great books, the reflections of nature, science, and revelation, all interpret human life alike and tell the same story of gentleness, charity, and noble living. If the age had produced only these three books, we could still be profoundly grateful to it for its inspiring message. Robert Burton, 1577–1640. Burton is famous chiefly as the author of The Anatomy of Melancholy, one of the most astonishing books in all literature, which appeared in 1621. Burton was a clergyman of the Established Church, an incomprehensible genius, given to broodings and melancholy, and to reading every conceivable kind of literature. Thanks to his wonderful memory, everything he read was stored up for use or ornament, till his mind resembled a huge curiosity shop. All his life he suffered from hypochondria, but curiously traced his malady to the stars rather than to his own liver. It is related of him that he used to suffer so from despondency that no help was to be found in medicine or theology. His only relief was to go down to the river and hear the bargemen swear at one another. Burton's Anatomy was begun as a medical treatise on morbidness, arranged and divided with all the exactness of the schoolmen's demonstration of doctrines. But it turned out to be an enormous hodgepodge of quotations and references to authors, known and unknown, living and dead, which seemed to prove chiefly that much study is a weariness to the flesh. By some freak of taste it became instantly popular, and was proclaimed one of the greatest books in literature. A few scholars still explore it with delight as a mine of classic wealth. But the style is hopelessly involved, and to the ordinary reader most of his numerous references are now as unmeaning as a hyper-Jacobean surface. Sir Thomas Browne, 1605–1682. Browne was a physician who, after much study and travel, settled down to his profession in Norwich. But even then he gave far more time to the investigation of natural phenomena than to the barbarous practices which largely constituted the art of medicine in his day. He was known far and wide as a learned doctor and an honest man, whose scientific studies had placed him in advance of his age, and whose religious views were liberal to the point of heresy. With this in mind, it is interesting to note, as a sign of the times, that this most scientific doctor was once called to give expert testimony in the case of two old women who were being tried for the capital crime of witchcraft. He testified under oath that the fits were natural, but heightened by the devil's cooperating with the witches, at whose instance he, the alleged devil, did the villainies. Religio Medici. Browne's great work is the Religio Medici, i.e., the Religion of a Physician, 1642, which met with most unusual success. "Hardly ever was a book published in Britain," says Oldys, a chronicler who wrote nearly a century later, "that made more noise than the Religio Medici." Its success may be due largely to the fact that, among thousands of religious works, it was one of the few which saw in nature a profound revelation, and which treated purely religious subjects in a reverent, kindly, tolerant way, without ecclesiastical bias. It is still, therefore, excellent reading, but it is not so much the matter as the manner, the charm, the gentleness, the remarkable prose style, which has established the book as one of the classics of our literature. Two other works of Browne are Vulgar Errors, 1646, a curious combination of scientific and credulous research in the matter of popular superstition, and Urn Burial, a treatise suggested by the discovery of Roman burial urns at Walsingham. It began as an inquiry into the various methods of burial, but ended in a dissertation on the vanity of earthly hope and ambitions. From a literary point of view it is Browne's best work, but is less read than the Religio Medici. Thomas Fuller, 1608–1661. Fuller was a clergyman and royalist, whose lively style and witty observations would naturally place him with the gay Caroline poets. His best-known works are The Holy War, The Holy State and the Profane State, Church History of Britain, and The History of the Worthies of England. The Holy and Profane State is chiefly a biographical record, the first part consisting of numerous historical examples to be imitated, the second of examples to be avoided. The Church History is not a scholarly work, notwithstanding its author's undoubted learning, but is a lively and gossipy account which has at least one virtue, that it entertains the reader. The Worthies, the most widely read of his works, is a racy account of the important men of England. Fuller traveled constantly for years, collecting information from out-of-the-way sources and gaining a minute knowledge of his own country. This, with his overflowing humor and numerous anecdotes and illustrations, makes lively and interesting reading. Indeed, we hardly find a dull page in any of his numerous books. Jeremy Taylor, 1613–1667. Taylor was the greatest of the clergymen who made this period famous, a man who, like Milton, upheld a noble ideal in storm and calm, and himself lived it nobly. He has been called the Shakespeare of divines, and a kind of Spenser in a cassock, and both descriptions apply to him very well. His writings, with their exuberant fancy and their noble diction, belong rather to the Elizabethan than to the Puritan age. From the large number of his works, two stand out as representative of the man himself. The Liberty of Prophesying, 1646, which Hallam calls the first plea for tolerance in religion, on a comprehensive basis and on deep-seated foundations, and The Rules and Exercises of Holy Living, 1650. To the latter might be added its companion volume, Holy Dying, published in the following year. The Holy Living and Dying, as a single volume, was for many years read in almost every English cottage. With Baxter's Saints' Rest, Pilgrim's Progress, and the King James Bible, it often constituted the entire library of multitudes of Puritan homes. And as we read its noble words and breathe its gentle spirit, we cannot help wishing that our modern libraries were gathered together on the same thoughtful foundations. Richard Baxter, 1615–1691. This busiest man of his age strongly suggests Bunyan in his life and writings. Like Bunyan, he was poor and uneducated, a nonconformist minister, exposed continually to insult and persecution. And like Bunyan, he threw himself heart and soul into the conflicts of his age, and became by his public speech a mighty power among the common people. Unlike Jeremy Taylor, who wrote for the learned, and whose involved sentences and classical allusions are sometimes hard to follow, Baxter went straight to his mark, appealing directly to the judgment and feeling of his readers. The number of his works is almost incredible when one thinks of his busy life as a preacher and the slowness of manual writing. In all, he left nearly 170 different works, which, if collected, would make 50 or 60 volumes. As he wrote chiefly to influence men on the immediate questions of the day, most of his work has fallen into oblivion. His two most famous books are The Saints' Everlasting Rest and A Call to the Unconverted, both of which were exceedingly popular, running through scores of successive editions, and have been widely read in our own generation. Izaak Walton, 1593–1683. Walton was a small tradesman of London who preferred trout brooks and good reading to the profits of business and the doubtful joys of a city life. So at 50 years, when he had saved a little money, he left the city and followed his heart out into the country. He began his literary work, or rather his recreation, by writing his famous Lives, kindly and readable appreciations of Donne, Wotton, Hooker, Herbert, and Sanderson, which stand at the beginning of modern biographical writing. The Complete Angler. In 1653 appeared The Complete Angler, which has grown steadily in appreciation, and which is probably more widely read than any other book on the subject of fishing. It begins with a conversation between a falconer, a hunter, and an angler. But the angler soon does most of the talking, as fishermen sometimes do. The hunter becomes a disciple and learns by the easy method of hearing the fisherman discourse about his art. The conversations, it must be confessed, are often diffuse and pedantic, but they only make us feel more comfortably sleepy, as one invariably feels after a good day's fishing. So kindly is the spirit of the angler, so exquisite his appreciation of the beauty of the earth and sky, that one returns to the book as to a favorite trout stream, with the undying expectation of catching something. Among 1,000 books on angling, it stands almost alone in possessing a charming style, and so it will probably be read as long as men go fishing. Best of all, it leads to a better appreciation of nature, and it drops little moral lessons into the reader's mind as gently as one casts a fly to a wary trout, so that one never suspects his better nature is being angled for. Though we have sometimes seen anglers catch more than they need, or sneak ahead of brother fishermen to the best pools, we are glad, for Walton's sake, to overlook such unaccountable exceptions, and agree with the milkmaid that we love all anglers, they be such honest, civil, quiet men. Summary of the Puritan period. The half-century between 1625 and 1675 is called the Puritan period for two reasons. First, because Puritan standards prevailed for a time in England, and second, because the greatest literary figure during all these years was the Puritan, John Milton. Historically, the age was one of tremendous conflict. The Puritan struggled for righteousness and liberty, and because he prevailed, the age is one of moral and political revolution. In his struggle for liberty, the Puritan overthrew the corrupt monarchy, beheaded Charles I, and established the Commonwealth under Cromwell. The Commonwealth lasted but a few years, and the restoration of Charles II in 1660 is often put as the end of the Puritan period. The age has no distinct limits, but overlaps the Elizabethan period on one side and the Restoration period on the other. The age produced many writers, a few immortal books, and one of the world's great literary leaders. The literature of the age is extremely diverse in character, and the diversity is due to the breaking up of the ideals of political and religious unity. This literature differs from that of the preceding age in three marked ways. 1. It has no unity of spirit, as in the days of Elizabeth, resulting from the patriotic enthusiasm of all classes. 2. In contrast with the hopefulness and vigor of Elizabethan writings, much of the literature of this period is somber in character. It saddens rather than inspires us. 3. It has lost the romantic impulse of youth and become critical and intellectual. It makes us think rather than feel deeply. In our study we have noted 1. The transition poets, of whom Daniel is chief. 2. The songwriters, Campion and Breton. 3. The Spenserian poets, Wither and Giles Fletcher. 4. The metaphysical poets, Donne and Herbert. 5. The cavalier poets, Herrick, Carew, Lovelace, and Suckling. 6. John Milton, his life, his early or Horton poems, his militant prose, and his last great poetical works. 7. John Bunyan, his extraordinary life, and his chief work, The Pilgrim's Progress. 8. The minor prose writers, Burton, Browne, Fuller, Taylor, Baxter, and Walton. 3 books selected from this group are Browne's Religio Medici, Taylor's Holy Living and Dying, and Walton's Complete Angler. Suggestive questions. 1. What is meant by the Puritan period? What were the objects and the results of the Puritan movement in English history? 2. What are the main characteristics of the literature of this period? Compare it with Elizabethan literature. How did religion and politics affect Puritan literature? Can you quote any passages or name any works which justify your opinion? 3. What is meant by the terms cavalier poets, Spenserian poets, metaphysical poets? Name the chief writers of each group. To whom are we indebted for our first English hymn book? Would you call this a work of literature? Why? 4. What are the qualities of Herrick's poetry? What marked contrasts are found in Herrick and in nearly all the poets of this period? 5. Who was George Herbert? For what purpose did he write? What qualities are found in his poetry? 6. Tell briefly the story of Milton's life. What are the 3 periods of his literary work? What is meant by the Horton poems? Compare l'Allegro and Il Penseroso. Are there any Puritan ideals in Comus? Why is Lycidas often put at the summit of English lyrical poetry? Give the main idea or argument of Paradise Lost. What are the chief qualities of the poem? Describe in outline Paradise Regained and Samson Agonistes. What personal element entered into the latter? What quality strikes you most forcibly in Milton's poetry? What occasioned Milton's prose works? Do they properly belong to literature? Why? Compare Milton and Shakespeare with regard to 1. Knowledge of men, 2. Ideals of life, 3. Purpose in writing. 7. Tell the story of Bunyan's life. What unusual elements are found in his life and writings? Give the main argument of The Pilgrim's Progress. If you read the story before studying literature, tell why you liked or disliked it. Why is it a work for all ages and for all races? What are the chief qualities of Bunyan's style? 8. Who are the minor prose writers of this age? Name the chief works of Jeremy Taylor, Thomas Browne, and Isaac Walton. Can you describe from your own reading any of these works? How does the prose of this age compare in interest with the poetry? Milton is, of course, accepted in this comparison. Chronology, 17th century. History. 1625, Charles I. Parliament dissolved. 1628, Petition of Right. 1630-1640, King rules without Parliament. Puritan migration to New England. 1640, Long Parliament. 1642, Civil War begins. 1643, Scotch Covenant. 1643, Press censorship. 1645, Battle of Naseby, triumph of Puritans. 1649, execution of Charles I. Cavalier migration to Virginia. 1649-1660, Commonwealth. 1653-1658, Cromwell, Protector. 1658-1660, Richard Cromwell. 1660, Restoration of Charles II. Literature. 1621, Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. 1623, Wither's Hymn Book. 1629, Milton's Ode on the Nativity. 1630-1633, Herbert's Poems. 1632-1637, Milton's Horton Poems. 1642, Brown's Religio Medici. 1644, Milton's Areopagitica. 1649, Milton's Tenure of Kings. 1650, Baxter's Saints' Rest. Jeremy Taylor's Holy Living. 1651, Hobbes' Leviathan. 1653, Walton's Complete Angler. 1663-1694, Dryden's Dramas. In parentheses, next chapter. 1666, Bunyan's Grace Abounding. 1667, Paradise Lost. 1674, Death of Milton. 1678, Pilgrim's Progress published. Parentheses, written earlier. End of section 26. End of chapter 7. Section 27 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Period of the Restoration, 1660-1700. The Age of French Influence. History of the period. It seems a curious contradiction at first glance to place the return of Charles II at the beginning of modern England, as our historians are wont to do, for there was never a time when the progress of liberty which history records was more plainly turned backwards. The Puritan regime had been too severe. It had repressed too many natural pleasures. Now, released from restraint, society abandoned the decencies of life and the reverence for law itself, and plunged into excesses more unnatural than had been the restraints of Puritanism. The inevitable effect of excess is disease, and for almost an entire generation following the Restoration in 1660, England lay sick of a fever. Socially, politically, morally, London suggests an Italian city in the days of the Medici, and its literature, especially its drama, often seems more like the delirium of illness than the expression of a healthy mind. But even a fever has its advantages. Whatever impurity is in the blood is burnt and purged away, and a man rises from fever with a new strength and a new idea of the value of life, like King Hezekiah, who after his sickness and fear of death resolved to go softly all his days. The Restoration was the great crisis in English history, and that England lived through it was due solely to the strength and excellence of that Puritanism which she thought she had flung to the winds when she welcomed back a vicious monarch at Dover. The chief lesson of the Restoration was this, that it showed by awful contrast the necessity of truth and honesty, and of a strong government of free men, for which the Puritan had stood like a rock in every hour of his rugged history. Through fever, England came slowly back to health. Through gross corruption in society and in the state, England learned that her people were at heart sober, sincere, religious folk, and that their character was naturally too strong to follow after pleasure and be satisfied. So Puritanism suddenly gained all that it had struggled for, and gained it even in the hour when all seemed lost, when Milton in his sorrow unconsciously portrayed the government of Charles and his cabal in that tremendous scene of the Council of the Infernal Peers in Pandemonium, plotting the ruin of the world. The King and his Followers. Of the king and his followers it is difficult to write temperately. Most of the dramatic literature of the time is atrocious, and we can understand it only as we remember the character of the court and society for which it was written. Unspeakably vile in his private life, the king had no redeeming patriotism, no sense of responsibility to his country for even his public acts. He gave high offices to blackguards, stole from the exchequer like a common thief, played off Catholics and Protestants against each other, disregarding his pledges to both alike, broke his solemn treaty with the Dutch and with his own ministers, and betrayed his country for French money to spend on his own pleasures. It is useless to paint the dishonor of a court which followed gaily after such a leader. The first Parliament, while it contained some noble and patriotic members, was dominated by young men who remembered the excess of Puritan zeal, but forgot the despotism and injustice which had compelled Puritanism to stand up and assert the manhood of England. These young politicians vied with the king in passing laws for the subjugation of church and state, and in their thirst for revenge upon all who had been connected with Cromwell's iron government. Once more a wretched formalism, that perpetual danger to the English church, came to the front and exercised authority over the free churches. The House of Lords was largely increased by the creation of hereditary titles and estates for ignoble men and shameless women who had flattered the king's vanity. Even the bench, that last strong refuge of English justice, was corrupted by the appointment of judges like the brutal Jeffreys, whose aim, like that of their royal master, was to get money and to exercise power without personal responsibility. Amid all this dishonor, the foreign influence and authority of Cromwell's strong government vanished like smoke. The valiant little Dutch navy swept the English fleet from the sea, and only the thunder of Dutch guns in the Thames, under the very windows of London, awoke the nation to the realization of how low it had fallen. Revolution of 1688. Two considerations must modify our judgment of this disheartening spectacle. First, the king and his court are not England. Though our histories are largely filled with the records of kings and soldiers, of intrigues and fightings, these no more express the real life of a people than fever and delirium express a normal manhood. Though king and court and high society arouse our disgust or pity, records are not wanting to show that private life in England remained honest and pure even in the worst days of the Restoration. While London society might be entertained by the degenerate poetry of Rochester and the dramas of Dryden and Wycherley, English scholars hailed Milton with delight, and the common people followed Bunyan and Baxter with their tremendous appeal to righteousness and liberty. Second, the king, with all his pretensions to divine right, remained only a figurehead. And the Anglo-Saxon people, when they tire of one figurehead, have always the will and the power to throw it overboard and choose a better one. The country was divided into two political parties: the Whigs, who sought to limit the royal power in the interests of Parliament and the people, and the Tories, who strove to check the growing power of the people in the interests of their hereditary rulers. Both parties, however, were largely devoted to the Anglican Church, And when James II, after 4 years of misrule, attempted to establish a national Catholicism by intrigues which aroused the protest of the Pope, note Guizot's History of the Revolution in England, end of note, as well as of Parliament. Then Whigs and Tories, Catholics and Protestants, united in England's last great revolution. The complete and bloodless revolution of 1688, which called William of Orange to the throne, was simply the indication of England's restored health and sanity. It proclaimed that she had not long forgotten, and could never again forget, the lessons taught her by Puritanism in its 100 years of struggle and sacrifice. Modern England was firmly established by the Revolution, which was brought about by the excesses of the Restoration. French influence. Literary characteristics. In the literature of the Restoration, we note a sudden breaking away from old standards, just as society broke away from the restraints of Puritanism. Many of the literary men had been driven out of England with Charles and his court, or else had followed their patrons into exile in the days of the Commonwealth. On their return they renounced old ideals and demanded that English poetry and drama should follow the style to which they had become accustomed in the gaiety of Paris. We read with astonishment in Pepys's diary, 1660-1669, that he has been to see a play called Midsummer Night's Dream, but that he will never go again to hear Shakespeare, for it is the most insipid, ridiculous play that ever I saw in my life. And again we read in the diary of Evelyn, another writer who reflects with wonderful accuracy the life and spirit of the Restoration, I saw Hamlet played, but now the old plays begin to disgust this refined age, since his Majesty's being so long abroad. Since Shakespeare and the Elizabethans were no longer interesting, literary men began to imitate the French writers, with whose works they had just grown familiar. And here begins the so-called period of French influence, which shows itself in English literature for the next century, instead of the Italian influence which had been dominant since Spenser and the Elizabethans. One has only to consider for a moment the French writers of this period: Pascal, Bossuet, Fénelon, Malherbe, Corneille, Racine, Molière, all that brilliant company which makes the reign of Louis XIV the Elizabethan age of French literature, to see how far astray the early writers of the Restoration went in their wretched imitation. When a man takes another for his model, he should copy virtues, not vices. But unfortunately many English writers reverse the rule, copying the vices of French comedy without any of its wit or delicacy or abundant ideas. The poems of Rochester, the plays of Dryden, Wycherley, Congreve, Vanbrugh, Farquhar, all popular in their day, are mostly unreadable. Milton's Sons of Belial, flown with insolence and wine, is a good expression of the vile character of the court writers and of the London theaters for 30 years following the Restoration. Such work can never satisfy a people, and when Jeremy Collier, note Jeremy Collier, 1650-1726, a clergyman and author, noted for his scholarly Ecclesiastical History of Great Britain, 1708-1714, and his Short View of the Immorality and Profaneness of the English Stage, 1698. The latter was largely instrumental in correcting the low tendency of the Restoration drama. End of note. In 1698 published a vigorous attack upon the evil plays and playwrights of the day. All London, tired of the coarseness and excesses of the Restoration, joined the literary revolution, and the corrupt drama was driven from the stage. New tendencies. With the final rejection of the Restoration drama, we reach a crisis in the history of our literature. The old Elizabethan spirit, with its patriotism, its creative vigor, its love of romance, and the Puritan spirit, with its moral earnestness and individualism, were both things of the past, and at first there was nothing to take their places. Dryden, the greatest writer of the age, voiced a general complaint when he said that in his prose and poetry he was drawing the outlines of a new art, but had no teacher to instruct him. But literature is a progressive art, and soon the writers of the age developed two marked tendencies of their own: the tendency to realism, and the tendency to that preciseness and elegance of expression which marks our literature for the next 100 years. Realism. In realism, that is, the representation of men exactly as they are, the expression of the plain, unvarnished truth without regard to ideals or romance, the tendency was at first thoroughly bad. The early Restoration writers sought to paint realistic pictures of a corrupt court and society, and, as we have suggested, they emphasized the vices rather than virtues, and gave us coarse, low plays without interest or moral significance. Like Hobbes, they saw only the externals of man, his body and appetites, not his soul and its ideals, and so, like most realists, they resemble a man lost in the woods, who wanders aimlessly around in circles, seeing the confusing trees but never the whole forest, and who seldom thinks of climbing the nearest high hill to get his bearings. Later, however, this tendency to realism became more wholesome. While it neglected romantic poetry, in which youth is eternally interested, it led to a keener study of the practical motives which govern human action. Formalism. The second tendency of the age was toward directness and simplicity of expression, and to this excellent tendency our literature is greatly indebted. In both the Elizabethan and the Puritan ages, the general tendency of writers was towards extravagance of thought and language. Sentences were often involved and loaded with Latin quotations and classical allusions. The Restoration writers opposed this vigorously. From France they brought back the tendency to regard established rules for writing, to emphasize close reasoning rather than romantic fancy, and to use short, clean-cut sentences without an unnecessary word. We see this French influence in the Royal Society. Note: the Royal Society for the Investigation and Discussion of Scientific Questions was founded in 1662, and soon included practically all the literary and scientific men of the age. It encouraged the work of Isaac Newton, who was one of its members, and its influence for truth, at a time when men were still trying to compound the philosopher's stone, calculating men's action from the stars, and hanging harmless old women for witches, can hardly be overestimated. End of note. Which had for one of its objects the reform of English prose by getting rid of its swellings of style, and which bound all its members to use a close, naked, natural way of speaking, as near to mathematical plainness as they can. Dryden accepted this excellent rule for his prose, and adopted the heroic couplet as the next best thing for the greater part of his poetry. As he tells us himself, "And this unpolished, rugged verse I chose as fittest for discourse and nearest prose." It is largely due to him that writers developed that formalism of style, that precise, almost mathematical elegance, miscalled classicism, which ruled English literature for the next century. Note: if the reader would see this in concrete form, let him read a paragraph of Milton's prose, or a stanza of his poetry, and compare its exuberant, melodious diction with Dryden's concise method of writing. End of note. The couplet. Another thing which the reader will note with interest in Restoration literature is the adoption of the heroic couplet, that is, two iambic pentameter lines which rhyme together, as the most suitable form of poetry. Waller, note, Edmund Waller, 1606–1687, the most noted poet of the Restoration period until his pupil Dryden appeared. His works are now seldom read. End of note. Who began to use it in 1623, is generally regarded as the father of the couplet, for he is the first poet to use it consistently in the bulk of his poetry. Chaucer had used the rhymed couplet wonderfully well in his Canterbury Tales, but in Chaucer it is the poetical thought more than the expression which delights us. With the Restoration writers, form counts for everything. Waller and Dryden made the couplet the prevailing literary fashion, and in their hands the couplet becomes closed. That is, each pair of lines must contain a complete thought, stated as precisely as possible. Thus Waller writes, "The soul's dark cottage, battered and decayed, lets in new light through chinks that time has made." That is a kind of aphorism such as Pope made in large quantities in the following age. It contains a thought, is catchy, quotable, easy to remember, and the Restoration writers delighted in it. Soon this mechanical closed couplet, in which the second line was often made first, note, following the advice of Boileau, 1676–1711, a noted French critic whom Voltaire called the lawgiver of Parnassus, end of note, almost excluded all other forms of poetry. It was dominant in England for a full century, and we have grown familiar with it and somewhat weary of its monotony in such famous poems as Pope's Essay on Man and Goldsmith's Deserted Village. These, however, are essays rather than poems. That even the couplet is capable of melody and variety is shown in Chaucer's Tales and in Keats's exquisite Endymion. These four things, the tendency to vulgar realism in the drama, a general formalism which came from following set rules, the development of a simpler and more direct prose style, and the prevalence of the heroic couplet in poetry are the main characteristics of Restoration literature. They are all exemplified in the work of one man, John Dryden. John Dryden, 1631–1700. Dryden is the greatest literary figure of the Restoration, and in his work we have an excellent reflection of both the good and the evil tendencies of the age in which he lived. If we can think for a moment of literature as a canal of water, we may appreciate the figure that Dryden is the lock by which the waters of English poetry were let down from the mountains of Shakespeare and Milton to the plain of Pope. That is, he stands between two very different ages, and serves as a transition from one to the other. Life. Dryden's life contains so many conflicting elements of greatness and littleness that the biographer is continually taken away from the facts, which are his chief concern, to judge motives which are manifestly outside his knowledge and business. Judged by his own opinion of himself, as expressed in the numerous prefaces to his works, Dryden was the soul of candor, writing with no other master than literature, and with no other object than to advance the welfare of his age and nation. Judged by his acts, he was apparently a time-server, catering to a depraved audience in his dramas and dedicating his work with much flattery to those who were easily cajoled by their vanity into sharing their purse and patronage. In this, however, he only followed the general custom of the time, and is above many of his contemporaries. Dryden was born in the village of Aldwinkle, Northamptonshire, in 1631. His family were prosperous people who brought him up in the strict Puritan faith and sent him first to the famous Westminster School and then to Cambridge. He made excellent use of his opportunities and studied eagerly, becoming one of the best educated men of his age, especially in the classics. Though of remarkable literary taste, he showed little evidence of literary ability up to the age of 30. By his training and family connections he was allied to the Puritan party, and his only well-known work of this period, the Heroic Stanzas, was written on the death of Cromwell. His grandeur he derived from heaven alone, for he was great ere fortune made him so. And wars, like mists that rise against the sun, made him but greater seem, not greater grow. In these 4 lines, taken almost at random from the Heroic Stanzas, we have an epitome of the thought, the preciseness, and the polish that mark all his literary work. This poem made Dryden well known, and he was in a fair way to become the new poet of Puritanism when the Restoration made a complete change in his methods. He had come to London for a literary life, and when the Royalists were again in power, he placed himself promptly on the winning side. His Astrea Redux, a poem of welcome to Charles II, and his panegyric to his sacred majesty, breathe more devotion to the old goat, as the king was known to his courtiers, than had his earlier poems to Puritanism. In 1667 he became more widely known and popular by his Annus Mirabilis, a narrative poem describing the terrors of the Great Fire in London and some events of the disgraceful war with Holland. But with the theaters reopened and nightly filled, the drama offered the most attractive field to one who made his living by literature, so Dryden turned to the stage and agreed to furnish 3 plays yearly for the actors of the King's Theatre. For nearly 20 years, the best of his life, Dryden gave himself up to this unfortunate work. Both by nature and habit he seems to have been clean in his personal life, but the stage demanded unclean plays, and Dryden followed his audience. That he deplored this is evident from some of his later work, and we have his statement that he wrote only 1 play, his best, to please himself. This was All for Love, which was written in blank verse, most of the others being in rhymed couplets. During this time, Dryden had become the best-known literary man of London, and was almost as much a dictator to the literary set which gathered in the taverns and coffee-houses as Ben Jonson had been before him. His work, meanwhile, was rewarded by large financial returns, and by his being appointed poet laureate and collector of the Port of London. The latter office, it may be remembered, had once been held by Chaucer. At 50 years of age, and before Jeremy Collier had driven his dramas from the stage, Dryden turned from dramatic work to throw himself into the strife of religion and politics, writing at this period his numerous prose and poetical treatises. In 1682 appeared his Religio Laici, Religion of a Layman, defending the Anglican Church against all other sects, especially the Catholics and Presbyterians. But 3 years later, when James II came to the throne with schemes to establish the Roman faith, Dryden turned Catholic and wrote his most famous religious poem, The Hind and the Panther, beginning, "A milk-white hind, immortal and unchanged, fed on the lawns and in the forest ranged, without unspotted, innocent within. She feared no danger, for she knew no sin." This hind is a symbol for the Roman Church, and the Anglicans as a panther are represented as persecuting the faithful. Numerous other sects, Calvinists, Anabaptists, Quakers, were represented by the wolf, boar, hare, and other animals, which gave the poet an excellent chance for exercising his satire. Dryden's enemies made the accusation, often since repeated, of hypocrisy in thus changing his church. But that he was sincere in the matter can now hardly be questioned, for he knew how to suffer for the faith, and to be true to his religion, even when it meant misjudgment and loss of fortune. At the Revolution of 1688 he refused allegiance to William of Orange. He was deprived of all his offices and pensions, and as an old man was again thrown back on literature as his only means of livelihood. He went to work with extraordinary courage and energy, writing plays, poems, prefaces for other men, eulogies for funeral occasions, every kind of literary work that men would pay for. His most successful work at this time was his translations, which resulted in the complete Aeneid and many selections from Homer, Ovid, and Juvenal, appearing in English rhymed couplets. His most enduring poem, the splendid ode called Alexander's Feast, was written in 1697. 3 years later he published his last work, Fables, containing poetical paraphrases of the tales of Boccaccio and Chaucer, and the miscellaneous poems of his last years. Long prefaces were the fashion in Dryden's day, and his best critical work is found in his introductions. The preface to the Fables is generally admired as an example of the new prose style developed by Dryden and his followers. From the literary viewpoint, these last troubled years were the best of Dryden's life, though they were made bitter by obscurity and by the criticism of his numerous enemies. He died in 1700 and was buried near Chaucer in Westminster Abbey. Works of Dryden. The numerous dramatic works of Dryden are best left in that obscurity into which they have fallen. Now and then they contain a bit of excellent lyric poetry, and in All for Love, another version of Antony and Cleopatra, where he leaves his cherished heroic couplet for the blank verse of Marlowe and Shakespeare, he shows what he might have done had he not sold his talents to a depraved audience. On the whole, reading his plays is like nibbling at a rotting apple. Even the good spots are affected by the decay, and one ends by throwing the whole thing into the garbage can, where most of the dramatic works of this period belong. Poems. The controversial and satirical poems are on a higher plane, though it must be confessed, Dryden's satire often strikes us as cutting and revengeful rather than witty. The best known of these, and a masterpiece of its kind, is Absalom and Achitophel, which is undoubtedly the most powerful political satire in our language. Taking the Bible story of David and Absalom, he uses it to ridicule the Whig party, and also to revenge himself upon his enemies. Charles II appeared as King David. His natural son, the Duke of Monmouth, who was mixed up in the Rye House plot, paraded as Absalom. Shaftesbury was Achitophel, the evil counselor, and the Duke of Buckingham was satirized as Zimri. The poem had enormous political influence and raised Dryden, in the opinion of his contemporaries, to the front rank of English poets. Two extracts from the powerful characterizations of Achitophel and Zimri are given here to show the style and spirit of the whole work. Shaftesbury. Of these the false Achitophel was first, a name to all succeeding ages, cursed, for close designs and crooked counsels fit, sagacious, bold, and turbulent of wit, restless, unfixed in principles and place, in power unpleased, impatient of disgrace, a fiery soul which, working out its way, fretted the pygmy body to decay, a daring pilot in extremity, pleased with the danger when the waves went high. He sought the storms, but for a calm unfit, would steer too nigh the sands to boast his wit. Great wits are sure to madness near allied, and thin partitions do their bounds divide. Else why should he, with wealth and honour blest, refuse his age the needful hours of rest? Punish a body which he could not please, bankrupt of life, yet prodigal of ease, and all to leave what with his toil he won to that unfeathered two-legged thing, a son. In friendship false, implacable in hate, resolved to ruin or to rule the state. Then seized with fear, yet still affecting fame, usurped a patriot's all-atoning name. So easy still it proves in factious times with public zeal to cancel private crimes. The Duke of Buckingham. Some of their chiefs were princes of the land. In the first rank of these did Zimri stand, a man so various that he seemed to be not one, but all mankind's epitome. Stiff in opinions, always in the wrong, was everything by starts and nothing long. But in the course of one revolving moon was chemist, fiddler, statesman, and buffoon. Then all for women, painting, rhyming, drinking, besides 10,000 freaks that died in thinking. Blessed madman, who could every hour employ with something new to wish or to enjoy. Railing and praising were his usual themes, and both to show his judgment in extremes, so over-violent or over-civil, that every man with him was God or devil. Of the many miscellaneous poems of Dryden, the curious reader will get an idea of his sustained narrative power from the Annus Mirabilis. The best expression of Dryden's literary genius, however, is found in Alexander's Feast, which is his most enduring ode and one of the best in our language. Prose and criticism. As a prose writer, Dryden had a very marked influence on our literature in shortening his sentences, and especially in writing naturally without depending on literary ornamentation to give effect to what he is saying. If we compare his prose with that of Milton or Browne or Jeremy Taylor, we note that Dryden cares less for style than any of the others, but takes more pains to state his thought clearly and concisely, as men speak when they wish to be understood. The classical school, which followed the Restoration, looked to Dryden as a leader, and to him we owe largely that tendency to exactness of expression which marks our subsequent prose writing. With his prose, Dryden rapidly developed his critical ability and became the foremost critic. Note: by a critic we mean simply one who examines the literary work of various ages, separates the good from the bad, and gives the reasons for his classification. It is noticeable that critical writings increase in an age like that of the Restoration, when great creative works are wanting. End of note. Of his age. His criticisms, instead of being published as independent works, were generally used as prefaces or introductions to his poetry. The best known of these criticisms are the Preface to the Fables, of Heroic Plays, Discourse on Satire, and especially the Essay of Dramatic Poesy, 1668, which attempts to lay a foundation for all literary criticism. Dryden's influence on literature. Dryden's place among authors is due partly to his great influence on the succeeding age of classicism. Briefly, this influence may be summed up by noting the three new elements which he brought into our literature. These are: 1, the establishment of the heroic couplet as the fashion for satiric, didactic, and descriptive poetry; 2, his development of a direct, serviceable prose style, such as we still cultivate and 3. His development of the art of literary criticism in his essays and in the numerous prefaces to his poems. This is certainly a large work for one man to accomplish, and Dryden is worthy of honor, though comparatively little of what he wrote is now found on our bookshelves. End of section 27. Section 28 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8 continued. Samuel Butler, 1612–1680. In marked contrast with Dryden, who devoted his life to literature and won his success by hard work, is Samuel Butler, who jumped into fame by a single careless work, which represents not any serious intent or effort, but the pastime of an idle hour. We are to remember that, though the Royalists had triumphed in the Restoration, the Puritan spirit was not dead, nor even sleeping, and that the Puritan held steadfastly to his own principles. Against these principles of justice, truth, and liberty there was no argument, since they expressed the manhood of England. But many of the Puritan practices were open to ridicule, and the Royalists, in revenge for their defeat, began to use ridicule without mercy. During the early years of the Restoration, doggerel verses, ridiculing Puritanism, and burlesque, that is, a ridiculous representation of serious subjects, or a serious representation of ridiculous subjects, were the most popular form of literature with London society. Of all this burlesque and doggerel, the most famous is Butler's Hudibras, a work to which we can trace many of the prejudices that still prevail against Puritanism. Of Butler himself we know little. He is one of the most obscure figures in our literature. During the days of Cromwell's protectorate he was in the employ of Sir Samuel Luke, a crabbed and extreme type of Puritan nobleman, and here he collected his material and probably wrote the first part of his burlesque, which of course he did not dare to publish until after the Restoration. Hudibras. Hudibras is plainly modeled upon the Don Quixote of Cervantes. It describes the adventures of a fanatical justice of the peace, Sir Hudibras, and of his squire Ralpho, in their endeavor to put down all innocent pleasures. In Hudibras and Ralpho, the two extreme types of the Puritan party, Presbyterians and Independents, are mercilessly ridiculed. When the poem first appeared in public in 1663, after circulating secretly for years in manuscript, it became at once enormously popular. The king carried a copy in his pocket, and courtiers vied with each other in quoting its most scurrilous passages. A second and third part, continuing the adventures of Hudibras, were published in 1664 and 1668. At best, the work is a wretched doggerel, but it was clever enough and strikingly original, and since it expressed the royalist spirit towards the Puritans, it speedily found its place in a literature which reflects every phase of human life. A few odd lines are given here to show the character of the work, and to introduce the reader to the best-known burlesque in our language. He was in logic a great critic, profoundly skilled in analytic. He could distinguish and divide a hair 'twixt south and southwest side, on either which he would dispute, confute, change hands, and still confute. He'd undertake to prove by force of argument a man's no horse. He'd run in debt by disputation, and pay with ratiocination, for he was of that stubborn crew of errant saints whom all men grant to be the true church militant, such as do build their faith upon the holy text of pike and gun, decide all controversies by infallible artillery, and prove their doctrine orthodox by apostolic blows and knocks, compound for sins they are inclined to, by damning those they have no mind to. Hobbes and Locke. Thomas Hobbes, 1588-1679, is one of the writers that puzzle the historian with a doubt as to whether or not he should be included in the story of literature. The one book for which he is famous is called Leviathan, or The Matter, Form, and Power of a Commonwealth, 1651. It is partly political, partly a philosophical book, combining two central ideas which challenge and startle the attention, namely, that self-interest is the only guiding power of humanity, and that blind submission to rulers is the only true basis of government. Note: two other principles of this book should be noted. One, that all power originates in the people, and two, that the object of all government is the common good. Here evidently is a democratic doctrine which abolishes the divine right of kings, but Hobbes immediately destroys democracy by another doctrine, that the power given by the people to the ruler could not be taken away. Hence, the Royalists could use the book to justify the despotism of the Stuarts on the ground that the people had chosen them. This part of the book is in direct opposition to Milton's defense of the English people. End of note. In a word, Hobbes reduced human nature to its purely animal aspects, and then asserted confidently that there was nothing more to study. Certainly, therefore, as a reflection of the underlying spirit of Charles and his followers, it has no equal in any purely literary work of the time. John Locke, 1632-1704, is famous as the author of a single great philosophical work, the Essay Concerning Human Understanding, 1690. This is a study of the nature of the human mind and of the origin of ideas, which, far more than the work of Bacon and Hobbes, is the basis upon which English philosophy has since been built. Aside from their subjects, both works are models of the new prose, direct, simple, convincing, for which Dryden and the Royal Society labored. They are known to every student of philosophy, but are seldom included in a work of literature. Note: Locke's treatises on government should also be mentioned, for they are of profound interest to American students of history and political science. It was from Locke that the framers of the Declaration of Independence and of the Constitution drew many of their ideas, and even some of their most striking phrases. All men are endowed with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The origin and basis of government is in the consent of the governed. These and many more familiar and striking expressions are from Locke. It is interesting to note that he was appointed to draft a constitution for the new province of Carolina, but his work was rejected, probably because it was too democratic for the age in which he lived. Evelyn and Pepys. These two men, John Evelyn, 1620-1706, and Samuel Pepys, 1633-1703, are famous as the writers of diaries, in which they jotted down the daily occurrences of their own lives, without any thought that the world would ever see or be interested in what they had written. Evelyn was the author of Silva, the first book on trees and forestry in English, and Terra, which is the first attempt at a scientific study of agriculture. But the world has lost sight of these two good books, while it cherishes his diary, which extends over the greater part of his life and gives us vivid pictures of society in his time, and especially of the frightful corruption of the royal court. Pepys' diary. Pepys began life in a small way as a clerk in a government office, but soon rose by his diligence and industry to be Secretary of the Admiralty. Here he was brought into contact with every grade of society, from the king's ministers to the poor sailors of the fleet. Being inquisitive as a blue jay, he investigated the rumors and gossip of the court as well as the small affairs of his neighbors, and wrote them all down in his diary with evident interest. But because he chattered most freely, and told his little book a great many secrets which were not well for the world to know, he concealed everything in shorthand, and here again he was like the blue jay, which carries off and hides every bright trinket it discovers. The diary covers the years from 1660 to 1669, and gossips about everything, from his own position and duties at the office, his dress, the kitchen, and cook and children, to the great political intrigues of office and the scandals of high society. No other such minute picture of the daily life of an age has been written. Yet for a century and a half it remained entirely unknown, and not until 1825 was Pepys' shorthand deciphered and published. Since then it has been widely read, and is still one of the most interesting examples of diary writing that we possess. Following are a few extracts. Note: a few slight changes and omissions from the original text as given in Wheatley's edition of Pepys, London, 1892, 9 volumes, are not indicated in these brief quotations. End of note. Covering only a few days in April 1663, from which one may infer the minute and interesting character of the work that this clerk, politician, president of the Royal Society, and general busybody wrote to please himself. April 1st. I went to the Temple to my cousin Roger Pepys, to see and talk with him a little, who tells me that, with much ado, the Parliament do agree to throw down popery. But he says it is with so much spite and passion, and an endeavor of bringing all nonconformists into the same condition, that he is afeard matters will not go so well as he could wish. To my office all the afternoon. Lord, how Sir J. Minns, like a mad coxcomb, did swear and stamp, swearing that Commissioner Pett hath still the old heart against the king that ever he had, and all the damnable reproaches in the world, at which I was ashamed, but said little. But upon the whole I find him still a fool, led by the nose with stories told by Sir W. Batten, whether with or without reason. So vexed in my mind to see things ordered so unlike gentlemen, or men of reason, I went home and to bed. Third, to Whitehall and to chapel, which being most monstrous full, I could not go into my pew, but sat among the choir. Dr. Cretan, the Scotchman, preached a most admirable, good, learned, honest, and most severe sermon, yet comical. He railed bitterly ever and anon against John Calvin and his brood, the Presbyterians, and against the present term, now in use, of tender consciences. He ripped up Hugh Peters, calling him an execrable skellum, his preaching and stirring up the maids of the city to bring in their bodkins and thimbles. Thence, going out of Whitehall, I met Captain Grove, who did give me a letter directed to myself from himself. I discerned money to be in it, and took it, knowing, as I found it to be, the proceed of the place I had got him, the taking up of vessels for Tangier. But I did not open it till I came home to my office, and there I broke it open, not looking into it till all the money was out, that I might say I saw no money in the paper, if ever I should be questioned about it. There was a piece of gold and £4 in silver. Fourth, to my office. Home to dinner, whither by and by comes Roger Pepys, etc. Very merry at before and after dinner, and the more for that my dinner was great, and most neatly dressed by our own only maid. We had fricassee of rabbits and chickens, a leg of mutton, boiled, 3 carps in a dish, a great dish of a side of lamb, a dish of roasted pigeons, a dish of 4 lobsters, 3 tarts, a lamprey pie, a most rare pie, a dish of anchovies, good wine of several sorts, and all things mighty noble, and to my great content. Fifth, Lord's Day. Up and spent the morning, till the barber came, in reading in my chamber part of Osborne's advice to his son, which I shall not ever enough admire for sense and language, and being by and by trimmed, to church, myself, wife, Ashwell, etc., home, and while dinner was prepared, to my office to read over my vows with great affection, and to very good purpose. Then to church again, where a simple bawling young Scot preached. 19th, Easter Day. Up, and this day put on my clothes need coloured suit, which with new stockings of the colour, with belt and new gilt-handled sword, is very handsome. To church alone, and after dinner to church again, where the young Scotchman preaching. I slept all the while. After supper fell in discourse of dancing, and I find that Ashwell hath a very fine carriage, which makes my wife almost ashamed of herself to see herself so outdone. But tomorrow she begins to learn to dance for a month or two. So to prayers and to bed. Will being gone, with my leave, to his father's this day, for a day or two, to take physique these holy days. 23rd, St. George's Day and Coronation. The king and court being at Windsor at the installing of the King of Denmark by proxy and the Duke of Monmouth. Spent the evening with my father. At cards till late, and being at supper, my boy being sent for some mustard to a neat's tongue, the rogue stayed half an hour in the streets, it seems at a bonfire, at which I was very angry, and resolved to beat him tomorrow. 24th, up betimes, and with my salt eel went down into the parlour, and there got my boy, and did beat him till I was fain to take breath 2 or 3 times. Yet for all I am afeard it will make the boy never the better. He is grown so hardened in his tricks, which I am sorry for, he being capable of making a brave man, and is a boy that I and my wife love very well. Summary of the Restoration period. The chief thing to note in England during the Restoration is the tremendous social reaction from the restraints of Puritanism, which suggests the wide swing of a pendulum from one extreme to the other. For a generation, many natural pleasures had been suppressed. Now the theaters were reopened, bull and bear baiting revived, and sports, music, dancing, a wild delight in the pleasures and vanities of this world replaced that absorption in otherworldliness which characterized the extreme of Puritanism. In literature the change is no less marked. From the Elizabethan drama, playwrights turned to coarse, evil scenes which presently disgusted the people and were driven from the stage. From romance, writers turned to realism. From Italian influence, with its exuberance of imagination, they turned to France, and learned to repress the emotions, to follow the head rather than the heart, and to write in a clear, concise, formal style according to set rules. Poets turned from the noble blank verse of Shakespeare and Milton, from the variety and melody which had characterized English poetry since Chaucer's day, to the monotonous heroic couplet with its mechanical perfection. The greatest writer of the age is John Dryden, who established the heroic couplet as the prevailing verse form in English poetry, and who developed a new and serviceable prose style suited to the practical needs of the age. The popular ridicule of Puritanism in burlesque and doggerel is best exemplified in Butler's Hudibras. The realistic tendency, the study of facts and of men as they are, is shown in the work of the Royal Society, in the philosophy of Hobbes and Locke, and in the diaries of Evelyn and Pepys, with their minute pictures of social life. The age was one of transition from the exuberance and vigor of Renaissance literature to the formality and polish of the Augustan age. In strong contrast with the preceding ages, comparatively little of Restoration literature is familiar to modern readers. Suggestive questions. 1. What marked change in social conditions followed the Restoration? How are these changes reflected in literature? 2. What are the chief characteristics of Restoration literature? Why is this period called the Age of French Influence? What new tendencies were introduced? What effect did the Royal Society and the study of science have upon English prose? What is meant by realism? By formalism. 3. What is meant by the heroic couplet? Explain why it became the prevailing form of English poetry. What are its good qualities and its defects? Name some well-known poems which are written in couplets. How do Dryden's couplets compare with Chaucer's? Can you explain the difference? 4. Give a brief account of Dryden's life. What are his chief poetical works? For what new object did he use poetry? Is satire a poetical subject? Why is a poetical satire more effective than a satire in prose? What was Dryden's contribution to English prose? What influence did he exert on our literature? 5. What is Butler's Hudibras? Explain its popularity. Read a passage and comment upon it, first as satire, second as a description of the Puritans. Is Hudibras poetry? Why? 6. Name the philosophers and political economists of this period. Can you explain why Hobbes should call his work Leviathan? What important American documents show the influence of Locke? 7. Tell briefly the story of Pepys and his diary. What light does the latter throw on the life of the age? Is the diary a work of literature? Why? Chronology. Last half of the 17th century. History. 1649. Execution of Charles I. 1649 to 1660. Commonwealth. 1660. Restoration of Charles II. 1665, 1666. Plague and Fire of London. War with Holland. 1667. Dutch fleet in the Thames. 1680. Rise of Whigs and Tories. 1685. James II. Monmouth's Rebellion. 1688. English Revolution. William of Orange called to throne. 1689. Bill of Rights. Toleration Act. Literature. 1651. Hobbes' Leviathan. 1660-1669. Pepys' Diary. 1662. Royal Society founded. 1663. Butler's Hudibras. 1667. Milton's Paradise Lost. Dryden's Annus Mirabilis. 1663-1694. Dryden's Dramas. 1671. Paradise Regained. 1678. Pilgrim's Progress published. 1681. Dryden's Absalom and Achitophel. 1687. Newton's Principia proves the law of gravitation. 1690. Locke's Human Understanding. 1698. Jeremy Collier attacks stage. 1700. Death of Dryden. End of section 28. End of chapter 8.